Mr. Chun, the 100 buckets of fried chicken you ordered have arrived. Mr. Chun, the 100 roasted ducks you reserved are here. Mr. Chun, the 10,000 tons of pork you ordered have been delivered. Known as the Sovereign of Emptiness, Chen Luo, wielding an unparalleled ability to endure, outlasted all survivors, leaving the world devoid of humanity, save for monsters. Finding existence devoid of meaning, Chen Luo chose to bury himself in a pit. It was not that he could not survive, rather, he simply no longer wished to. Unspoken, he first decided to stockpile 1 billion supplies. Why hoard so much? Chen Luo expressed a desire to engage in a different approach to life, envisioning the establishment of a stronghold, assuming the role of a leader, and exploring whether he could conquer this apocalyptic realm. Chapter 1. Stockpiling 10,000 tons of pork. Mr. Chun, the 100 buckets of fried chicken you requested have been delivered, as per your instructions. On a narrow road near the outskirts, Chen Luo glanced at the delivery vehicle and commanded, "Load it onto my truck and stack it neatly." The vehicle he prepared was a small cargo truck, more than sufficient to accommodate the 100 buckets of fried chicken. The delivery personnel, having savored their fare, responded with a smile. Originally, they did not offer loading services, but given the generous payment Chen Luo provided, they obliged such an order had taken half a month to fulfill. No sooner had the delivery of fried chicken departed than the roasted duck delivery arrived. Mr. Chun, the 100 roasted ducks you requested have arrived. After both groups of delivery personnel left, Chen Luo surveyed his surroundings, climbed into the truck bed, and then, astonishingly, the freshly delivered fried chicken and roast. The ducks vanished. IT has not disappeared, rather. It has entered Chen Luo's unique space of abilities. He must clear out space in the vehicle, as there are still numerous deliveries to be made. This extraordinary realm is not vast, spanning merely the size of 20 soccer fields and rising to a height of 20 meters. Within this space, time comes to a standstill even after 2 decades. Any piece of fried chicken or roasted duck retrieved will remain impeccably fresh, exuding warmth. What is the most coveted resource in the apocalypse? It is supplies, or more precisely, food. As the saying goes, people regard food as paramount. Who can endure without sustenance? In this wretched apocalypse, resources have become exceedingly scarce, and even Chen Luo, known as the Void King, often endures hunger. The food available is either decades past its expiration date or consists of bitter and sour mutated meat. After 27 days, for reasons unknown, the apocalypse erupted, transforming 80% of humanity into zombies. Of the remaining population, at least 90% met their demise at the hands of the undead. The fortunate survivors began to evolve, albeit at varying paces, developing extraordinary abilities, some physical, some elemental, and others mental. Chen Luo possesses the exceedingly rare spatial ability, with a talent so formidable that he is dubbed the Void King, capable of overpowering any adversary. With his mastery of void walking, Chen Luo's capacity for survival is unparalleled, and his combat prowess is exceptional. When faced with danger, he can swiftly escape through the void. As he continues to survive, Chen Luo realizes that it seems he has outlasted all other survivors the world is now led only with increasingly bizarre monsters, with no fellow humans in sight. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, where the human heart is inscrutable, the solitude of being utterly, while alone, is profoundly overwhelming. Chen Luo, unable to bear this isolation, deemed life devoid of meaning and chose to bury himself in a pit. It was not that he could not survive, rather, he simply wished to cease existing. Upon awakening, Chen Luo discovered that he had been reborn. The extraordinary space he had cultivated in his previous life remained intact, allowing him to access resources freely. However, all other supernatural abilities had vanished. Pondering the bewildering events that had unfolded, Chen Luo found himself disinclined to delve deeper into the matter. In this world, the one thing that must not be forsaken is the indulgence in exquisite cuisine. Thus, he promptly set out to stockpile provisions. 3 minutes later, a voice announced, "Mr. Chun, your ordered dishes have arrived." Chen Luo had meticulously selected several renowned restaurants famed for their culinary delights, requesting them to deliver 100 meticulously packed servings of his favorite dishes. These included sauerkraut fish, chicken stewed with mushrooms, beer duck, sweet and sour ribs, and braised Crucian carpal crafted by skilled chefs. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, it was absurd to even witness the presence of such dishes, let alone savor them. Craving a meal, in dreams, everything is abundant. Even a mere loaf of bread could incite fierce conflict. Chen Luo had once engaged in a bloody battle over a single sausage. Should anyone offer a hearty dish, Chen Luo would acquiesce to any request, for the longing had become unbearable. Within an hour, 500 sumptuous dishes found their way into Chen Luo's extraordinary space. Prior to the onset of the apocalypse, whenever he had the opportunity, Chen Luo would persistently indulge in such ordering practices. While this method of dining may seem peculiar, Chen Luo remained unfazed, for he neither stole nor plundered. I brought supplies to the welfare home and the construction workers, or perhaps I could indulge myself if I were unwell. If it weren't for the peculiar nature of ordering 1,000 portions and the inefficiency of these hotels, Chen Luo would undoubtedly purchase even more. At that moment, the phone rang. Mr. Chun, the first batch of 2,000 tons from your order of 10,000 tons of pork is nearing the cold storage. Would you like to come and take a look? Indeed, Chen Luo had ordered 10,000 tons of pork, but that was not all. There were also 2,000 tons each of beef and lamb, as well as 5,000 tons of chicken and duck. And fish. After the apocalypse, cooking was not an impossibility. With fresh ingredients, anything could be prepared. Not long after the cataclysm, power outages rendered food preservation futile. It was only 2 years later that Chen Luo acquired the ability to manipulate a spatial anomaly. By then, what ingredients would remain for him to preserve? How much could be loaded onto a small truck in successive waves? Most importantly, the cost-effectiveness was not favorable. Pork was inexpensive, and it was the most consumed meat among the populace. Hence, Chen Luo stockpiled the most of it. At a wholesale price of 9.6 yuan per gene, 10,000 tons would amount to less than 200 million yuan. If not for insufficient funds, Chen Luo would have aspired to hoard 100,000 tons. Chen Luo sighed. What fortunate times we are in. If it had been 2 years ago, when the prices of pork approached 50, it would have been quite challenging to stock up, even with ample funds. Once the supplies were complete, Chen Luo planned to find a suitable opportunity to transfer them all into a spatial anomaly. Upon arriving at the cold storage, Mr. Wang, the representative of the trading company handling Chen Luo's substantial order, greeted him with a broad smile. Chen Luo stated, "Once the unloading is complete, I will proceed to transfer the funds at the bank." Mr. Wang smiled even more broadly, responding, "No rush, no rush." Chen Luo merely chuckled, not taking it to heart. For this batch of goods, he had paid a deposit of 10%, with an arrangement to pay 70% upon delivery and the remaining 30% due a month later. Ideally, Chen Luo wished to manipulate the situation to his advantage without any initial investment. However, he was not well acquainted with them, and Mr. Wang lacked the financial capacity to provide any upfront funding. He called over the hired butchers, Lao Zhang and Lao Li, saying, "Lao Zhang, Lao Li, keep a keen eye. Do not allow them to deceive us with decades-old frozen meat." Lao Zhang, his face jiggling with layers of fat, replied with a grin, "Chun, rest assured, after decades of butchering pigs, I could discern the freshness of pork with just a glance." Chen Luo jested, "Having lived for over 20 years, I can tell whether there's electricity in a circuit by simply touching it." The group paused for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. "Chun, you are quite the humorist." Once the goods were unloaded, Chen Luo and Mr. Wang from the trading company proceeded to the bank to finalize the transaction. Just as they bid farewell, his phone rang again. A frantic voice erupted from the device. "Chen Luo, you sold shares worth over 3 billion for just 1 billion? Such a monumental decision. And you didn't even consult me? Do you have no regard for your elder?" Chapter 2. The top dog of the Thunder Element. Selling shares valued at 30 billion for merely 10 billion, was this not the epitome of folly? These shares were bequeathed to Chen Luo by his parents, originally constituting 42% of the Chen Group. Over 6 years, his shareholding had dwindled from 42 to 17%. The initial worth of these shares was over 70 billion, yet they now held only a value of 30 billion. The development of the conglomerate necessitates financing. It is understandable that equity shares may diminish. However, it is utterly unacceptable for the value to plummet rather than appreciate. Chen Luo's uncle, Chen Jinan, under the guise of investment, has engaged in reckless losses. On the surface, it appears as if he is incurring deficits, but in reality, the funds lost merely find their way into another of Chen Jian's pockets. In his previous life, during the onset of the apocalypse, Chen Luo was but a naive 20-year-old, inexperienced in the ways of the world. Despite his awareness of the situation, he found himself at a disadvantage against the cunning Chen Jian, unable to escape his grasp. Chen Jian's refusal to cooperate meant that Chen Luo could only sell to others. Yet, the moment Chen Luo hinted at divesting his shares, Chen Jian would inevitably stall, employing every means possible to suppress the price, reducing Chen Luo's potential earnings to less than $1 billion. This would also squander considerable time. Though there remains nearly a month before the impending apocalypse, Chen Luo cannot afford to waste precious moments on this matter. Without funds, who would sell anything to him? Lacking the luxury to dally with Chen Jian, Chen Luo sought out a powerful young aristocrat, offering to sell 30 billion in shares for a mere 10 billion, with the stipulation that payment be made by the following day. This maneuver was akin to inviting danger into his midst. For a scion with substantial connections, agreeing to Chen Luo's terms would undoubtedly yield profits, at least 10 billion, from this transaction. When Chen Jian learned of this development, could he remain composed? Furiously, Chen Jian demanded over the phone, "Come to the group, we must discuss this in person." Although Chen Luo was reluctant to meet Chen Jian, he acquiesced, for without doing so, he would find no peace in the coming month. "Chen Luo, if you are being threatened, just blink your eyes." Chen Jian displayed an expression of profound sorrow before Chen Luo. Indeed, it was heart-wrenching. If he had a few more years to operate, he could have ensured that Chen Luo left with nothing now. However, Chen Luo had been sold outright. This was a breach of their agreement. Yet did it matter to certain individuals? Chen Luo exhibited respect towards his elder, while a tremendous intent to kill surged within him. 6 years prior, his parents had perished in a car accident due to brake failure, a scheme orchestrated by none other than Chen Jian's own uncle, his blood relative. This was explicitly stated by Chen Jian's son, Chen Fei, in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Chen Luo smiled faintly. "Uncle, no one is threatening me. I have a premonition that pork prices will soar once more. 50 per pound is not a mere fantasy. With the billion I've invested in pork, it could escalate to 5 billion. No, let's aim higher. 100 per pound is not out of the question." Chen Luo was not being deceitful indeed. In the post-apocalyptic world, who could still purchase food with money? 100,000 per pound. Let's see if anyone would sell to you. Chen Jian listened, his mouth agape as he regarded Chen Luo. Was this not sheer insanity? How could he dare to dream such a thing? He had not been this foolish before. After the initial shock, Chen Jian chuckled softly. While Chen Luo might not be the brightest, he was not foolish to such an extent. With a serious tone, Chen Jian offered, "Little Luo, how about selling it to me for 1.5 billion? Chen Luo was preoccupied, his phone ringing again. Displaying an apologetic expression, he moved to the window to answer the call. Upon seeing the contact name, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be? A voice from a young woman emanated from the phone. "Mr. Chen, we have made some progress in locating the black-haired Chinese rural dog you entrusted us to find, which is missing one ear. I have sent you a photo. Please confirm if it is the one you lost." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo's breath quickened. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, some idle but well-meaning individuals ranked the abilities of the various supernatural practitioners. The foremost among the spatial abilities was, naturally, Chen Luo himself. The top practitioner of fire was a figure known as the Blood Rose, the Spirit Flame Princess. The leader in the realm of lightning was a dog referred to as the Lightning King. While some humans had transformed into zombies, others evolved to gain powers. This phenomenon also applied to flora and fauna. Non-zombified creatures occasionally exhibited supernatural abilities, albeit animals generally possessed lesser potential than humans, though exceptions existed, such as the Lightning King. This was a dog that had not succumbed to zombification, a living specimen indeed, and many sought to capitalize on it. However, none succeeded, except for Chen Luo, who alone managed to impose his will upon it. Thus, the title of Lightning King was bestowed upon it. The second-ranked lightning practitioner, known as the Frenzied Thunder, was indignant, questioning the legitimacy of counting a dog among the ranks. "How absurd! I am ranked lower than a mere dog. Subsequent events would illustrate that indeed, he was inferior to the dog. The Lightning King was a stray, and Chen Luo had heard rumors of a black dog, missing an ear, spotted in a dog meat restaurant in the City of Magic before the apocalypse. It seemed to be the Lightning King. Upon his rebirth, Chen Luo became determined, commissioning a search, offering a reward of 1 million for its recovery. This is no less than a certain principal searching for his beloved dog. Chen Luo promptly checked his phone, and indeed, the other party had sent a photograph of a black Chinese rural dog, appearing somewhat listless, with sorrowful eyes. Chen Luo's pupils contracted, having ambushed the Thunder King multiple times and ultimately becoming its executioner. He was all too familiar with it. There was no help for it. Chen Luo had a profound craving for dog meat. After indulging, he instantly regretted it lacking the necessary spices and culinary skills. He could only boil it in water and add a pinch of salt. The taste was simply exquisite. The black dog in the photograph bore a striking resemblance to the Thunder King, the absence of its left ear serving as irrefutable evidence. A smile crept across Chen Luo's face. "Oh, Thunder King, in this lifetime, I shall never lack for food. How about we become companions? I promise to treat you well and provide you with delicious sustenance. Wait for me. I shall rescue you, and I hope you will acknowledge me as your master." Chapter 3. Spirit of the Enigmatic. Having stowed away his phone, Chen Luo was eager to rescue the Thunder King. He called out, "Uncle, I'm off now." Chen Jianan did not deter him. Squinting as he observed Chen Luo hastily departing, the Chen group was no longer connected to him. Upon exiting Chen Jianan's office, Chen Luo paused momentarily. Both father and son from the Chen family had been fortunate they had survived the apocalypse. Chen Fei had even awakened a commendable supernatural ability, relying on the employees of the Chen group to establish a formidable faction with considerable strength. There would be no second chance in this lifetime. They were destined to perish on the day the world ended, as I have stated. Not long after Chen Luo departed, Chen Fei entered Chen Jianan's office. Chen Fei, tall and robust, hurriedly remarked, "I have discovered that Chen Luo recently ordered a substantial quantity of supplies." Chen Jianan lit a cigarette, his irritation palpable. "He claims to have stockpiled 1 billion worth of pork. Damn it, this has disrupted my plans." Chen Fei, somewhat taken aback, replied, "But to my knowledge, he only placed an order for 10,000 tons of pork, amounting to nearly 200 million. Chen Jianan sneered. "Chen Luo is not that foolish. It seems he has realized my intent to acquire his shares and has created an excuse. I simply did not anticipate that he would resort to such drastic measures. What sane individual would willingly sell 30 billion worth of shares for a mere 10 billion? I underestimated him." Seeing that they were alone, Chen Fei leaned closer to Chen Jianan and whispered, "Father, should we consider making him disappear? With his parents gone, if he were to die, we would be the primary heirs to his estate." Chen Jianan waved his hand dismissively. "Xiao Fei, regarding past events, we had nothing back then and could afford to take risks. Now that our fortune approaches 10 billion, there's no need to gamble for that 10 billion. If we were caught, the consequences would be dire." Chen Fei muttered under his breath, "This fool, does he think it's the end of the world? Hoarding such vast supplies won't lead to his ruin." Meanwhile, Chen Luo was in search of the Lightning Law King, enlisting the services of 2 private detectives. If he were to offer a bounty personally, he would be inundated with inquiries from the curious, the greedy, and the fraudulent, each more bothersome than the last. After nearly an hour of driving, Chen Luo arrived at the designated meeting location. Upon alighting from the vehicle, a man and a woman approached him. The man, a private investigator named Wang Ming, exuded an air of astuteness, while the woman, his assistant, and he, our early 20s, regarded Chen Luo with an intense gaze. In youth, affluence, and striking good looks, it was hardly surprising that he captivated her attention. Chen Luo, foregoing pleasantries, inquired directly, "Where is it?" Wang Ming replied with a smile, "Mr. Chen, please follow me." Having entered into a contract with Chen Luo, Wang Ming was unperturbed by the prospect of Chen Luo defaulting, having conducted prior investigations that revealed Chen Luo's substa. Initial holdings in the Chen group, amounting to billions clearly, a wealthy heir unlikely to abscond with a mere million. Presently, the Thunder King was confined within a dog meat restaurant, which perhaps explained its sorrowful demeanor. Its innate wisdom hinted at the grim reality of its potential. Fate perhaps tomorrow, or even this very evening. The dog meat restaurant was conveniently located nearby, a logical choice for their rendezvous. Moments later, Chen Luo arrived at a restaurant named Weirdo. It was afternoon, although the establishment remained open. It was evident that no patrons were present. Two large iron cages stood at the entrance, each containing 5 local dogs, awaiting the grim fate of being slaughtered upon customer request. The Thunder King was among them. Chen Luo's attention was immediately drawn to the Thunder King. Despite lacking striking features or a formidable presence, the creature's listless demeanor evoked a sense of pity. The once mighty Thunder King now appeared as a mere shadow of its former self, a pitiful sight amidst the desolation of its current state. As Chen Luo fixed his gaze upon it, the Thunder King seemed to sense his scrutiny, lifting its head with a sudden tremor. Ahem! It is evident that one cannot possess the foresight to know that the individual before them would ultimately become their devourer. A shudder coursed through its body, purely out of fright. What else could one do at a dog meat restaurant? Gazing intently at it, how could the wise one remain unperturbed? Chen Luo's heart brimmed with excitement at the Thunder King. He might very well become the master of the Thunder King. Such a thought was simply delightful. The space-based ability was not particularly formidable in its initial stages, and the powerful skill of void walking could not be swiftly mastered. However, the Thunder King could compensate for his earlier deficiencies in combat prowess. In times of conflict, he could unleash the Thunder King and simply release the hounds. Outside the door stood 3 individuals, and the attendant of the dog meat restaurant stepped out to inquire, "Are you 3 here to dine?" Chen Luo's expression suddenly turned sharp as he commanded, "Where's your boss? Bring your boss out." Wang Ming felt a sense of schadenfreude with Chen Luo's beloved dog appearing in the dog meat restaurant. How could he not stir trouble for the owner? Yet, Wang Ming was perplexed. Would a wealthy, second-generation heir truly keep such a rustic dog? It was indeed quite unrefined, not particularly pleasing to the eye, and it was missing an ear. Looking for trouble? The attendant, merely earning a salary of 3,000, was quite aware of his position. Was it necessary for him to deal with such complications? Decisively, he went to summon the boss. In the interim, Chen Luo fixed his gaze on the Thunder King, displaying a harmless and amiable smile. Before long, the owner of the dog meat restaurant, by air, emerged with a cheerful demeanor and inquired, "What can I do for you 3?" Chen Luo pointed at the Thunder King in the cage, his voice laced with fury as he demanded, "What else do you wish to inquire? Have you dared to steal my dog? If I hadn't discovered this in time, my beloved Dehei would have undoubtedly met a tragic fate." This was nothing short of a blatant falsehood. Chen Luo felt a surge of indignation on behalf of the Thunder King, astonished that anyone would contemplate such a heinous act. It was not a matter of financial concern. He would willingly spend even 100 million for the sake of the Thunder King. Moreover, the thrill of a free meal was undeniably enticing. By air was momentarily taken aback had the dog's owner come to confront him. Throughout his years in the dog meat business, he had encountered such situations on more than one occasion. However, this dog appeared to be astray. By air quickly waved his hands in denial. "This must be a misunderstanding. All my goods are sourced through legitimate channels." With a cold chuckle, Chen Luo retrieved his phone. "Hello, is this the spirit of the demon? I wish to report a dog meat restaurant that is engaged in theft. Their source of dog meat is dubious. In the world of commerce, deceit often lurked in the shadows. Some things simply could not withstand scrutiny." Upon realizing that Chen Luo was about to involve the authorities, By Air immediately capitulated. With a forced smile, By Air released the Thunder King from its cage. There was no leash to restrain it, but By Air thought to himself, "It's your dog, why would you fear it, Raninga?" "Wei." The Thunder King appeared somewhat bewildered. "Dehei? Who are you calling?" Yet, possessing a degree of sentience, it sensed that Chen Luo was its savior and chose not to flee, obediently following behind him. Chen Luo felt a surge of joy indeed. The Thunder King seemed to have stabilized. Chapter 4. Su Deju. Chen Luo opened the car door for the Thunder King. After a moment of hesitation, the Thunder King leapt into the vehicle. Chen Luo cast a satisfied glance before closing the door and turning to Wang Ming, instructing him to send over the card number for the transfer. Chen Luo had no intention of reneging on this payment. Delighted, Wang Ming promptly provided the card number. 1 million truly was a significant sum. especially for someone who wasn't a particularly distinguished private investigator. He hadn't earned such an amount in 2 years, yet here he was, acquiring it in just 2 days. It was indeed easier to earn money from the affluent. After transferring the funds, Chen Luo remarked, "Goodbye for now." Upon seeing the money deposited, Wang Ming excitedly exclaimed, "Young Master Chen, should there be anything in the future, I will certainly handle it splendidly for you." Chen Luo smiled and nodded, departing with the Thunder King. During a brief pause at a red light, Chen Luo glanced at the Thunder King and said playfully, "From now on, I shall call you King." The Thunder King, perplexed by Chen Luo's words, merely responded with a soft bark. Unfazed, Chen Luo believed that after the awakening of its abilities in the apocalypse, the Thunder King's intelligence would be further developed, rivaling that of humans. Otherwise, he would not have succeeded after multiple ambushes. Noticing that the Thunder King was quite dirty, Chen Luo made a special trip to a pet store to purchase some bathing supplies for dogs. As for dog food, he refrained from buying any. Was the Thunder King merely an ordinary dog? It deserved to be treated with the utmost care. Whatever I eat, it shall eat as well. As long as I have something to eat, I will ensure it does not go hungry. In the absence of my own food, I trust that the Thunder King would not allow me to starve either. Due to the extensive search for the Thunder King, it took Chen Luo over an hour to arrive at his doorstep. This was a villa community, a true embodiment of luxury in the bustling metropolis. Every inch of land is invaluable, with each square meter valued at over 300,000. The villa was purchased a decade ago, back when prices were considerably lower. Over the span of 10 years, its value has surged 7 to 8-fold. Currently, Chen Luo's villa is appraised at an astonishing 350 million. On the very day of his rebirth, he promptly mortgaged it, seeking out a group of loan sharks, incurring a hefty interest rate and borrowing 300 million. With a repayment of 330 million due in a month. In a month, your money will become my money, and my house shall remain my house. If you possess the audacity, come and demand it back from me. As he passed the security booth, Chen Luo caught sight of a tall, imposing guard stationed at the entrance. Although he had encountered this guard several times since his rebirth, he couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. The guard, with his thick brows and large eyes, had an endearingly simple face, though perhaps a touch too simple, giving him an appearance of foolishness. His name was Su Daju, a steadfast brother of Chen Luo's from the apocalypse. He possessed extraordinary physical abilities, being nearly indestructible, impervious to blades and bullets alike. However, during a time of scarcity, Chen Luo and Su Daju found themselves cornered. At that moment, Chen Luo had yet to master the art of void walking, and it was Su Daju who delayed their adversaries. Chen Luo managed to escape, but Su Daju was tragically beaten to death. The echoes of Su Daju's furious cries lingered in Chen Luo's ears. Although Chen Luo later avenged his brother, Su Daju had vanished forever. Chen Luo's eyes involuntarily reddened. "Dear brother, in this lifetime, I shall ensure you savor the finest delicacies." Their bond had transformed from brothers in the apocalypse to mere acquaintances in the present. Yet Chen Luo remained patient. When the cataclysm struck, Su Daju would be on duty here once more, and their old camaraderie would be rekindled. Chen Luo halted his vehicle and jestingly remarked, "Daju, after your shift tonight, shall I take you out for some fun?" "Is he serious about this?" Su Daju chuckled. "No? Brother Chen, my mother said that men should not learn bad habits." Chen Luo couldn't help but smile. "What else did your mother say?" Su Daju grinned. "She also said that excessive flattery without cause is either treachery or theft." Chen Luo then led the Law King into his home, where a modest garden and an exquisite villa awaited them. The unfamiliar surroundings made the Law King feel somewhat timid. Chen Luo, undeterred by whether the Law King understood, cheerfully remarked, "From now on, this will be your home. Come, let us start with a bath." The Law King was surprisingly obedient. Although he harbored a slight fear of water, he dutifully allowed Chen Luo to attend to him. As Chen Luo bathed the Law King, his mind began to wander, contemplating what else he should stockpile. If it were merely for himself and his comrades, the provisions he had amassed in his small truck would suffice to last a lifetime. However, in this new life, Chen Luo wished to avoid the same existence as before. If he were the last human on Earth, surrounded solely by monsters, the chilling solitude would be unbearable. Chen Luo yearned for companionship, and thus resolved to establish a sanctuary of sorts. The perils of the apocalypse stem not only from scarcity of sustenance, but also from the threats posed by monsters and other survivors. Although Chen Luo possessed formidable abilities, he was not adept in direct confrontations. Truthfully, If hundreds of powerful ability users were to converge upon him, his only option would be to flee. Why not gather more allies and confront challenges as a united front? In the future, as formidable practitioners of extraordinary abilities emerge, Chen Luo possesses a keen awareness, prompting him to recruit them into his ranks ahead of time. Is it not advantageous for him? With his extraordinary spatial abilities and foresight, it would be a challenge for him not to ascend as the foremost power. Presently, Chen Luo has merely stockpiled a modest quantity of meat. Is this sufficient? Certainly not. He has yet to begin gathering staples, fruits, vegetables, seeds, and more. Of paramount importance is water. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, even water has succumbed to pollution. In the early days of the catastrophe, survivors relied predominantly on bottled and canned purified water for sustenance. Yet this resource was limited and not easily obtainable. After the apocalypse, the most joyous occasions for survivors were perhaps those rainy days. Once the pure water was depleted, the remaining option for survivors was to resort to water tainted with viruses and contaminated by the remains of deceased beings. While such water may not prove fatal to the physically robust survivors, it would stifle the growth of their extraordinary powers. This realization dawned only much later. Initially, without the benefit of extraordinary spatial abilities, Chen Luo was compelled to consume considerable amounts of this virus-laden water. Water, the essence of life, is indeed of utmost importance. Contemplating his forthcoming actions, Chen Luo prepared a bath for the King of Law. Upon emerging from the bath, the king appeared significantly cleaner and slightly more handsome. The king gazed at Chen Luo with a pitiful expression, and Chen Luo, smiling as he patted his head, had yet to provide him with food. Without hesitation, Chen Luo retrieved a serving of sweet and sour ribs from his extraordinary spatial realm, specifically preparing a bowl for the king. The famished king immediately began to devour the meal. Observing the king relishing his food, Chen Luo, despite having eaten quite a bit at noon, found himself salivating after having long suppressed his own hunger. He too took out a portion of sweet and sour ribs to enjoy. As Chen Luo dined, he casually spat out bones, and surprisingly, the king of Dharma imitated him. Amused, Chen Luo remarked, "Ah, even dogs can spit out bones." With that, he too expelled the bone he had finished. Suddenly realizing something, Chen Luo's expression darkened. He cursed himself inwardly. Chapter 5. Hoarding in abundance after the meal. The king of Dharma proved to be rather demanding, and Chen Luo found himself washing the dishes. Once he finished, he picked up his phone, preparing to venture out once more. Though time was plentiful, he believed in the wisdom of early preparation for supplies, which would grant him peace of mind. Chen Luo planned to order a substantial quantity of fruits and vegetables, necessitating a sizable warehouse as a temporary storage facility. Loading the goods onto trucks and waves? It seemed a far-fetched notion. Before departing, Chen Luo deliberately tested the king of Dharma's reaction. Noticing Chen Luo's intent to leave, the king exhibited signs of anxiety. After all, this master treated him well, offering delicious ribs, something he had never tasted in his life. Was he to be abandoned? Would he again face a life of wandering? The king whined softly, nudging Chen Luo's foot with his head. Once in the vehicle, the king of Dharma settled into silence once more. Over the following days, Chen Luo busied himself with searching for warehouses and sourcing supplies, occasionally taking time to stockpile some delectable treats. The pace was relentless, and the balance in his account dwindled rapidly. Yet, Chen Luo felt a sense of satisfaction. Spending money was indeed worthwhile, for otherwise, it was merely worthless paper. Having mortgaged his house for 300 million and sold shares for 1 billion, his expenditure on meat alone amounted to 500 million, initially set at 700 million. But the remaining 200 million would be deferred until after the apocalypse, effectively rendering it unnecessary. In the realm of vegetables, the expenditure amounts to 300 million, predominantly comprising potatoes, cabbage, radishes, tomatoes, an assortment of mushrooms, and leafy greens. This produce has been procured from a myriad of scattered suppliers, none of whom offer credit. While it is feasible to negotiate delays, extending the timeline by 10 days or even half a month is out of the question. Unless, of course, it coincides with the days leading up to the impending apocalypse, when there may not be sufficient time for stockpiling. As for water, Chen Luo has amassed 100 million, all of which consists of purified drinking water. Although water itself holds little monetary value, the containers that house it are indeed valuable. The cost of a bottle of mineral water is merely a little over 20 cents, and after accounting for labor, facilities, and equipment, it is the bottle that commands the true worth. In terms of fruit, Chen Luo has also accumulated 200 million, primarily consisting of apples and oranges, both rich in nutrients, reasonably priced, and available in ample quantities. Chen Luo has gathered a modest amount of various other fruits, but nothing substantial. A plethora of snacks, such as chocolates, candies, potato chips, alongside salt and seeds, have collectively cost Chen Luo an additional 100 million. A sum of 10 million has been allocated for salt, which is sufficient. In total, this has expended 1,200 million. Chen Luo has also incurred considerable cost for renting warehouses and cold storage, along with ready-to-eat meals. Presently, only 50 million remains in Chen Luo's account. With a long sigh, Chen Luo reflects on the arduous task of stockpiling supplies. It is no easy feat, but it is finally nearing completion. The only staple yet to be secured is rice and flour, of which Chen Luo has none. The reasons are twofold: insufficient funds, and Chen Luo has devised a superior strategy. Who possesses the most stored grain? The local granaries, particularly in a sprawling metropolis like Chengdu, are replete with vast reserves of grain. After the apocalypse arrives, Chen Luo fears that his spatial abilities may not suffice to accommodate it all. Chen Luo felt a twinge of regret. Had he known in his previous life the importance of expanding his space for supernatural abilities, he would have done so. Not only food, but other resources such as vegetables and meat could have been stockpiled. A large supermarket holds a considerable amount of supplies. And while others might struggle to gather anything, Chen Luo possessed the advantage of his supernatural space. To facilitate his actions in the post-apocalyptic world, he ordered a batch of high-voltage electric batons, investing significantly in a total of 50 of them. Although these batons would become less effective shortly after the onset of the apocalypse, they proved invaluable in the early stages. After all, zombies have a fear of electricity. As for why he did not purchase knives, they often jammed and required considerable strength to wield, while the electric baton merely needed a gentle touch to incapacitate. Knives necessitate striking the zombie's vital points, whereas the electric baton can make contact with any part of the body. Additionally, he acquired 2 sets of high-tech alloy armor, one tailored to his physique and the other to Su Daju's. Presently, technology had not advanced to a stage where such armor was lightweight. Wearing it would be cumbersome and hinder movement. However, it provided safety, as the initial strength of the zombies would struggle to breach the armor's defenses. Coupled with the electric batons, they formed a formidable combination. Yet, this equipment was only practical in areas with fewer zombies. Should they be overwhelmed, escape would become impossible. As he awaited the arrival of his armor, Chen Luo took the opportunity to purchase 100 high-capacity mobile phones, filling them with movies, novels, and educational materials. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, when connectivity and signal would be non-existent, these phones would still serve a purpose, provided there was power. To ensure this, he also acquired 10 diesel generators. Not out of extravagance, but out of caution against malfunction. Yet another batch of solar panels has been purchased. Chen Luo mused that if he possessed a mobile phone with limitless power capable of connecting to the internet, he could have extended his previous life by an additional 10 or 20 years. A significant quantity of diesel has also been acquired, enabling the use of air conditioning. Gradually, Chen Luo accumulated a selection of walkie-talkies and essential biological supplies, including a rice cooker, an oven, a microwave, and a cast iron pot. In terms of medication, he only procured a few items to treat wounds and prevent infections, as the rest were deemed unnecessary. Concurrently, Chen Luo engaged a culinary instructor. What troubled Chen Luo the most in this apocalyptic world? Despite successfully sourcing ingredients, he could only concoct dishes that were barely palatable. If not for the necessity of survival, he would have had no desire to eat at all. On one occasion, he and Su Daju stumbled upon 3 potatoes and intended to prepare shredded potatoes. However, neither of them knew how to cut them. They exchanged bewildered glances, ultimately resorting to roasting them, only to burn them in the process. With such an abundance of supplies at hand, the lack of culinary skills left them helpless should the need arise in the future. Chen Luo invested a substantial sum of 50,000 yuan to hire a chef for a month. This fee was certainly not trivial. The chef, named Ma Yu, was a striking 25-year-old woman with an air of sophistication. While her appearance was merely satisfactory, she was undeniably pleasing to the eye, with an impressive physique. Chen Luo had sampled Ma Yu's culinary creations and found them exceedingly delightful, far superior to the fare offered at 5-star hotels. Initially, Ma Yu harbored concerns about such a steep price, wondering if her employer might harbor ulterior motives. However, upon meeting Chen Luo in person, her worries dissipated, given his circumstances. What beautiful women outside could possibly resist his charm? Why would he need to expend effort on her? At this moment, Chen Luo was immersed in learning, as Mayu prepared to teach him how to make sweet and sour spare ribs. First, rinse the ribs in cold water to expel the blood and impurities. Then, pour in a generous amount of oil. Chen Luo blushed, pondering where one could find free oil. Mayu, astonished, exclaimed, "Is the oil at your home free? Pouring in so much?" Noticing Chen Luo's amiable nature, Mayu jested lightly. However, despite Mayu's meticulous guidance, the dishes Chen Luo prepared bore no comparison to Mayu's culinary creations. Without Mayu's presence to supervise, the meals Chen Luo attempted would be unfit even for the most discerning palate, not even worthy of being consumed by the royal dog. The royal dog lamented, "I harbor no enmity with my master. Why would you poison me?" Clenching his fists, Chen Luo lamented, "I am simply not cut out for cooking." He cast a hopeful glance at Mayu, acknowledging her remarkable skills. "Your culinary talent is commendable. I have faith in you." Unable to produce a dish himself, he considered enlisting a royal chef, for Mayu's culinary prowess was indeed exceptional. In a previous life, Chen Luo and Mayu were complete strangers, and he remained uncertain whether she would succumb to the fate of becoming a zombie in the impending apocalypse. Her destiny was yet to unfold. Chapter 6. As promised, Chen Luo parked his vehicle at the entrance of an upscale residential community, not far from his home. While gently stroking the soft fur of the royal dog, he quietly observed the activity at the community's entrance, awaiting the arrival of someone significant. Just as boredom began to set in, Chen Luo's eyes brightened at the sight of two beautiful women emerging from the exit. The elder sister appeared to be in her early 20s, seemingly of a similar age to Chen Luo, while the younger one appeared to be around 17 or 18. They resembled a pair of sisters, and indeed, they were. The elder sister possessed striking features, a rare beauty that captivated the eye. The younger sister, vibrant and alluring, is by no means inferior to her elder sibling. Her delicate and demure appearance evokes an instinctive sense of affection. Chen Luo felt a stirring warmth within. A graceful maiden undoubtedly attracts the attention of a gentleman. Such beauty is universally admired, unless one possesses an abnormal disposition, either psychologically or physiologically. However, if it were merely superficial beauty, Chen Luo would not have the inclination to linger. The bond between these sisters transcends mere aesthetics. The elder sister, Mi Ling, and the younger sister, Mi Li, are remarkable in their own rights. Following the apocalypse, Mi Ling harnessed the formidable power of fire, establishing herself as the foremost fire wielder known to Chen Luo, also recognized as the Scarlet Rose Flame Princess. Her name, imbued with the character for spirit, signifies her mastery over flames, earning her the moniker of Flame Princess. Mi Ling is additionally known as the Scarlet Rose. A rose with thorns is perilous to approach, and the term scarlet denotes her fiery temperament. Yet, beyond her volatile nature lies an equally striking figure. As for her sister Mi Li, Chen Luo perceives her as even more exceptional. Though her combat abilities are modest, as she does not belong to a fighting profession but rather serves as a healer, a supportive role. It is rumored that she may wield resurrection magic in the later stages. Such divine capabilities are hard to resist. If compelled to choose between Mi Ling and Mi Li, one might scoff. Children make choices. These sisters are irresistible in every sense, though it is not the time to approach them foolishly, for that would merely be akin to a sycophant. Chen Luo took out his phone and called the private investigator, Wang Ming, with whom he had previously collaborated. "I give you 3 days to obtain their information. Most importantly, I wish to know their culinary preferences. Whatever they enjoy, I shall procure. To capture a woman's heart, one must first win her stomach." Wang Ming eagerly assented, finding such matters exceedingly simple given his expertise. Observing Mi Li whimsically shaking Mi Ling's arm, Mi Ling revealed a tender smile, and the two gradually departed. Chen Luo chuckled softly before following suit. In less than 3 days, by the afternoon of the next day, Wang Ming had forwarded the profiles of Mi Ling and Mi Li to Chen Luo. Mi Ling had a penchant for Sichuan cuisine and favored grapes, while Mi Li delighted in fish, particularly braised pig trotters, and preferred watermelons. Chen Luo awoke from his reverie, contemplating that the flavor of braised dishes was indeed quite delightful, and he resolved to stock up on some. Time swiftly progressed to May 28th, with only 5 days remaining until the onset of the apocalypse. The armor and electric batons Chen Luo had ordered arrived in succession. The armor, gleaming silver, comprised 2 full sets, one designated for Chen Luo and the other for Su Dezhu. The armor was notably heavy. Chen Luo's set, relatively smaller, weighed approximately 45 pounds. Wearing it demanded considerable physical exertion, yet it promised enhanced safety. Chen Luo had also contemplated utilizing a plush costume or combat attire. However, the plush costume proved cumbersome compared to the armor, while the lower-tier combat suits offered little utility. And he lacked access to the superior variants. In terms of defense, neither could rival the strength of the armor. In the ensuing days, Chen Luo diligently acclimated himself to the armor. The electric batons, procured through a security company, cost him around 40,000 each. The high voltage they emitted could incapacitate an individual in an instant, and a mere few seconds of contact could be lethal. A total of 50 batons were acquired. Though cumbersome for others to wield, Chen Luo, possessing a unique spatial ability, could easily rotate their usage, effortlessly dispatching hundreds of zombies in one fell swoop. Additionally, he purchased a heavy-duty truck measuring 13 meters in length, which he stationed near the cold storage facility. On the evening of June 2nd, Chen Luo transferred all the remaining supplies he had hoarded, except for the meat stored in the cold storage, into the alternate space. Even if someone were to notice the mysterious disappearance of the supplies, he would dismiss their concerns, thinking, "These are my possessions. What concern is it of yours?" The apocalypse was set to erupt the following day. That night, Chen Luo tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep. If I were to be reborn, would this damned apocalypse truly not come? If it does not arrive, I stand to incur a significant loss on my stockpiled goods. Perhaps it is best if it does not come. Let me be the sacrifice for the greater good of humanity. Even if I suffer a great loss, I could still be a wealthy man, living comfortably in a prosperous world. Why must I endure a merciless apocalypse? The next morning, Chen Luo awoke early. His emotions in turmoil. The apocalypse was predicted to strike around 9:20 a.m. By 8 o'clock a.m., well acquainted with Chen Jianan's habits, Chen Luo knew that his uncle would not arrive at the company until 9 o'clock a.m., likely enjoying breakfast at that moment. Chen Luo took out his phone and dialed Chen Jianan's number. "Uncle," Chen Luo said respectfully, "there is a matter on which I seek your assistance." Feigning sincerity, Chen Jianan replied, "You are my nephew. Naturally, I will help you in any way I can." With a smile, Chen Luo continued, "The situation is this. I am in urgent need of a sum of money. However, as you know, I have invested all my funds in stockpiling pork. I wish to mortgage all my accumulated supplies to you, which are valued at 10 billion. I only wish to borrow 500 million. Even brothers must keep accounts clear." He added, "Uncle, let us draft an agreement. I shall borrow for 1 month, and upon maturity, I will repay you 600 million. Should I fail to repay, the supplies will be yours to claim." Chen Jianan, puzzled, inquired, "What urgent need drives you to require such a large sum?" Chen Luo nonsensically proclaimed, "Based on my observations, virtual currencies are poised for a significant surge, potentially multiplying tenfold or even eightfold. An investment of 500 million could transform into 5 billion. Uncle, if you believe in me, join me in this venture." Chen Jianan chuckled, "I trust you, not at all. I fear I might lose my entire capital. Would you dare to engage with such a gamble?" However, Chen Jianan did not outright reject the proposal. He pondered swiftly, regardless of whether Chen Luo profited or incurred losses. He himself would not face any detriment. It was highly likely that Chen Luo would suffer considerable losses, potentially losing everything. In that case, he could convert 500 million into 10 billion worth of goods. Although Chen Jianan was not optimistic about Chen Luo's accumulation of resources, selling off 10 billion worth of goods for 8 billion should not pose a challenge. This transaction was indeed feasible. Chen Jianan smirked, reminding himself not to be surprised if Chen Luo turned against him when the tides turned unfavorably. Chen Luo continued, "Uncle, please await my arrival at your home. I intend to discuss this matter in person, and I miss Fij. Let us bring him along." Chen Jianan readily agreed, recognizing that such a significant issue could not simply be resolved over the phone, and that money could not be lent so casually without prior investigation. After hanging up, a cold expression crossed Chen Luo's face. The agreement was set, and on the day of the apocalypse, they would meet their demise. Chapter 7. Why does this meat taste so numb? The apocalypse is destined to unfold around 9:20 in the morning on Thursday, with no more than a 3-minute deviation. The timing of such a monumental event is indelibly etched in Chen Luo's memory. Forgetting it is simply impossible. 9:20 is not a weekend, but rather the midst of a workday. In his previous life, Chen Jianan was at the Chen Group's skyscraper when the calamity erupted, with over 1,000 employees in attendance. Yet, fewer than 100 managed to survive. While the number may seem small, it is not insignificant. Chen Jianan holds considerable prestige within the Chen group. And with Chen Fei awakening a remarkable ability, he seized control of this faction as a foundation for growth. Although their strength later proved to be mediocre, it ultimately fell to Chen Luo. Chen Luo could not eliminate Chen Jianan and his son at the Chen building due to its bustling location. After the apocalypse erupted, zombies surged like a tide. Such risks could be taken, yet they were unnecessary. It would be far more prudent to ensure Chen Jianan's demise within the safety of his own home. Residing in an affluent area where the population is sparse would allow Chen Luo to escape unscathed after the act. Timing was crucial. The attack would only commence after the outbreak. If it failed to occur, he would unwittingly become a murderer. In the chaos of crumbled order, who would concern themselves with his actions? Thus, Chen Luo made a strategic call. Greedy Chen Jianan, seeing an opportunity, would undoubtedly comply, and Chen Fei resided with him. Both of these men had to perish. Accompanied by the Law King, Chen Luo ventured forth. After the apocalypse, it was likely that the Law King would awaken his lightning abilities. As Chen Luo drove to the checkpoint, he encountered Su Dezhu on guard. Rolling down his window, Chen Luo, with a grave expression, remarked, "Dezhu, I feel an unsettling premonition. Something seems amiss. Please be vigilant around 9 o'clock. Su Dezhu, momentarily taken aback, nodded in agreement. Understood, Brother Chen. Though he appeared simple-minded, he was merely lacking in guile, with an entirely normal intellect. Surely, no one would presume that a high-end residential area like Chen Luo's would employ a fool as a security guard. Furthermore, Su Dezhu was a veteran. Even if he had not awakened any powers after the apocalypse, 5 of the current Chen Luo would not stand a chance against him. Chen Luo nodded slightly. There were not many homeowners around, and the number of people was scarce. Su Dezhu stood guard outside, maintaining a safe distance from others. As the transformation into a zombie took a mere 10 seconds, Su Dezhu was surely capable of responding in time. In his previous life, Su Dezhu had lived quite well. However, Chen Luo felt uneasy and decided to give a little nudge. Chen Luo began his journey to Chen Jianan's residence. Along the way, he dawdled intentionally, planning to delay his arrival until 9 o'clock. At Chen Jianan's home, he took a sip of tea and remarked to Chen Fei, "That boy Chen Luo actually intends to speculate in virtual currency. He truly has no fear of death." To Chen Jianan's surprise, Chen Fei sided with Chen Luo, lamenting, "Back then, virtual currencies were merely a few cents each. Who could have predicted they would soar to over 60,000? A 100-fold increase. If it weren't for you, Dad, forbidding me from engaging, I would have certainly given it a whirl." It is only natural for Chen Luo to wish to take a gamble. Chen Jianan scoffed. What real value does that hold? It merely exploits the unsuspecting. He acknowledged that there was still a profitable venture to be had. But it was essential to ascertain whether the stockpiled goods of Chen Luo were genuinely worth 10 billion. Chen Fei chuckled. A lucrative opportunity presented right at our doorstep. Who would turn it down? Chen Jianan pondered. Could there be a deception at play? Does Chen Luo know I have taken advantage of him and now wishes to involve me in a profitable scheme? Chen Fei snorted. I understand the psychology behind trading currencies. It is akin to gambling. He is in urgent need of money and knows few people. It is unlikely anyone can muster 500 million in a short time to seek us out. Let him dare to deceive us. He won't survive the consequences. At 9 minutes past 9, Chen Luo arrived, greeted by the household maid who opened the door. Chen Fei approached warmly, embracing Chen Luo tightly, leaving Chen Luo with a sensation akin to suffocation. Chen Luo, it's only you, my timid cousin. Otherwise, I would join you in your endeavors. If you happen to profit from trading cryptocurrencies, do not forget your cousin, he jested. Chen Luo replied with a smile, of course, I would not forget. If I earn 1 billion, I shall certainly gift you a supercar. Chen Jianan then rose and inquired, Xiao Luo, have you eaten yet? Shall I have the servants prepare something? Chen Luo, having no inclination to refuse, responded, that would be splendid. I arrived in such haste that I have not eaten at all. As Chen Luo animatedly boasted about the lucrative potential of virtual currency trading, the servants brought breakfast, revealing that it was already 9:15 a.m. Chen Luo devoured the food ravenously. Suddenly, a pained scream echoed from the maid's quarters. Chen Fei, puzzled, replied with an acknowledgement. Chen Luo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could the apocalypse have arrived? It seemed that both of them would indeed meet their demise today. Rising with a curious expression, Chen Luo declared, I shall take a look. If an ambulance is needed, I can assist my cousin. As Chen Fei approached the maid's room and opened the door, he was immediately struck with terror, letting out a scream. Inside, the maid, in her 40s, was disheveled, blood streaming from her orifices, her face and neck smeared with crimson, rendering her a ghastly sight. Chen Fei, a robust adult male, was paralyzed in disbelief, his scalp tingling, and his legs trembling at the horrifying scene before him. The maid, upon spotting Chen Fei at the doorway, lunged towards him with the fervor of a fly drawn to filth. Following her transformation, her strength had surged dramatically, though her speed had considerably diminished. Chen Fei quickly reacted, attempting to shut the door and trap the soon-to-be zombie maid inside the room. However, a hand intervened, halting his action. Simultaneously, a sinister smile emerged on Chen Luo's face as he retrieved an electric baton from his spatial power, flicking the switch to activate it with a low hum. Without a shred of compassion, Chen Luo pressed the baton firmly against Chen Fei's back. This high-voltage electricity is no joke, Chen Fei exclaimed, his body convulsing violently before succumbing to unconsciousness. Had Chen Luo maintained the pressure of the baton for a prolonged period, Chen Fei would have been electrocuted to death. However, upon seeing Chen Fei lose consciousness, Chen Luo released his grip, refraining from electrocution. Why? Because there stood a zombie before them. The flesh and blood of the living holds a fatal allure for low-level zombies. As long as they have a morsel to consume, they often overlook other living beings. Should Chen Fei be electrocuted or devoured alive? The latter, of course. Though Chen Fei was unconscious, he did not collapse, for Chen Luo supported him from behind. The zombie maid effortlessly lunged at Chen Fei, sinking her teeth into his face. With a horrifying crunch, a chunk of flesh was torn from Chen Fei's visage. After transforming into a zombie, her biting force underwent a remarkable transformation. The maid zombie ravenously swallowed the flesh, yet found the taste unexpectedly numbing. Had an excessive amount of chili been added? Chapter 8. Crystal Chen Jianan had been observing the situation intently, yet remained seated. Witnessing such a sudden turn of events, he sprang to his feet. While he should have felt a sense of shock, the sight of his beloved son in such a dire predicament instinctively propelled him towards Chen Luo. Chen Jianan shouted hoarsely, "Chen Luo, what are you doing?" Grabbing the purple clay teapot, he charged towards Chen Luo. With a cold smirk, Chen Luo extended the electric baton toward him. Instinctively, Chen Jianan attempted to block the blow. "Oh, what is the matter? Isn't your insulator supposed to be non-conductive?" Chen Jianan collapsed instantly, his head striking the tea table with a heavy thud. There exists a pain that is agonizing to witness. As Chen Luo observed the copious blood streaming from the back of Chen Jianan's head, he let out a cry of distress. Truly, it was painful. Chen Jianan succumbed to unconsciousness, and a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air. Chen Fei, suffering from facial mutilation, awakened from the excruciating pain. However, he found himself pinned to the ground by a zombie maid. Under such circumstances, had Chen Fei not been electrocuted by Chen Luo, his robust physique might have afforded him a chance to resist. Yet, weakened and numb from the shock, he lacked the strength to contend with the formidable zombie. Regardless of her former identity as a woman, the zombie maid paid no heed to Chen Luo, prioritizing her own hunger. Chen Fei struggled, pleading, "Chen Luo, father, save me." Chen Luo, feigning surprise, replied, "I have no such wretched son. Your father lies on the ground." He refrained from cursing, for the zombie maid had silenced him with her mouth. Then, with a brutal tug, she tore away Chen Fei's upper lip, leaving a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. Chen Luo clicked his tongue, thinking such a thrilling spectacle could not be enjoyed alone. He turned towards the kitchen, filled a basin with water, and splashed it onto Chen Jianan's face, vigorously fanning his cheeks. As Chen Jianan groggily awakened, he was met with a scene that threatened to shatter his sanity. Chen Jianan struggled to rise and save Chen Fei, but Chen Luo merely lowered the voltage of the electric baton, leaving Chen Jianan in a state of paralysis without losing consciousness. The water on Chen Jianan's body amplified the sensation of the electric current, rendering the experience almost pleasurable. Despite his repeated attempts to break free, Chen Jianan was firmly restrained by Chen Luo. In desperation, he pleaded, "Chen Luo, Chen Fei is your own cousin. Please help him. I confess, I secretly undermined your shares, but Chen Fei knows nothing of this. He is innocent." Chen Luo scoffed, "What other wrongs have you committed against me? If it were merely for money, I would not resort to such extreme measures. The enmity of our parents is unforgivable. Any form of retribution would be too lenient." A wave of dread washed over Chen Jianan. Did Chen Luo discover that incident? With a firm grip, Chen Luo seized Chen Jianan by the neck, compelling him to gaze upon the grim fate that awaited Chen Fei. As Chen Fei's breath grew weaker and his cries diminished, Chen Jianan bellowed, "Chen Luo, save Chen Fei now, and I may choose not to report you. Otherwise, you will face dire consequences." At that moment, Chen Jianan remained oblivious to the apocalyptic reality that had descended upon them, mistakenly believing that the maid had contracted a terrifying illness or that Chen Luo had drugged him. Chen Luo, unfazed, occasionally brushed the electric baton across Chen Jianan's face. Despair enveloped Chen Jianan. It was clear that Chen Luo was resolute in his intent to eliminate both him and his son. "You heartless wretch! You dare to take the lives of your own uncle and cousin, surpassing even the vilest of creatures." Chen Luo's visage contorted in rage as he forcefully struck Chen Jianan across the face. "You treacherous wretch! My father, seeing your utter lack of accomplishment, benevolently brought you into the Chen group, and yet you conspired against him. How dare you utter such words?" The maid zombie had already severed Chen Fei's neck, leaving Chen Jianan devoid of any hope. He had devoted his entire life to this son, despite his newfound wealth. He had harbored great expectations for Chen Fei and enforced strict discipline. Now, all of that lay in ruins. Chen Jianan had succumbed to madness. I am his elder brother. His true elder brother. I have contributed significantly to his achievements, and what do I receive in return? A mere 10% of the shares. As if I were a beggar. He deserves to die? Chen Luo's gaze turned icy. He had invited calamity into his home. Given the current value of the shares, even 10% amounted to a staggering 1.5 billion. What laborer could ever hope to claim such a fortune? Even 1% would be a distant dream. Human greed knows no bounds. A solitary zombie could not consume two individuals in such a short span. And Chen Luo was unable to command the maid zombie to devour Chen Jianan. Electrocution would be too merciful. With a dagger prepared in his spatial anomaly, Chen Luo plunged it into Chen Jianan, silencing him for good. In the meantime, Chen Fei had been brutally torn apart. Hearing the commotion, the maid zombie, having gorged itself, turned its ravenous attention towards Chen Luo. Zombies were not a new sight for him, particularly the most primitive of their kind. Unfazed, Chen Luo adjusted the electric prod to its maximum voltage. The crackling sound of electricity filled the air, accompanied by a foul stench. This time, Chen Luo maintained the shock for several seconds. The maid zombie emitted a series of wails before falling silent, rendered unconscious. Zombies possess the capacity for pain. Yet they do not experience fear in the same manner as ordinary humans. Their sole emotion revolves around the desire to consume flesh, devoid of any other feelings. They do not comprehend fear, but they are acutely aware of pain. Eliminating them is not particularly challenging. Any means capable of dispatching a human will suffice for a zombie. The only complication is that even with intestines spilling forth or half of their visage missing, they remain relentless in their pursuit. Paralysis and dizziness affect them equally. Chen Luo could not ascertain whether the maid zombie before him was truly deceased. However, it mattered little. He crouched down, retrieved a dagger, and plunged it into the creature's forehead. Now it was indeed lifeless. Zombies have vulnerabilities, and one such weakness lies in the area of the forehead. A deep stab from a sharp implement will result in immediate death. Chen Luo did not cease his actions there. He continued to manipulate the dagger within the brain of the maid zombie, causing a repulsive spray of red and white fluids. Yet, his expression remained tranquil. In his previous life, he had vomited numerous times and had grown accustomed to it. Chen Luo was not a sadist, intent on desecrating the corpse of the maid zombie. Rather, he sought to extract the crystal located in its forehead. Regardless of whether they are endowed with abilities or are mere zombies, a crystal will form at the center of the forehead following the apocalypse. The size and color of the crystal vary according to the nature and strength of the individual's abilities. For fire-affiliated beings, the crystal is red. For wind-affiliated entities, it is a shade of blue. Should a sorcerer awaken their powers, the crystal manifests as purple. The crystal previously extracted from the sorcerer's head was a deep purple, the size of an egg. The maid zombie before him, being of the lowest tier and yet to evolve any abilities, bore a pale white crystal. In the realm of spatial abilities, individuals like Chen Luo possess transparent crystals. Do not misconstrue this. Chen Luo has never witnessed the appearance of his own crystal, having only glimpsed them through the minds of other spatial ability users. Chapter 9. Awakening of Powers. Chen Luo acquired a minuscule, pale white crystal from the forehead of a maid zombie. Such a rudimentary crystal had not graced his sight for quite some time. as these frail and inferior zombies have become increasingly rare over the past 6 months. In fact, by the 12th year hence, any zombie encountered would undoubtedly be of formidable boss caliber. Zombies are continuously evolving and growing stronger. Upon awakening his powers, one can hasten their advancement by absorbing the energy contained within crystals or expedite recovery through energy absorption. Chen Luo recalled that in his previous life, around 10 o'clock, he had suddenly sensed a mysterious energy within his body, yet at that time, he was utterly oblivious to its nature and incapable of wielding it. He placed the pale white crystal into a small box meticulously prepared within his ability space, then proceeded to examine the heads of Chen Jianan and Chen Fei. As anticipated, no crystals were found. Survivors only manifest crystals in their minds post-awakening. Chen Luo was indifferent, even if they had possessed crystals. They would have been of the most inferior quality. The zombies outside were plentiful, and acquiring what he desired would be effortless. Having avenged himself, Chen Luo did not hasten to depart. In approximately half an hour, he would soon awaken his powers, an event that would be accompanied by a brief, intense pain in his head. Thus, it was prudent to await the awakening here. The Fa Wang should also experience his own awakening. Earlier, Chen Luo had instructed that to remain in the car, and now he intended to bring him inside. Before arriving, the sky was remarkably clear. Yet now it is shrouded in darkness, reminiscent of the ominous atmosphere preceding a torrential downpour. Though rain is not imminent, this peculiar weather will persist for 3 days before dissipating. Within the vehicle, the king is filled with unease, for outside lurks a young female zombie. Her gaze fixated upon him, incessantly emitting growls. The king muses, if you possess the ability, then enter, yet you merely bark. Upon noticing Chen Luo, the female zombie redirects her ferocity towards him. The iron gate outside Chen Jianan's residence is exceptionally sturdy, preventing her from gaining entry. Chen Luo chuckles softly, allow me, dear uncle, to liberate you. As he approaches, the female zombie extends her arms, reaching through the gaps in the iron gate in an attempt to seize him. Here's a treat for you, he declares, producing an electric baton and extending it towards her. Oblivious to its nature and devoid of fear, she grasps the baton with her hands. The iron gate rattles violently as the female zombie's body convulses, evidently affected by the electric shock. Within a few seconds, she collapses lifelessly to the ground. Chen Luo exclaims, this electric baton is truly effective. I have liberated you. A modest token of gratitude would not be amiss, would it? Observing the absence of other zombies, he confidently unlocks the iron gate and retrieves a crystal from the center of the female zombie's forehead. The king, witnessing this unsettling scene, is left in awe, exclaiming, Master, how ruthlessly fierce you are. After closing the gate, Chen Luo releases the king from the vehicle and guides him into the building. Upon encountering the remains of Chen Jianan and his companions, the king, experiencing this for the first time, is visibly shaken, clinging tightly to Chen Luo. With time to spare, Chen Luo begins rummaging through the room, searching for anything of interest. Chen Jianan's cherished collection of fine cigarettes and exquisite liquor was completely taken by Chen Luo. Although Chen Luo only smoked occasionally, he was surrounded by many seasoned smokers. For these habitual smokers, the absence of cigarettes was more unbearable than the absence of food. As he leisurely peeled an apple, the startled king of dogs pressed closely against him. Chen Luo chuckled, unfazed. Even dogs possess emotions. Had he not experienced a lifetime, witnessing such a scene would have left him more disconcerted than the king of dogs himself. Just as Chen Luo was about to take a bite of the prepared apple, a purple arc of electricity danced across the king of dogs' dark fur, shocking Chen Luo, who stood adjacent. A spasm coursed through Chen Luo's body, causing the apple he had yet to taste to tumble to the ground. A mixture of surprise and joy washed over him. Had the king of dogs awakened its powers? He jestingly scolded, you rascal, and I, the first to be shocked after your awakening. Chen Luo promptly distanced himself from the king of dogs, wondering how he would cope with another shock. Electric arcs sporadically crackled across the king of dogs' form, its face contorted in pain. Yet, this discomfort subsided after a brief span of mere seconds, leaving the king of dogs in a state of tranquility once more. Chen Luo felt a pang of envy. The potency of supernatural abilities hinged on 2 facets, the time of awakening and the rate of growth. The earlier one awakens, the stronger the talent. Furthermore, the swifter the enhancement of strength, the more formidable the talent becomes. When 2 individuals with differing abilities are granted limitless crystals, their rates of growth invariably diverge. The king of dogs undoubtedly stood as the pinnacle of lightning-based talents, and at this moment, its intelligence had likely been further developed. Chen Luo muttered a curse under his breath, lamenting that humans were indeed inferior to dogs. At that moment, Chen Luo felt an excruciating pain surging in his mind, as if something was manifesting within his head. Yet, a smile graced his face. He thought to himself, I am not lacking either. Although his skull throbbed, Chen Luo remained composed, accustomed to such levels of discomfort. Each advancement in his extraordinary abilities was accompanied by a similar experience. Suddenly, he sensed a mysterious force burgeoning within him. Had it been in his previous life, he would have struggled to harness this power in such a short span. However, now, he had grown exceedingly familiar with it. Extending his hand, Chen Luo gradually channeled the energy into the palm of his hand. A force of spatial energy manifested there, invisible to all, including himself. Only Chen Luo could perceive that he had condensed this spatial force into a transparent orb. With a swift motion, he hurled the orb towards the wall opposite him. Instantly, a fissure approximately a dozen centimeters in diameter appeared, extending about 4 to 5 centimeters deep. The onlooking War King stared in astonishment. Chen Luo, however, shook his head. Such an attack was insufficient to eliminate even the lowest-tier zombie. 2 strikes would be necessary. Furthermore, the spatial orb he had just unleashed consumed nearly a quarter of his extraordinary energy. While the destructive capacity of early spatial abilities was not negligible, it paled in comparison to other powers due to its higher energy expenditure. In the initial stages, spatial abilities were not particularly formidable, only gaining strength in the mid to late stages. Once he mastered void walking, energy pulses, and dimensional blades, his destructive power would rival that of fire and lightning elementalists. With unparalleled survival capabilities, Chen Luo promptly took out the 2 crystals he had just acquired, tightly clasping them in his palm as he began to absorb their energy. Although he could not visually perceive the crystals within his mind, he could certainly sense their presence. After 5 minutes, having fully absorbed the power of both crystals, Chen Luo felt a slight augmentation within the crystal in his mind, now approximately 1/5 larger. With the absorption of around 20 more crystals, the crystal in his mind would undergo a minor transformation, signifying Chen Luo's ascension from a level 1 ability user to a level 2 ability user. Chapter 10. No need for it. The ranks of ability users are classified from 1 to 10, with levels above 10 designated as royal ranks. In his previous life, both the Law King and the Spirit Flame Princess reached the pinnacle of the royal rank. Upon absorbing the Law King's crystal, Chen Luo had ascended to another echelon. Yet, what was the use of such power? There was no food, no drink, no entertainment, and certainly no companionship. Living held no meaning. Death seemed more appealing. Though Chen Luo had grasped the power of abilities, he found that the Law King's energy, which he had only recently acquired, was still foreign to him, and he could not yet control it. Chen Luo instructed, try to concentrate the energy within your throat, gather it for a moment, and then project it in the direction you desire to unleash it. To Chen Luo's surprise, he had anticipated that the Law King would require considerable time to acclimate to his newfound abilities. However, the very next moment, upon hearing Chen Luo's guidance, the Law King attempted it and unleashed a bolt of purple lightning from his mouth, targeting the liquid crystal television on the opposite wall. The screen shattered instantly into a myriad of fragments. Chen Luo was elated. What a splendid companion he had found. Let us proceed to the cold storage and gather the supplies. Chen Luo's cold storage facility for meat, one of the largest in the capital, boasts a staggering capacity of 100,000 tons. However, it is not solely Chen Luo's supplies that are housed within. As he opened the iron gate and sat in his vehicle, the wheels rolled over the body of a young female zombie, and Chen Luo departed with the Law King in tow. This area also features a villa district comprising 100 villas, inhabited by merely a few hundred residents. At this hour, the majority of the homeowners are absent from the complex. Most zombies remain confined within their homes, unable to escape, rendering the sighting of zombies a rare occurrence. When encountering the occasional zombie, Chen Luo does not linger, driving recklessly onward. The matter of advancing to a level 2 ability user is not pressing. The increase in strength is marginal, and he is far from as effective as he is with the electric baton. In this apocalyptic world, while many resources are scarce, zombies are in abundance. Upon reaching the exit, Chen Luo's gaze fell upon a boutique supermarket spanning over 200 square meters. He hesitated momentarily before deciding to stop. After all, one does not leave empty-handed. Rather, one seizes opportunities. This supermarket is quite substantial, with a considerable stock of goods. Spending a few minutes clearing it out is certainly worthwhile. Peering through the car window, Chen Luo noticed several zombies within the supermarket. The establishment is sizable, housing several employees and customers, far more than just a couple of zombies. Armed with an electric baton, Chen Luo feels confident, though he acknowledges the slight risk of injury. Given Chen Luo's cautious nature, would he truly take such a risk? What purpose does the high-priced armor serve otherwise? Without hesitation, he donned the armor. Although it was somewhat cumbersome, it provided a sense of security. Satisfied with his preparation, Chen Luo strode forth confidently, accompanied by the Law King. Chen Luo addressed the Mage King. Attack if you can, but be cautious. Avoid direct confrontation and use agile movements to outmaneuver them. Although the Mage King was not a necessity, Chen Luo wished to hone its skills. Remarkably, the Mage King nodded in a manner reminiscent of a human. As Chen Luo approached the supermarket, he observed 4 zombies gnawing on 2 individuals, whose lifeless bodies were barely intact, blood pooling around them. Once satiated, the zombies would inevitably turn their attention to the approaching survivor. In unison, the 4 zombies lunged towards Chen Luo. Drawing forth 2 electric batons, one in each hand, he incapacitated 2 of the zombies, causing them to convulse violently on the ground. The remaining 2 zombies were met with a thunderous command from the Mage King, who unleashed a bolt of lightning, but it veered off course, leaving the Mage King momentarily perplexed. Chen Luo chuckled softly. Mage King, draw their attention. This was entirely unnecessary. Chen Luo was merely synchronizing with the Mage King. Upon hearing the instruction, the Mage King promptly began to entice the zombies, darting about. The zombies, moving at a pace slower than that of an average person, were no match for the Mage King's swift agility. Though it could have easily evaded the 2 zombies, the Mage King steadfastly drew their ire, allowing Chen Luo to escape their clutches. Simultaneously, the Mage King concentrated on summoning lightning to strike the zombies. Chen Luo strode directly into the supermarket, disregarding the horrific state of the corpses on the floor. His attention was immediately captured by the array of premium cigarettes and liquors lining the cashier's counter. The lowest-grade cigarettes were priced at 31 per pack, completely devoid of any cheap alternatives. Chen Luo's hand glided over them, swiftly transferring each one into his ability space. He then proceeded to the produce section, clearing out high-quality apples, oranges, bananas, grapes, and melons with remarkable efficiency. In the snack area, beverage section, and grain and oil zone, nothing was spared. Within mere minutes, the shelves were nearly emptied of all their goods. A loud shout echoed, and Chen Luo followed the sound to discover the supermarket storage area. There, a zombie resembling the supermarket manager was confined. An office desk inside indicated it was indeed his. With ease, Chen Luo dispatched the creature with a surge of electricity, neglecting to examine the boxes piled around him, indiscriminately stuffing them into his supernatural space. The space was vast, allowing for such caprice. Extracting the crystal from the manager zombie, Chen Luo ventured outside the supermarket to collect the crystals from 2 previously electrocuted zombies. The 2 zombies, having been led by the King of Magic, had one dispatched by a jolt of lightning, leaving just one remaining. It was not that the King of Magic was unwilling to slay. Having just awakened to its powers, it found itself devoid of magic, unable to summon lightning. The King of Magic felt despondent, pondering why its master could effortlessly handle the zombies while it struggled. Chen Luo affectionately patted the dog's head. You have done remarkably well. Give yourself some time, and you shall become the most splendid of canines. The king's eyes sparkled with hope. Was it truly so? Even without absorbing crystals, the power of its abilities would gradually grow, albeit at a pace far slower than through absorption. The king's foray into zombie herding inadvertently attracted the attention of 2 security zombies, which Chen Luo swiftly dispatched. With 6 zombie crystals secured, Chen Luo drove out of the villa district. Upon leaving, he chose not to take the main road, but rather a secluded route to reach the cold storage. Occasionally, zombies spotted Chen Luo, but their sluggish pace left them trailing in a cloud of exhaust. He also witnessed drivers suddenly transform into zombies, their out-of-control vehicles crashing chaotically around them. In the wake of the apocalypse, within mere minutes, the global population plummeted by 80%, leading to a complete collapse of order and production. The traffic lights, still functioning in the absence of power outages, continued to operate. Only a deranged mind would linger at a red light. Chen Luo boldly traversed the intersection. Behind him, a speeding white sedan matched his pace, and a young man leaned out of the window, his anxiety palpable as he inquired, "Hey, do you know what's happening? I can't get through to the police." Chen Luo, fixated on the road ahead, offered a calm response without glancing back. Clearly, the apocalypse has struck. He accelerated, leaving the young man behind. Unwilling to relent, the youth pleaded. Come on, let's stick together for safety. Chen Luo's indifferent voice cut through the air. Not necessary. Chapter 11. Is the king of law at fault? Wolves do not collaborate with sheep. Chen Luo intended to recruit a few subordinates, but only those of exceptional quality. He would not accept just anyone. However, the resources required were substantial, at least 100 pounds of pork. While Chen Luo possessed ample resources, they were not infinite. It was not his coldness that warranted blame, but rather the cruel nature of this world. Furthermore, he needed to gather supplies, and having someone alongside him would jeopardize the secrecy of his unique spatial abilities. Had Chen Luo been unprepared, bringing along a disposable companion might have sufficed, perhaps to lure the zombies away, but such a measure was unnecessary. As he turned onto a narrow road and drove for several dozen meters, Chen Luo furrowed his brow. Ahead, construction work occupied half the road, allowing barely enough space for a single vehicle to pass. A runaway van had collided with the construction barriers, obstructing the path entirely. With a swift glance, Chen Luo spotted over 20 zombies, the majority clad in worker uniforms. The only route leading to the cold storage was this one. Taking a detour would be too time-consuming. Chen Luo exited the vehicle, realizing there was no choice but to confront them. The King of Law also disembarked, and Chen Luo advised, just take care of yourself. With no living souls nearby, the sudden appearance of Chen Luo sent this group of zombies charging at him like dogs drawn to a scent. Chen Luo smiled nonchalantly, retrieving 2 electric batons, one in each hand. The crackling sound of electricity filled the air as 2 zombies collapsed immediately. However, Chen Luo soon found himself surrounded by the undead. Unfazed, he faced the onslaught of 4 or 5 zombies at once, knowing that the batons could incapacitate only 2 at a time. Clad in cumbersome armor, Chen Luo was unable to evade their attacks. Yet, fully equipped in metallic armor and a sturdy helmet, he remained undeterred. The zombies clawed and bit at him, their attempts largely ineffective. The claws scraped against the armor, producing a cacophony of unpleasant sounds. They left only faint marks, posing no real threat to Chen Luo. The zombies that bit him fared worse. Their teeth, having sharpened slightly and their bite force significantly increased, still could not penetrate the armor. The greater their biting power, the more damage they sustained. Suddenly, 2 bloodied teeth flew into the air, shattered by the force of their own gnashing. Chen Luo chuckled, remarking that in this apocalyptic world, no one would be there to fix their dental issues. Best not to bite, he mused, or you'll be left to merely lick. Thanks to the protection of his armor, the zombies were utterly incapable of harming him. Indeed, mere armor is insufficient, otherwise. Inflicting harm upon the zombies proves to be a formidable challenge. A zombie, having been electrified, did not succumb as expected but remained vigorous, gripping the electric baton with tenacity. It is evident that the baton had depleted much of its charge. Although the electric baton possesses a formidable voltage, its duration is limited, and Chen Luo has already dispatched 7 or 8 zombies with it. Relinquishing his hold, Chen Luo retrieved another electric baton from his spatial inventory. He had prepared a total of 50. Approaching the van, Chen Luo noted that one of the windows had been completely shattered. The vehicle was unoccupied, yet the keys remained within. It seems the owner was abruptly transformed into a zombie, trapped inside the vehicle and unable to open the door, resorting instead to breaking the windows. Chen Luo moved away from the van and resumed his journey, this time without incident. He arrived at the vicinity of the cold storage facility. Not hurrying to enter, Chen Luo had stationed a heavy-duty truck nearby. In this expansive area, the truck is indeed a more formidable artifact than armor and batons combined. Upon reaching the designated parking spot, Chen Luo discovered his prepared truck, grinning as he retrieved the keys and opened the door, inviting the King of Laws aboard. The truck's door stands over a meter above the ground, necessitating the use of steps for easy access. The sensation of driving a heavy-duty truck is incomparable to that of a compact car. The robust steering wheel and towering frame instill a profound sense of security. Abandoning the car, Chen Luo, somewhat unfamiliar with the truck, navigated it toward the cold storage facility, where the electronic gates stood firmly closed. Unperturbed, he pressed the accelerator firmly, propelling the truck forward with a powerful collision. If it were a small car, it might have been ensnared by the electronic gate, but before the might of this heavy truck, the gate was obliterated in an instant, allowing the truck to charge into the cold storage area unimpeded. Chen Luo gaped in astonishment. The sensation of such destruction was utterly exhilarating. The cold storage was spacious, typically bustling with staff, and at this hour, a multitude of zombies lurked within, no fewer than 100. While electric batons could dispatch them, they consumed considerable power. The thunderous roar of the truck, coupled with the cacophony of the shattered electronic gate, immediately drew the attention of numerous zombies, who began to converge toward Chen Luo. With a sly smile, he accelerated boldly into the fray. Very few could survive the onslaught of a fully powered heavy truck. The oblivious zombies, unaware of the concept of evasion, attempted to obstruct the vehicle. To confront a truck with bare hands? That was sheer lunacy. 2 zombies were launched into the air, landing lifelessly on the ground. This was far more gratifying than using an electric baton. The horde of approaching zombies increased, yet posed no threat whatsoever. Some zombies, knocked to the ground but not entirely dispatched, were run over again by Chen Luo's relentless pursuit. He was determined to ensure their demise. Chen Luo rampaged through the cold storage with unrestrained delight, much to the excited exclamations of the nearby priest. The foolish zombies continued to approach, one after another, as willing sacrifices. After a span of 10 minutes, Chen Luo deliberately created a commotion but failed to attract another zombie. Upon exiting the vehicle, he refrained from hastily entering the cold storage for supplies. Instead, he collected the crystals from the zombies' brains while vigilantly scanning for any survivors. Given the ruckus he had just caused, if there were any survivors present, they would undoubtedly have taken notice. In the environment of a cold storage facility, during the outbreak of the apocalypse, if there were survivors, they would either have escaped the clutches of the zombies with swiftness, finding refuge beyond the cold storage, or they would have concealed themselves within a sturdy room. There is no ideal scenario. If such individuals existed, Chen Luo certainly would not take them along. For what reason could there be to assist strangers? The resources within the cold storage must be entirely claimed, though the collection may not be conducted in plain sight. The disappearance of goods would inevitably raise suspicions about Chen Luo. The existence of his abundant supplies must remain a closely guarded secret. Thus, he must act with ruthlessness. While Chen Luo does not relish in the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents, he will not hesitate to defend himself against threats. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, notions of right and wrong have become obsolete. The only battles are against zombies, monsters, and even fellow survivors, all vying for the limited resources in a fight to the death. Just as Chen Luo was prepared to engage in a fierce struggle over a mere sausage, seeking to satisfy his hunger, was there any fault in his desire? Others, too, strive to fill their bellies. Is there any fault in that? Was the king of law at fault? Chapter 12 unfolds as mere happenstance. Was the king of law at fault? Having provoked no ire from Chen Luo, he too fell victim. At this moment, on the rooftop of the cold storage, 3 survivors were cautiously observing Chen Luo. They were all employees of the facility. 2 men, Gu Tao and Tong Yuanyang, robust and in their 30s, and a woman, Zhang Ming, an accountant in her 20s, possessing a certain freshness about her. When the apocalypse erupted, with no tasks at hand, Gu Tao and Tong Yuanyang sat idly by the cold storage, engaging in conversation, maintaining a distance from others. Upon encountering the undead, the 2 were nearly paralyzed with fear. The relentless onslaught of zombies left them devoid of courage to break free. Familiar with the cold storage environment, they hastily retreated inside, ascending to the rooftop via the staircase, where they secured the entrance. Zhang Ming, fortunate enough not to be in the office at that moment, screamed in terror upon discovering the chaos and fortuitously spotted Gu Tao and Tong Yuanyang, following them up to the rooftop. The zombies, having detected the trio, found themselves powerless against the 3 on the roof, relegated to blocking the access below. When Chen Luo arrived, the zombies lunged at him. Their eyes were glued to Chen Luo as he crushed the undead with his truck. Zhang Ming exclaimed with excitement, "Let us have him take us away." Tong Yuanhang replied, "This heavy truck is equipped with a spacious compartment. The driver's cabin alone can accommodate 5 or 6 people. I can't help but worry about my wife back home. I'm nearly at my wit's end. Driving this vehicle surely ensures our safety." They had witnessed the heavy truck decimate hundreds of zombies. Gu Tao, shaking his head while puffing on a cigarette, remarked, "In open areas, yes, but in the city, with all the traffic, we might just find ourselves stuck and awaiting our fate." Zhang Ming expressed her concern. When the outbreak first occurred, the internet was still operational. I checked online, and many users reported sightings of zombies. Could it be that the entire world has succumbed to this fate? Zhang Ming concurred. However, Gu Tao had a different perspective. "He is not your father. You can't just command him at will. This driver is a fierce individual, otherwise he wouldn't have accomplished what he just did. Yuanhang, do you truly believe he would risk his life to escort you home? I suspect this individual is aware of the supplies in our cold storage and intends to take some for himself. Once he has what he came for, he will simply depart, showing no regard for us. With no personal connection, what motive would he have to risk helping us? Gu Tao declared fiercely. This heavy truck should be in our control rather than in someone else's hands. We shall seize it. Even if it is not the apocalypse, we can deem this an emergency measure for survival, which does not equate to robbery. We will not harm him. We shall merely restrain him. Zhang Ming suddenly interjected. Look, it seems he is wearing armor. Gu Tao and Tong Yuanhang immediately turned their gazes, both astonished and exclaiming in admiration. Although the heavy truck is formidable, it becomes vulnerable once the individual dismounts, but possessing armor changes everything. Gu Tao's resolve to seize Chen Luo's resources intensified. What do you both think? Tong Yuanhang promptly affirmed. Indeed, we must take it from him. This lad dares to come to the cold storage to pilfer supplies, which is intolerable. Zhang Ming hesitated for a moment, but ultimately concurred. Having control in Chen Luo's hands was less favorable than having it in the hands of trusted colleagues, who would be more familiar and likely to assist. Seeing both of them in agreement, Gu Tao grinned mischievously. Zhang Ming, employ your charm to capture his attention, while Yuanhang and I will subdue him. Zhang Ming's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a sense of pride. Amidst the rugged environment of the cold storage, was she not the beauty? After hearing such flattery, some individuals come to believe it. The trio descended from the rooftop, making their way directly toward Chen Luo. Zhang Ming endeavored to adopt a sweet tone, saying, Hello, thank you for rescuing us. Tong Yuanhang and Gu Tao likewise attempted to present warm and grateful smiles. Previously, they were on the rooftop, shrouded in the dim light of dusk, and Chen Luo had hardly noticed. Narrowing his eyes, he pondered whether they would demand he lead them away. If he refused, would they resort to violence? He refrained from making any hasty moves and inquired, Are you the only ones here? Zhang Ming's expression dimmed suddenly as he nodded. Yes, it's just the three of us who survived. A sense of caution surged within Chen Luo, for Gu Tao and Tong Yuanhang began to encroach upon him from either side. In the realm of strangers, an instinctive distance of approximately 3 meters is typically maintained. Only those familiar with one another would dare to close that gap to within a meter. Gu Tao and Tong Yuanhang, with resolute intent, each pressed down on Chen Luo's shoulders. They exuded confidence, for their years of labor had endowed them with strength far surpassing that of the average individual. The armor they donned offered formidable protection, yet it was effective solely against zombies. Had it not been for their desire for caution, either of them could easily subdue Chen Luo, even clad in armor. A cold sneer crept into Chen Luo's heart. How audacious of them to strike first when I had yet to raise a hand. Just moments ago, they had expressed gratitude for his rescue, and now they turned against him without hesitation. Had Chen Luo been unprepared, just an ordinary person, he would have been utterly undone in such a scenario. The harshness of their environment magnified the ugliness of human nature infinitely. Kindness, in this apocalyptic world, was the least valuable and most perilous trait one could possess. With his grip firmly on Chen Luo's shoulder, Gu Tao couldn't suppress his smugness. Brother, don't resist. Rest assured. We mean you no harm. Woof. The trio was taken aback. There was a dog? The fading light rendered their vision unclear. However, they dismissed the notion, as the dog did not appear particularly imposing. As the king of law prepared to strike, Chen Luo suddenly produced 2 electric batons, drawing them closer to Gu Tao and Tong Yuanhang's bodies. The dead would not unveil Chen Luo's ability to conjure items at will. The potency of these batons had been previously validated. The 2 instantly shrieked as their bodies convulsed violently, involuntarily releasing their grip on Chen Luo. Zhang Ming, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, watched in horror as Chen Luo approached with the batons and let out a terrified scream. Don't kill me. What's wrong? Is your face too large? As Zhang Ming attempted to flee, her sudden burst of speed proved challenging for the armored Chen Luo to match. However, the king of law swiftly caught up, delivering a brutal collision from behind that sent Zhang Ming tumbling to the ground in a disheveled heap. Chen Luo advanced to deliver the final blow. Observing the lifeless forms of the 3, Chen Luo suddenly erupted into laughter. It is often said that sometimes one must strike first. Waiting for others to act before retaliating may be too late. Chen Luo climbed into the truck and drove it close to the cold storage facility before turning the vehicle around. inevitably rolling over the three soft bodies in the process. This was no intended slight, merely a coincidental passage. Chapter 13. The garlic you fear. Upon disembarking, Chen Luo prepared to begin gathering supplies. The King of Law stood guard outside the cold storage, ready to alert Chen Luo should anyone approach. First, he opened the cold storage room where he had stored his meat supplies and collected all that he had hoarded. Before the apocalypse, he could not make this move, as he had failed to pay the remaining balance, 200 million. No one would be at ease with that. The disappearance of supplies would surely draw attention. With the meat safely collected, Chen Luo felt a significant sense of relief. He no longer had to worry about whether others would have meat to eat. At the very least, he and Su Dezhu would have an abundance of meat to sustain themselves. Having barely begun, Chen Luo realized he needed to transport all the valuable resources from the cold storage. He opened the door to the second cold storage, and the sight within made his lips twitch. The warehouse was filled to the brim with garlic, the quantity seemingly in the tons. What on earth would I do with so much garlic? Yet, garlic is a staple seasoning. With a large number of people, the daily consumption would not be insignificant, as it is essential for stir-frying and cooking. Let us take it all. On to the next warehouse. Goodness gracious, a whole warehouse of ginger. No wonder there's a saying about garlic's ferocity and ginger's army. Could this be a scheme by those unscrupulous merchants? The next warehouse brought Chen Luo a pleasant surprise. It contained a substantial amount of fresh pig trotters, along with various offal such as pig hearts, lungs, and livers. These were acceptable additions to the pork stock he had been accumulating. Moving on to the next storage, he found frozen chicken feet, wings, and legs. Upon noticing a significant number of duck heads, he hesitated. He didn't eat duck heads. Nevertheless, one must not overlook such offerings. There were also plenty of whole chickens and ducks. Upon entering the next warehouse, Chen Luo's eyes lit up. It was filled with boxes of frozen shrimp, suggesting this was a storage area for seafood. Various types of fish and seafood were abundant. He casually opened a box, revealing it brimming with mantis shrimp. This delicacy is delectable when simply boiled. Chen Luo beamed with delight, collecting everything. Mantis shrimp, let us go? To his surprise, there was also a considerable stock of tea leaves. Although Chen Luo seldom drank tea, still, he decided to take them all. Even more astonishing was the abundance of ice cream and frozen desserts. There was also an ample supply of fruits and vegetables, which he decided to take as well. Chen Luo calculated that the total amounted to over 60,000 tons of goods. A fully loaded cold storage. What a delight. After spending half a day, Chen Luo finally stored all the supplies in his ability space. The sheer volume of items made it an arduous task. Satisfied and laden with goods, he drove a heavy truck, disregarding the car he had come in. There were plenty of cars in the city. However, a carefully selected heavy truck was quite rare. The cold storage and granary were over 100 kilometers away, not a short distance. Had it been on the way, he would have gone directly. During the brief half-day since the apocalypse began, no zombies had yet obstructed his path. As he maneuvered onto a narrow road, he saw no undead lurking there. A young man with yellow hair, hiding behind a tree, was elated to see a heavy truck approaching. Although this secluded spot offered temporary refuge from the zombies, it was not a sustainable solution. Survival necessitated food and water. If only this truck could take him away. Gripping a wooden stick he had procured for self-defense, he dashed to the center of the road and shouted, "Master, please help me. Give me a ride." Chen Luo remained expressionless. Stopping was out of the question. Apart from Su Dezhu, he would not take anyone else in the month since the apocalypse began. They had yet to experience true despair or the pangs of hunger. While he could eat his fill, this young man was merely asking to accompany him. Would it be more effective to extend a hand after enduring hunger, offering a loaf of bread, rather than simply inviting someone who had not yet tasted desperation? The answer was clear. Moreover, true discipline came from experiencing hardship. Why should this young man expect to be taken along? With a stick in hand, what if he attempted to attack while Chen Luo was driving, without reducing his speed? Chen Luo continued on his way. "If you dare to block my path, I will not hesitate to run you over." As he gazed at the enormous truck that showed no signs of slowing down, Huang Mao was momentarily stunned. Even if you had no intention of assisting, at the very least, you could halt your vehicle and utter a word. What does this menacing approach, as if intent on running me over, signify? The lack of civic responsibility in people today is truly disheartening. With the truck now only a mere dozen meters away, Huang Mao hastily cleared the way. Just as the truck was about to pass him by, he yelled in fury, "You better watch out. If I get the chance, I will retaliate." Hearing this, Chen Luo's expression darkened, and he brought his vehicle to a stop. There was no doubt about Huang Mao's words. If he ever had the opportunity and the means, he would certainly seek vengeance. This is the nature of humanity. If you have a favor to ask, one must comply, or resentment brews within. Take, for instance, borrowing money. In ordinary times, such resentment may manifest as behind-the-back gossip or petty sabotage. However, in a post-apocalyptic world, it could lead to death. Chen Luo had no desire to engage with Huang Mao, but he could not let him go. The sentiment remained. You have threatened me, albeit in a minor way. Almost negligible. Chen Luo addressed the Law King. Did you hear what he said? He mentioned wanting to eat dog meat. The Law King paused. For while I do not comprehend every word spoken by others, I am certain he did not utter the words dog meat. Upon seeing Chen Luo's vehicle come to a halt, Huang Mao approached menacingly, wielding a wooden stick. The car door swung open, and the Law King leapt from the vehicle. With a fierce glare directed at Huang Mao, he declared, regardless of whether you desire dog meat, if my master commands your demise, then you must meet your fate. The sight of a dog jumping out of the vehicle bewildered Huang Mao, yet he remained unfazed, sneering as he proclaimed, observe my dog-beating technique. The yellow-haired individual raised a wooden stick, preparing to strike fiercely at the King of Law. The king, with a disdainful glint in his eyes, thought, I possess magic. Surely, he does not believe I would engage in hand-to-hand combat with him. After more than half a day, the energy he expended in the morning had fully replenished. He unleashed a purple arc of electricity towards the yellow-haired foe. Caught off guard, the yellow-haired man was predictably struck, his hair standing on end. Even though the king had only recently mastered the power of lightning, it still wielded considerable lethality against ordinary humans and low-level zombies. The yellow-haired man collapsed to the ground. Chen Luo calmly instructed, finish him off, but do not use the power of lightning. By allowing the king to take action, Chen Luo aimed to hone the king's skills. After all, they were currently facing mere trifles, but more formidable battles would inevitably arise in the future. Practicing now would prevent chaos later. The power of supernatural abilities is finite, and using them for a mere finishing blow would be an unwise choice. Previously, the king had only dispatched zombies and had never killed a survivor, as Zhang Ming had merely been subdued by him. Although the king was akin to a dog, such experiences were still essential. The king hesitated momentarily, but under Chen Luo's watchful gaze, he ultimately severed the yellow-haired man's throat with his sharp teeth. Chapter 14. Green tea. As they approached the city, the number of zombies increased significantly. The streets were cluttered with vehicles, carelessly strewn about due to sudden chaos. The volume of cars in the capital was overwhelming, necessitating the implementation of odd-even traffic restrictions. Without clearing the obstructing vehicles, not even Chen Luo's heavy truck, let alone a tank, could pass. Fortunately, Chen Luo's residential area was relatively tranquil, surrounded by mountains and water, with few people and vehicles in sight. Chen Luo deliberately chose less traveled routes, even if it meant taking a longer path and spending more time. Occasionally, when faced with 2 or 3 vehicles obstructing the way, he accelerated and crashed through, sending the smaller cars flying. After exhaling a sigh of relief, he surveyed his surroundings, preparing to park the heavy truck by the roadside, avoiding entry into the villa area. Although the truck was formidable, it had its drawbacks. It lacked agility. There were roads that smaller vehicles could navigate, but the truck could not, and turning was quite inconvenient. The roads within the villa district were narrow, insufficient to accommodate a heavy truck, and while it might squeeze in, extricating it would be quite a challenge. Chen Luo's reversing skills were best left unmentioned. Fuang, get out and lure the zombies away. Then wait for me inside the villa area, Chen Luo instructed, gesturing towards the direction of the villas. Fuang understood and jumped out of the vehicle, barking energetically. More than 20 zombies, drawn by the heavy truck, immediately shifted their attention to Fuang. Dogs are inherently swift, and it is unlikely that any companion could keep pace with a fully grown, normal dog. With awakened abilities, Fuang's speed was further enhanced, and his formidable prowess allowed him to move with astonishing swiftness. Not only was he fast, but also agile. His low stature made it easy to evade the slowly shuffling zombies. As Fuang's barks gradually faded into the distance, Chen Luo chuckled softly. Despite Fuang's modest talents, he proved to be a splendid companion. At the very least, he would not betray Chen Luo. While Chen Luo could easily dispatch these zombies, he preferred to let Fuang divert their attention, not for any other reason, but to have the zombies watch over the truck. In the absence of zombies, there was a risk that someone might approach the heavy truck and although it could not be driven away, there was potential for damage. This free labor was too valuable to overlook. Chen Luo arrived at the entrance of the villa district, and upon seeing 2 security guards who had succumbed to the zombie plague, he let out a profound sigh of relief, realizing that Su Daju was not among them. Chen Luo was genuinely apprehensive about the potential for a butterfly effect. If the world had altered in such a way that Su Daju had transformed into a zombie, he would find himself utterly helpless. With ease, he dispatched a few encountered zombies using his electric baton, and then set out to locate Su Daju. Chen Luo recalled that when the apocalypse first erupted, Su Daju had fled into the depths of the villa district, scaling the walls to take refuge in a villa. At that time, they had not collaborated, but later, due to a scarcity of food, they fortuitously crossed paths while searching for supplies in a supermarket within the villa area, and subsequently formed a partnership. The thought of enduring over a month without Su Daju was unbearable for Chen Luo. He longed for his brother, missing him dearly. Moreover, he couldn't bear the thought of Su Daju suffering from hunger alone for more than a month, as they had always shared their provisions. Additionally, Su Daju was initially unaware of the existence of crystals, resulting in a missed opportunity for early development, a gap that Chen Luo felt compelled to rectify. However, he could not recall which villa Su Daju had taken refuge in, only that it was somewhere in the outer area. This did not pose a challenge for Chen Luo. He was willing to employ tactics that others would shy away from. Brandishing his electric baton, he called out loudly, "Su Daju, where are you?" The zombies had poor eyesight but possessed acute hearing and a keen sense of smell, making loud calls a potential beacon for them. Yet, was Chen Luo daunted by this? Inside one of the villas, Su Daju was huddled with a quiet girl, and upon hearing Chen Luo's voice nearby, he couldn't help but voice his frustration. Is this person out of his mind? Doesn't he fear attracting the zombies? If he brings them here, it would be his demise. But heaven forbid he endangers us as well. However, Su Daju could not help but stand up abruptly. It was Brother Chen. Could it be that with Brother Chen's intellect, he would not realize the peril of such actions? Yet, Brother Chen had resorted to this method to seek him out. Their camaraderie had not reached such depths. But Su Daju was nonetheless touched. Approaching the window, he indeed spotted Chen Luo, and the demure girl had also arrived. Just then, a zombie had been lured over, and without a hint of panic, Chen Luo dispatched it with an electric shock. This scene was witnessed by Su Daju and the quiet girl. The girl was not the owner of the villa but had fled alongside Su Daju when the apocalypse erupted. The demure girl was taken aback. The electric baton was incredibly powerful. With such a means of defense, encountering zombies would no longer be daunting, explaining the audacity of this individual. Su Daju called out, "Brother Chen, I'm over here." Chen Luo spotted Su Daju, a smile involuntarily gracing his face, for indeed, his good brother was safe and sound. However, upon seeing the elegant girl, Chen Luo's expression darkened. Damn it, how could he have forgotten that scheming Chen Jing? In his past life, both he and Su Daju had suffered greatly due to her machinations. Chen Jing was quite cunning when they ran out of purified water. Fearing the risks of tap water and the possibility of turning into a zombie after consumption, she used Su Daju as a test subject. "Brother Daju, have some tea." Su Daju was completely unguarded. After teaming up with Su Daju, Chen Jing would say to him, "Brother Daju, I always feel so safe by your side." Meanwhile, in front of Chen Luo, she would remark, "Brother Chen, for some reason, the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity." The allocated food was often hidden away by Chen Jing, who pretended to suffer from hunger, feigning desperation without uttering a word to ask for more, merely putting on an act of pity, as if she might faint from starvation. After Su Daju generously shared his provisions with her, she tearfully expressed her gratitude, all the while concealing a backpack full of food. Her mastery of tea arts was unparalleled, leaving Su Daju utterly bewildered. Reflecting on these events, Chen Luo was consumed by rage, wishing to strike Chen Jing down at that very moment. However, he composed himself. It would be unwise to eliminate her before she had served the tea, for such an impulsive act would only create a rift with Su Daju, pushing them further apart. Perhaps it was better this way. Chen Jing could serve as a lesson for Su Daju regarding the treachery of human nature. A single blow would not suffice to quench his anger. He vowed to find a way to bring her to her knees. Chen Luo said, "Daju, come with me to my home. It would be prudent for us to look out for one another." Su Daju nodded eagerly, recognizing the advantage of 2 strong men standing together, and he felt an instinctive assurance that aligning with Chen was a wise choice. This morning, Chen had forewarned him, and now, unforeseen trouble had indeed arisen. Chen Jing concurred, acknowledging that being with this formidable Chen, who wielded an electric baton, offered a sense of security. Chapter 15. The Ace of Bread. Brother Chen, I am Chen Jing, and we are distant relatives. Perhaps 5 centuries ago, we were even part of the same family. In a world that judges by appearances, those deemed unattractive find their tiards overlooked. Chen Jing possessed a certain grace, with an appealing appearance that barely reached the level of a class beauty. Chen Luo interjected, "Let us not dwell on such matters. We must leave swiftly, for encountering zombies would undoubtedly lead to complications." Chen Jing contemplated how to cultivate a favorable impression with Chen Luo. With 2 men protecting her, she could maximize her chances of awaiting the nation's rescue. In the early days of the apocalypse, most people clung to the illusion that the disaster was merely a temporary setback, yet as time passed, despair deepened. Along the way, Chen Luo encountered 2 zombies and swiftly dispatched them with an electric baton, a sight that filled Chen Jing with delight. The more formidable the weapon, the more reassured she felt. Upon entering the house, Chen Jing was taken aback by the layout and decor of Chen Luo's home. The villa's location, ambience, and size were clearly superior to the previous one she had inhabited. If she could endure until national assistance arrived and successfully win over Chen Luo, it would be a remarkable twofold achievement. Moreover, Chen Luo was neither an old codger nor an unattractive individual. He was undeniably more handsome than the so-called young heartthrobs. At that moment, Su Daju's stomach emitted a protest. If the apocalypse was indeed the result of some virus, it had the potential to transform individuals into zombies, awaken latent powers, and enhance physical capabilities. Su Daju had undergone such a transformation, as the virus conferred significant advantages upon survivors, albeit at the cost of increased energy demands on their bodies. Regrettably, Su Daju had eaten very little that morning, and by now, as evening approached, his stomach was growling in hunger. The previous villa had completely lacked provisions, as its owner had been absent for an extended period. Chen Jing shyly glanced at Chen Luo, who reassured them, saying, "Don't worry, I'll fetch something to eat." He then made his way to the refrigerator, where he left behind 3 slices of bread while storing the rest of its contents in his spatial abilities. Chen Luo divided 3 slices of bread into 2 portions, one containing a single slice and the other 2 slices. A wicked smile crept upon his face as he pondered. "Isn't this too generous for you?" Summoning the Lightning King, Chen Luo cheekily rubbed the single slice against the king's behind, leaving him utterly bewildered. Chen Luo chuckled. "Let us add a little twist." Approaching the 2, he feigned remorse, saying, "Alas, this is all I have at home. Please make do." Su Daju hesitated. "Brother Chen, perhaps you should keep it for yourself." Chen Luo shrugged nonchalantly. "Oh, it's nothing. We can always find an opportunity to grab some food at the supermarket." He turned to Chen Jing. "As a woman, your appetite is modest. Sharing a slice with you is hardly unreasonable, is it?" Chen Jing, with her green tea demeanor, would never voice such sentiments openly. Internally dissatisfied, she recognized Chen Luo's point. Su Daju needed sustenance to have the strength to procure food for her. Starving, Su Daju devoured the 2 slices in mere bites, yet his hunger remained unquenched. Chen Jing, unwilling to be outdone, stuffed an entire slice into her mouth. Suddenly, her expression morphed into one of confusion. "This bread, the taste is off?" The Lightning King gazed at her in horror. "You dare eat bread that has touched my behind?" He recalled a rather unfortunate incident in the cold storage. Chen Luo maintained a serene smile, his heart reveling in the situation. To partake in the essence of the Lightning King's behind was, indeed, a privilege. Observing Su Daju occasionally rubbing his stomach, Chen Luo realized that while tormenting Chen Jing was entertaining, it came at the cost of Su Daju's discomfort. With Su Daju's character, if one were to present him with a delectable treat before he had even glimpsed Chen Jing's visage, he would undoubtedly share it with her. It is inconceivable that he would offer Chen Jing the coveted bread, for Chen Luo has already felt considerable pangs of sympathy. It is imperative to swiftly eliminate Chen Jing. Otherwise, many matters would become inconvenient. Chen Luo clapped his hands, and the 3 of them settled onto the sofa. In a somber tone, Chen Luo stated, "We are out of provisions. We must procure some post-haste, while the supermarket at the entrance of the community remains unvisited. We should seize the opportunity to gather as much as possible." Su Daju replied, "Chen Go, let's head there now. I will provide cover. You need not worry about wielding the electric baton. As long as I am alive, the zombies shall pose no threat to you." Chen Luo shook his head. "This approach is unfeasible. Even with a fully charged baton, it can only incapacitate 4 zombies. I have observed that there are far more than that at the supermarket. I have a superior plan. Chen Jing was taken aback. Was she to divert the zombies? With a quavering voice, she protested, Chen Guo, I have been frail and sickly since childhood. I cannot run swiftly. Is this not akin to sending me to my demise? Chen Luo chuckled softly. Then I shall distract the zombies, and you and Daju can retrieve the supplies. Is that agreeable? Chen Jing was reluctant, for it was exceedingly perilous. With a note of despair in her tone, she implored, Chen Guo, it is not that I am unwilling, but I have only consumed a piece of bread you provided this morning. I fear I lack the strength and would only be a burden to you. Chen Luo expressed his dissatisfaction. Then what do you propose you can contribute? One cannot simply abstain from all duties while allowing Daju and me to undertake the risks, leaving you to reap the benefits. Chen Jing had not anticipated that Chen Luo would display such a lack of chivalry or compassion. For should not a man take care of a woman? To her dismay, Chen Jing found herself compelled to take action alongside the others. With a pitiful gaze, she looked at Su Daju, silently hoping he would advocate for her. Yet, Chen Luo seized the opportunity, clearing his throat and lamenting. I haven't had a sip of water since morning. My throat feels as if it's on fire. I should have prepared some mineral water at home, but alas, I have no idea if the tap water is contaminated. How about this, Chen Jing, you could try it for me. If you do, I won't trouble you any further. Chen Jing's anger flared. Was this truly a task befitting a man? To use her as a guinea pig? The apprehension of potential contamination had deterred her from drinking. She had not even dared to touch the waha in her backpack, fearing Su Daju might ask for it. Why must I be the one to do something? If I were capable, why would I need you at all? Chen Jing murmured. I can assist by washing your clothes and taking care of your needs. Chen Gu, please don't make this more difficult for me. Just then, her peripheral vision caught sight of the Dog King, and her face lit up with excitement. Right. We could let it test whether the tap water is safe to drink. The Dog King stared at Chen Jing in utter confusion. Although I am not human, you truly are a dog. You want me to be the test subject? I could very well bite you. Enraged, the Dog King lunged toward Chen Jing, targeting the backpack she had been carrying. Chen Jing screamed in fright, clutching her bag tightly. The contents spilled out, revealing her true self. The Dog King barked eagerly at Chen Luo, who suddenly brightened at the sight. What treasures do you have? Let me take a look. Could Chen Jing truly stand against the alliance of a girl and a dog? Chen Luo assertively unzipped Chen Jing's backpack. To his astonishment, it was filled with an abundance of food. A large bag of beef jerky, 2 chocolate bars, a packet of chips, several small jelly cups, and 2 bottles of waha. Chapter 16. Chen Jing, are you betraying me? Many girls have a habit of carrying snacks with them, and Chen Jing is no exception. Upon witnessing the zombies, she realized a catastrophe had unfolded. Many calamities are enduring, and supplies are of utmost importance. Having food and drink can significantly prolong survival until national rescue arrives. Although Su Daju had saved her, she was unwilling to share her snacks with him. After hiding with Su Daju for most of the day, she felt quite hungry. Initially, she intended to find an excuse to avoid him and secretly indulge in her treats. However, uncertain about the duration of this disaster, she resolved to wait until her hunger became unbearable before eating. Unexpectedly, those 2 scoundrels, Fa Wang and Chen Luo, exposed the snacks in her backpack. Previously, she had insisted she had nothing on her. Chen Jing's mind went blank. The exposure was not the most critical issue, but having offended 2 men made it unlikely for her to procure supplies in the future, especially Chen Luo, who seemed to be targeting her, whether intentionally or not. Gazing at the array of snacks, Chen Luo chuckled. He was aware that Chen Jing would hoard supplies in the future, yet he had not anticipated that she would carry so many snacks before the apocalypse. A glimpse of her unsavory nature was unveiled. Well, seeing this makes me hungry, so I shall not hold back. Chen Luo swiftly inserted a straw into the waha and drained it in a few gulps. Simultaneously, he handed the beef jerky and chips to Su Daju, saying, Daju, you must still be hungry. Here, take this. Once you're full, we shall go gather supplies. Almost caught by the undead, he found himself in a peculiar predicament. Despite the presence of sustenance, he deceived himself into believing there was none, clearly reluctant to share. Su Daju was merely naive, lacking malice, not foolish. Was there truly a need to maintain decorum with Chen Jing? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Jing lunged forward. Shrieking, "This is mine, return it." Chen Luo forcefully shoved her aside, causing her to tumble to the ground, where she began to weep, exclaiming, "You 2 men are bullying a mere girl. What kind of masculinity is this? With a cold smirk, Chen Luo retorted, "Go ask the zombies if they differentiate between men and women." Although a glimpse of Chen Jing's true nature had been revealed, it was insufficient for Su Dazhu to grasp the depths of human nature. Chen Luo resolved to teach Chen Jing a harsh lesson. Before long, he devised a plan. Chen Jing, meanwhile, recognized that regardless of the circumstances, she could not afford to antagonize Chen Luo and Su Dazhu. Such actions would undoubtedly lead her to her downfall, leaving her without recourse even in death. With tear-filled eyes, she lamented, "I was wrong. I was terrified of hunger in my youth. I understand that my character is flawed. I apologize, it was merely a reflex." She spun a tale of her grim childhood. And Chen Luo could not help but admire her ability to conjure such a narrative on the spot. He casually indulged in a few jelly snacks, relinquishing the remainder to Su Dazhu. Observing from the sidelines, Chen Jing felt a pang of sorrow as their reserves dwindled. Chen Luo suggested, "Dazhu, let us rest for an hour before we venture to the supermarket at the entrance." Su Dazhu nodded in agreement. "I will heed your guidance, Brother Chen." Chen Luo feigned rest, yet secretly summoned the Law King. "The King of Law, go outside and attract a few zombies, about a dozen or so, and lead them here." The King of Law slowed his pace, deliberately not shaking off the zombies, as he could entice the most primitive and mindless of them. In times of peril, one's true character is often revealed. During moments of great danger, the essence of a person's nature is laid bare. The King of Law cast a puzzled glance at Chen Luo. "While I comprehend luring zombies, I cannot fathom bringing them home." He accepted the command and departed. Chen Luo first descended the stairs, stealthily opening the door to his home, and retrieved 4 cloves of garlic from his spatial abilities, meticulously mincing them in the kitchen. Garlic, in truth, does not repel zombies. Rather, its pungent aroma serves to attract them. If anyone bears a strong scent, the lower-tier zombies will converge upon them and rend them apart. Chen Luo placed 2 bowls of garlic juice on the table. Chen Jing's eyes sparkled. Indeed, in films, garlic has proven effective against zombies. Su Dazhu also appeared delighted. Chen Luo lamented, "Alas, there is but a meager supply of garlic at home, scarcely enough for 2. Perhaps a visit to the supermarket might yield more." Just then, a chorus of zombie howls echoed from a distance. It was evident that this horde was substantial, far greater than 1 or 2. Chen Luo's expression shifted dramatically. The howls grew increasingly closer and louder, soon seeming to reverberate right beside them. The iron gate rattled ominously, and Chen Jing's face drained of color. "Isn't the door locked?" Upon hearing the commotion, Chen Jing turned pale, realizing the zombies have reached the first floor. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo poured the garlic juice over himself and pointed to another bowl, instructing Su Dazhu, "Quickly use this bowl of garlic." Su Dazhu, possessing a kind heart, felt a twinge of aversion towards Chen Jing, but he pondered, if he used it, wouldn't that mean Chen Jing would perish? The number of zombies was evidently substantial, and they would be unable to fend them off alone. If there had been any doubt in Chen Jing's mind regarding Chen Luo's intentions, it was quickly dispelled. Chen Luo wouldn't harm himself, would he? The remaining bowl indicated that only one person could survive. Chen Jing, being quite astute, instantly decided to pour the garlic juice, originally meant for Su Dazhu, over herself without hesitation. Chen Luo could have intervened, but he chose not to. Before the apocalypse, Chen Jing would not have even considered consuming garlic, finding its pungent aroma unbearable. Now, however, she was anxious that the amount of garlic juice on her may not suffice. Su Dazhu stood momentarily stunned. Chen Luo, in contrast, chuckled, "See, Dazhu, after the apocalypse, one should be cautious in their kindness towards others, for some individuals are not truly human." In a previous life, Chen Jing was not only skilled in the art of tea, but also possessed a ruthless heart. She had seized all the supplies while Su Dazhu and Chen Luo were injured, aligning herself with another powerful ally, nearly driving Chen Luo to the brink of despair. Chen Jing's expression shifted drastically. "You deceived me?" Chapter 17. The misfortunes of the Law King. Chen Luo's reaction made Chen Jing realize she had once again been outmaneuvered. But why? After all, Chen Luo had doused himself in garlic as well. Chen Luo scoffed, "Deceive you? Is it not you who leapt into this predicament? Was I the one who compelled you to douse yourself with garlic? To speak candidly, your fate is sealed. Zombies possess an acute sensitivity to the scent of garlic." Chen Jing, in a state of despair, exclaimed, "I merely wish to survive. Is that a crime?" Chen Luo retorted with a scoff, "Indeed. It is not a crime to wish for survival. However, it is erroneous to relentlessly torment an honest individual, particularly when that person is my brother. As you eloquently stated, we all yearn to live. Is it wrong to sacrifice you? Chen Jing's skills in tea artistry were only effective against the Na'vi. Should she encounter someone more cunning? In this apocalyptic world, she would merely serve as an outlet for their frustrations, receiving just enough energy each day to sustain her existence. In her previous life, Chen Jing believed she had secured a formidable ally, only to awaken to the nightmare that ensued. Not everyone is like Su Daju. As the zombies drew near, Chen Luo grew weary of exchanging words with Chen Jing. He retrieved his armor from the spatial dimension and donned it with practiced ease. Soon, Chen Jing would become a mere corpse, and corpses do not divulge secrets. As for Su Daju, Chen Luo would reveal to him that his awakened ability was, in fact, spatial manipulation. The sight of Chen Luo's attire left both individuals astounded. At last, Chen Jing comprehended the source of Chen Luo's audacity in confronting her with garlic. Chen Luo instructed, Daju, find a room to hide. At this moment, you will only hinder me. Su Daju acquiesced, recognizing that with such armor, zombies posed no threat to Chen Luo. He indeed would only be a burden. Chen Jing, too, sought refuge, her earlier despair giving way to a facade of flattery and supplication. Brother Chen, grant me a reprieve, and thereafter you may do as you please. Chen Luo chuckled darkly. I wish for your demise. Only then will I be liberated from you. As the horde of zombies ascended the stairs, Chen Luo forcefully kicked Chen Jing, propelling her towards the approaching undead. What have I done to incur your wrath, Chen? From the very first meeting, you have targeted me. Chen Luo, may you meet a most unfortunate end. Chen Luo gazed coldly, unmoved. My heart has long since turned to ice. Those who harmed me or my kin in a past life shall not be spared. Chen Jing had lost her value. Had it not been to demonstrate to Su Daju the cruelty of human hearts, disposing of her would not have required such effort. I haven't even finished my dinner to deal with you. One Chen Jing was clearly insufficient to satiate the hunger of the undead. And the remaining zombies lunged towards Chen Luo, only to be effortlessly electrocuted. Surveying the chaos and bloodshed, Chen Luo felt a wave of despair wash over him. My home. He was on the verge of tears, lamenting the misfortune that had befallen his residence of over a decade. Su Daju emerged, his expression a complex blend as he regarded Chen Jing's remains. Chen Luo refrained from further comment, instructing Su Daju to remove the corpses of all the zombies from the villa. After all, it was still supposed to be habitable. The two spent nearly half an hour transporting the lifeless bodies to the roadside, a considerable distance from the villa. This was the best they could manage. Faced with the blood-soaked floor, Chen Luo felt an overwhelming apathy towards cleaning. If only I had a maid at this moment, he mused. Ma, you would have been quite efficient. However, I remain uncertain of her fate. Regardless of whether she lives or dies, she should be conditioned for the apocalypse, making my future visits much smoother. But who shall clean this mess? Chen Luo was reluctant to work and preferred to let Su Daju take on the task while he rested. However, Chen Luo felt a twinge of guilt. His gaze turned towards the, You are the one, he declared. Chen Luo gathered a few rags and a water bucket, instructing me on how to pour water and wring out the cloth. This heavy responsibility falls to you. Only after completing this can you have your meal. The felt overwhelmed, yet how could it refuse Chen Luo's orders? You are indeed a true dog, Su Daju remarked. Brother Chen, shall we head to the supermarket to pick up some supplies? With Chen Luo's armor and electric baton, it would be remarkably easy. Chen Luo, having labored throughout the day, had no desire to expend further effort. He found the trifles of the supermarket beneath his notice. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, I have something far more delectable in mind. Come, let us ascend to the upper floor and enjoy some drinks. Su Daju had only consumed a couple of slices of bread and a few snacks. It was insufficient even before his awakening, let alone now. At the dining table, Chen Luo presented 8 sumptuous dishes: large plate chicken, beer duck, sauerkraut fish, braised pork knuckle, dry-fried cauliflower, scrambled eggs with green peppers, and home-style tofu. Chen Luo deliberately placed the large plate chicken in front of Su Daju, knowing his fondness for chicken. He also produced 2 bottles of chilled beer and a generous serving of rice, as Su Daju preferred not to eat solely vegetables. The aromatic dishes were so enticing that Su Daju nearly drooled, his eyes widening in disbelief. Was this truly conjured out of thin air? With a dazed expression, Su Daju asked, Brother Chen Yu. Chen Luo chuckled softly and replied, Daju, have you noticed any changes occurring within your body? Su Daju nodded and remarked that after experiencing a brief headache in the morning, he felt a significant increase in his strength. This enhancement was merely one of the changes in Su Dazhu. Unbeknownst to him, his vitality had also surged considerably. Once Su Dazhu reached a higher level, even a common dagger would struggle to pierce his flesh. Chen Luo interjected, stating that such transformations had occurred within him even before the apocalypse. If Su Dazhu's change was akin to that of strength, then his own was related to spatial abilities. He had suddenly discovered his capacity to manipulate a fragment of spatial power, which, combined with an incessant feeling of impending disaster, prompted him to stockpile a few supplies. This assertion could neither be dismissed as false nor could it be likened to the absurdity of reincarnation. Not only for Su Dazhu, but if he were to gain trustworthy confidence in the future, Chen Luo would explain it in a similar vein. Su Dazhu nodded in partial understanding. Chen Luo chuckled, expressing a premonition that they would become brothers. Come, forget about everything else. In this vast world, nothing surpasses the joy of a good meal. Gazing at the table laden with dishes, Su Dazhu gulped audibly. There's too much food. We cannot possibly finish it all. Brother Chen, let us be frugal. 2 or 3 dishes would suffice. With a grandiose spirit, Chen Luo declared, no worries. If we cannot finish it, there's always the Law King, who is yet to eat. The Law King, busy mopping the floor, remained unfazed. After all, even just having leftover scraps during their wandering days was a luxury. Thank you, Master, it said. But really, is mopping the floor truly a task befitting a dog? Chapter 18. The Sword of Void. Under ordinary circumstances, Chen Luo refrained from consuming alcohol. In celebration of the genuine reunion with Su Dazhu, Chen Luo felt compelled to indulge in a drink, albeit a modest 2 chilled bottles of beer. Observing Su Dazhu relish his meal with unrestrained delight, a flicker of guilt crossed Chen Luo's eyes. Those endowed with extraordinary abilities often possessed hearty appetites, especially physical enhancers who could consume copiously. Yet, how many provisions were available to satisfy their hunger? Initially, Chen Luo remained oblivious to this reality until he interacted with other physical enhancers and grasped the profound nature of hunger. The mere thought of such an experience filled him with dread. Su Dazhu frequently offered him portions of his food, while unbeknownst to him, endured the gnawing pangs of hunger. Chen Luo vowed that he would not allow Su Dazhu to suffer from starvation while he himself went without. Watching Su Dazhu enjoy his meal brought forth a paternal smile from Chen Luo, akin to the joy of a father witnessing his child's contentment. Under Chen Luo's persistent encouragement, the 8 dishes proved insufficient for Su Dazhu's appetite, prompting Chen Luo to present a large platter of chicken, which finally left Su Dazhu thoroughly satisfied. The sight of Su Dazhu's satiation brought Chen Luo greater comfort than if he himself had feasted on ginseng fruit. Rising from the table, he made his way to the kitchen, retrieving buckets of purified water from his storage space to cleanse the zombie crystals he had acquired. He did not count the exact number, but it was certainly over 200. Upon finishing, he returned to find the Law King gazing at him with eager anticipation. Hadn't it been agreed that he would be allowed to consume the leftovers? Yet, none had been spared. All had been devoured by this insatiable glutton. With a smile, Chen Luo presented a portion of braised pork to the Law King, candidly stating that in a few days, few on earth would enjoy their meals as well as this dog. For now, every household merely had some reserves of ingredients. Chen Luo summoned Su Dazhu and handed him a handful of crystals. Dazhu, try to absorb the power of these crystals. It will rapidly enhance your strength. Su Dazhu inquired about their origin, to which Chen Luo chuckled and explained that they were extracted from the heads of zombies. Su Dazhu's face immediately contorted in distaste. Feeling somewhat queasy, a thought struck him, and he curiously asked, Brother Chen, how did you know there was something like this in the zombie heads? Chen Luo replied, when you had a headache this morning, you must have sensed something forming inside your head. I surmised it was a crystal, and I wondered if zombies might possess such a thing as well. Lo and behold, they do. Su Dazhu, realizing the brilliance of Chen Luo's deduction, praised him, Brother Chen. You are truly clever. Chen Luo smiled, stating that such insights merely required a sharp and agile mind. They were not secrets at all. Even those who were unaware could easily learn from interactions with others. In a gentle tone, Chen Luo added, from now on, don't call me Brother Chen. Just call me brother. There is indeed a distinction between Brother Chen and brother. Despite Su Dazhu's imposing stature, he was, in fact, 3 days younger than Chen Luo. Su Dazhu grinned foolishly and replied, all right. Brother, I've always wanted an older brother. Chen Luo and Su Dazhu had known each other for over a year. In Su Dazhu's eyes, Chen Luo was unlike other arrogant homeowners who looked down on him as a mere security guard. He was consistently gentle, polite, and never condescending. This respect naturally endeared Chen Luo to Su Dazhu, which is why they became partners so effortlessly after their encounter in their previous lives. Chen Luo allowed Su Dazhu to choose a room to absorb in peace, while he himself entered another room to commence his own absorption. After the King of Law finished its meal, Chen Luo tossed a crystal towards it. Consume them one by one. If it becomes overwhelming, then cease, he advised. The crystal could either be held in one's palm for gradual absorption or ingested directly. The distinction lay in the ability to control the absorption when held, whereas ingesting it posed the risk of being unable to withstand the energy, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences. However, such dire outcomes were improbable with the most rudimentary crystals. Yet, given that these crystals were excavated from the skulls of zombies, one might wonder about the aversion to their repulsiveness. The King of Law, being a dog, was indifferent to such matters. Reclining on the bed, Chen Luo gripped a crystal and began to absorb its essence. The crystal harbored a certain power that, once absorbed, could fortify his being. The most effective absorption occurred with crystals of the same attribute. For instance, spatial crystals yielded the best results for Chen Luo. This power, however, was not without limitations. Absorption was contingent upon individual capacity. Much like dining, some could consume 10 bowls of rice, while others were limited to merely half a bowl. Those who could eat more naturally possessed superior aptitude, resulting in a swifter enhancement of strength. The quantity of power that could be absorbed in a single instance would also increase with one's growing prowess. Drawing from his previous life's experiences, Chen Luo estimated that he could currently absorb the power of 8 crystals in one go. This was a considerable amount. Individuals with inferior aptitude often struggled to fully absorb even a single crystal upon awakening. Each crystal contained varying degrees of power, but the differences were negligible. By absorbing around 20 crystals, one could potentially reach the strength of a level 2 ability user in due course. As he continued to absorb, Chen Luo suddenly sat upright. Something feels amiss. Despite having absorbed 5 crystals, I feel as though I have only ingested a mere fraction. Ordinarily, with 5 crystals absorbed, Chen Luo should be nearly satiated. Instead, it feels as though only a few crumbs have been consumed. This, of course, is a favorable scenario, as the more power one absorbs at once, the swifter the enhancement of strength. With a mix of astonishment and joy, Chen Luo resumed the absorption process. Upon reaching the 21st crystal, a sudden pain pierced through his mind, though it was not as intense as the awakening he experienced earlier. Chen Luo struggled to believe that he had attained the 2nd level on the very first day of the apocalypse in his previous life. He had only reached this milestone on the 14th day. Earlier, upon awakening, he was capable of unleashing 4 spatial orbs simultaneously, but now he could manage at least 15. With a slight increase in power. Against the zombies, however, there was no qualitative change. He could still only dispatch 11 or 12 at most, which paled in comparison to the efficiency of an electric baton. Ignoring this development, Chen Luo continued to absorb the power of the crystals. After reaching the 2nd level, the efficacy of the most basic crystals was significantly diminished for him, as their power lacked purity. Once he reaches the 4th level, the lowest tier crystals will hold no value whatsoever, serving merely to hasten the recovery of strength. Thus, there were certain zombie crystals that Chen Luo could not be bothered to collect. He only sought what was necessary. It was only after absorbing 42 crystals that Chen Luo sensed he had reached his limit. He could absorb no more. His ability to absorb such a quantity was partly due to his ascension to the 2nd level. With this elevation, not only had his abilities improved, but his physical condition had also seen a slight enhancement. The physical prowess of a king-level ability user is by no means inferior to that of a 10th-level physical ability user. Weakness is merely a relative term. Feeling the power surging within him, Chen Luo rose to his feet, uncertain if he could wield the void sword at this moment. He began to concentrate all his strength into his palm, shaping it into the form of a sword. This sword was not formless or colorless. Rather, a faint white laser-like blade coalesced in Chen Luo's hand. In less than 5 seconds, he collapsed onto the bed, drenched in sweat, as the effort required to utilize this ability was overwhelmingly taxing. Chapter 19. The Swarm in his previous life, at the 9th level. Chen Luo mastered the art of void walking and, at the king level, commanded the dimensional blade. It is not to say that one must reach the 9th level to grasp void walking. Mastery depends on one's comprehension, with no NPC skill instructors to guide him. Now, as long as the energy within him was sufficient, Chen Luo could employ void walking even at the 1st level. However, it was evident that at the 1st level, He would lack the necessary power to sustain such a feat. He estimated that reaching the 4th level would allow him to barely execute void walking, albeit only over short distances, perhaps 100 meters at most. A single use would deplete all his anomalous energy. The Void Sword was a power he commanded at the 7th level, condensing spatial energy into a tangible form. The Void Sword was extraordinarily sharp, surpassing the ability to slice through iron effortlessly. It could cleave a target's body in two without a single drop of blood escaping. There was no chance of retaliation, and healing was utterly ineffective unless aided by another formidable spatial anomaly user. It served as a formidable weapon for Chen Luo's ambushes and lethal encounters. At the peak of his abilities, the Void Sword he conjured was as substantial as reality itself, capable of sustaining its form effortlessly for half an hour. Now, there exists only a faint interplay of light and shadow, lasting less than 5 seconds. Chen Luo, feeling utterly exhausted, managed to smile, dismissing the moment. The ability to utilize it was commendable enough. In the face of formidable defenses, he had already become a source of threat. Unable to continue absorbing the crystals, the fatigued Chen Luo soon drifted into slumber. The Law King not only had tasks to perform, but also bore the responsibility of safeguarding the home. Its acute sense of hearing and smell surpassed that of any bodyguard, ensuring a greater sense of security. The troubles it could manage, it addressed independently, those beyond its capabilities. It would duly report to Chen Luo. With the Law King at his side, Chen Luo could rest peacefully. Otherwise, he would lead a life fraught with weariness, constantly on guard against unwelcome visitors. The Law King mused, I feel I have borne far more than I ought to. This canine existence is replete with fatigue. The following morning, Chen Luo inquired about the crystal absorption progress from Su Dazhu and the Law King. Su Dazhu, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Brother, your method is truly effective. I feel my strength has significantly increased. I believe I have absorbed 7 crystals. 7 was indeed quite commendable. The Law King then barked 9 times in succession, signifying its own consumption of 9 crystals. Chen Luo chuckled, relieved it was not 90. Otherwise, it would have barked 90 times. Once he had subordinates, he mused, it would be more fitting to provide you with 9 years of compulsory education. Su Dazhu, astonished, gazed at the Law King, realizing this dog was no ordinary creature. However, you have consumed 9, while I have only 7. What does this imply? Today, we must journey to the granary and collect the rice and flour stored there. After some contemplation, Chen Luo decided to take Su Dazhu along. However, it is evident that Su Dazhu does not possess such a temperament. He would not simply bask in comfort at home. Thus, it would be more prudent to accompany Su Dazhu, providing him with both companionship and an opportunity to hone his combat skills. Chen Luo equipped Su Dazhu with the armor he had prepared, allowing him to familiarize himself with it, and handed him 2 electric batons. This set of armor was not burdensome for the robust Su Dazhu. It felt akin to a typical person donning winter attire. After ascending to the rank of a level 2 ability user, Chen Luo experienced a noticeable increase in strength, and wearing the armor felt significantly easier. Once all preparations were complete, they set off. Within the community, there were indeed other survivors, yet aside from a few, most would not venture out unless compelled by desperation. Many remained indoors, assessing the situation. As they exited the community, Chen Luo opportunistically acquired supplies from the supermarket within their villa district. Upon arriving at the location where the heavy trucks were parked, a smile graced Chen Luo's face. The trucks were unharmed, and the free guardianship had proven effective. Upon encountering zombies, Su Dazhu, clad in armor and wielding electric batons, was eager to engage. However, Chen Luo intervened. These are free laborers. Let the dog lead them away. The dog, adeptly trained, effortlessly attracted all the zombies away. Su Dazhu, feeling somewhat disheartened, remarked, Why do I feel that the dog serves a greater purpose than I do? Chen Luo chuckled softly and reassured him, Do not compare yourself to a dog. There are things it can do that I cannot either. Each has its strengths. It dares to eat excrement. Would you? After the dog had boarded the vehicle, Chen Luo did not head towards the granary. Instead, he directed their course towards the suburbs. In order to reach the grain depot, one must take a circuitous route. Otherwise, traversing through the bustling city with its population of 30 million is tantamount to courting death. Spending a little extra time on the detour is undoubtedly worthwhile. Chen Luo skillfully maneuvered his vehicle along the familiar path. Prior to the apocalypse, he had meticulously studied various routes to the grain depot and had even scouted the vicinity. Along the way, he encountered several survivors attempting to flag him down, reminiscent of the previously encountered yellow-haired individual, yet Chen Luo maintained his speed without hesitation. Should they obstruct his path, he would not shy away from a collision. The journey of over 100 kilometers took him more than 5 hours to complete. The grain depot was a 3-story building, elongated yet relatively modest in size. Even if filled to capacity with grain, it could scarcely hold a substantial amount. However, beneath it lay an expansive basement, the contents of which remained unknown. The above-ground area was merely designated for office purposes. Chen Luo drove his heavy truck directly into the depot. In this spacious area, dispatching the zombies was an effortless task. He circled within the depot, continuing his assault until the majority of the undead were vanquished before finally pausing. Throughout the ordeal, he did not encounter any survivors. If there had been any, they surely would have cried out upon hearing the commotion. Narrowing his eyes, Chen Luo pondered the presence of the grain depot's staff. It seemed improbable that not a single survivor remained. He approached the corridor leading to the basement within the office building, where the door to the passage stood wide open. The corridor was engulfed in darkness, prompting Chen Luo to retrieve his flashlight. A chilling sight met his eyes, a human skeleton, causing his pupils to constrict in shock. The remains were devoid of flesh and blood, leaving nothing but a skeletal frame. There appeared to be some mutated small creatures within the grain depot. Were they ants or mice? The typical zombie feasting upon humanity would undoubtedly leave behind remnants, for they do not consume completely. It is only the mutated creatures, such as ants and rats, that can gnaw with such thoroughness. Though they are feeble individually, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. Chen Luo had witnessed a legion of ants numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Any who encountered such a sight would flee in terror. The skull of the skeleton positioned itself toward Chen Luo, its entire body tilting in his direction. At that moment, Chen Luo hesitated. If he were to encounter a horde of astonishing magnitude, his safety would be far from assured. Yet, failing to procure supplies would render future ventures impossible. Steeling himself, Chen Luo knew he could not afford to take risks. The loss of provisions was inconsequential compared to preserving his life. Suddenly, a chilling sound pierced the air, squeaks. Incessant and urgent. Chen Luo's countenance shifted dramatically, and without a moment's hesitation, he seized Su Dazhu and fled. This sound indicated the presence of a rat swarm. In this dire situation, it was no longer a matter of whether Chen Luo would enter the grain storage basement. The rat horde had caught wind of his group and emerged. Typically, Chen Luo was unperturbed by ordinary swarms, even those numbering in the hundreds. However, the uncertainty surrounding the size of the swarm was alarming. Should it consist of thousands, defeat would be inevitable. The electric baton would prove ineffective against such a multitude, given its limited power supply. Unwilling to engage in a desperate fight without understanding the full scope of the threat, Chen Luo took flight with Su Dazhu. At last, Chen Luo grasped why no survivors remained in the grain storage area. With the razor-sharp teeth of the mutated rats only solid, thick iron doors, like those of a safe, could withstand their assault. Ordinary security doors and wooden office doors would be utterly powerless against the onslaught of rats. The olfactory senses of mice are remarkably acute. Aside from fleeing the granary, the survivors would undoubtedly find it impossible to endure. The king, startled by a throng of dark figures emerging from the basement, swiftly made his escape. With urgency, he called out, signaling for them to flee while he distracted the horde. He discerned that the swarm of rodents were not zombies, for their speed was far beyond that of the undead. The two armored individuals would inevitably be overtaken. Chen Luo and Su Dazhu raced toward the office building. Once they reached the heavy truck, they would find relative safety, even if the truck could not contend with the diminutive rodents. Meanwhile, the king chose to dash down a corridor to the right. He could not run in the same direction as Chen Luo and Su Dazhu, as his speed would undoubtedly leave them behind. The unfortunate duo lagged behind, but only a portion of the initial wave of mice pursued the king. Despite their commendable speed, they still paled in comparison to the king, who had awakened his lightning abilities. A particularly massive rodent, nearly the size of the king, momentarily hesitated before turning its attention toward Chen Luo and Su Dazhu, opting for the humans instead. After all, flesh was far more delectable. The rodent king's substantial form moved with surprising agility, matching the king's pace, thus far outpacing Chen Luo and Su Dazhu. Just as Chen Luo reached the steps of the office building, preparing to escape inside, the rodent king leapt high, crashing forcefully into Chen Luo. The impact was nothing short of astonishing. While ordinary sharp objects could not penetrate the armor, the sheer force rendered such protection ineffective. Chen Luo felt a searing pain in his back as his body uncontrollably pitched forward. Chen Luo fell heavily to the ground, the armor he wore only amplifying his pain. Ignoring the agony, he hastily rose to his feet, but 2 seconds had already sufficed for the swarm of rats to catch up with him and Su Daju. Hundreds of dark rodents surged forth, each one larger than the average rat, almost double in size. Among them, a particularly imposing rat king gazed upon him with a ravenous hunger. Its fur was a filthy gray-black, exuding a damp and greasy aura, reminiscent of having just emerged from a sewer. Most striking were its 2 prominent incisors, glistening and measuring several centimeters in length. Su Daju had never encountered such a creature and felt a chill creep over him. The rats, before engaging in battle, uttered no threats but lunged directly at their targets. Both Chen Luo and Su Daju fell under simultaneous attack. Hundreds of rats pounced, some landing on Chen Luo's legs, others climbing up to his chest, scrambling upward with alarming speed. In a mere instant, both men were enveloped by a mass of rodents. The rats pressed against one another, creating a dense and chaotic swarm, rendering the armor nearly invisible from a distance. Each man bore at least 50 or 60 rats upon him, while others, lacking space to land, squeaked anxiously. Each rat weighed over a pound, and combined with their relentless force, Chen Luo felt as if he were bearing the weight of a 100-pound sack. Though he had not been completely toppled, he struggled to maintain his footing, every movement a challenge. The Rat King, observing coldly from the sidelines, anticipated that once his minions dispatched these 2 intruders, he would feast first, as their leader. Had it not been for the armor, any other individual would have succumbed to a fatal bite within mere seconds. The teeth of an ordinary rat could not penetrate the custom-designed armor of Chen Luo. Cursing under his breath, he brandished a stun baton, due to their small stature and high density. A half-meter-long stun baton could incapacitate 3 or 4 rats with a single strike. The vitality of common rats, of course, could never be compared to that of zombies. While zombies would be instantly stunned, ordinary rats would perish upon contact. Chen Luo had anticipated such a scenario, thus his armor was interwoven with non-conductive materials. The electrocuted rats plummeted to the ground. Yet, in the next moment, the remaining rats, filled with urgency, swiftly filled the void. The number of the rodent horde was not as he had imagined, thousands, or even tens of thousands, bringing him a semblance of relief. The stun baton was sufficient to eradicate these rodents. However, the presence of the unengaged Rat King weighed heavily on Chen Luo's heart. A mutant. In this apocalyptic world, all beings, whether survivors or zombie mutants, experienced a gradual increase in strength. Yet, a select few zombies or mutated creatures would undergo a transformation, resulting in a sudden surge of power. Such mutants seemed to have overdrawn their life potential, with a lifespan of no more than several months, or even mere hours. The greater the power increase, the shorter the lifespan. Moreover, their strength would become fixed, unable to grow further, regardless of their lifespan. Encountering a living one was akin to stepping in dog excrement, pure misfortune. The Rat King before him was evidently a mutant, otherwise it could not have attained such a size by the second day of the apocalypse. The law of attraction had driven a portion of the rats to the end of the corridor, where they collided with the glass barrier, shattering it and making their escape. The King of Rats, undeterred by his own pain, swiftly dashed towards Chen Luo, barking loudly in an attempt to divert the swarm of rodents. The mice, lacking the ability to attach themselves to the bodies of Chen Luo and Su Daju, were both cunning and dim-witted, and a significant portion immediately redirected their pursuit towards the King of Rats. However, the Rat King squinted, realizing that with its speed, it would be challenging to catch the dog. It was far more enticing to feast upon humans instead. In that moment, it lunged ferociously at Su Daju, overpowering him with a tremendous leap. In the face of imminent danger, Su Daju remained unflustered, fiercely pressing his electric baton against the Rat King's body. Yet, the usually effective weapon proved futile, merely eliciting a fleeting flicker of pain upon the Rat King's visage. Instead, it retaliated with greater ferocity, sinking its teeth into Su Daju's armor. With a resounding crack, the once impenetrable armor was marred by a deep gash, and a second bite would surely breach it. Chapter 21. A bountiful harvest. The Rat King displayed remarkable cunning, targeting the neck area of Su Daju's armor. Should the armor be pierced, Su Daju's neck would be laid bare to the Rat King's vicious fangs, and the outcome would be dire. Chen Luo was undoubtedly intent on rescuing Su Daju, yet it was evident that the electric baton could not pose a threat to the Rat King in the immediate future. This Rat King boasted at least a level 3, perhaps even a level 4 prowess, and its strength was rooted in physical capabilities rather than elemental ones. Some might argue that the King of Rats was inferior to the Rat King, but how long could the Rat King survive? Perhaps it would collapse unexpectedly within minutes, without even needing to be slain. Chen Luo felt a surge of relief, having ascended to the rank of a level 2 supernatural being just the night before. Otherwise, both he and Su Daju would surely have met their demise. There remained a glimmer of hope. Fortune has not smiled upon me, as I have encountered a horde of mutated rats, among which is a grotesque mutant Rat King. I am, however, grateful that the sorcerer has lured away the majority of these aberrant creatures. Chen Luo retrieved 2 pieces of pork from his spatial abilities and cast them onto the ground, immediately enticing some of the rats to pounce upon the meat with insatiable hunger. Chen Luo felt a significant alleviation of pressure, momentarily disregarding the rats still clinging to him as he approached the Rat King with a stun baton in hand. The Rat King's eyes glimmered with disdain. Did it truly perceive this stun baton as a threat? It contemplated first sinking its teeth into me, then turning to you. The stun baton was merely a fade, concealing the true essence of the void sword that I had summoned. The Rat King possessed intelligence. Should it sense impending doom, it might opt for a temporary retreat. Should Chen Luo, who could only briefly manifest the void sword, falter, it would spell disaster. With the stun baton in his left hand, his right hand had already begun to coalesce a faint luminescence. A fierce determination flashed in Chen Luo's eyes. Time to meet your end. The Rat King, poised to deliver a fatal bite to Su Daju's neck, suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of peril. In astonishment, it glanced at Chen Luo, contemplating escape. Yet, with such proximity between them, was it not too late to flee? In an instant, Chen Luo's sword sliced through the Rat King's neck. While ordinary blades might merely penetrate the flesh, his void sword cleaved the creature in two, severing its head from its body. Strangely, no blood flowed from the wound. Despite sustaining such a grievous injury, the Rat King's vitality was astonishing. It did not succumb instantly. The headless body convulsed violently, the severed head desperately attempting to reattach itself, yearning for cohesion. Although this was an impossibility, the Rat King could still continue its vicious biting. Chen Luo, having wielded the Sword of Void, collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, devoid of any strength. Su Daju, not one to remain idle, took hold of the Mouse King's head and forcefully hurled it away. After a few thrashes, the Mouse King fell silent. A smile crept across Chen Luo's face. With the Mouse King vanquished, the remaining rodents posed no threat. Lacking the strength to wield his electric baton, he summoned it from his ability space, instructing Su Daju to administer shocks one by one. 5 minutes later, all the mice, including those led away by the Law King, had been electrocuted. Chen Luo, having regained a modicum of strength, leaned against the steps and retrieved 3 bottles of mineral water from his space. Why 3 bottles for just the 2 of them? Surely the Law King deserved a share as well. He gulped down a mouthful of water, breathing heavily, still shaken by the near brush with death. Had he ventured out without Su Daju today, he would likely have met his demise. Even if he could slay the Mouse King, he would have been unable to contend with the remaining mice. Though they could not instantly pierce through armor, they could wear him down bit by bit. Damn it! While I have been reborn, my strength has not returned alongside me. After seizing the food supplies, I must lay low and cultivate for a while. Chen Luo rose, patting Su Daju's shoulder, the silence between them laden with unspoken understanding. Ordinary mice do not necessarily harbor crystals within. They are too feeble, and even if they do, their potency pales in comparison to that of zombie crystals, rendering them of little use to Chen Luo. Approaching the Mouse King's head, he exerted considerable effort to breach its skull, extracting a crystal no larger than half a quail egg. Having grown significantly, the ordinary zombie crystals are merely the size of a grain of rice. Beyond the crystals, the Rat King possesses another valuable artifact, its 2 sharp incisors. Once Su Daju has enhanced his strength, conventional weapons would struggle to penetrate his body. However, these incisors could be fashioned into formidable weapons. Extracting them from the Rat King's jaws proved to be a daunting task, as Chen Luo lacked the necessary strength and thus entrusted the endeavor to Su Daju. It took considerable effort for Su Daju to finally procure the incisors. Chen Luo suggested, "Let us proceed to the basement." With the rat swarm eliminated, the basement should pose little danger. Even if zombies were to invade, the rat swarm would launch an assault. Had Chen Luo delayed his arrival any longer, He feared the zombies outside the granary might have vanished entirely. Nonetheless, he entered the granary with utmost caution, while it continued its vigilant patrol. Aside from a few human remains and some mutated rats, there was nothing else of note. Upon activating the basement's lighting, the vast expanse of the space became visible. It was spacious and seemingly endless, with bags of grain stacked high. Chen Luo did not linger, prioritizing the collection of supplies. It was not until after 8 in the evening that he managed to store all the grain within his ability space. He estimated there to be approximately 60,000 tons of rice and 20,000 tons of flour. This granary was the largest in the capital, with others existing. Yet Chen Luo had no intention of venturing to them due to their distant and perilous locations. He had narrowly escaped danger that day. Such an abundance of grain would suffice to feed 10,000 people for several decades, entirely adequate. Moreover, his ability space was nearing its limits, unable to accommodate any more. Su Dazhu gaped in astonishment. "Brother, just how vast is your ability space?" Chen Luo chuckled. "It's not particularly large, roughly the size of this granary." With a serious expression, Chen Luo added, "Dazhu, you must not breathe a word about the supplies I have stockpiled. No matter who it is, you must keep this secret." Su Dazhu was the reticent type, speaking little, yet Chen Luo still received a nod in response. Su Dazhu earnestly affirmed, "Rest assured, brother, I understand. I wouldn't divulge it even under duress." In his previous life, Chen Luo had only one brother, Su Dazhu. In this life, given Chen Luo's current disposition, it would be exceedingly difficult to find someone he could genuinely regard as a brother again. Having this single brother across 2 lifetimes was more precious than anything else. Around 7 o'clock, the power in the granary went out. If Chen Luo remembered correctly, by this time, much of the city had already lost electricity. After absorbing the crystals, Chen Luo chose not to advance further. It would require the absorption of approximately 150 crystals to become a level 3 ability user, which would take at least 3 more days. To alleviate Su Dazhu's boredom, Chen Luo handed him a fully charged smartphone and headphones, suggesting he occupy himself with a single-player game or a movie. This smartphone boasted a capacity of 512 gigabytes. The driver's cabin of the heavy truck was spacious, designed specifically to accommodate the living space for 2 drivers. Chen Luo also took out a phone and began watching a film. Unexpectedly, the king of law, behind Chen Luo, joined him, engrossed in the viewing. Chapter 22. Can you behave like a human? Jin Go. There's a large truck approaching from that direction, on a morning by the roadside. For young individuals were stumbling forward, parched and famished, contemplating whether the vehicles that sporadically came to a halt nearby might contain provisions. Among them was a young man named Wang Jian, around 25 or 26 years of age, who, upon hearing a commotion, turned to see a large truck, his expression lighting up with delight. He waved his hand, commanding, "Stop that truck." The other 3 immediately complied, their imaginations igniting with possibilities. This truck surely carried supplies. Perhaps it was laden with instant food, or perhaps a bounty of watermelons, refreshing and filling. Other fruits would suffice as well, even if it contained no provisions. My uncle is the driver, and I am aware that truck drivers often stock their vehicles with cases of mineral water, marinated eggs, marinated chicken legs, and various snacks. With this thought, their stomachs growled in unison. "Jian, if it doesn't stop, you might have to use your newfound powers to puncture its tires," one of them jested. The others nodded in agreement, casting glances at Wang Jian filled with a mixture of trepidation and envy. Just the previous night, Jian had awakened to a peculiar ability. He discovered he could manipulate metal. Initially, he believed he could control anything, but after some experimentation, he realized his powers were limited to metal. The others nearby were taken aback by this revelation. Superpowers? They were unaware that survivors would awaken such abilities within a fortnight, some sooner than others. This was a privilege typically reserved for protagonists in novels. Wang Jian, once an ordinary individual of little distinction, had suddenly ascended to the status of a revered figure among the trio. Wang Jian was filled with an overwhelming sense of triumph, convinced of his extraordinary destiny, believing that the world would inevitably bow before him. Many awakened individuals, upon discovering their powers, tend to adopt an air of superiority, claiming that they are paramount, with Wang Jian being no exception. With Wang Jian's approval, the 3 men swiftly positioned themselves in the middle of the road, while Wang Jian assumed an authoritative stance by the roadside. The imposing truck belonged to Chen Luo. "Stop! Halt immediately!" they shouted at Chen Luo. With a subtle smile playing on his lips, Chen Luo remained undeterred, urging them to stand their ground if they dared. True to form, he did not reduce his speed. Faced with the rapidly approaching truck, the trio hesitated to obstruct its path, resorting instead to a barrage of curses. Wang Jian's expression darkened. How dare they show such disrespect? Prepared for the situation, Wang Jian produced a long, sharp iron nail, channeling his metallic abilities to launch it swiftly towards the truck's rear tire. The nail punctured the tire, causing it to deflate immediately. As Chen Luo slowed down and came to a halt, Wang Jian and his companions wore expressions of satisfaction and hurried over. Two of them, without hesitation, opened the truck's compartment. Meanwhile, Wang Jian approached the window with a fierce glare, banging on it forcefully. Did you not hear me? Stop. Run away now, and let us see what happens. Before the apocalypse, Wang Jian had never displayed such arrogance, but after awakening his powers and being flattered by his three lackeys, he had become exceedingly inflated with pride. Get out of the vehicle. Stop pretending to be unconscious. Chen Luo stared at Wang Jian in disbelief. Did you damage my truck? Ordinary vehicles could not navigate the city with such ease. At that moment, the two lackeys who had opened the compartment were left utterly disappointed, exclaiming, Brother Jian, it's empty. There is nothing inside. Upon hearing this, Wang Jian felt a surge of disappointment and anger, and he bellowed, Let me out of the car. Chen Luo, trembling with rage, opened the window and forcefully pressed a condensed spatial orb against Wang Jian's face. Caught off guard, Wang Jian was struck squarely. The orb exploded upon impact, leaving Wang Jian screaming in agony, his face a gruesome mess, the skin entirely obliterated, and he collapsed, unconscious. Never did Wang Jian expect that, apart from himself, others would also possess supernatural abilities. After all, he was the protagonist. This sudden turn of events incited panic in the other three, who fled in terror. Wasn't Brother Jian the main character? How could he possibly perish? Chen Luo gave the mage a light pat on the rear, and the mage, understanding the cue, leapt from the vehicle to pursue the fleeing trio. After a moment of struggling to quell his fury, Chen Luo explained, Dezhu, it is not that I am cold-hearted. If we were mere mortals and fell into their hands under such circumstances, can you fathom the consequences? On the third day of the apocalypse, Su Dazhu was still inexperienced in this dire new world, prompting Chen Luo to elaborate further. The remaining three soon met their demise at the hands of the mage. Chen Luo's anger began to subside, yet the damage to the vehicle remained irreparable. Exiting the car with Su Dazhu, they quickly observed that one tire had been punctured, completely deflating it. In such desolate surroundings, where could they possibly find someone to repair a tire? With no alternatives, Chen Luo produced his learning materials, determined to become self-sufficient. Beyond copying an abundance of films, novels, and games, he had also amassed a significant collection of educational resources. Ahem, truly educational materials encompass various fields such as cultivation, circuitry, agriculture, biology, and medicine. All the learning resources available on the market have been diligently gathered. With the assistance of these materials, Chen Luo, with great effort alongside Su Dezhu, managed to repair the tire. Fortunately, the anomaly space was stocked with an array of tools. Chen Luo smirked, realizing he had acquired yet another skill. As he prepared to set off again, he suddenly remembered that he had yet to collect Wang Jian's crystal. Survivors who had awakened their abilities also possessed crystals, which were significantly more effective than those of the zombies. Thus, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, the treachery from fellow humans proved to be far more terrifying than that posed by the undead. Wang Jian had only recently awakened, and while his crystal was considerably superior to the most rudimentary zombie crystals, its utility was still limited. It wasn't until 3 in the afternoon that Chen Luo finally returned home, having skipped lunch. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, he lazily stretched. Observing the chaotic state of the dining table, Chen Luo glanced at the legal expert, wishing he could wash the dishes. The legal expert felt a slight tension at Chen Luo's gaze, urging him to act more like a person. Chapter 23. Urgent need for a maid. Shortly after the onset of the apocalypse, communication signals inexplicably ceased. At that time, water resources became contaminated, and any survivor who carelessly consumed it faced dire consequences. Mild symptoms included severe abdominal pain, while more severe cases led to high fevers, unconsciousness, and even death. Eventually, survivors' constitutions began to strengthen, allowing them to drink from the tainted sources. However, these waters had been sullied by countless corpses and mutated creatures, a thought that was utterly repulsive. Yet, what choice did one have but to drink? Simultaneously, this water will stifle the development of the powers possessed by the extraordinary beings. On the evening of the second day of the apocalypse, certain regions began to experience power outages, which subsequently spread incessantly. June heralds summer, with sweltering heat accelerating the decay of fruits, vegetables, and meats. While fruits and vegetables fare slightly better, meats become inedible within 2 to 3 days. Within a month, survivors find themselves subsisting solely on various snacks and packaged instant foods, with the desire for a delectable meal transforming into the utmost luxury. Having something to eat is already a blessing. Those timid and lacking in strength often find themselves without food or perish in their quest for sustenance. However, this has no bearing on Chen Luo whatsoever. The king of Law muses whether to indulge in braised pork or spare ribs today. Eating daily, meal after meal, has grown somewhat tiresome. Perhaps a change of flavor is in order, something lighter. In the living room, with the curtains drawn, Chen Luo and Su Daju utilize the enormous LCD television to play games on the PSP. Such a monotonous existence, eating, playing, and sleeping in a perpetual cycle of indulgence and idleness. Yet now, in this apocalypse, I harbor no aspirations of saving the world. Sipping on a chilled cola, Chen Luo lets out a sigh, lamenting this life he wishes to escape. But what can I do? I, too, am beset by despair. Glancing at the king of Law, whose gaze is fixated on the television, Chen Luo suggests, why not seek out some zombies to hone your skills and attempt to master new abilities? The king of Law had already advanced to level 2 yesterday, with a significant increase in his extraordinary powers, allowing him to wield additional lightning-based skills. However, these skills cannot simply be mastered by mere advancement. One must derive understanding through personal insight. Chen Luo is adept only in spatial skills, unable to assist in other realms, relying solely on his own efforts. The most expedient way to hone one's abilities is through the crucible of battle. The Mage King reluctantly diverted his gaze from the captivating LCD television before him. The game appeared to be quite engaging. It was one thing to deny a dog the opportunity to play, but to prevent it from even watching was another matter entirely. Chen Luo chuckled inwardly, recalling how the Mage King resembled his younger self, who would bring a GBA to school surrounded by an eager crowd of classmates, all eyes fixed on his gameplay. Yet, I act in your best interest. Without proper training, a dog cannot develop its potential. Su Daju also ascended to the second level yesterday. While there remains a slight gap between him and the Mage King, the disparity is hardly noticeable in the early stages, where advancement occurs rapidly. Su Daju is different. As a physical type ability user, he possesses no skills to master. His progression is solely reliant on the enhancement of his physique and strength, necessitating only combat experience. However, the zombies outside remain at the lowest tier. Engaging with them will yield little in terms of refinement. As the Mage King stood upright and opened the door, ready to embark, Chen Luo recalled something and promptly called out, "Wait a moment." The Mage King turned to Chen Luo, perhaps pondering whether he was being dissuaded from joining, or if Chen Luo was merely concerned for his safety and offering a word of caution. Chen Luo then stated, "Could you please dispose of the 2 trash bags I packed while you're at it?" The Mage King exclaimed in disbelief. "You don't regard a dog as a dog, do you?" Observing the departing Mage King, Chen Luo shook his head, thinking to himself, "It is truly worrisome. When will you learn to clean up after yourself and dispose of the trash? Only then will you truly embody the essence of a mature dog. I refrain from instructing you, yet you remain oblivious to your own responsibilities." Sigh. Su Daju chuckled derisively at the pitiful king of Law. Chen Luo remarked, "Let us not mind him. We shall continue our merriment." As the clock struck 6:30, the time for dinner arrived. Yet, a cloud of concern loomed over Chen Luo. The daily indulgence of rich meats was taking a toll on his digestive system. In the early days of his rebirth, he had long been starved of desires, craving nothing but meat. The first dishes that sprang to mind were the greasy buckets of fried chicken and roasted duck. The pre-ordered delicacies were all substantial meat dishes. There were vegetables available, yet they were limited to dry-fried cauliflower, hand-torn cabbage, and oil-braised eggplant. Simple stir-fried greens, or a comforting vegetable and egg soup were nowhere to be found. Who could withstand such a feast? Chen Luo felt a pang of regret. He had miscalculated. He possessed ample ingredients, enough to last a lifetime, and a wealth of cooking materials and videos at his disposal. However, merely watching cooking videos does not transform one into a master chef. Presently, Chen Luo found himself devoid of any appetite, yearning only for a bowl of simple vegetable soup. Yet, such a dish was nowhere in sight. Even disposing of waste relied on the King of Law, as it was impossible for Chen Luo to manage alone. The king was rather inept, lacking in many essential skills. Chen Luo felt an urgent need for a maid to attend to his daily needs. To live in a manner where he could simply extend his hand for clothing and have meals served to him, while someone else handled the dishes, sweeping, laundry, and tidying up the household. His thoughts immediately turned to Ma Yu, whose culinary talents were remarkable. With her assistance, he could indulge in whatever he wished. And after the meal, she could help with the washing up. Chen Luo found her demeanor quite pleasing and aesthetically appealing. Even before the apocalypse, he had harbored such thoughts. Chen Luo was uncertain whether she was alive or dead. Even if she were alive, it would be prudent to let her suffer from hunger for a few days to facilitate discipline. However, it was now Chen Luo, a severe procrastinator, who found herself in urgent need of a caretaker. Observing the relentless toil of the Law King, Chen Luo felt a twinge of guilt and thought it best to alleviate his burden. Currently, she resided in the staff dormitory of a 5-star hotel not far from her home, where Ma Yu served as a chef. Chen Luo had lured him to work part-time with a generous salary to impart his culinary skills. Had Ma Yu lived too far away or in a bustling urban area, she would have abandoned the idea, for he was not the sole chef in existence. After some contemplation, she decided it would be wise to wait until tomorrow when she would ascend to the 3rd tier of abilities and then check on Ma Yu the following day. If he proved unsuitable, she would seek alternatives. Sighing, she resolved to make do with some wintermelon and pork rib soup for the night. Chapter 24. Good people do not live long. Upon reaching the 2nd tier, Chen Luo was able to absorb approximately 50 of the lowest grade crystals daily. Should she attempt to absorb higher grade crystals, the quantity would significantly diminish. The crystal obtained from the Law King had taken her over a week to fully absorb. Tests indicated that absorbing a crystal once a day was the optimal method, keeping her body in a state of hunger to maximize absorption, rather than taking them every few hours, which was less effective. As a sharp pain coursed through her mind, the crystals within underwent a minor transformation. A smile graced Chen Luo's face. She had ascended to the 3rd tier of abilities in just 4 days. In her previous life, it had taken her a month and a half to reach this level. With the remarkable talent of the Mage King, even with his utmost effort in absorbing crystals daily, it takes him a fortnight to ascend from level 2 to level 3. In contrast, Chen Luo requires merely 3 days. Oh, Mage King, consider yourself fortunate to have accompanied me in this lifetime. Otherwise, there would be no need for ambushes to contend with you. The extraordinary power within Chen Luo can be referred to as magical energy or mana, compared to his level 2 state. Not only has the purity of this energy significantly increased, but its quantity has also nearly tripled. The Void Sword, which could previously sustain itself for 5 seconds, can now endure for 20 seconds, marking a substantial enhancement in strength. However, to utilize Void Walking, much remains to be achieved, requiring at least level 4. Presently, the zombies are not even on par with level 1 ability users. One might categorize them as level 0, exceedingly weak. After reaching level 4, the crystals from these level 0 zombies will hold no value for Chen Luo, at which point his growth and power will stagnate. Even now, the crystals from level 0 zombies have minimal efficacy for him, necessitating thousands of them to advance to level 4. The crystals in Chen Luo's possession are scant. He must replenish his supply. While searching for Ma Yu, he plans to acquire some near that 5-star hotel. The following morning, Chen Luo, accompanied by Su Dezhu and the Mage King, sets out. As they pass the community supermarket, an amusing scene unfolds before them. A young man, someone Chen Luo recognizes from the neighborhood, hastily emerges from the supermarket with a considerable bag of items, eager to depart. Within the confines of the supermarket, virtually all provisions had been seized by Chen Luo, leaving behind only a few scattered remnants that lay abandoned on the floor or tucked away in corners, objects that Chen Luo deemed unworthy of his attention. At that moment, a woman burst forth from the depths of the store, her intentions clear as she lunged to snatch the items from the young man's grasp. Her voice tinged with desperation as she cried out, "You've taken everything. How am I to survive? Share with me half." Though merely the 5th day of the apocalypse, the value of resources was well understood by all. Sustenance was the key to survival. The young man dismissed her pleas with a forceful shove, retorting, "Get away from me. Your hunger is of no concern to me." The woman, equally tenacious, clung to him, declaring, "If you do not share, I will hold on to you. When the zombies come, we shall face our fate together." Faced with her resolve, the young man relented, acknowledging her cunning. "Fine, let me go, and I shall share with you." While she released her grip, one hand remained firmly clutching the edge of his garment. In a sudden turn, the young man revealed a dagger from his cloak, swiftly plunging it into the woman multiple times. She sank slowly to the ground, her life extinguished. Now, there was no need for division of resources. As two zombies meandered closer, the young man spotted Chen Luo and his companions, fearing that they might seize his belongings, and hastily made his escape. With audacity on his side, he believed that even if he could not overpower the zombies, he could rely on his swiftness. Chen Luo shook his head. The young man was no virtuous soul, but what concern was it of his? He felt no right to judge others, for he himself was far from innocent. Since his rebirth, Chen Luo had no intention of donning the mantle of a good person. Goodness was a path that led to a swift demise. And those who were noble often met their end first. He was not a hero, nor did he aspire to be one. As Chen Luo boarded the heavy truck, he contemplated which route to take. The once vibrant international metropolis had lost its former splendor, now shrouded in an eerie silence, occasionally pierced by the distant howls of zombies. Fortunately, the five-star hotel where Ma Yu resided, although situated within the city, was not in the bustling center. Otherwise, Chen Luo would never dare venture there. The danger was too great. If the vehicle became immobilized, stepping outside would invite a swarm of at least 1,000 zombies. Driving a heavy truck through the city felt somewhat incongruous. Ordinarily, such vehicles were prohibited from urban roads. The streets were lined with residential complexes, where numerous survivors vigilantly monitored the situation outside. Upon spotting Chen Luo's truck, many would call out, "Driver, what is happening outside? Could you share some news? Driver, could you bring some food up? I'll pay anything. I'll offer 10,000 for a bit of pork." Chen Luo rolled his eyes, too disinterested to respond. He was neither Tang Sung, nor were they the White Dragon Horse. Such cries often brought him trouble, yet he could not go door to door teaching them decorum. Navigating the city in a heavy truck was indeed sluggish, with numerous roadblocks and sharp turns. Within 20 minutes, Chen Luo arrived at the rear entrance of Yunlai International Hotel. "Dezhu, put on your gear and disembark," Chen Luo instructed. Su Dezhu nodded and donned his armor. The three of them, 2 men and a dog, exited the vehicle. This time, Su Dezhu wielded a solid iron rod instead of an electric baton. The electric baton has a limited charge, and after Su Dezhu advanced to the second level, his strength significantly increased, making the lethality of his iron rod surpass that of the electric baton. Following closely behind Chen Luo, there were nearly 50 zombies that did not lose track of him. Upon seeing Chen Luo and Su Dezhu exit the vehicle, they rushed forward eagerly. Chen Luo still wielded the electric baton, while Su Dezhu raised his iron rod and struck a zombie squarely on the head. The force of the blow was tremendous, capable of shattering the skulls of both zombies and survivors alike. The head of one zombie immediately split open, spilling a gruesome mixture of red and white onto the ground, resulting in its instant demise. The head is the critical weakness of a zombie. If Su Dezhu were to strike its body, it would be impossible for it to perish so easily. Su Dezhu continued to swing his iron rod, one zombie after another falling victim to his might. His efficiency was not inferior to that of Chen Luo wielding the electric baton. If Chen Luo were to rely solely on his spatial abilities, even as a level 3 ability user, he would find it difficult to match Su Dezhu's effectiveness. In the early stages, physical ability users hold a significant advantage. However, it cannot be said that Chen Luo is incapable of defeating Su Dezhu. While the zombies could not harm Su Dezhu at this moment, Chen Luo could potentially strike him down with a single blow. There remains a chance for Chen Luo to be replaced by Su Dezhu, but the agile Law King, under Chen Luo's guidance, has become quite adept at managing his distance, ensuring he could outlast Su Dezhu. Chapter 25. The tragic fate of Ma Yu. Chen Luo ventured out with the primary objective of collecting crystals. The zombies that fell to their hands were not to be wasted. After dispatching the undead, Chen Luo and Su Dezhu began to gather their spoils. Chen Luo appeared relaxed, swiftly collecting the crystals, while Su Dezhu felt quite uneasy in the presence of the bloody remains. Chen Luo's collection speed was at least 3 times that of Su Dezhu. As for the Law King, it was best not to mention it. This task was beyond its capabilities. The trio, 2 humans and a dog, mowed through the horde of zombies, swiftly gathering over 300 zombie crystals. They could continue their slaughter, yet it seemed unnecessary. Su Dezhu had already expended considerable energy. It was utterly imprudent to wait until exhaustion set in before ceasing their efforts. What if they encountered danger then? 300 crystals would suffice for 3 days. Chen Luo cast a glance at the hotel staff dormitory they had passed, furrowing her brow. The apocalypse had erupted around 9 o'clock. Was Ma Yu in the dormitory or still at work? She hoped he was in the dormitory. Otherwise, in such a vast hotel, even if he were alive, locating him would prove exceedingly difficult. To be frank, Chen Luo harbored little hope for Ma Yu's survival, perhaps a mere 5% chance. Still, she approached with a mindset of cautious exploration, provided it was safe to do so. Entering the staff dormitory, the Law King forged ahead. The mournful wails of fallen zombies, coupled with the Law King's roars, soon drew the attention of a nearby room. A young man peered through the peephole, witnessing two armored figures dispatching zombies with the ease of chopping vegetables. Though fear gripped him, he mustered the courage to crack the door open slightly and poke his head out. "Brothers, please save me." Lu Wenba was a staff member at Yunlai Hotel. Resting at the onset of the apocalypse, he had been alone in the dormitory, surviving on stored snacks and 2 bottles of mineral water. But he felt he could not hold out much longer. This time, Chen Luo did not coldly turn away. Instead, she inquired, "Do you know Ma Yu?" Lu Wenba nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Ma Yu is quite renowned among the staff at Yunlai Hotel. Few are unfamiliar with her. This is partly due to her exquisite culinary skills, unmatched within the establishment, and partly because, although she may not be an extraordinary beauty, she possesses an alluring charm and striking looks, making her a goddess in the eyes of many male employees at Yunlai. Chen Luo smiled and asked, "Do you know which dormitory she resides in?" Lu Wenba nodded in affirmation. "Yes, but she likely isn't there." On the morning of the calamity, there was a significant business meeting at the hotel. She must be in the kitchen preparing for it. Chen Luo suggested, "Lead the way. I shall offer you some rewards." Lu Wenba hesitated to propose any conditions, realizing the formidable nature of the duo who could face zombies without a flinch. To him, zombies were already terrifying enough. Although the likelihood of finding Ma Yu in her dormitory was minimal, Chen Luo insisted on checking, as it would be a wasted effort otherwise. The employee dormitory was relatively empty, with most staff members occupied at work. Lu Wenba pointed to a dormitory on the 4th floor. "It's this one." Chen Luo tested the door and found it locked, signaling to Su Dezhu. Understanding the cue, Su Dezhu delivered a powerful kick that sent the door crashing open. Lu Wenba felt a shiver run down his spine at the thought of such force directed at him. The dormitory was devoid of occupants. "Let us head to the conference hall and search there," Chen Luo declared. Upon reaching Yunlai Hotel, he found Ma Yu's situation quite dire. When the apocalypse erupted, Ma Yu was in the kitchen, preparing dishes for the midday banquet intended for a gathering of social elites following the conclusion of the meeting. This business conference was significant, attended by numerous luminaries from the business world, and even the renowned star Lin Yi had received an invitation. In the midst of the apocalypse, Ma Yu, filled with panic, sought refuge in a small cold storage room adjacent to the kitchen. This cold storage, merely one of the hotel's modest facilities, spanned a mere 30 square meters. However, its sturdy door provided a barrier against the encroaching zombies, and within, there existed a switch that could be turned off to prevent freezing to death. Several survivors from the meeting had hastily retreated to the less populated kitchen area, and the compassionate Ma Yu promptly ushered them into the cold storage. There were a total of 9 individuals, including the renowned celebrity Lin Yi. Inside this frigid chamber, they found only a meager supply of rice and vegetables, devoid of any means to cook. Thus, they could only consume raw vegetables, barely sustaining themselves. Though the cold storage measured over 30 square meters, it was filled with shelves, leaving just enough space to navigate. The 9 individuals found themselves in a rather cramped situation, unable to lie down and compelled to sit on the floor to rest, while also designating a portion of the space for a makeshift toilet. The stench within the cold storage was unbearable, far exceeding that of a public restroom, which at least had the benefit of periodic flushing. Ironically, closest to this makeshift toilet was Ma Yu, the very person who had guided the others to safety. This was a reality Ma Yu could never have anticipated. It is not difficult to comprehend that among these 9 individuals, aside from Ma Yu, there were either high-ranking hotel executives, her absolute superiors, or celebrities, with the most distinguished being the business magnate Li Lin, the CEO of a sizable company. Ma Yu, a mere chef, held the lowest status. It was evident who would be nearest to the toilet. In this confined cold storage, the social hierarchy was starkly delineated, with none of them realizing that they were in the throes of an unmistakable apocalypse, still clinging to the hope of rescue. The arrangement of their positions reflected their differing statuses. In that moment, Ma Yu cradled her head, feeling an icy chill within her heart. Next to Ma Yu sat the illustrious star Lin Yi, who had her mouth thoroughly concealed by a mask. The prolonged sitting made Lin Yu quite uncomfortable, and she instinctively attempted to stretch her legs, inadvertently kicking Mayu in the process. Mayu frowned, but chose to remain silent. The days of confinement had left Lin Yu in a foul mood, and she sharply ordered, "Move over there." Mayu paused for a moment, contemplating the request, and coldly replied, "If you wish to go, then do so yourself." Lin Yu furrowed her brow fiercely, retorting, "What is your status compared to mine? Do you believe that once we are rescued, I won't file a complaint that could lead to your dismissal?" The hotel manager interjected, "Mayu, Lin Yu is a valued guest of our establishment. Please adjust your attitude." The manager had been treating the business magnate Li Lin with utmost reverence over the past few days, hoping that after their rescue, Li Lin might offer him a favor in return. Mayu had endured enough indignities over the past few days and finally erupted, "I am a person. And so are you. What makes you so different? Are you not human?" Lin Yu, her expression hardening, did not respond but instead delivered a swift kick towards Mayu. Had Mayu not steadied herself against the shelf, the consequences could have been dire. The two women soon found themselves embroiled in a struggle. Li Lin, visibly displeased, was in his 50s and had hoped for a massage from Mayu, but she was unwilling. He glanced at the dwindling supply of vegetables, realizing they would not last much longer. His expression hardened as he commanded, "Throw her out." Chapter 26, 200,000 a month. Come work at my company. Among the 9 individuals in the cold storage, all but Mayu, the cook, could be considered societal elites. The minds at play are anything but simple. They observe every situation within the cold storage with keen awareness. Without a reduction in personnel, resources are woefully inadequate. The first to echo this sentiment is, of course, the illustrious star Lin Yu, who has recently had a disagreement with Mayu. Surprisingly, the second to concur is the hotel manager. "Mayu," he states, "you can see that space is limited here. For the greater good, we must make a sacrifice. You should seek refuge elsewhere. Flee." Mayu retorts, "Outside, there are zombies guarding the perimeter. Over the past few days, I have scarcely eaten or drunk anything, leaving me terribly weak. After squatting for so long, my legs are numb. I can hardly run. Venturing out means certain death. No one opposes this course of action. As it pertains to their own survival, one less person translates to a greater chance of life, even though Mayu had saved them." The prevailing sentiment seems to favor her sacrifice. Mayu gazes incredulously at the group, a poignant thought surfacing in her mind. In the sweltering heat of June, while others fan themselves, my heart turns cold. A chilling realization washes over her. Had she known, she would have simply kept the door shut, allowing them to be bitten by zombies while she sheltered alone in the cold storage. It is evident that they wish for her demise. Very well. If I am to perish, may you all share in this fate as well. As Mayu prepares to open the door, she resolutely braces against it, intending to draw the zombies in and conclude their collective existence. In that moment, Lin Yu delivers a forceful kick to Mayu's backside, sending her sprawling before the door. Lin Yu leaves behind a chilling remark, "This is the consequence of opposing me," as the cold storage door slams shut. Mayu feels the urge to weep but suppresses it. After all, observing the situation from inside the cold storage, crying would merely invite ridicule. Frustration wells within her. At this moment, fear has been supplanted by a deep-seated anger. Who can eliminate this group of people? She is willing to pay any price. Yet, it seems that the opportunity has vanished. 2 zombies caught the scent of Mayu and immediately altered their aimless wandering, howling as they lunged towards her. Mayu's mind went blank, consumed by a singular thought. How absurd it is that I saved a group of people only to be killed by them. Faced with the approaching zombies, Mayu realized that escape was impossible. She closed her eyes, awaiting her end. Chen Luo and Dezhu, guided by the familiar Lu Wenbo through the hotel, ascended the staircase to the 4th floor. This staircase was conveniently located not far from the cold storage room. Upon hearing Lin Yu's voice, Chen Luo approached to investigate, only to witness 2 zombies lunging at Mayu. Initially, Chen Luo could not confirm it was Mayu, but the long braid behind her seemed familiar. However, the King of Law recognized her. Having encountered Mayu numerous times, he was aware of their mission to find her. The scent of Mayu was ingrained in his memory. In an instant, the King of Law sprang into action, covering the distance of several meters in a heartbeat. With a powerful headbutt, he collided with the zombies. His physical prowess had only intensified with each level gained. The 2 zombies, standing close together, were knocked to the ground, and Dezhu arrived just in time to deliver the finishing blows. Chen Luo was filled with joy as he beheld Mayu. The chef had survived. Fortune smiled upon him. 5 days. Do you have any idea how I endured these 5 days? A dismal experience, indeed. A chef with exceptional skills and an appealing appearance is a rare find. Otherwise, having to eat meals prepared by a rough and unrefined cook would lead me to deduct a significant score. Mayu gazed in astonishment at the Dharma King, whom she recognized, particularly due to the conspicuous absence of her left ear. Chen Luo approached with a smile, saying, Mayu, it's me, Chen Luo. I specifically came here to rescue you. I braved immense peril to reach you. Are you not moved? Devote yourself wholeheartedly to being my chef. After her initial shock, Mayu was indeed touched and replied excitedly, Chen Luo, thank you. As Su Daju was about to assist Mayu, several zombies, along with those in the grand conference hall, were drawn by the commotion and began to converge towards them. With no time to reminisce with Mayu, Chen Luo and Su Daju stood guard at the door, one on each side, with the Dharma King between them, ruthlessly dispatching the advancing zombies. The undead continued to swarm in waves. If over 100 zombies were to gather and approach, Chen Luo would not dare to confront them head-on. Before long, there were no living zombies remaining. Meanwhile, the individuals in the cold storage observed everything through a small window on the door, but they could not hear the conversation among Chen Luo and the others. Lin Yi, overwhelmed with emotion, covered her mouth, tears glistening in her eyes. They were saved. After enduring for 5 days, they had finally been rescued. Business tycoon Li Lin felt no pain in his leg anymore. However, the people in the cold storage remained cautious and waited until there were no more zombies before opening the door. With a beaming smile, Li Lin expressed, Thank you, brave heroes, for saving us. Lin Yi removed her mask, revealing a modest and pure smile as she said, Hello, I am Lin Yi. It is a pleasure to meet you. She knew that without removing her mask, Chen Luo would not recognize her as Lin Yi, a top-tier star on the front lines. Just a step away from becoming a superstar. Perhaps these two individuals are merely mindless fans, caring for themselves more than for Li Lin. Chen Luo cast a sidelong glance at her, scoffing, You celebrate far too prematurely. While others remained safely ensconced in the cold storage, only Mayu was left outside, nearly devoured by zombies. Chen Luo could easily surmise that some sordid affair had transpired. Strangely, upon hearing Chen Luo's words, a wave of grievance surged within Mayu, and she choked back tears as she recounted the events that had unfolded. Chen Luo listened with a cold smile, remarking, This reinforces the notion that one should not strive to be a good Samaritan. Mayu possessed her own worth, which is why Chen Luo had come to her aid. Without value, her fate would be of no concern to him. Li Lin and the others exchanged glances, seemingly recognizing Mayu. Humph, in this world, there is no issue that money cannot resolve. 200,000 is no trifling sum. Over a year, that amounts to more than 2 million. How many laborers can hope to earn such a figure? A few years of work could render one a millionaire. One individual produced a check, presenting it to Chen Luo. Just ensure I reach a safe location and fill in any amount you desire. Any amount. Chen Luo mused, wondering if one could write 1 billion. This was the legendary blank check. Chen Luo exclaimed in astonishment, Goodness, you are even more audacious than I. This made Mayu want to laugh. While she was unaware of Chen Luo's net worth, she at least knew that his villa alone was valued in the millions. Among those present, perhaps only Li Lin was wealthier than Chen Luo. Chapter 27. The most fortunate circumstance. Everything Mayu said incensed Su Daju. He detested those who repay kindness with malice. Someone saved your life, and you repay them by inviting death instead. Is this a reflection of humanity? Unable to contain his outrage, Su Daju stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap to each of them. Lin Yi was not spared either. Su Daju's strength left them dizzy and disoriented. Li Lin furiously exclaimed, You ultimately dared not speak boldly. He had just witnessed the brutal scene of these two mercilessly slaughtering zombies. These individuals shielded their faces, filled with anger yet unable to voice it. Lin Yi bowed her head, feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Lu Wenbo, aghast, remarked, You possess too much audacity. Do you not fear their retaliation? These people are far from ordinary, with profound connections. The conditions proposed by the group elicited a derisive scoff from Chen Luo. In this apocalyptic world, what value does money hold? It is less useful than toilet paper. Living in a delusion is one thing, but 20,000 a month? Ridiculous, how condescending. As for Lin Yi, the illustrious star, she suffered the most in this new reality. With her striking looks and celebrity aura, countless wicked hands reached for her, rendering her existence a living nightmare. Ma Yu was infuriated, nearly driven to despair. Had it not been for Chen Luo, she would have perished. Unable to contain her rage, she slapped Li Lin and the others, particularly targeting Lin Ear. Though Ma Yu lacked strength, the slaps were not loud, possessing minimal physical harm, yet immense insult. Li Lin, suppressing his fury, spoke humbly, "Little brother, you have indeed defended your friend. We acknowledge our wrongdoings. If you can escort us to a safe haven, feel free to propose any terms." Chen Luo adhered to a singular principle. "As long as you are my adversary, any opportunity to eliminate you shall not be squandered." These individuals had already received their death sentence from him. As for the wealthy and the allure of stardom, he scoffed. What value does that hold? "Oh, we shall not kill you. We will merely bind you and leave your survival to fate." Li Lin, consumed by fury, exclaimed, "What difference is there between this and murder? Is there no law left in your eyes?" Su Dazhu retorted with a cold smile. "Did you not consider this question when you cast her aside?" Ma Yu, initially reluctant, immediately turned icy but quietly remarked to Chen Luo, "Thank you, Chen Luo, but let it be. If you kill them, you shall suffer as well." In her mind, Ma Yu did not believe that order had completely collapsed. Chen Luo chuckled dismissively. "You saved them, yet they seek to harm you. I certainly will not come to their aid. Can they not harbor resentment? To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. Rest assured, I know what I am doing." Li Lin and his companions would not sit idly by, observing the bloodied iron rod in Su Dazhu's hand. They lacked the courage to confront him and instead scattered like frightened birds, desperately seeking escape. Chen Luo brandished an electric baton, delivering a shock to each fleeing individual, eliciting piercing screams. Su Dazhu advanced to begin binding them. To Chen Luo's astonishment, Lin Ear suddenly knelt, crawling forward with tears in her eyes, and attempted to remove Chen Luo's trousers. "Help me. I am willing to do anything." Lin Ear, intent on offering her a lure, remained unfazed despite the multitude of onlookers. Her reputation was already tarnished, and she cared little for public opinion. She could later explain it away as mere gossip. Chen Luo, taken aback, exclaimed, "What manner of person are you, resorting to such actions without provocation?" He coldly commanded, "Get away from me. I find it repulsive." Lin Ear, with a pitiable expression, lamented, "I haven't bathed in several days. A little dirt is unavoidable. Could you assist me in cleansing myself?" Lu Wenbo, watching from the sidelines, felt an intense envy. His heart screaming, "Bring it on, I don't mind the dirt. She is a celebrity after all." This filth was something he could not wash away. Chen Luo promptly stuffed a foul rag into her mouth, asserting, "Let us depart and allow them to fend for themselves." Chen Luo would not resort to such threats. Yet he feared that slaying them in front of Ma Yu might frighten her. Instead, he covertly issued orders to the Law King, Li Lin, and the others. Witnessing the oncoming zombies, screamed in terror, save for Lin Ear, whose mouth was obstructed. Chen Luo shrugged, remarking, "It appears they are rather unfortunate to encounter zombies so swiftly." Ma Yu sighed, "They will be devoured by the zombies. This is not your concern, Chen Luo." Lu Wenbo opened his mouth. "Brother, I wish to accompany you." Such formidable strength, an individual who could vanquish zombies as easily as sipping water, following him would surely be safe. Chen Luo chuckled lightly, outright refusing. "What makes you think you possess qualities worthy of my acceptance?" Lu Wenbo stammered, unable to articulate a response. Chen Luo handed him Su Dazhu's hefty iron rod, declaring, "Take this, slay 10 zombies on the street, and I shall permit you to accompany me." Lu Wenbo shook his head vigorously. "No, no, no, I cannot. You squander such opportunities with your ineptitude." Leading the way, Lu Wenbo, encouraged by the prospect of benefits, arrived at a small supermarket adjacent to the hotel. Despite Chen Luo's stern demeanor, Lu Wenbo gritted his teeth and entered the supermarket, frantically filling a plastic bag with various items. Chen Luo cast a glance at the supermarket, a modest establishment devoid of any valuable items. Yet, having come this far, he felt compelled to take something. Otherwise, it would seem lacking. Approaching the counter for tobacco and liquor, he seized a dozen of the most expensive cigarettes. In just 3 minutes, Lu Wenbo managed to gather 6 large plastic bags filled with provisions, enough to sustain him for an entire month if he were to ration wisely. If fortune favored him, and he possessed the audacity, survival in this apocalyptic world was within reach. Throughout this endeavor, Ma Yu pondered her own worth. Friends? That was a jest. Their bond was too shallow to warrant such risks from Chen Luo. Beauty? Unlikely, as there were countless others more attractive, like linear, whom Chen Luo showed no interest in. Recalling the times she had taught Chen Luo culinary skills, she remembered how he devoured the dishes with an insatiable hunger. Perhaps therein lay her true value. To speak somewhat arrogantly, encountering her was the most fortunate event in his life. Chapter 28. Preparing to inspect meeting me is the most fortunate occurrence in your life. This statement bore no hint of arrogance. Who was Chen Luo? A reborn survivor, well acquainted with the trajectory of the apocalypse. Having evaded death in his previous life, he was destined to endure this one as well. The distinction now lay in the vast accumulation of resources measured not in mere kilograms, but by the ton, even tens of thousands of tons. For someone like Chen Luo to fight over a single sausage exemplified the extreme scarcity of supplies. In his company, clean water and fresh meat were assured. As Chen Luo's personal chef and caretaker, how could he possibly neglect her? To his enemies, Chen Luo was ruthless. Yet, to his own people, especially those in close proximity, he displayed remarkable generosity. A tremor ran through Ma Yu's heart, for indeed, encountering Chen Luo was a stroke of fortune. Had it not been for him, she would have perished moments ago, consumed by the very zombies she feared. This alone was sufficient reason for her gratitude. Without further contemplation, Ma Yu nodded and declared, "I am willing." Upon receiving the desired affirmation, a smile graced Chen Luo's countenance. Had her response been otherwise, he would have turned away, leaving her to her own devices. As Ma Yu, who had just exhaled a sigh of relief after pondering her situation, suddenly became acutely aware of her gnawing hunger. During her time in the cold storage, her meals consisted solely of raw vegetables, with carrots being the most delectable. However, she had not had the pleasure of tasting them for the past 2 days, leaving her with meager rations that only exacerbated her discomfort, causing her stomach to churn with acidity. Unable to resist any longer, Ma Yu seized a pack of biscuits and devoured them ravenously. Chen Luo added nonchalantly, "Of course, you will have to prepare the meals." Ma Yu gazed in astonishment. It was remarkable that Chen Luo could procure such a heavy-duty vehicle. As they drove, he casually inquired, "By the way, Ma Yu, have you awakened any special abilities?" It was inevitable that everyone would eventually manifest some form of power, whether sooner or later. Chen Luo elaborated on the nature of these abilities and introduced his own. Alongside Sudaju's, there was no need to conceal his spatial ability from Ma Yu, for as a chef, it served as a veritable refrigerator. However, he chose not to disclose the extent of its contents. After a moment of reflection, Ma Yu replied, "On the 3rd day, I did experience a brief headache. As for any other powers, I am uncertain. My constant hunger has overshadowed my ability to focus." On the 3rd day of awakening her extraordinary abilities, Ma Yu felt that while her progress was not extraordinary, it was certainly commendable. After listening attentively, she focused on the latent power within her, and gradually, small flickers of flame began to dance in her palm, startling her momentarily. However, Chen Luo was filled with delight. Cooking, after all, requires fire, doesn't it? The flavors of dishes prepared using gas, induction cookers, charcoal, or firewood are distinctly different. The flames conjured by an extraordinary individual elevate the culinary experience to a new level of deliciousness. While fire wielders are not particularly rare, a master chef possessing such abilities is indeed a rarity. And if this individual happens to be aesthetically pleasing, it could be considered a stroke of luck. Before long, they arrived home without any hindrances. Chen Luo eagerly presented Ma Yu with the ingredients, urging her to prepare a sumptuous feast. Ma Yu was already aware of her extraordinary space, though she was uncertain of its dimensions, so she was not particularly surprised, after all. She had harnessed the power of fire, so it was not incomprehensible that Chen Luo could master space. As the enticing aromas wafted from the kitchen, the trio, a human and a dog, could not help but salivate in anticipation. In just over an hour, Ma Yu prepared 8 exquisite dishes: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised tofu with mushrooms, green pepper scrambled eggs, stir-fried greens, chicken stewed with vermicelli, braised pork with potatoes, human lamb, and shrimp stir-fried with onions. The soup was a delightful seaweed and egg drop concoction, a feast for the senses. The ingredients Chen Luo had purchased were prepackaged, having been prepared at least half an hour prior, which rendered them somewhat inferior in comparison to the freshly cooked dishes. Notably, the flavors differed significantly. Ma Yu's creations were far more aromatic. Initially, Ma Yu hesitated to prepare so many dishes, doubting their consumption, yet jokingly. She acknowledged that Su Daju could easily devour them all on his own. Chen Luo and Su Daju, with their ample appetites, surveyed the lavish spread before them, feeling no shame. However, after 5 days of subsisting solely on a meager portion of raw vegetables, Mayu could not suppress a conspicuous swallow. With a chuckle, Chen Luo urged, "What are we waiting for? Let us feast." As he savored a piece of tofu, its silky texture and exquisite flavor brought tears to his eyes, affirming that seeking out Mayu had indeed been a wise decision. Although famished, Mayu nibbled delicately, her initial timidity evident in her cautious approach to the meal. Upon finishing, Chen Luo contentedly rubbed his belly, relishing the delightful repast. Meanwhile, Mayu instinctively began to tidy up, prompting Chen Luo to revel in the thought that he would no longer need to wash the dishes. Ever eager to be of service, Mayu considered mopping the floor, but Chen Luo preemptively assigned her a room. "If you wish to bathe, feel free, but do take care not to ingest any tap water." Noticing her lost phone, he offered her his, along with a power bank of 50,000 milliamps, filled with films and novels he had downloaded for her enjoyment during moments of boredom. With Mayu's presence, Chen Luo found himself indulged in a life of ease, truly embodying the notion of having meals served without effort, no longer burdened by trivial matters. He embraced a daily routine of feasting and merriment, while the dog, Fa Wang, also resumed a normal canine existence. 3 days swiftly passed, and Chen Luo discovered that the crystals obtained from vanquishing zombies were nearly depleted. Reaching level 3, he could now absorb 80 units of the most basic crystals each day. Su Daju required 10, Fa Wang needed 12 or 13, while the still beginner Ma Yu consumed 2 crystals daily. Ma Yu is indeed fortunate. While others must fight for their lives to obtain crystals, Chen Luo casually tossed one to her. To advance to a level 4 ability user, she would need at least another 10 days. Chen Luo planned to venture out to acquire another batch of crystals. Simultaneously, he did not forget about Mi Ling and Mi Li. It had been 10 days. He wondered if they had endured the hardships of the apocalypse, and he suspected they were still suffering from hunger. However, Chen Luo intended to visit Mi Ling and Mi Li's home, not with the intention of taking them away, as the timing was not yet right, but rather to ascertain whether they were at home. Mi Ling was attending a university in the capital, while Mi Li was a senior high school student. When the apocalypse broke out, it was not the weekend, so it was possible they were still at school. Chen Luo resolved to check if they were home. As for death, he was certain they had not perished. With respect to Mayu, he was unsure due to their lack of interaction in his past life. However, he had faced Mi Ling before and had seen Mi Li alive with his own eyes. Chen Luo lamented, "Ah, the art of resurrection. Such power should not be left unchecked, lest one provoke divine retribution." Chapter 29. The Talking Cat. As he prepared to leave, Chen Luo cautioned Mayu, "Regardless of who it may be or what excuse they offer, do not open the door. Even if someone were to die before your eyes, it is not permissible. Ensure all doors and windows are tightly shut. Do not stick your head out of the window, and absolutely do not step outside. The consequences shall be yours to bear." Given the incident at the hotel's cold storage, Mayu was frightened and nodded solemnly. Chen Luo and the esteemed Su Daju were set to venture out to gather crystals, leaving Mayu alone at home. It is impossible to bring her along. She is merely a burden, and it suffices to manage the logistics. It is even less feasible to leave anyone behind for her protection, not even the is a most capable assistant. In the event of danger, he possesses the potential to turn the tide. Chen Luo provided Mayu with 2 electric batons for self-defense, which should be adequate. Upon exiting the community, they arrived at the location where the heavy truck was parked, and Chen Luo's expression darkened. The window on the right side of the truck's cabin had been shattered, though it was unclear by whom. The damage was extensive, indicating that someone had entered the truck, presumably to inspect for supplies. How blind can one be? It is evident from outside the window that there were no supplies to be found. The truck's compartment had also been opened and left ajar. Having not ventured out for 3 days, it was no surprise that the heavy truck had attracted attention. Chen Luo felt a pang of sympathy for thee and refrained from allowing him to check on the vehicle. It simply was not worth it. Suddenly, 2 zombies lunged at him. Chen Luo delivered a powerful kick, sending one of the zombies flying. What sort of lookout were they? What use are you? The zombies, bewildered, were momentarily taken aback. Chen Luo muttered curses as he climbed into the truck, vowing to find out which little rascal was responsible for this. He conducted a quick inspection and, thankfully, aside from the broken window, everything else was in order. Chen Luo drove the truck onto a nearby street with relatively few people. If he could use the heavy truck to ram through zombies, he would. If not, He and Su Daju would disembark to eliminate them. After more than an hour, Chen Luo collected over 300 crystals. While dispatching the zombies, he deliberately steered closer to the community where Mi Ling and Mi Li resided. After gathering more than 500 crystals, Su Daju, panting heavily, took a brief respite before Chen Luo entered Mi Li's community. It was just past 6 in the evening, and the sky had begun to darken. Before the apocalypse, Chen Luo had specifically commissioned an investigation into the profiles of Mi Ling and Mi Li, acquiring not only a general understanding of their preferences, but also their precise residence. This community comprises 16 nine-story buildings, with a resident population of approximately 3,000. During the apocalypse, having even 1,000 inhabitants in the vicinity would be considered fortunate. As Chen Luo entered the neighborhood, he observed that there were only 3 supermarkets, each merely 30 to 50 square meters in size. Such establishments typically stocked minimal supplies. To his surprise, he found all 3 supermarkets completely vacant. This was hardly unexpected. Often, hunger proves more fearsome than zombies, and there are always audacious individuals seeking resources. Chen Luo chuckled softly. This was advantageous. If Mi Ling and Mi Li were at home without provisions, it would be intriguing to see how they managed. As he navigated through the area, dispatching zombies along the way, he arrived at building number 8, gazing toward apartment 201 in Unit 3. This was the residence of Mi Ling and Mi Li. There were no lights illuminated, and not a single family in the community had their lights on, as there was a power outage. The curtains of apartment 201 were drawn tightly shut. Chen Luo squinted. Ordinarily, aside from times of rest, few would completely close their curtains. When leaving home, one wouldn't typically pull all the curtains shut. During the apocalypse, as long as someone was home, any individual not lacking in common sense would draw the curtains to safeguard themselves. Naturally, one could not solely rely on this method to ascertain whether Mi Ling and Mi Li were present. There were 2 means to ascend the building: the elevator, which was immediately dismissed, and the staircase. Chen Luo whispered, "Fa Wang, go and see if anyone is home." Fa Wang nodded. This was indeed a task suited for a dog. As the King of Law ascended the stairs, a sudden twitch of its remaining right ear signaled a shift, and its body lowered, emitting a low growl from deep within its throat. Like a rabbit, the king darted swiftly into a nearby patch of grass. A distinct, terrified meow resonated, followed by the swift escape of a white figure from the underbrush. The King of Law had discovered the concealed feline and pursued it, the cat fleeing in sheer terror. Yet, despite the feline's agility, it was but 5 seconds before the king caught up with it. Chen Luo stood in astonishment. A cat? Clearly, this was a feline that had not succumbed to the zombie affliction. Chen Luo quickly implored, "King, do not harm it." While cats and dogs could transform into zombies, they were comparatively weaker, unless they were of the mutated variety, a rarity indeed. Before the apocalypse, Chen Luo had contemplated acquiring a cat for companionship, but he hesitated, fearing it might turn into a zombie and potentially bite him. Eventually, he abandoned the notion, particularly if the cat were unappealing. The King of Law, with its teeth gripping the soft skin of the cat's neck, trotted back, a look of pride upon its face. Observing the cat closely, Chen Luo was pleasantly surprised. Upon further inspection, it was a silver gradient feline, measuring over 20 centimeters in length, with striking azure eyes. Its fur was sleek and free of tangles, possessing an overall beauty akin to that of a fairy among cats, though it could very well be male. The cat struggled valiantly in the king's grasp, but it was evidently unable to break free. Just as Chen Luo reached out to caress its fluffy little head, a voice suddenly pierced the air. "Whoa, please make this foolish dog let me go." Chen Luo's pupils dilated in shock as he gazed at the cat. The voice did not resonate beside him, but rather emerged within his heart. This ability was not foreign to Chen Luo. Powerful psychic practitioners could possess it, communicating without uttering a word, merely through mental strength. The Dog King wielded the power of lightning. Why couldn't he other creatures, be they cats or dogs, master psychic abilities as well? The silver tabby before him evidently possessed the gift of mental communication, and it was astute enough to recognize that Chen Luo held the reins, thus pleading with him to release the Dog King. Chen Luo's eyes sparkled with delight, an unexpected windfall indeed. "Join me, and you shall feast on sumptuous delicacies." Chen Luo admonished, "Dog King, how could you be so rude? Release it at once." Despite his words, he clutched the cat's body tightly, fearing it might flee. The Dog King appeared quite distressed, conceding, "Fine, it's all my fault." The cat, however, did not struggle in Chen Luo's grasp. Instead, It gazed at him with its large, cerulean eyes, while a voice echoed in Chen Luo's mind. I did not provoke it, yet this dog bites me. How despicable. Chen Luo agreed. Indeed, it is utterly vile. Sudaju scratched his head, perplexed, observing, why does it seem like my brother is conversing with a cat? The cat employed its ability once more, seemingly sensing something. Do you have any dried fish? I believe you do. Chapter 30. The girl and the cat. The intuition of psychic practitioners is often more acute than that of others. A formidable psychic can even sense impending danger moments in advance, much like animals that can foretell rain or earthquakes and react accordingly. The cat claimed it could sense dried fish on Chen Luo. Indeed, there is an abundance, and not merely in the form of live fish. A plethora of dishes crafted from fish also exists. Additionally, snacks such as roasted fish slices and small dried fish are measured by the ton. Chen Luo chuckled softly, preparing to retrieve the dried fish, for it was indeed his cat that had consumed his belongings. Petting a cat can alleviate stress, foster relaxation, and elevate one's spirits. At that moment, a curtain in a room on the second floor was drawn back, and a window was flung open, revealing an anxious voice. Let go of my rice. Chen Luo looked up in astonishment, realizing that the speaker was none other than Mi Li. This cat is named Rice. Her cat? Mi Li. Witnessing two fierce-looking individuals brandishing sticks and clutching her cat, was filled with urgency. In a mere 10 seconds, Mi Li vanished from the window and burst through the door, descending from the second floor to the ground floor. Appearing visibly unsettled, she warily regarded Chen Luo and Su Dezhu, but mustered the courage to snatch Rice from Chen Luo's grasp. Chen Luo relinquished his hold without resistance. Forcibly retaining Rice would only incite Mi Li's animosity. With Rice secured, Mi Li exhaled in relief, not daring to linger outside for long. She offered a muted apology before turning to leave. Encountering Mi Li ahead of schedule was not part of Chen Luo's original plan. He had merely intended to ascertain whether Mi Li and Mi Ling were at home. Suddenly, Rice began to thrash violently in Mi Li's arms, employing a telepathic connection to communicate. Let me go. He has dried fish, and I wish to eat it. He possesses dried fish. He is not a villain. Mi Li's cheeks twitched slightly, bewildered by this reasoning. However, Rice broke free from her hold, landing on the ground and gazing pitifully at Chen Luo. It has been over a week since I last tasted the delightful essence of dried fish. Would you kindly grant me one? Chen Luo pondered swiftly in his mind. It was evident that only Mi Li was at home. Had Mi Ling been present, she would never have allowed Mi Li to venture out alone. The sisters were not together. Could this be an opportunity to begin my strategy with the younger sibling? Naturally, one cannot simply offer resources without reason. As Su Dezhu wisely stated, no gift is given without ulterior motives. Chen Luo initially intended to adopt a collaborative approach. For Mi Ling and Mi Li were not mere decorative ornaments. Armed with his formidable strength, an extensive understanding of peril, and a wealth of resources, Chen Luo was entirely confident in securing their loyalty and willingness to remain by his side. In his previous life, he had never encountered the cat named Mi Fan, nor had he heard any mention of Mi Li or Mi Ling possessing a feline companion. Thus, it was apparent that Mi Fan had met an untimely end along the way. This cat possessed an uncanny intuition, capable of sensing the presence of dried fish on his person. With this thought in mind, Chen Luo smiled at Mi Fan and remarked, "The large supermarket outside must surely have dried fish. Come, allow me to escort you there." He then turned to Mi Li and proposed, "Shall we collaborate in search of supplies?" Mi Li instinctively prepared to decline. There was no way she would venture out with two unfamiliar strangers. However, Mi Fan, undeterred by such concerns, eagerly nodded in agreement. Observing Mi Li's hesitation, Mi Fan urged, "I can sense that this person harbors no ill intentions. He is trustworthy." Yet Mi Li remained uncertain, prompting Mi Fan to express impatience. "If you choose not to go, I shall accompany him instead. You can stay as you always do, waiting at home for me to bring you food." Ouch, that struck deep, my friend. Concerning Rice, it has caused the cheeks of the grain to flush with warmth. For over a week, it has been through the nimble and petite form of rice that provisions have been sought. Were it not for the king of law, none could easily capture such a clever and agile feline. Presently, the supermarkets outside lay barren. Only by venturing farther afield could Rice hope to procure supplies. Yet such an endeavor is fraught with peril. Reflecting on Rice's assertion that those two harbored no ill intent, Mi Li chose to trust, for Rice's instincts are remarkably accurate, particularly since awakening its psychic abilities. Indeed, the household stockpile was nearly depleted. With resolve, Mealy declared. Very well, I shall accompany you. Rice, I am placing all my hopes upon you. Chen Luo smiled, recognizing this as a promising beginning. Mealy added, please wait a moment. I shall fetch a few items from upstairs. Soon, Mealy returned, donning a red helmet, likely from an electric bike, and draped in a thick leather jacket that concealed her youthful figure. In her hand, she wielded a rolling pin. With a timid voice, she addressed Chen Luo. You are aware of Rice's ability to communicate with humans. I too have suddenly acquired a unique power, akin to that of a priest in a game. Chen Luo chuckled softly, revealing, my name is Chen Luo, and my ability resembles that of a spatial magician. This is Su Daju, a warrior in essence. This dog is my companion, known as the King of Law, a mage of the lightning element. You may refer to it as the Thunder King. Upon hearing Chen Luo's designation, the Thunder King straightened proudly, asserting, I am no mere combat novice like Rice. Stunned, Mealy gazed at the King of Law, realizing that it was not only Rice that had acquired special abilities, even a dog could summon thunder and lightning. Without stepping outside, one could hardly fathom how drastically the world had transformed. Hurry and find the dried fish, urged the Rice. After taking just a couple of steps, they unexpectedly collided with several zombies. Chen Luo and Su Daju remained unperturbed, yet Mealy tensed, her body rigid with anxiety. Trembling slightly, she said, I will amplify your strength, brother Su Daju. A warrior must stand firm at the front, and Mealy understood this well, so she first enhanced Su Daju's power. Although it was entirely unnecessary, Chen Luo was curious to observe. A soft golden light emanated from Mealy's hand and swiftly entered Su Daju's body. From the fluidity of Mealy's movements, it was evident that she had practiced this technique. She then proceeded to amplify Chen Luo's strength as well. Chen Luo closed his eyes to sense the change. It was equivalent to a 1/3 increase in power. If his previous strength was 30 points, it had now risen by 10 points. Of course, this was not a percentage increase. 10 points of strength equated to that of an adult male. Furthermore, Mealy was undoubtedly only at the first level. As her rank ascended, the amplification she could provide would grow more substantial, and she could target more than one individual. With Mealy's enhancement, Su Daju dispatched several zombies with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Mealy, however, displayed no joy. Instead, her complexion turned pale as the gruesome scene unfolded, zombie heads shattered, crimson and white fluid spilling forth too bloody for her sensibilities. A solitary zombie approached. Mealy, surprisingly trembling, remarked, I have never fought a zombie before. This one is just right for me to practice on. I must face this step eventually. Chapter 31. Preparing braised fish. Mealy appeared somewhat timid, uttering words that were slightly harsh. If this world were overrun with such creatures as zombies, she must conquer her fear of them. Listening to Mealy, Chen Luo was taken aback. Externally fragile, yet internally resilient, with someone to look after her. He felt assured that nothing would go amiss, and thus did not refuse her. Daju, hand over the iron rod in your possession to Mealy. The potency of a rolling pin could never compare to that of a solid iron bar. Su Daju chuckled as he observed Mealy's trembling form, and with admiration, he passed the iron bar to her. Mealy wished to mentally prepare herself further, yet the zombies would not grant her such time. As she beheld the oncoming horde, panic surged within her, prompting her to unleash a power buff upon herself. The zombies, with their gaping maws, advanced towards her, and for a fleeting moment, her mind went blank, yet her gaze quickly hardened with determination. However, Mealy possessed no combat experience. As the zombies lunged, she was at a loss for how to evade. Alas, she could only brace herself for a direct confrontation. The zombie's sharp, claw-like hands pressed against her arm. Had she not been clad in a thick leather jacket, she would have surely suffered grievous wounds. Simultaneously, one of the zombies aimed to sink its teeth into her fair neck. With resolve, Mealy swung the hefty iron bar down upon the zombie's head. Although she appeared as a delicate young girl, her strength surpassed that of an average healthy man due to the fixed enhancement of her power. The zombie's skull shattered under the impact, blood splattering across Mealy's helmet and leather jacket. The head is the Achilles heel of zombies. Yet it takes the strength of someone like Su Daju to shatter a zombie's skull with a single blow. Mealy fell just short of that. As the zombies continued to advance, Mealy was taken aback by the splattered blood, brandishing her iron rod as if she were smashing a watermelon, relentlessly striking the undead. The zombie lay lifeless, yet Mealy continued her assault. The creature's head was utterly obliterated, a sight that made Chen Luo's scalp tingle with discomfort. Sister, you've gone a bit overboard, he thought. Once the zombie was vanquished, Mealy crouched down, removing her helmet, the gruesome scene inducing a wave of nausea. She could only retch, having nothing in her stomach. Chen Luo offered her a tissue and a bottle of mineral water, which she accepted gratefully with a glance. 2 minutes later, Meili regained her composure, observing herself and then glancing at Su Dezhu and Chen Luo, finally understanding why they appeared so fierce. She realized it was her own bloodstained clothes that were quite intimidating. Chen Luo offered words of encouragement at the very least. She had summoned the courage to battle the zombies and had not faltered in a crucial moment. Mi Fan sighed, teasingly noting her tendency to fuss, and inquired whether she still intended to seek out the dried fish. Upon their arrival, Chen Luo had already dispatched numerous zombies, leaving few to roam within the community. He led Meili and Mi Fan to his sturdy truck, its solid frame providing Meili with a sense of security, considerably easing her anxiety regarding their quest for supplies. Nearby lay a large shopping mall, the sole one in the vicinity, with a supermarket on the second and third floors, ensuring an ample supply of goods. However, the primary objective was not merely to gather supplies, but to cultivate a sense of camaraderie with Meili. In the vehicle, Chen Luo was imparting a precautionary message to Meili. Meili, what should we do if we encounter survivors in the mall? Meili paused, contemplating before responding. With the strength of you and Brother Dezhu, you could eliminate numerous zombies. If there are survivors, they can certainly escape on their own. I've observed that zombies are not particularly swift, so escape is indeed feasible. We are not saviors. They must rely on themselves. If Chen Luo were more familiar with Meili, he would have liked to pat her on the head, for her words were entirely correct. Relying on others is far less reliable than depending on oneself. One cannot always place their hopes in others. Surely, one does not expect to escort you home and provide for your every need? Perhaps when there is time, you could share her experiences with Meili. Before long, they approached the road adjacent to the mall, where numerous vehicles were ensnared in traffic. Chen Luo assessed the situation and realized that utilizing a heavy truck to crush zombies was impractical. It would be cumbersome to turn around. And the area surrounding the mall was littered with electric scooters and uneven terrain, which could easily trap a truck. Thus, they would have to rely on their own strength to combat the zombies. Fortunately, it was not the weekend, and the outbreak had occurred in the morning, resulting in a relatively sparse presence of zombies both within the mall and on the surrounding roads. Moreover, the mall was not situated in a bustling area. Its primary value lay in attracting visitors, thereby enhancing the property values in the vicinity. Chen Luo stated, Meili, when the time comes, simply enhance my strength. No need to augment Brother Dezhu's, as he requires no assistance. Regardless of whether Meili provides an enhancement to Su Dezhu, he is capable of dispatching zombies with a single blow. Chen Luo, having attained the status of a level 3 ability user, may not possess strength surpassing that of Su Dezhu, yet the difference is negligible. With the enhancement from Meili, he could effortlessly slay a zombie with a single strike. However, Meili's energy reserves are limited. Otherwise, augmenting Su Dezhu would undoubtedly yield even greater results. Chen Luo provided Meili with 2 electric batons for self-defense. Watching Chen Luo conjure objects seemingly out of thin air, Meili was filled with envy. Being a spatial mage is truly remarkable. Chen Luo also produced a hefty iron rod, joining forces with Su Dezhu to eliminate zombies. Meili gazed in astonishment as Chen Luo and Su Dezhu dispatched zombies with ease. These two are incredibly powerful. Even in my absence, they could effortlessly procure resources from this place. Suddenly, the Law King seemed to grasp something profound, expelling a fist-sized sphere of lightning, shimmering with silver light. This electric orb descended upon the horde of zombies, exploding unexpectedly and instantly annihilating 4 of them. The Law King cast a triumphant glance at Mi Fan, questioning whether this feline could achieve the same feat. To be frank, Mi Fan was somewhat taken aback. Yet pride prevented her from conceding. She feigned indifference. Chen Luo found himself at a loss for words, wondering if the Law King's lightning sphere had been inspired by Mi Fan. However, the enhancement was minimal, as the orb consumed more energy compared to an arc of electricity. On the first floor of the shopping mall, clothing predominated, with the number of staff exceeding that of customers. The second floor was dedicated to snacks, while the third floor housed fresh produce, where the number of zombies was certainly greater. Upon reaching the second floor, Chen Luo instructed, Law King, lure the zombies here and eliminate them in batches. If 100 zombies converge at once, I would have no choice but to flee. After 5 minutes, Chen Luo and Su Dezhu had successfully cleared the zombies from the second floor. The blue stripe on the rice grain was utterly depleted, allowing Chen Luo to amplify it only once for a mere 2 minutes. Chen Luo instructed, "Rice grain, go fetch a bag. Take whatever you can, as much as it holds." Meanwhile, the rice had discovered the location of the snacks, pleading with Chen Luo to assist in unsealing the package of dried fish. Chapter 32. A hero saves a beauty. The rice was of paramount importance to Rice Grain, who audaciously dared to snatch it from Chen Luo's hands. Were it not for the rice, Rice Grain would not have so readily boarded Chen Luo's proverbial pirate ship. Once Rice Grain had secured the rice, escape became an arduous endeavor. If Rice Grain did not flee, then neither could Mi Ling. Additionally, Chen Luo held a deep affection for this feline. Not only was it remarkably beautiful and charmingly intelligent, but it also possessed extraordinary abilities. Chen Luo realized that the awakening power of the rice was likely not of the mere psychic type. Such a unique ability for mental communication could not be effortlessly mastered in the early stages of psychic development. At least, Chen Luo had never witnessed it before. How could the rice manage to grasp mental communication at the moment of awakening? This was a mystery he could not unravel, as it was indeed his first encounter with such a rare cat. How could one not cherish such a delectable creature? Others might find it challenging to win its favor. Yet Chen Luo had it effortlessly under his control. Indeed, upon hearing the mention of braised fish, the rice's eyes glittered with delight. "Oh, splendid. However, it has been ages since I last savored dried fish, and I am rather hungry. I shall indulge a little first." With a smile, Chen Luo assisted the rice in unwrapping the package of roasted fish slices. Meanwhile, Rice Grain diligently began to gather supplies, prioritizing sugary treats and calorie-dense chocolates. Unperturbed by the prospect of gaining weight from such indulgences, as Mi Ling gazed at the rows of beverages, she contemplated her choice and ultimately opted for mineral water, deeming the sugary drinks too cloying and unrefreshing, leaving her increasingly parched. Suddenly, an unusually corpulent figure, obscured by the shelves, eluded her immediate notice. This rotund silhouette treaded softly, attempting to remain as silent as possible. By happenstance, as this hefty figure descended from the third floor, the King of Law was patrolling on the opposite side, failing to detect it in time. However, it was the King of Law who first perceived this anomalous presence. Woof woof. The King of Law urgently issued a warning and hastened towards Mi Ling's direction. With this alert, Mi Ling, who had her back turned to the unwelcome guest, finally discerned the intruder. Upon beholding its visage, she was instantly struck with terror, her complexion turning ashen. The figure stood over 2 meters tall, resembling a massive ball of flesh, with its legs and neck nearly invisible. An extraordinarily swollen belly dominated its form. Its skin bore an unsettling resemblance to boiled pig intestines, replete with wrinkles and a ghastly pale pink hue. While a zombie might appear somewhat frightening in comparison to this portly figure, it could only be considered a mere trifle. Such a horrifying countenance would leave any first-time observer utterly astounded. Mi Ling felt an urge to flee, but was unexpectedly hindered by the 2 hefty bags of food she was carrying. The King of Law issued another warning and rushed towards her, yet Chen Luo arrived even more swiftly. This was prompted by the alert from Mi Fan, who, while munching on dried fish, abruptly paused and addressed Chen Luo, stating, "I sense that Mi Ling is in peril." Yet the rice could not articulate where the danger originated. Chen Luo, of course, could not dismiss this concern. If the source of peril was unknown, he would seek out the rice grain. The corpulent zombie, to his astonishment, grinned maliciously and declared, "Hungry, so very hungry, let me devour you." Rice stumbled to her feet, resolutely hurling the 2 hefty bags of hard-earned provisions at the rotund zombie, before turning to flee. No sooner had she begun to run than she collided with the approaching Chen Luo. Upon witnessing the grotesque figure of the obese zombie, Chen Luo's pupils constricted. Yet he calmly reassured Rice, "Stay behind me. Fear not. I am here." Though the menacing zombie loomed close, Rice, upon hearing Chen Luo's words, found her racing heart inexplicably beginning to steady. She gazed, somewhat dazed, at the not overly robust shoulder that shielded her, yet felt an inexplicable sense of security. Chen Luo had not anticipated encountering another mutated being at this juncture. The odds were infinitesimal. Having dispatched so many zombies, encountering another was hardly a rarity. Once a zombie reaches the first level, it acquires a modicum of intelligence, and as its level ascends, so too does its cunning. Chen Luo theorized that within the zombie's body resided a virus that perpetually evolved, thereby beginning to exert control over the creature. The corpulent zombie before him was not an uncommon sight in his previous life. It was referred to as the Devourer. Its belly seemed an abyss, capable of consuming and excreting simultaneously. Such a grotesque image. Fortunately, The devourer before him had not been indulging ravenously, and thus Chen Luo was spared the nauseating stench of its waste. The devourer, among its peers, proves to be exceedingly formidable, possessing great strength and robust defenses. It can execute a flesh and blood charge and has the capacity for self-detonation. The mere thought of its explosive demise, with its insides erupting in a gruesome spectacle, is enough to induce nausea. Observing its physique, Chen Luo notes that it resembles a Tier 3 zombie, not particularly tall, yet on par with him. Were he to face another Tier 3 ability user, or if he lacked the skills acquired from his past life, even an adversary of equal rank would pose a significant challenge. However, in the present moment, it is merely a matter of a single strike. The Void Sword gradually materializes in Chen Luo's grasp when the Mage King arrives, unleashing a recently mastered lightning sphere upon the Devourer's back. While the lightning sphere is devastating against ordinary zombies, it is a considerable drain on energy, making it less efficient than employing an electric arc. Nevertheless, its high single-target damage renders it somewhat effective against the portly zombie. The lightning sphere detonates behind the Devourer, inflicting wounds upon its back. Yet it is by no means a severe injury. The Mage King is at level 2, while the Devourer stands at level 3, renowned for its defensive capabilities. Enraged, the Devourer whirls around to roar at the Mage King, providing Chen Luo with the perfect opportunity to cleave the Devourer with the Void Sword. There may be entities capable of withstanding Chen Luo's somewhat ethereal weapon, but the Tier 3 Devourer is certainly not among them. The creature is cleaved in twain, as if it were a tree being severed by a chainsaw. Its self-detonation ability never even had a chance to manifest before it was rendered lifeless in 2 pieces. Chen Luo turns to shield Mili's eyes, softly uttering, "Do not look, its remains are quite repulsive." His voice, almost hypnotic, compels Mili to involuntarily close her eyes. At that moment, her mind is filled solely with the image of Chen Luo wielding the Void Sword. It is truly, astonishingly handsome. How can one be so striking? With a single sword, he vanquished the terrifying creature. Mili allowed Chen Luo to grasp her hand, guiding her to another location. Upon opening her eyes, Mili could not help but gaze at Chen Luo. Previously, during his battle with the zombies, covered in blood and grime, she did not perceive him as particularly handsome. Yet now, she suddenly realized how extraordinarily attractive her brother Chen Luo was. Chen Luo also turned his gaze towards Mili, and inexplicably, her face flushed. Chen Luo felt quite surprised. He had not anticipated that the emergence of this devourer would be so impactful. Though the trope of a hero saving a damsel in distress is somewhat kitsch, the effect is undeniably effective. Chapter 33. I shall give you a shaved head compared to humans. Zombies are somewhat deficient in vision, yet their hearing and sense of smell are considerably heightened. If there are any survivors within the mall, it would be exceedingly difficult to evade the devourer, and unless there are heavy iron doors, it is improbable to withstand the formidable force of a devourer capable of wielding tools. It seems there are no survivors left in the mall. Chen Luo gently ruffled Mili's hair and said, "Mili, let us form a team together in the future, so we may look out for one another." Mili, her cheeks flushed, nodded in agreement. Within the mall, there are ample supplies. It is not in Chen Luo's nature to leave them behind. Before Mili, he gathered all the supplies he found appealing on the 2nd floor of the mall into his ability space. Mili could trust him. Although Chen Luo had not teamed up with her in their previous life, he had interacted with her and understood her character. Moreover, one cannot let concerns about this or that prevent them from collecting the resources available. After all, the core members would inevitably discover some aspects of the ability space. Mili, without further contemplation, slightly parted her delicate pink lips, marveling at the wonders of spatial magic. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, she encountered no more mutants. Only a handful of ordinary zombies. After expending some time eliminating the undead, Chen Luo surveyed the resources on the 3rd floor. The vegetables had withered significantly, barely salvageable. Nevertheless, Chen Luo collected them, reasoning that while he might not consume them himself, they could be traded with others in the future. Not everyone was as finicky as he was. To many, even these subpar vegetables would be considered treasures. As for the meat, it was far beyond redemption, having completely spoiled. In the summer, without refrigeration, meat could deteriorate within 3 days. Mili discovered a cabinet containing pig trotters and extracted a particularly moldy specimen. She stubbornly took a sniff, only to feel disheartened by its utter decay. Such a trotter would likely result in food poisoning. With a deep sigh, Mili lamented her uncertain prospects of ever enjoying braised pig trotters again. Watching her, Chen Luo suppressed a chuckle, choosing not to reveal his intentions just yet, as he planned to surprise her. "Let us go," Chen Luo announced. "It's time to leave." The supermarket offered resources primarily on the second and third floors. The other levels were filled with clothing, amusement areas, restaurants, and cinemas. Meili nodded in agreement. "Meili," Chen Luo continued, "why not come to my place, where we can share a meal?" Had it not been for the experience of the mall, Meili would have undoubtedly declined. Yet, now she hesitated, uncertain of the truth of his words, but willing to believe, as she couldn't fathom how difficult life would be in a world without her sister. If there had been food at home, Meili would have certainly chosen to remain there, awaiting her sister's return, rather than venturing out with Chen Luo. Previously, Chen Luo had promised Mi Fan to take it to savor braised fish. Meili hesitated, while Mi Fan was eager with anticipation. The words of Mi Fan could only be understood by those who shared a deep connection with it. Upon hearing this, Meili resolutely inquired, "Chen Luo, your home isn't far, is it?" Chen Luo provided the address, which was indeed not far. Meili responded, "All right then, but we can't stay too long." Chen Luo shot a glance her way. "If you wish to stay the night, I certainly wouldn't refuse." The most anxious of all was Mi Fan, who had dreamt of feasting on fish the previous night. There is perhaps no greater joy in the world than a cat indulging in fish. Inside the car, as Chen Luo drove, he observed the restless and impatient Mi Fan, unable to suppress a chuckle. This feline was remarkably extraordinary, possessing the ability to sense danger. Although its current ability was still nascent, it was nothing short of astonishing. Such feats were typically reserved for at least a level 10 psychic adept. Yet, why had Mi Fan sensed the danger from the Law King? After pondering, Chen Luo arrived at a conclusion. It was not a matter of danger at all, but rather a fortunate opportunity. He did not ask Mayu to open the door, as he had the key. The interior was enveloped in darkness, and Mayu, who had been attentively monitoring the door, soon detected the presence of someone entering. Upon recognizing Chen Luo and his companions, she let out a sigh of relief. Chen Luo cheerfully introduced, "Meili, this is Sister Mayu. You can call her Yujia." He added, "This is Meili, just call her Meili," as calling her Lili doesn't sound quite right. Meili politely greeted, "Hello, Yujia." Meanwhile, Mi Fan urged, "Fish, fish, fish." Chen Luo chuckled, "Sister Yu, let us commence with the cooking. First, prepare a braised fish for this one. Rice." Mayu glanced at the rice in astonishment. Indeed, it was a remarkably beautiful cat, but such treatment, being prioritized for a meal? Even the king did not receive such indulgence. Mayu remarked, "Cats should not consume overly salty food. How about I prepare a steamed fish for it instead?" The rice, represented by Mi Li, readily approved. However, the rice itself addressed Mayu, saying, "Make two, and ensure they are of a larger size." Mayu was startled by the sudden voice in her mind. But after Chen Luo's explanation, she understood why the rice held such a prestigious status. Following Chen Luo's request, she first served 2 steamed base to the rice. As the dish was presented before it, an exquisite aroma wafted through the air. Meili also relished fish, but this was meant for the rice. Had there been no one else around, Meili would undoubtedly have snatched a piece for herself. Yet, with others present, she felt too shy to do so and could only swallow her envy discreetly. "Oh, rice, you don't even think to share a piece with me. I've pampered you so much," she lamented silently. Mayu's culinary skills were undoubtedly commendable, and with the enticing fragrance surrounding them, the rice was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. "Heavenly mercy, I am having fish again, and such fragrant fish at that," the rice joyfully exclaimed before diving into the specially prepared dish with fervor. Meili, watching from the side, felt utterly distracted. Meanwhile, Chen Luo seized the opportunity while the rice feasted, unable to resist the urge to stroke the rice with both hands. The joy of petting a cat was momentarily delightful, but the desire to continue was ever present. The rice could not help but protest, "Be gentle, be gentle. At this rate, I shall become bald from your incessant petting." Chapter 34, Moving in Truth. Within Chen Luo's extraordinary spatial realm, an abundance of ingredients lay in wait, ready to be summoned for a sumptuous feast. However, it was evident that Ma Yu's culinary skills surpassed his own. Moreover, Chen Luo harbored a playful intent, wishing to let Meili endure a touch more hunger, for the anticipation would render the forthcoming meal all the more delectable. Before long, the first dish, crispy fried yellow croaker, was ready. This was the epitome of a delightful snack. Meili swallowed hard, her eyes glistening with eagerness as she fixated on the small fish. Meanwhile, the rice, unperturbed, was still savoring the steamed perch that Ma Yu had prepared, yet it was already yearning for the fried fish. Chen Luo, you must prepare this fried fish for me tomorrow. I shall indulge in it as you see fit, she declared with an innocent tone. Is that so? It is a promise, Chen Luo replied. Rice, your obedience is commendable. I shall do my utmost to procure whatever you desire, he added, eliciting an emotional response from the rice. Chen Luo, your kindness overwhelms me, Mi Li exclaimed, her voice tinged with gratitude. Turning to Mi Li, Chen Luo inquired, Mi Li, are you hungry? Perhaps you should have a bit of the fried fish to tide you over. Despite her ravenous desire, Mi Li's upbringing prevailed, and she shook her head gently. No, Sister Yu is busy. I shall wait for her to join us. Seeing Mi Li's steadfastness, Chen Luo refrained from further persuasion. The remaining dishes were soon completed. With Su Dezhu, a veritable titan of appetite, present, Chen Luo ensured that, aside from breakfast, there would be 8 dishes and a soup, all served in generous portions to satisfy their voracious hunger. Within the span of a week, unless Chen Luo specifically requested otherwise, Ma Yu would not repeat any dish. Others ate whatever was available, with no room for choice. Merely having food was a blessing. Yet, at Chen Luo's table, the selection was dictated by his desires. For all manner of delicacies awaited him. This evening's meal consists of deep-fried small yellow fish, stir-fried celery with shredded meat, sweet and sour ribs, sauerkraut fish, braised Crucian carp. Di Sin Xian, a stir-fried dish of potatoes, eggplants, and bell peppers, bean sprouts with vermicelli, rock candy tomatoes, and seaweed egg drop soup. Mi Li was utterly astonished by the array of dishes. Even before the apocalypse, she seldom indulged in such an abundance of food, not due to a lack of means, but rather because it was impractical to waste. Feeling overwhelmed, Mi Li expressed, Brother Chen Luo, although it is my first visit, this is quite extravagant. Ma Yu found her reaction amusing and contemplated whether to enlighten the girl that such meals were our norm. Mi Li's astonishment was understandable. She had been similarly taken aback upon her arrival. However, Chen Luo remained silent, leaving her uncertain of his thoughts, and thus she chose to refrain from speaking further. With a grand gesture, Chen Luo declared, No worries, we are comrades in the same team. Please, eat up, you must be famished. As the meal commenced, Chen Luo was the first to pick up his chopsticks, for Mi Li would surely feel uncomfortable otherwise. Indeed, upon witnessing Chen Luo's actions, Mi Li mustered the courage to grasp a piece of the deep-fried small yellow fish that had tantalized her for so long. The enticing aroma had already set her stomach rumbling. As the fish entered her mouth, its crispy, tender texture enveloped her senses, stirring within her an impulse to weep. Oh, it is even more delicious than I had imagined. Chen Luo chuckled. Mi Li, there's no need for formality. I do not have a habit of serving dishes to others. Feel free to take whatever you desire. With that, he devoured his food heartily, knowing that the more he enjoyed himself, the more liberated Mi Li would feel. As he savored each bite with gusto, her initial shyness began to fade, and a blush crept onto her cheeks in response. 2 steamed sea bass had already caused the rice to swell in its small belly, which was now being kneaded with its paws in an effort to digest. Suddenly, the royal feline nudged Chen Luo with a paw and called out a few times towards the rice. The royal feline mused that this insignificant creature, rice, might not be entirely useless after all, for at least it could assist in translation. Little insignificant cat, translate for me and inform my master that I have grown weary of meat and wish for rice soaked in vegetable soup tonight. Little insignificant cat? Who is that? Rice fumed. Initially, it intended to translate the royal feline's desire to consume excrement, but upon hearing the latter part, it could hardly believe its ears. Weary of meat? Rice incredulously relayed the message to Grain. Grain's eyes widened in astonishment. Weary of meat? Is that even human speech? Oh, indeed, it is not. After a moment's reflection, Grain felt a sense of relief. After all, it was not surprising that Chen Luo, so capable, could achieve the extraordinary. Chen Luo personally took the royal feline's large bowl and filled it with a generous portion of rice, pouring a little soup atop it. Although a simple dish of rice soaked in vegetable soup, it was something many could only dream of in these times. Grain typically consumed only a bowl of rice. Yet this meal saw it devour 3 bowls in one sitting. Overindulging, Grain lowered its head in slight embarrassment. Ma Yu chuckled, restraining Grain from competing for the bowl. Chen Luo nodded. After all, she was merely a caretaker, capable of providing support but limited to dealing with 2 zombies. In a previous life, Grain lacked this potential. But now, with her emergence as a butterfly, perhaps a butterfly effect would ensue. Most importantly, It was Grain's abilities. Not only was she gifted, but her insight was remarkable. Some skills could not simply be mastered upon reaching a certain level. Is the sole practitioner of resurrection magic among the light-based abilities. Much like Chen Luo, who stands out as the only individual capable of void walking among other space manipulators. The significance of resurrection magic is self-evident and cannot afford any mistakes. Possesses extraordinary abilities, including foresight and the capacity to discern between benevolence and malevolence, making it a national treasure in its own right. With this in mind, Chen Luo resolved to protect him closely. It was impossible for her to relocate to his side as she awaited her sister. Likewise, Chen Luo had to wait for the arrival of the Spirit Flame Princess. Therefore, he contemplated moving to her vicinity instead. With this thought, Chen Luo proposed. My place is of no consequence. How about the three of us, and myself, move to your location? Surely there are unoccupied houses nearby. We could relocate there and look out for one another. Initially taken aback, soon expressed her elation, saying, that sounds wonderful. This is not merely mutual support. It is clearly you, Chen Luo, looking after me. Chen Luo chuckled and instructed, let's pack our things. We are preparing to move. In this team, Chen Luo is undoubtedly the linchpin. Although felt a twinge of reluctance at leaving a familiar environment, she readily agreed without hesitation. Chapter 35, Dead Ghost. Why have you only just arrived? The move is merely temporary. This place is not suitable for settling down, nor is it an ideal gathering point. However, with Chen Luo, the space manipulator, the relocation would be effortless. Anything that needed to be taken could be tossed directly into the ability space with ease. Mayu packed cooking utensils, various seasonings, and daily necessities, while Chen Luo and Su Dezhu brought only a few articles of clothing. In less than 5 minutes, Chen Luo and the others finished their preparations. The cabin of the heavy-duty truck was spacious, comfortably accommodating 4 individuals, a cat, and a dog without feeling cramped. Inside the vehicle, Su Dezhu was engrossed in an ancient costume drama, seizing this moment of leisure to indulge in his mobile phone. Mi Fan curiously crouched behind Su Dezhu, watching intently. A sultry female voice emanated from the phone. You rascal, why did it take you so long to arrive? Su Dezhu chuckled foolishly, thoroughly entertained. While Mi Fan watched with keen interest, Mi Li, on the other hand, felt a pang of envy, for her phone had long since run out of battery, rendering it useless even as a makeshift brick. Observing Mi Li's expression, Chen Luo handed her a phone and a power bank. Here, take this to enjoy. It contains a plethora of movies, novels, and games. I also have a laptop. Would you like one? Chen Luo possessed dozens of laptops, having acquired them in abundance. In today's digital marketplace, such items were plentiful. Mi Li sighed. Brother Chen Luo, I feel as though you are akin to Doraemon, possessing a treasure chest filled with all manner of items. As they approached the vicinity of Mi Li's residential community, Chen Luo hesitated on where to park the heavy-duty truck. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to simply leave it anywhere, for the truck would soon lose its value. Once zombies evolved to level 1, they would no longer be foolishly oblivious to danger, making them susceptible to being crushed. Moreover, at this level, zombies, much like humans, could unleash various spells, albeit with minimal potency. Though weak, these abilities still posed a potential threat to the heavy-duty truck. On the 20th day of the apocalypse, zombies began to evolve gradually, and a few had even reached the first level after consuming human flesh. If the survivors could not enhance their strength at a pace that matched the zombies, their fate would be dire. Chen Luo drove into Mi Li's neighborhood and casually found a place to stop. At this point, Mi Li no longer feared the zombies. She remained completely composed, a remarkable transformation that had occurred within just a few hours. The ideal temporary residence was the house directly across from Mi Li's. The front door was securely shut, yet the windows were inexplicably open, indicating that no one was home. Su Dezhu effortlessly climbed to the second floor, and with a slight exertion, the security bars were easily bent. The door was locked with a key, and even from inside, it could not be opened. No one possessed the skill to pick locks, so Su Dezhu was left with no choice but to force it open. However, the door was damaged in the process. Otherwise, stray animals or rodents could easily infiltrate, posing a significant threat to their safety. Mi Li pondered, why not stay at my house? It has 4 bedrooms and a living room, which is just enough for us. Could Chen Luo refuse? After all, he was tasked with ensuring her safety. It was now past 9 in the evening, and without electricity, Mi Li's home was enveloped in darkness. Chen Luo drew the curtains and retrieved several battery-operated lamps. The illumination was rather dim. Yet, gazing at the light brought Mi Li an unexpected sense of security. If it weren't for Chen Luo's presence, she would have hesitated to turn on the light. Although she was young, her wariness was not to be underestimated. Just a few nights ago, darkness engulfed the entire room, leaving her both hungry and thirsty, forced to endure the void of night. Reflecting on it now, she marveled at how she had managed to survive. The world outside is fraught with peril, yet in the presence of Chen Luo, Mi Li inexplicably feels a sense of tranquility. With a magician's flourish, Chen Luo produced 2 watermelons, exclaiming, "Let's enjoy some watermelon." Watermelon is Mi Li's favorite fruit. Gazing at the melons, she felt as though she were ensconced in a dream. The events of the day seemed surreal. Recalling the horrifying encounter with the grotesque, overweight zombie in the mall, she found solace in Chen Luo, who stood before her like an impenetrable mountain, ever so kind. Overwhelmed with emotion, Mi Li embraced Chen Luo, declaring, "Chen Luo, I believe the greatest fortune of my life is having met you and my sister." Caught off guard by Mi Li's affectionate embrace, Chen Luo felt a stir of emotions. Alas, his charm was irresistible. He found himself in a predicament. Having just met Mi Li, he knew he mustn't rush, or his less than admirable side might be revealed. Ma Yu observed Mi Li's infatuation with someone as handsome, considerate, and amiable as Chen Luo, not to mention his affluence. Who could withstand such allure? Had he pursued her, she might have faltered as well. Realizing her moment of vulnerability, Mi Li released Chen Luo and took a bite of watermelon. Her cheeks flushed as she sought to mask her embarrassment. After finishing the fruit, Mi Li began to assign rooms. "Sister Yu, you can stay in this room. It was previously reserved for visiting classmates. Brother Dezhu, this is my sister's art studio. A bed can easily be moved in here." Su Dezhu nonchalantly replied, "I can sleep on the floor. It's cooler that way. No need to move a bed. It's too much trouble." "Chen Luo, this is my sister's room. You can stay here," Mi Li offered. In the room where Mi Ling resides, the most suitable occupant should undoubtedly be the woman named Ma Yu. However, Mi Li assigned it to Chen Luo, as this room boasts the finest conditions. The intentions of Sima Zhao are evident to all. Ma Yu, unfazed, does not mind which room she occupies. Chen Luo, somewhat astonished, mused, "I am to inhabit Mi Ling's room? How delightful." Without further ado, he decided to settle in. The overall decor of Mi Ling's room is adorned in soft shades of blue, exuding an elegant style accompanied by a faint fragrance. The bed is already furnished with a cooling mat, and as Chen Luo reclined, sprawled out in a starfish position, he found it exceedingly comfortable. Recalling something, Chen Luo retrieved a crystal, washed it, and made his way to the living room to present it to Mi Li. "This is a crystal. Hold it in your hand to absorb the energy within. In gaming terms, it can enhance your mana and level. But be cautious. If you feel overwhelmed, do not force the absorption," he instructed Mi Li, who nodded in innocent comprehension. The absence of crystal absorption does not imply an inability to augment one's internal capabilities. It merely occurs at a slower pace. Today, Mi Li has utilized her power enhancement 7 times. If she absorbs once today and again tomorrow evening, she will likely ascend to level 2. However, what Chen Luo did not anticipate was that Mi Fan was already seated on the bed, awaiting his arrival. With a sultry glance, Mi Fan remarked, "Oh, you finally decided to show up." Chapter 36. The deep concern of Mi Ling. Although Mi Fan and the Law King have significantly increased in wisdom, they have not undergone the 9 years of mandatory education. Their command of the language is lacking, as the profundity of Chinese characters often eludes their understanding. For instance, "Have you arrived?" "Yes, I have." "Are you coming?" "Of course." "Come." "Will you come?" "No, I cannot come." Hee. Rice only finds it amusing, not understanding its significance. Upon seeing Chen Luo's arrival, it simply chimed in. "Chen Luo." Rice remarked, "Tonight, I shall sleep with you, and tomorrow, I shall sleep with Mi Li." "Oh, you truly are a scoundrel, adept at sharing the affection." Without hesitation, Chen Luo affectionately petted Rice. Indeed, Rice is utterly endearing, strikingly beautiful, well-behaved, and possesses a sweet disposition. Having only just met today, Chen Luo has already developed a fondness for Rice, to such an extent that if Chen Luo were left with naught but a small piece of dried fish, he would undoubtedly forego it in favor of offering it to Rice. "You eat the dried fish, and I shall eat." "Rice, please do not touch my belly. It tickles. Let me see whether you are male or female." "Ah, it turns out you are a little female cat." After frolicking with Rice for a while, Chen Luo commenced the absorption of crystals, of which Rice naturally partook as well. "Oh, Rice, let us cultivate together in my embrace." Chen Luo was pleasantly surprised to discover that Rice could absorb 8 crystals, slightly less than that of the Mage King. Tomorrow, he would inquire how many crystals Meili could absorb. Upon completing his absorption, Chen Luo assessed that he would require approximately 6 or 7 more days to reach the 4th level. By that time, the lowest grade of crystals would hold no value for him. At night, Rice curled up beside Chen Luo's hand. Were it not for Chen Luo's firm resistance, Rice would insist on sleeping directly upon his belly. How could one possibly sleep comfortably like this? The next day, the earliest riser was Ma Yu, as she had the duty of preparing breakfast. The meal consisted of her handmade large meat buns, tea eggs, accompanied by porridge and cucumber shreds as a side dish. Oh, one cannot demand too much. After all, it is the end of the world. Chen Luo stifled a yawn as he took a seat at the dining table, relishing the convenience of a meal served to him, with Ma Yu taking care of the cleanup afterward. The pleasure of having food brought to one's lips is truly delightful. Chen Luo inquired, "Meili, how many crystals can you absorb?" Meili replied, 9. "Is that a bit insufficient?" The king, indulging in a large meat bun, thought to himself that it indeed seemed a tad lacking, especially since it was one less than a dog would have. Chen Luo chuckled. Being able to absorb 9 at the first level is already quite exceptional. After finishing their meal, it was only natural to indulge in some leisure activities. Chen Luo retrieved the batteries and study materials he had purchased, connecting them to Meili's household electricity, allowing the refrigerator and television to function. However, it was best to forego the air conditioning, as it was not a silent model. Su Daju remained engrossed in his television drama, while Chen Luo set up a desktop computer to immerse himself in a 3A game. In terms of experience, the desktop undeniably offered a superior option. To be honest, the enjoyment of many single-player games is hardly inferior to that of online games. Moreover, single-player games do not require an internet connection. A large-scale game could easily provide Chen Luo with a month's worth of entertainment. Chen Luo had the capability to copy all the games available on the market, with thousands of game discs at his disposal. At times, Meili watched Chen Luo play, engaged in conversation with Ma Yu, or scrolled through her phone. Yet, she occasionally gazed out the window, thinking of Meili. Meili, a senior in high school, had chosen to stay home to prepare for the impending college entrance examination in early June. When the zombie apocalypse ensued, Meili panicked but seized the opportunity to escape the classroom while the zombies were preoccupied with their feasting, finding refuge in the small grove on campus. The entire university town, though situated in the suburbs and a considerable distance from the city center, is home to 5 universities, accompanied by small vendors and nearby residential areas, resulting in a significant number of zombies. In a small grove, Meili has just awakened her fiery abilities, yet she feels no joy. Her thoughts are consumed with concern for the safety of her family, particularly her younger sibling, Meili. Has Meili turned into a zombie? Or encountered danger? Meili is filled with anxiety, wishing fervently that she could sprout wings and fly home. Having trained diligently, Meili possesses formidable self-defense skills. Before the apocalypse, without any powers, if Chen Luo had encountered Meili, he would have likely found himself at her mercy. After 2 arduous days, armed with her defensive techniques and newfound abilities, Meili finally seizes the opportunity to escape from the school, her destination set towards home. This route spans over 300 kilometers. Upon leaving the school, Meili encounters 4 classmates, 3 boys and 1 girl, who recognize her, the campus belle. Meili's stunning beauty and an alluring figure naturally attract many admirers. The journey ahead fills her with an anxiety beyond her expectations. The small car she has found is not Chen Luo's heavy-duty truck. When faced with obstructions on the road, she must exit the vehicle to maneuver it. The roads outside the city are not desolate. While traffic is not overwhelming, it is not negligible either. Where there are cars, there are also zombies. Meili is not the legendary flame princess of the future. Even after advancing to level 2 in a few days, she would struggle against multiple zombies. After dealing with one, she must rest to restore her energy, as without it, she cannot wield her powers. Fighting zombies with bare hands is not an option. Among the 4 classmates, 2 have perished, 1 male and 1 female, leaving only Zhang Zhun and Wang Xinwu, the remaining boys, to accompany her. Meili had to constantly remain vigilant over them, which was truly exhausting. Without any guidance, the 3 of them surprisingly took a wrong turn. Throughout the journey, Meili endured hunger and thirst, while her thoughts were consumed with concern for Meili, rendering her utterly haggard. At times, she went an entire day without sustenance. In her sorrow, Mi Ling lamented the harshness of her own existence and pondered the fate of the frail Mi Li. Had she succumbed to starvation at home? Or had she been devoured by a zombie while scavenging for supplies? Such thoughts plagued Mi Ling, leading her to frequently experience nightmares. Mi Li, however, would retort that she was thriving, eating even better than she had before the apocalypse. Mi Ling silently prayed, "If you are still alive, Mi Li, hold on. I've saved a piece of chocolate just for you." Chapter 37. Mi Li, why aren't you eating? Mi Ling led the way, with Zhang Zhun and Wang Xinwu trailing behind. The sight of these two boys drained Mi Ling's spirit. They managed well against a few zombies. But when confronted with a larger horde, they would merely hide behind her, often outpacing her in their flight. They were inept at everything, leaving nothing behind to consume. Yet, they weren't entirely useless. When encountering other survivors, their presence could bolster numbers and ease the burden against a smaller group of zombies. Though they called out for help in finding her sister, Mi Ling felt more inclined to seek a reliable ally for herself. At least lend me some strength, she thought. Should she find Mi Li, it would be best to maintain a clear distance from them, Mi Ling mused. At last, Mi Ling arrived at the entrance of the community. She was fully prepared for battle. How could she be unaware of the usual number of inhabitants in this area? There were undoubtedly numerous zombies lurking about. As the saying goes, after traveling 100 miles, one must not become complacent in the final stretch. She could not afford to let her guard down now. However, upon her entry into the community, she was perplexed to discover that the number of zombies was remarkably scarce, merely 2 or 3. Why were there so few zombies? Regardless of the reason, this was advantageous for Mi Ling. Faster than Mi Ling were Zhang Zhun and Wang Xinwu. Yet they were met with disappointment as the supermarkets they encountered were utterly devoid of supplies. Throughout their journey, aside from a supermarket they stumbled upon a few days prior that still had goods, the subsequent 10 supermarkets revealed 8 that were completely empty. The remaining 2 were teeming with zombies, instilling fear that deterred them from entering. This was understandable. Zombies were indeed terrifying, yet hunger was an even graver threat. An encounter with a zombie did not necessarily equate to death, yet starvation could genuinely lead to demise. Those with audacity could clear out a supermarket in a few trips. Without further hesitation, Mi Ling hastily made her way to her apartment, where the absence of zombies allowed her to call out freely. Mi Li, are you there? Tonight, we're having barbecue. Jia, can you make it? Chen Luo yearned for a change in flavor, suddenly recalling that it had been over half a month since he last indulged in barbecue. How delightful it would be, paired with chilled beer. Chen Luo had prepared a barbecue grill, complete with an array of spices. Ma Yu replied with a smile, "While I may not rival the finest barbecue chefs, I assure you it will not be inferior to what you find outside. Then I shall commence the marinating process now. Just let me know what skewers you desire." Moreover, the smoke from the barbecue was too intense to manage indoors. Chen Luo responded with satisfaction, "No worries, we can grill on the rooftop. If trouble were to arise." He would remain unperturbed. Any minor inconveniences paled in comparison to the allure of delectable barbecue. Chen Luo was about to inquire about what Su Dezhu and Mi Li wished to eat when suddenly, a voice echoed from downstairs. Mi Li's entire being trembled, her face alight with unparalleled surprise, and she exclaimed with excitement. Dressed in slippers, denim shorts, and a short-sleeved shirt, she could hardly contain herself as she dashed downstairs. Chen Luo thought to himself, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, "Finally, you have arrived, Mi Ling." He promptly followed Mi Li down. "Sister, I'm here." Without taking a moment to look around, Mi Li opened her arms wide and leaped towards Mi Ling. The two sisters joyously embraced each other. Zhang Zhun and Wang Xinwu gazed at Mi Li in astonishment. Mi Ling, the campus belle, had a sister who was equally captivating. Goodness, if I could win over this pair of sister flowers, how delightful that would be, Chen Luo observed, only to discover that not only Mi Ling was present, but also 2 others who appeared to be in dire straits. No, 3 in distress. Mi Ling was among them. After days without bathing, exposed to the elements, and suffering from inadequate sustenance, even the most exquisite beauty would succumb to weariness. At that moment, Mi Ling appeared haggard, sporting dark circles under her eyes, her hair lifeless. Her once stunning visage now marred. Her countenance bore the marks of dirt. This was attributable both to her circumstances and to Mi Ling's deliberate choice to disfigure herself to avert unwanted attention. Yet, her magnificent figure remained astonishing. The arrival of Chen Luo instantly heightened the alertness of Zhang Zhun and Wang Xinwu. Who was this individual? How was he associated with Mi Li? They had heard no mention of Mi Ling having a brother or a sibling. Out of the corner of her eye, Mi Ling caught sight of Chen Luo and immediately regarded him with caution. Mi Fan, nestled in Chen Luo's arms, lazily meowed at Mi Ling. Having anticipated that Mi Ling would be unharmed, Mi Fan harbored no concerns whatsoever. As Mi Li smiled, she said, "Sister, this is Brother Chen Luo. When you were away, it was thanks to Brother Chen Luo that I was well taken care of." Mi Ling's brow eased slightly. She pondered the nature of this care. However, noticing Mi Li's rosy complexion, it seemed that she had indeed been well looked after. To her astonishment, Mi Fan was peacefully nestled in Chen Luo's embrace. With Mi Li safe, a heavy weight lifted from Mi Ling's heart. Upon their first encounter with Mi Li, Zhang Zhen and Wang Xinwu resolved to cultivate a favorable relationship with her. Mi Ling maintained a cool demeanor, appearing distant. Perhaps they could approach through Mi Li, or even directly charm her. Mi Li was spotless, leading them to believe she had simply remained indoors. Her flushed cheeks were attributed to the joy of seeing her sister, Mi Ling. They had not considered the deeper implications, merely speculating about Mi Li's state. Surely, she must be quite hungry? Their journey had clarified the significance of sustenance. Determined to present a thoughtful gift, Zhang Zhen prepared to win Mi Li's favor, but Wang Xinwu made the first move. He cautiously retrieved a crumpled bag of bread from his pocket, containing 3 slices. With both hands, he offered it to Mi Li, saying, "Sister Mi Li, you must be hungry. Here, take this bread." Mi Li gazed at the wrinkled bread, momentarily speechless. Embarrassed, she replied, "I don't think I need it." Wang Xinwu misinterpreted her response as modesty. Gritting his teeth, he produced a single corn sausage, the kind that costs merely $1 per bag. "Sister Mi Li, please don't be shy. Bread and sausage are a perfect match." Zhang Zhen stared in astonishment at Wang Xinwu, exclaiming, "Goodness, are you serious? It has become exceedingly difficult to procure supplies from the supermarkets outside, unless one dares to venture into the ones teeming with zombies. Are you truly prepared to live like this?" Initially, Zhang Zhen intended to offer his packet of instant noodles to Mi Li, but upon witnessing Wang Xinwu's significant injury, he deemed it unnecessary to proceed further. "You are impressive. I shall refrain from interfering. I will focus on winning Mi Ling's favor instead." Noticing that Mi Li showed no inclination to accept, Wang Xinwu was momentarily taken aback. "Mi Li, why aren't you eating?" Suddenly, 2 individuals approached, inquiring if she wished to partake in their offerings. Regardless of Chen Luo's presence, Mi Li would never accept food from strangers. Furthermore, Zhang Zhen and Wang Xinwu had gone over 10 days without bathing, their frantic escapades leaving them with a pungent odor that nearly caused Mi Li to faint. They continued to encroach upon her personal space. Mi Li felt on the verge of tears, pleading, "Please, step back. I'm truly not hungry." Mi Ling was about to retrieve the chocolate she had reserved for this journey. Unfortunately, food had been scarce along the way, as they had navigated around the outskirts of the city with few shops in sight. However, observing Mi Li's rosy complexion and healthy appearance, it was evident that she was living quite comfortably. In stark contrast, Mi Ling felt as though she had transformed into a disheveled figure. Casting a suspicious glance at Chen Luo, Mi Ling noted his attire and demeanor. Were it not for the stark comparison to her own appearance, she might have believed he was merely a handsome gentleman stepping out for a leisurely stroll in normal times. Was he truly taking good care of my sister? Mi Li's refusal left Wang Xinwu's outstretched hand hanging awkwardly. Could it be that she genuinely wasn't hungry? You've been given an opportunity, yet you refuse to seize it. When hunger strikes, you may find that it is too late to ask for it. Mi Li shyly said, "Sister, let us go home." Chen Luo stood nearby, suppressing a chuckle. "Even you, Ling Yanji, can find yourself in such a predicament." He almost failed to recognize her due to her disheveled appearance. Mi Ling turned to Chen Luo with gratitude, saying, "Hello, I am Mi Ling. Thank you for taking care of my sister." Although Mi Ling remained somewhat guarded towards Chen Luo, there was no denying that Mi Li had indeed been well looked after, without a scratch on her. Chen Luo replied with a gentle smile, "I am Chen Luo." Mi Ling reached out to embrace Mi Fan from Chen Luo's arms, having missed her dearly over the past few days. She was relieved to see that Mi Fan was unharmed. Yet, Mi Fan turned her head away, refusing the embrace, and communicated telepathically with Mi Ling, "Oh, go away. Have you not bathed in days? You're filthy. What if you dirty me? It's fine if you get me dirty. But if Chen Luo holds me and I end up soiling him, that would be quite unfortunate." Upon hearing Mi Fan's words, Mi Ling initially wore an expression of disbelief. Mi Fan can talk? However, her expression quickly darkened. Is this even a human language? You're not repulsed by my dirtiness, but rather worried about staining Chen Luo? I am your master, after all. Mi Ling was bewildered by Mi Fan's apparent betrayal after not seeing her for half a month. Despite her astonishment at Mi Fan's ability, she did not raise her voice. She cast a glance at Zhang Zhen and Wang Xinwu behind her. After a meal together, everyone would part ways. It was not that Mi Ling wished to sever ties or dispose of them. Rather, their contribution during the journey had been negligible, which only fueled her frustration. Before them, I played the role of a brute, clearing the path for them, yet in moments of peril, I found them cowering behind me. In a moment of folly, I had chosen these two burdens. I had endured enough and could no longer allow them to encumber both myself and my sister. For our safety was paramount. Zhang Zhen and Wang Xinwu followed along, their hearts lightened by amusement. My cohabitation with the campus belle is soon to commence, I mused. Living together, nurturing our bond, surely affection will blossom. After all, we were the ones escorting you in your quest to find your sister. Mi Ling tentatively inquired, "Is there anything to eat at home?" She, too, felt the pangs of hunger and had initially planned to gather supplies after reuniting with her sister. The supermarket was devoid of provisions, yet surely, there were resources within the community. A few households that had succumbed to the undead could yield some rice, enough to sustain us for a while. Chen Luo scoffed, "Of course, there is food aplenty, an endless supply. However, unless you, Mi Ling, heed my words, follow my lead, and address me as Big Brother, you shall find the door firmly closed." Chen Luo called out, "Yujia, isn't there's some rice at home? Let us cook a bit. After all, it would be unreasonable for the sister of Mi Ling to be so stingy. A little rice for you, one tea heard," he added. Mayu had certainly noticed the commotion downstairs but chose not to intervene. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, she was momentarily taken aback. "Weren't we planning on having barbecue?" Yet, her astute mind quickly grasped Chen Luo's intent. Mayu nodded, "All right, I will cook some right away." The presence of another woman in the household brought Mi Ling a sense of reassurance. Chen Luo reiterated his advice, "But please, do not rinse the rice. It would waste water." Typically, Chen Luo and his companions would wash the rice before consumption, but was such a ritual necessary for Mi Ling and her companions? Not at all. Considering the nature of the grains, having something to eat was already a blessing. Mayu chuckled, acknowledging that washing was indeed unnecessary, at worst. The rice was merely a tad unclean, though not excessively so. Upon hearing the sound of water, Zhang Zhen and Wang Xinwu realized that their throats felt parched. The journey had not only presented challenges in terms of food, but also water, compounded by the sweltering heat, leaving them both on the verge of exhaustion. By this time, they had arrived at the doorstep of Mi Ling's home, and the two could hardly contain their eagerness for a drink. They made a beeline for the kitchen, where they found Mayu pouring bottled purified water into the rice cooker. Without hesitation, Zhang Zhen snatched the remaining third of a bottle from Mayu and began to drink directly from it. Had it not been for Wang Xinwu's incessant urging, Zhang Zhen might have continued for half a minute. Wang Xinwu, undeterred by Zhang Zhen's saliva, took the bottle next and drank deeply. Mayu observed the two in their beggar-like state, drinking straight from the bottle, and was instantly filled with disdain for their behavior. "Fuming," Mayu exclaimed. "There are bowls readily available. Can't you pour the water into one and drink from it? What about the others if you consume it like this?" Zhang Zhen, unfazed, replied, "My apologies, but we are quite parched. Do not worry, we are perfectly healthy." Wang Xinwu, however, interjected with discontent, "You two have been sitting at home, shielded from the sun, so of course, you're not thirsty. Do you have any idea how much hardship we've endured on our journey?" Zhang Zhen chimed in, Exactly. Please understand, we won't behave this way again." Ma Yuling wore a cold expression, questioning why she should empathize with them. Their suffering was of no concern to her, as she was not the cause of their woes. Mi Ling shook her head, disinterested in further discussion. After finishing their meal, everyone dispersed. Mi Li, feeling sympathetic towards her sister, offered the remainder of her nutritional drink, which was still more than half full. Thirsty herself, Mi Ling drank a small portion, leaving the rest for Mi Li, yet found herself increasingly parched. Given the delightful taste, she decided to reserve more for Mi Li. Wang Xinwu and Zhang Zhen, having had their fill, exited the kitchen and surveyed their surroundings with satisfaction. It was indeed the home of a campus beauty, spacious and tastefully decorated. However, the presence of a male was a lamentable aspect. Zhang Zhen suddenly froze, his gaze fixated on the dog lying beneath the sofa. A living dog. For over half a month, it had subsisted on nothing but scraps of fast food, instant noodles, bread, chips, and other snacks, far from sufficient sustenance. Its stomach could no longer endure the deprivation, As the saying goes, dog meat rolls thrice, even deities cannot stand. Chapter 39. Have you finished? Then we shall dine. Zhang Zhan, influenced by the elders, was no stranger to consuming dog meat, particularly fond of dog meat hot pot, which he had once deemed a culinary delight before the apocalypse. Presently, the allure of the dog was far greater than that of Mi Ling or Mi Li. Wang Xinwu was not much better off than Zhang Zhan. Upon encountering fresh meat, who could resist? However, it was evident that the dog lay lazily beneath the sofa, not confined within a cage, indicating that it was cared for by someone. Zhang Zhan pointed at the dog and inquired, "Whose dog is this?" Chen Luo chuckled softly, "It belongs to me." He understood the intentions of the two men with a mere glance. Zhang Zhan furrowed his brow and spoke softly, "Brother, I must say, you seem utterly unaware of the chaos that exists in the world outside. Life itself is a struggle. How can one afford to feed dogs with food meant for survival? I just heard you mention that there is still a bit of rice at home. What will you do once that runs out?" At this, Fa Wang suddenly rose from beneath the sofa, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at the two. "I haven't consumed your rice or your braised meat, nor have I squandered your provisions," he growled, a menacing sound escaping his lips, awaiting Chen Luo's command to unleash his wrath upon them. Wang Xinwu pointed at Fa Wang, astonished. "This dog is ferocious. It looks like it could bite. It must be stewed. What if it harms a grain of rice?" Zhang Zhan replied, "Though I have never slain a dog, I have dispatched countless zombies. Why should I fear a mere dog? I shall take care of it. You simply wait to enjoy your meal." Chen Luo's previously cheerful demeanor turned icy in an instant. "Indeed, there is no surplus food to feed dogs. Rather, it is you two who should roll out." Zhang Zhan, infuriated, retorted, "Watch your words, boy. Have you ever faced zombies single-handedly? Let me tell you, I have wielded a brick and have no idea how many zombies I have crushed." Chen Luo paused, taken aback. Had he truly engaged with zombies? That was something he had not done. He shook his head. Zhang Zhan sneered, recognizing him as a mere sheltered youth who dared not venture beyond his home. He turned to Mi Ling and said, "Mi Ling, do you have any idea of the hardships we endured alongside you on this journey? The trials we faced, the dangers we encountered? You do not grasp how difficult it is to survive. This fool even thinks to waste food on dogs." Wang Xinwu interjected, "Throughout this journey, you have personally experienced the hardships of what we have consumed and endured. This world no longer permits the indulgence of keeping dogs. Is it not reasonable for us to improve our rations by consuming them? We do not seek to monopolize. We share our sustenance." Mi Ling, weary of such discourse, reflected on how many times these sentiments had been expressed. Did they truly remain oblivious to the original intent and the efforts exerted along the way? Frustration welled within her. She had intended to conclude their gathering with a meal, but now she suggested they part ways immediately. Find an unoccupied residence within the community for yourselves. From now on, let each fend for themselves without interference. Part ways? Zhang Zhan and Wang Xinwu were momentarily taken aback before anger surged within them. Mi Ling, do you possess no conscience? I have braved considerable dangers to help you locate your sister, and now that she is found, you wish to sever ties? Have you no sense of gratitude? They were astonished that beneath her beauty lay such venomous intent. Mi Ling offered no rebuttal, merely nodding in affirmation. Indeed, my heart is as ruthless as you say. Have you finished your tirade? If so, then be on your way. Due to her striking beauty and commanding presence, countless individuals filled with envy and resentment had fanned the flames of gossip, spreading slanderous tales of exploitation, cosmetic enhancement, and illicit affairs. Moreover, with her sister as her sole companion, had Mi Ling not possessed a resilient spirit, she would have crumbled under the weight of it all. It was not that Mi Ling lacked gratitude. Rather, it was a profound frustration that left her chest aching. Are you escorting me, or am I escorting you? Without you, my path would not have been as arduous. Mi Ling did not refute. Instead, she directly acknowledged it, leaving Zhang Zhan and Wang Xinwu utterly speechless and somewhat taken aback. With a cold demeanor, Mi Ling commanded, "Hurry and leave, or the merciless side of me will not hold back." In a fit of anger, Zhang Zhan raised his hand as if to strike Mi Ling, only to remember that together, he and Wang Xinwu were no match for her. On their way, 5 survivors, sensing Mi Ling's fierce presence, prepared to flee. However, to their astonishment, Mi Ling swiftly dispatched all 5 of them with ease. Wang Xinwu nodded, conceding, "All right, Mi Ling, you are indeed formidable. We shall see how this unfolds." Yet, they were unable to contend with Mi Ling alone. Within the room were still 2 women, 2 men, and a dog. Mi Ling was genuinely capable of murder. However, the fools dared to utter threats before their departure. Chen Luo patted the head of the, subtly indicating the direction of the two, and whispered, "Let them die far away. Otherwise, we will have to collect their bodies." They jogged down the stairs, following the two. Mi Ling, still not ruthless enough, had clearly turned against these two but hesitated to act decisively. She regarded them with suspicion, wondering if he was leading them to their demise. Upon descending, they witnessed the two entering a nearby unit, and there was no choice but to eliminate them directly. The thought of biting them was utterly repugnant. Wang Xinwu seethed, "That wretched woman. If I don't put an end to her, I swear I shall not be human." Zhang Zhen nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a commotion arose behind them, and the two were pleasantly surprised to see the dog approaching. Could Mi Ling not handle a mere dog? But how could this dog possess magical abilities? Zhang Zhen and Wang Xinwu have both awakened their extraordinary abilities. After all, it has been over 10 days since the apocalypse began. One possesses a physical prowess while the other wields the powers of ice. However, they are merely novices at the first level of awakening. The Mage King opened his mouth, and a sphere of lightning shot towards the two. The lightning sphere exploded beside them, resulting in their instantaneous demise. The Mage King, at the pinnacle of the second level and on the verge of a breakthrough to the third, unleashed his fury, channeling immense power into that singular sphere. With a disdainful remark, he scoffed at their meager abilities, questioning their audacity to aspire for greatness. Meanwhile, at home, Mayu had finished cooking rice. Though it was merely plain rice, the aroma wafting through the air was irresistible to Mi Ling. It had been many days since she had tasted anything properly cooked. Mi Ling swiftly filled a large bowl with rice, lamenting the absence of any pickled vegetables to accompany it. Mayu had prepared a modest amount, enough for 3 small bowls, which was typically sufficient for Mi Ling. Yet, she devoured every last grain, leaving nothing behind. The onlookers watched her eat, with Mi Ling feeling an overwhelming sense of sympathy for her sister. Setting down her chopsticks, Mi Ling expressed her satisfaction. "I apologize for eating so much. But do not worry, with me around, obtaining food will not be difficult." She resolved to scour the neighborhood for rice and flour, determined not to let Mi Ling go hungry. Chen Luo remarked, "So, you've finished, have you? Then we shall begin our meal." Chapter 40. All for your sister's well-being. Humph. Unless Mi Ling, like Mi Ling, calls him brother and is obedient, Chen Luo would not share his lavish meals with her. Otherwise, she would simply have to settle for rice every day, as she was not yet part of his inner circle. With Mi Ling's abilities, even if Chen Luo were to withhold supplies, she would still manage to procure rice and flour, though time would not be on her side. Mi Ling paused. "Surprised, haven't you all eaten yet?" Her cheeks flushed as she added, "I seem to have consumed everyone's meal. Is there enough rice left? If not, I can go find some right now." Mayu suppressed a smile, thinking that the little rice remaining would hardly suffice, especially since it was unwashed. Even Chen Luo would not deign to eat it. Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively. "No need. We have plenty of food. Sister Yu, come here. Let me discuss the dishes we will prepare." Chen Luo approached the refrigerator, retrieving the ingredients for the midday meal. "Sister Yu, let's skip the barbecue for now and prepare mapo tofu, hand-torn cabbage, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, boiled meat slices, spicy diced chicken, oil-braised shrimp, spicy crab, and beef with cabbage. We'll make a simple tomato and egg soup." Mayu nodded. "However, if we decide to make all that on short notice, it will take at least over an hour to finish." Chen Luo chuckled. "That's all right. We can serve the dishes one by one." Cooking was Mayu's responsibility, and she didn't mind how many dishes were prepared. In fact, she welcomed the opportunity to pass the time. Chen Luo then turned to Mi Ling. "Mi Ling, come with me to your room. I need to discuss something with you." Mi Ling responded obediently, rising from the sofa and following Chen Luo to her room. Mi Ling furrowed her brow, considering the implications of a lone man and woman sharing a space. Yet, it seemed unlikely that Chen Luo would dare to corner her sister while she was present. If he had intended to, he would have done so long ago, rather than waiting until now. Later, I will find some time to converse with Mi Ling and gain insight into this so-called brother Chen Luo. Chen Luo led Mi Ling to the balcony attached to the room. Mi Ling stood in the corner, while Chen Luo leaned against the wall, adopting a playful pose as he spoke to her. Mi Ling's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Chen Luo said, "Mi Ling, being with your brother means you need not worry about food or drink. You can indulge in whatever you desire, right?" Mi Ling nodded. "And being by my side, you feel safe and have no reason to fear." Mi Ling nodded once more. Chen Luo smiled as he affectionately ruffled Mi Li's hair. It is because you are obedient, clever, and capable that I treat you well. But what about your sister? Will she heed my words? Mi Li fell into contemplation. Her sister had always been strong-willed, and since she was unfamiliar with brother Chen Luo, it was unlikely she would listen to him. Chen Luo continued, Mi Li, let me ask you. If you had to choose a leader between me and your sister, who would be better suited to guide us through life? This question required no deliberation from Mi Li. Of course, it would be you, brother Chen Luo, she thought, feeling a pang of sympathy. Meanwhile, brother Chen Luo, with his pampered life, had grown weary of even the finest delicacies. Her sister's existence was even less enviable than that of a pampered pet. There was simply no comparison. Ever since meeting brother Chen Luo, Mi Li had never gone hungry. If her sister could not even care for herself, how could she lead others? Was there any need for contemplation? If Mi Ling were aware of Mi Li's thoughts, she would surely be infuriated. Chen Luo chuckled heartily. Therefore, we must first ensure your sister. He intended to say tame her to be obedient, but that seemed a touch too sinister. Mi Li nodded solemnly, affirming, yes. She must heed your words. Chen Luo chuckled. Until your sister submits to me, I shall share none of my provisions with her. Otherwise, she would consume my resources while resisting me. Wouldn't that be utterly absurd? Mi Li found this reasoning quite sound. Satisfied, Chen Luo patted Mi Li on the shoulder. Thus, let her watch us dine shortly. She shall be rewarded with sustenance only when she behaves. Remember, this is for her own good. Mi Li echoed. It is for sister's benefit. With Chen Luo's plan successfully executed, they exited the room together. Meanwhile, Mi Ling sensed something amiss. Why was there such an enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen? Observing Ma Yu extracting items from the refrigerator, she glanced at the connected battery and suddenly realized the refrigerator was indeed functional. Ma Yu cast a sidelong glance at Mi Ling. While Chen Luo had declared she would not be fed, he had made no mention of her not being allowed to watch. It seemed intentional, as she typically closed the kitchen door to prevent the smell of cooking from escaping. Mi Ling exclaimed in astonishment, "Why are you taking out so many ingredients? Are you planning to prepare several dishes? We cannot live like this. One dish suffices. Trust me, you won't have the chance to enjoy these again." Ma Yu replied nonchalantly, "Chen Luo instructed me to prepare this. How much I make is not for me to decide." Mi Ling rushed to Chen Luo, pleading, "Chen Luo, this is too extravagant. Even if we can finish it, we shouldn't indulge like this. What will we eat tomorrow?" Chen Luo laughed. "Today marks the reunion of you and Mi Li. She is overjoyed, and we must celebrate." Mi Ling was momentarily taken aback. "But that's just too extravagant," she protested. Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively. "These are my possessions. You need not concern yourself with them." Realizing her attempts at persuasion were futile, Mi Ling decided to refrain from further argument. She silently lamented her earlier haste in eating. Though her appetite had been insatiable, her stomach could hardly accommodate much more. With so many dishes before them, it was evident they would not finish them all. It seemed that many of the offerings were her favorites, and the spicy aroma of the chili was a scent she hadn't encountered in ages. Chen Luo truly was commendable for being generous enough to present such a delightful feast to celebrate her reunion with Mi Li. The first dishes to arrive were mapo tofu and spicy boiled pork slices, filling the living room with their tantalizing fragrance. The culinary skills of Ma Yu were a rarity before the apocalypse, let alone in the present day. Just a whiff made Mi Ling's mouth water instinctively, and her stomach stirred with renewed hunger. Seizing a moment of distraction, she swallowed hard, trying to quell her cravings. The group would undoubtedly wait for all the dishes to be served before they began to eat, just like in their usual gatherings, engrossed in their phones and casual conversation, patiently biding their time. Mi Ling repeatedly reminded herself not to rush. After all, the dishes weren't going to sprout wings and fly away. At this rate, she would soon have her turn to indulge. Finally, all 8 dishes had been laid out, leaving only the final soup. By this time, Mi Ling was fidgeting restlessly, yet she maintained an air of nonchalance, feigning indifference to her hunger. Chen Luo retrieved 4 bottles of iced tea from the refrigerator and placed them on the dining table. Mi Ling couldn't help but wonder why there were only 4 bottles for 5 people. Was it insufficient? If so, she could forego the drink and focus solely on the food. Chapter 41. Who will laugh last? At last, the moment for the meal has arrived. Even if there may be nothing to eat tomorrow, it matters not. At least this feast can be savored to the fullest. Let us indulge today, for tomorrow's worries can wait. Dinner is served. Chen Luo cast a curious glance at Mi Ling. "What are you doing sitting here?" Mi Ling replied, equally puzzled. What difference does it make where I sit? I am not occupying your lap. I am merely beside Mi Li. Is there a problem? Knowing what would ensue and fully aware that her sister was undoubtedly yearning for this meal but unable to partake, Mi Li felt a pang of sympathy. However, she reminded herself that it was all for her sister's sake, and thus, she could endure this hardship for now. Chen Luo is a good person. Just hold on a little longer, dear sister. Clearing his throat, Chen Luo remarked, we are about to eat. It seems inappropriate for you to be sitting here. If you wish to watch us dine, you may remain, but Mi Ling was momentarily taken aback, expressing her disbelief. What do you mean? Is there no portion for me? Chen Luo looked astonished. Why would you assume there is? You have already eaten, have you not? Incredulity washed over Mi Ling as she retorted, but you previously mentioned this meal was to celebrate my reunion with Mi Li. Chen Luo nodded, indeed. But I never claimed you would be included. This table is filled solely with my people. Only those who are mine may partake in the delicacies I have risked much to procure. Turning to Mi Li, he inquired, Mi Li, are you not one of mine? Call me brother. Mi Li shyly lowered her gaze. Yes, I am Chen Luo's person. And you, Daju? Sudaju nodded and said, through thick and thin, brother. I stand by your side. Was this a pledge of loyalty? Ma Yulian hurriedly added, Chen Luo, if you help me escape, I shall forever be indebted to you. The king of law, Wang, shouted, declaring, I am also one of the Master S people. As for the deep-fried small fish, Chen Luo would always have Ma Yu prepare it fresh whenever rice was served. After all, only freshly fried could truly satisfy the palate. While enjoying the fried fish with rice, the creature immediately set aside its morsel, defiantly thumping its chest and belly, proclaiming, I share my fate with Chen Luo. Chen Luo chuckled and remarked, as you can see, everyone at this table is either my ally or my pet, all part of my crew. Thus, I am willing to share with all of you. But who are you? You lack the qualification to partake unless you declare your allegiance. Call me brother. And join my ranks. Obey and call you brother? Mi Ling rose in indignation. Chen Luo, do not overstep your bounds. Do you intend to humiliate me with such a meal? Let it be known, I, Mi Ling, do not partake in unsolicited offerings. Fuming, Mi Ling sank onto the living room sofa, her anger escalating with each thought. Was this not a blatant mockery? To withhold food until the last moment, only to declare it was not for her. Was one meal truly so significant? Had Mi Ling never dined well, or was she simply unable to resist temptation? Should she evict them? Mi Ling seethed inwardly. This is my home. Yet, she quickly dismissed that notion. You, Chen Luo, are indeed a cur, but I, Mi Ling, can discern between gratitude and grievance. Chen Luo took care of Mi Li, and Mi Ling could not retaliate against Chen Luo, as it would only reflect her pettiness and ineptitude. How infuriating. The spicy aroma of Sichuan cuisine incessantly tempted Mi Ling. Normally, she would not mind. But considering the past half-month, she could hardly forget what she had been eating. Observing Mi Fan munching on greasy little fish, Mi Ling furrowed her brow and remarked, Mi Fan, you shouldn't always indulge in such oily foods. They are detrimental to your digestion. Mi Fan licked the grease from the corner of her mouth and replied, indeed, eating only rice or junk food is surely beneficial for the body. You should care for yourself a bit more. This statement struck Mi Ling like 1,000 daggers, causing her lips to twitch and her chest to ache with indignation. What infuriated Mi Ling further was Chen Luo's treatment of her, while her own sister, Mi Li, sat there eating without uttering a word in her defense, completely indifferent to her plight. Are you even my sister? My Mi Fan, my Mi Li have all turned traitor. Chen Luo remarked admiringly, Sister you, this spicy chicken is truly delectable. Come, Mi Li, do try this flavorful crab. It's quite good. Upon entering the room, Mi Ling felt another pang in her chest, for there lay a man's pair of trousers on the bed. Were they Chen Luo's, or belonged to that Sudaju? A moment's thought confirmed they were indeed Chen Luo's. Oh, Mi Li, how could you? You've allowed a man to stay in your sister's room. Clenching her fists, Mi Ling gritted her teeth and declared, for the sake of your care for my sister, I shall endure. She began to tidy her clothes and belongings, relieved to find no signs of disturbance among her intimate apparel in the wardrobe. Although Chen Luo may indeed be a bit of a rogue, he is not depraved. Mi Ling plans to move into Mi Li's room to reside together and seize the opportunity to inquire, Mi Li, whose sister are you exactly? It has been over half a month since she last bathed, and she nearly reached the point of unpleasantness. Mi Ling intends to take a shower. Despite the presence of unfamiliar individuals in the house, she is unwilling to endure any longer. There is a shower in her room. But upon discovering that the body wash seems to be depleted, she hastens to the bathroom outside to retrieve some. Upon seeing this, Mi Li cannot help but express concern. Sister, Brother Chen Luo said it's fine to bathe, as long as you don't let the water enter your mouth. Mi Ling snorts softly, realizing now that concern for her sister has emerged. She first locks the door and then begins her bath. During her bathing, she cannot shake the thought of how she has become so isolated. Mi Li's words are understandable. It is often said that cats are treacherous, and this proves true. Those who provide sustenance are often the ones one clings to. But what of Mi Li? Surely she wouldn't betray her sister for mere food, would she? A smile inevitably graces Mi Ling's face as she contemplates. At the rate they are consuming, in no more than 3 days, they will find themselves reduced to subsisting solely on rice or flour, just like her. Mi Li is, after all, my biological sister. She cannot simply abandon me for outsiders. As long as I uncover the truth and expose Chen Luo's schemes, Mi Li will remain loyal to me. There is indeed a refrigerator at home. But how much can it hold? The supermarket outside possesses supplies, even meat and fruits, yet the electricity there has been cut off. Anything collected is likely to spoil. Just wait and see who ultimately prevails. Chapter 42, A Duel of Wits. After finishing the meal, Chen Luo brings out grapes to share with everyone. Come, enjoy some grapes. The deep purple grapes were large and sweet. Chen Luo deliberately spoke loudly, and Mi Ling heard him from the room. Grapes? They were Mi Ling's favorite fruit. Mi Ling swallowed hard, feigning disdain, convinced they were frozen grapes that had been stored for who knows how many days, no longer fresh and unappetizing. After finishing her shower, Mi Ling changed into a long black dress suitable for home wear, revealing her originally snowy skin and captivating beauty. Mi Ling exhaled deeply, feeling much more comfortable all over, except for her stomach. She began to organize her belongings, preparing to move to Mi Li's room. Once she finished tidying up, Mi Ling stepped out of her room. In the living room, Mayu was taken aback upon seeing Mi Ling, realizing just how beautiful she truly was. Especially her figure. Even Mayu, a woman herself, couldn't help but steal a few glances. Chen Luo also couldn't resist sneaking peeks. Her figure evoked a sense of impulse. While playing a game, Chen Luo muttered, "Eating grapes without spitting out the skins, not eating grapes yet spitting out the skins." Mi Ling frowned, thinking to herself how carefree Chen Luo was. What skill did he possess to acquire such resources, and what kind of enchantment had he cast upon Mi Li? Mi Ling said, "Mi Li, come. Let us go to your room." Mi Li responded with an affirmative sound and followed Mi Ling into her room. Mi Li wanted to persuade her sister to heed Chen Luo's words sooner rather than later. Upon entering the room, Mi Ling first locked the door, then pushed Mi Li down onto the bed. Her hands were not idle. She playfully squeezed Mi Li's waist with just the right amount of pressure. Mi Li pleaded for mercy while attempting to reason with her sister. "Sister, if we are to function as a cohesive team, it is imperative to appoint a leader to prevent any discord during critical moments, and the most suitable candidate for this role is undoubtedly Brother Chen Luo. He intentionally adopts this approach towards you out of concern that you may not heed his guidance. He confided in me beforehand, and I find his reasoning quite sound." Mi Ling paused momentarily, then retorted with a cold laugh, "Have you been brainwashed? As long as he demonstrates sufficient capability, I shall naturally follow his lead. Whether he is competent or not must be proven through tangible actions. Moreover, did you not hear him say that I should call him brother? He may not be older than I am." Mi Li appeared oblivious to the crux of the matter. Or perhaps she was resolutely convinced that Chen Luo was indeed the most fitting choice for captain. Sister could hardly be compared to him in this regard. Mi Li opened the door and approached Chen Luo, whispering, "Brother Chen Luo, when is your birthday? I wonder if my sister is indeed older than you. Would it not be rather awkward for her to address you as brother?" Chen Luo found this amusing, fully aware of Mi Ling's birth date from prior research. "Regardless of how you frame the question, I am still the elder. Mi Ling is actually 2 months older than Chen Luo," yet he smirked to himself. At this moment, I am 2 months your senior." Excitedly, Mi Li relayed this revelation to Mi Ling. "Sister, Brother Chen Luo is indeed older than you." Mi Ling, exasperated, poked Mi Li's forehead with her finger. "Is that the main point? If you wish for me to heed your words, very well. Let us engage in a contest and see who ultimately prevails." After pondering for a moment, Mi Ling resolved to venture out in search of sustenance. Though rice was available at home, she found it unappealing, declaring, "I shall not consume anything belonging to Chen Luo." Yet, Mi Ling had no intention of traversing to a distant supermarket for meat. Firstly, any available would likely be spoiled, and secondly, she could not allow her competitive spirit to lead her into perilous situations. She must remain alive for the sake of her younger sister, who depended on her. Mi Ling decided to procure supplies within the confines of their community. Dressing in attire suitable for movement, she prepared to exit. "Where are you going, sister?" inquired Mi Li. Mi Ling cast a sidelong glance and replied, "I dare not partake in the offerings of certain individuals. I will search for provisions within the neighborhood." The thought of her sister venturing out alone filled Mi Li with concern. "What if you encounter danger?" she fretted. "Sister, I want to accompany you." Mi Ling's expedition for supplies was not something Chen Luo could justifiably hinder, nor could he prevent Mi Li from joining her. As long as they remained within the community, the likelihood of danger seemed minimal. "Take Mi Fan with you," Chen Luo suggested. "If any threats arise, he can provide an early warning." Fa Wang, "Stay close behind them and observe." He gestured to Fa Wang, indicating that intervention was unnecessary until danger presented itself. Mi Li was well aware of Fa Wang's capabilities and felt a surge of joy, despite Chen Luo's insistence on keeping her sister in check. He still demonstrated care for her well-being. Mi Fan, nestled in Chen Luo's embrace, watched as Chen Luo engaged in a game, offering critiques with his mouth, showcasing his prowess. Upon hearing Mi Ling's intentions, he sighed. Is it not better to associate with Chen Luo? Alas, women can be quite obstinate. Fa Wang, too, appeared disheartened, questioning the necessity of venturing out on such a sweltering day. Mi Ling gazed in astonishment at the bewildered that this dog was to serve as a bodyguard. She furrowed her brow, confident that a careful search within the community would yield no trouble. Yet, with Mi Li insisting on accompanying her, she could not refuse outright. Simultaneously, a sense of comfort washed over her. Mi Li had not betrayed her, but rather demonstrated genuine concern for her elder sister. Mi Li donned her gear, an anti-explosive helmet, a thick leather jacket, and 2 electric batons bestowed upon her by Chen Luo. The helmet and jacket were given to Mi Ling, who needed only to follow closely behind her sister. Observing the duo, a cat and a dog, departing, Chen Luo refrained from trailing them. It was impractical to shadow them at all times. He desired to provide protection without encroaching upon their independence. Mi Ling was not someone easily subdued. "Very well. Let us engage in a contest to see who prevails over whom." Without even exiting the building, Mi Ling took the stairs directly to the 9th floor. If she forcibly opened the door, it could leave the residents vulnerable, potentially resulting in dire consequences. Mi Ling had no desire to save anyone, but equally did not wish to cause harm. A smile emerged on her face. Lacking a key or the skill to pick locks, she resolved to forcibly breach the door. Chapter 43. Am I unable to conquer even a dog? Mi Ling gestured for Mi Li to step back slightly. She extended her palm, and in an instant, a concentrated sphere of flame materialized, akin to a flamethrower, directed at the locking mechanism of the door, beginning to melt it. Before long, a near-perfect circular hole, approximately 30 centimeters in diameter, was seared into the door. The metallic components of the lock exhibited signs of melting. However, before complete dissolution could occur, the lock fell away. Mi Ling effortlessly opened the door and, wielding an iron rod, dispatched the zombies with precision. The equipment that originally belonged to Mi Li had now been bestowed upon Mi Ling. It was preferable to refrain from employing supernatural powers against zombies that could be vanquished by sheer physical force. Mi Ling began rummaging through the cabinets, unearthing 30 pounds of rice and several cans of beverages from the refrigerator. She subsequently discovered a box of milk, a dozen unspoiled eggs, a packet of red dates, half a box of instant noodles, and a substantial amount of bottled purified water. Every household had some supplies, and with nearly 10 million residences in the city, the available resources rivaled those found in supermarkets. Of course, searching within the community was no simple task, had it not been for Chen Luo's diligent extermination of the zombies. Mi Ling would not have been able to enter the premises so easily. A smile graced Mi Ling's face as she generously tossed a box of milk to Mi Li, who responded with a wry smile. Inwardly, Mi Ling scoffed at the notion of succumbing to desperation, even if she were to starve. She would not partake in food offered out of pity. Before departing, Mi Ling extracted the crystal embedded in the zombie's forehead, though her complexion faltered. It was a remarkable feat for a girl in her position. "Without you, would I truly perish from hunger?" As Mi Ling and Mi Li ventured outside, Chen Luo found himself lost in thought, contemplating whether his actions at noon had been excessive. While it was justified to withhold a grand meal from Mi Ling for her disobedience, employing a near-mocking and humiliating approach was unwarranted. Would the future illustrious warrior, the Spirit Flame Princess, truly capitulate to the allure of culinary delights? If that were the case, then Mi Ling would be profoundly disappointing, and he would have underestimated the Spirit Flame Princess. Chen Luo sighed. "Mi Ling, oh Mi Ling, who prompted you to kick me in the past life?" Do I not have my pride? In his former life, Chen Luo was a solitary figure, naturally no match for the numerous and powerful Mi Ling. With the support of her friends and allies, how could he stand a chance against them alone? At that time, Chen Luo was at level 10, yet had not ascended to the ranks of kings, nor had he mastered the dimensional blade. Although the Void Monarch was formidable, he was still no match for a group onslaught. If discovered, his only recourse was to flee. Chen Luo, I beseech you, do not pilfer my crops. Is it easy for me to cultivate these vegetables? Instead, how about I offer you a cabbage and 2 potatoes each day? Mi Ling, exasperated and on the verge of tears, found herself helpless against Chen Luo. Chen Luo chuckled. What do you mean by stealing? This is merely seizing. What you offer is hardly charity. I would be reduced to begging. Later, due to some inexplicable circumstances, Chen Luo found himself caught by Mi Ling. With a long-standing grudge, Mi Ling delivered a forceful kick to Chen Luo's rear. If it hadn't been for this incident, he wouldn't have toyed with Mi Ling at noon. He realized he could not afford to drag this out. Having humiliated Mi Ling earlier, he understood her temperament well enough that without a change, she could never truly submit to him. Time was of the essence. It would be far more advantageous to win her over sooner rather than later. Mi Ling triumphantly brandished her supplies, declaring loudly, "Tonight, I shall indulge in braised beef noodles, accompanied by 2 eggs. Though it may not compare to the lavish feasts of some, I find contentment in it." Chen Luo scoffed, thinking to himself, those unaware might genuinely believe there is beef in your braised noodles. Tonight, I initially intended to indulge in barbecue. However, let us instead savor beef noodles, allowing you to experience what true beef noodles truly are. Chen Luo rose, his expression earnest as he stated, "Mi Ling, let us converse." Mi Ling responded with a cold laugh, "Very well, I shall see what you have to say." She set down her belongings and took a seat opposite Chen Luo, with Mi Ling following closely behind, eager for the two to unite sooner rather than later. Chen Luo, with sincerity etched on his face, began, "First and foremost, I must admit that my actions at noon were indeed excessive. I should not have treated you in such a manner, and I owe you an apology." Mi Ling was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed, "Are you attempting to deceive me? Claiming you wish to treat me to a grand feast this evening, only to toy with me? How amusing." Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively. "You are overthinking it. To speak plainly, until you genuinely acknowledge my position as the team leader, I shall not share my resources with you. What I did at noon was indeed inappropriate." Noticing Chen Luo's expression remained sincere, Mi Ling's demeanor softened slightly. "Was I not longing for a feast? I nearly drooled at the table, only for you to inform me that there was none for me, insisting I call you brother? I had finally allowed myself to feel something, yet you made me concede so thoroughly." Chen Luo replied, "The position of leader necessitates strength and strategy in equal measure. I shall demonstrate to you that in every aspect, I shall utterly surpass you. First, regarding strength, we shall engage in a contest 3 days hence. Should I lose, I will heed your every command thereafter." Mi Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement as she could not help but rise from her seat. Why wait 3 days? Today would suffice. No. It is time for a match right now. She had been harboring a great deal of frustration since noon, unable to find an outlet for her feelings. Chen Luo chuckled softly. "You, at this moment, would find it impossible to challenge me, let alone my esteemed king of law. I fear that my current mastery lacks precision. I might inadvertently cause you serious harm. In 3 days, however, I shall possess the overwhelming power to utterly dominate you." Chen Luo sensed that within 2 or 3 days, after utilizing the crystals of the Mouse King and the Devourer, he would break through to the 4th level. This advancement would not only allow him to awkwardly employ void walking, but would also significantly enhance his physical capabilities. Could Mi Ling truly accept a confrontation relying solely on physical strength? And should he merely inflict a minor injury upon her through the use of his abilities? She would undoubtedly refuse to concede. Moreover, if any scars were to mar Mi Ling's skin, the one who would ultimately suffer would be he. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, Mi Ling sprang to her feet, her face flushed with indignation. "Are you jesting? Am I so feeble that I cannot even best a mere dog?" Chapter 44. Mi Ling educates Mi Ling. The title of King of Law, particularly that of the Thunder King, is not one to be taken lightly. It has truly sanctioned wave after wave of those seeking to consume dog meat. Whether the King of Law in his prime has ever faced Mi Ling, and who might be the stronger of the two, remains a mystery to Chen Luo. Mi Ling's demise led to the annihilation of the entire base. Yet the King of Law continues to thrive. If Chen Luo survives until the end, it is likely the King of Law would be among the last to fall. Ah yes, he would be the one to be spoken of in Chen Luo's words. The strengths of Mei Ling and the King of Law are seemingly on par. Yet, that was a previous life. The current Dharma King is being cultivated by Chen Luo at an astonishing pace, absorbing an endless supply of crystals daily. And what of Mei Ling? She is aware of the crystal's existence at the very first moment and absorbs them to her heart's content each day. The Dharma King's breakthrough to the third level is imminent, either tonight or tomorrow evening. As for Mei Ling, without any rules, she would undoubtedly be outmaneuvered by the Dharma King. Mei Ling, seething with rage, thought to herself, this Chen Luo. How dare he humiliate me by comparing me to a mere dog? Observing Mei Ling's state, Chen Luo relented, saying, all right, you are indeed stronger than the Dharma King. The verbal sparring over who is superior holds no true significance. The Dharma King, feeling quite displeased, wondered, is being weaker than me so shameful? Chen Luo replied, words are meaningless. In 3 days, the outcome will reveal all. Mei Ling was about to express further thoughts when the Dharma King, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly stood up, a look of alertness crossing his face. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle yet firm rapping at the door interrupted the moment. A woman's voice called out, Mei Ling, are you home? The voice sounded somewhat familiar, yet Mei Ling could not recall who it belonged to. It must be a woman from the neighborhood. In a foul mood, Mei Ling approached the door and, with a stoic expression, replied, have you not eaten for 2 days? So, you did eat something 2 days ago? Chen Luo responded with silence. Outside, the woman, Zhang Qin, was taken aback. Is this even a sensible conversation? Mei Ling coldly stated, I have nothing to offer. Please leave. Her unyielding words seemed to dissuade Zhang Qin from pressing further. With a grim demeanor, Mei Ling noticed Mei Li's puzzled gaze upon her, sighed, and began a lesson of education for Mei Li. In principle, we possess sustenance and ought to extend a portion to this individual, who, after all, appears quite pitiable, having gone 2 days without nourishment. However, regardless of how much we offer her, there will inevitably come a day when she consumes it all. What shall we do then? Should we continue to provide for her? If we do, she may perpetually seek our aid. If we refuse, the previous assistance given may have been in vain, leading her not to feel gratitude, but rather resentment towards us. The more we give, the greater her animosity may grow. It is challenging enough for us to survive. How can we be expected to continually support her? Perhaps it would be wiser to decline her request from the outset. It is survival of the fittest. If she cannot find sustenance and perishes, she can only blame her own weakness. Therefore, one should not be easily swayed by the plight of others. Nor should one casually perform acts of kindness. Mei Li nodded. I understand. This is the principle of reaping what one sows. Chen Luo, upon hearing this, smiled. Mei Ling, your awareness is commendable. It is no wonder Mei Ling was able to survive alongside Mei Li in her previous life. Such insight is indeed extraordinary. Mei Ling scoffed. In 3 days, I shall see from whence your confidence arises. Chen Luo chuckled, admitting that were it not for the desire to profoundly affect your spirit and allow you to witness the art of ethereal movement, while fearing for your safety, you would have already playfully swatted you. At that moment, Mi Fan remarked to Chen Luo, I sensed malevolence in that individual we just encountered. Chen Luo acknowledged this with a hum, asserting that regardless of the source of such malice, should one dare approach, they must be prepared to face the consequences. Gently stroking Mi Fan, he added, You, my dear Rice, are indeed remarkable. With your presence, one can discern friend from foe. Zhang Qin departed from Mei Ling's residence, cursing under her breath, appalled by the venomous nature of that little harlot. Soon enough, both she and her sister would face the consequences. Upon reaching the ground floor, she turned to the left side of the building, where 5 men were gathered, ranging in age from their 20s to their 40s. Upon sighting Zhang Qin, the men, who had been squatting, immediately stood up, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Is it confirmed? Mei Ling is home. Zhang Qin nodded affirmatively. Yes, she is at home. She just spoke to me. Unable to contain herself, Zhang Qin recounted her conversation with Mei Ling. One of the men chuckled. Mei Li is also at home. I saw her entering and exiting the community with 2 men. The others couldn't help but chime in with their excitement. This is splendid. Both Mei Ling and Mei Li are alive. It would have been such a waste otherwise. Every time I take my medication, I can barely lift my head. But upon seeing Mei Ling, I feel invigorated without it. Goodness, that figure, that beauty. Truly, to die beneath the peony is to remain a spirited ghost. Indeed, just one encounter would be worth it, even if it leads to death. Zhang Qin growled vehemently, You must torment them mercilessly. I have long harbored disdain for them. These individuals were former residents of Mei Li's community, well acquainted with the sisters who had lived there for many years. Who wouldn't be envious? However, before the apocalypse, societal order had restrained their desires. They had the ambition but lacked the audacity. Even if they dared to take liberties, Mi Ling's self-defense skills were formidable. Zhang Qin, meanwhile, was oblivious to whether her husband, who often cast lecherous glances at Mi Ling and Mi Li before the world changed, was alive or dead. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Zhang Qin and her husband engaged in countless disputes, harboring deep-seated resentment towards Mi Ling and Mi Li. Their jealousy towards the beauty of Mi Ling and Mi Li prompted them to explore the situation concerning the 5 men, with Zhang Qin even being the first to propose the suggestion. At Mi Ling and Mi Li's residence, there were currently 2 men and 2 women. Whereas their own group comprised 5 men, what was there to fear? Especially since they wielded weapons, whether iron rods or benches, and had awakened their extraordinary abilities, their confidence surged. Among them was a burly bald man, brandishing a heavy iron hammer, poised to break through the door. Standing by the window, Su Daju observed the situation outside and remarked, "Brother, someone is approaching, armed and seemingly hostile." Chen Luo replied nonchalantly, "Yes, go down and deal with them. Ensure they do not perish in the corridor, or else we will have to clean up afterward. If they die in the corridor, we will have to carry them out. Otherwise, we will be stepping over their decaying bodies every time we enter or exit." Chapter 45. Mi Li, you two are now to confront me together. Su Daju nodded, grabbing his iron rod, ready to head out. Without needing further instruction from Chen Luo, Fa Wang instinctively followed behind Su Daju. Mi Li declared, "I will enhance Brother Daju's abilities." Mi Li unleashed 2 beams of golden light into Su Daju's body, one augmenting strength and the other bolstering defense. Under Chen Luo's guidance, Mi Li had already reached level 2, mastering a new buff that enhanced defense. Moreover, the effects of the augmentation were significantly greater than during level 1. While level 1 provided a strength increase of 10, it had now escalated to at least 30, and as Mi Li's level advanced, this enhancement would become increasingly formidable. The innate talent of Mi Li surpasses that of Su Daju. Yet she commenced her absorption of the crystals a few days later and is expected to require approximately another week. Mi Ling is also curious to observe whether this person and his dog truly possess remarkable abilities. Chen Luo, stationed by the window, watches intently as rays of sunlight filter through the curtains, casting a warm glow upon his face. To Mi Ling's surprise, she realizes, oh, this fellow is rather handsome. She moves to the opposite side of the window, maintaining a distance of half a meter from Chen Luo, and gazes downwards. Zhang Qin and her group of 6 are nearing the corridor of the building when, out of nowhere, a robust black dog dashes forth, its glossy coat gleaming, exuding an aura of strength. The 6 individuals' eyes light up, their immediate reaction suggesting the prospect of dog meat. The dog, known as Fa Wang, barks furiously at them. The 6 exchange glances, preparing to strike down Fa Wang. Suddenly, from an unseen blind spot, Su Daju emerges like a wraith, startling the group. He raises an iron rod and delivers a vicious blow to the bald man wielding a large hammer, striking his head with a resounding crack. Su Daju, possessing considerable strength and enhanced by Mi Li's abilities, turns the bald man's skull into a shattered melon. The bald man's eyes widen in shock as he collapses to the ground, lifeless. The remaining 5, although they have awakened their own supernatural powers, are nonetheless horrified by the gruesome scene that unfolds before them. Unfazed, Su Daju swiftly turns and strikes Zhang Qin with another blow. The other 4, trembling, attempt to strike Su Daju with benches and iron rods. However, their feeble efforts are utterly insufficient against his might. One among them, shaking uncontrollably, strives to conjure an ice arrow. However, he had only just awakened his extraordinary abilities and was still unaccustomed to them, rendering him incapable of instantaneous action. To cast a spell, he required at least 5 seconds. Did he possess such time? The true threat to them was the Sorcerer King. Their attention had initially been focused on him but was diverted by Su Daju. Even if their attention had not been misdirected, the outcome would have remained the same. The Sorcerer King unleashed a lightning sphere that instantly obliterated 3 individuals, while the remaining 1 met his demise at the hands of Su Daju. From the moment the battle commenced to its swift conclusion, the entire ordeal did not exceed 5 seconds, executed with precision and efficiency. Yet, all 5 were individuals who had yet to awaken their powers. Furthermore, both the Sorcerer King and Su Daju exhibited a rather sinister demeanor. But Mi Ling did not harbor disdain. After all, they were all engaged in killing. Why must it be done with honor? Chen Luo, however, felt a twinge of surprise that the Sorcerer King had taken the initiative to attract attention. He had not instructed him to do so. Had he learned this on his own? Regardless, both the Sorcerer King and Su Daju possessed the strength to challenge 5 opponents simultaneously, yet Chen Luo remained cautious, seeking to ensure safety. Glancing back at Mi Li, Chen Luo contemplated that Mi Ling had just imparted a lesson to her, and now it was his turn. Mi Li, you are to extract the crystals from the foreheads of those 6 individuals. Mi Li, astonished, pointed at herself. Me? Chen Luo nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Although you serve as support and may remain at the back, certain experiences must be personally encountered to prevent any discomfort during critical moments that could affect the battle. Mi Li had observed Chen Luo extracting crystals before but had always turned away, unable to bear the sight. You want me to do it myself? Mi Li gazed imploringly at Mi Ling, hoping she might intercede on her behalf. Mi Ling nodded slowly, saying, Mi Li, this is something you must confront eventually. You might as well familiarize yourself with it while it is safe. Mi Ling swore, by heaven and earth, that her intentions were not driven by a desire for revenge for the lack of support during lunch. Accepting the dagger handed to her by Chen Luo, Mi Li descended the stairs, her face pale. Su Daju dragged the bodies of the 6 individuals to the roadside, and, upon receiving a signal from Chen Luo, shrugged and stepped aside to allow Mi Li to take her turn. With a quavering voice, Mi Li pleaded, Fu Wang, please assist me. Upon hearing this, Fu Wang decisively shook his head, asserting that it was not a task for a dog. As she made the first incision, Mi Li retched, her trembling hand struggling for 3 minutes before finally locating the crystal. Once again, she heaved, and it seemed as though her midday meal was entirely expelled. After the initial struggle, she grew more adept with the second attempt. In her heart, she lamented, recalling how she and brother Chen Luo had faced off against her sister during lunch. Now, it was her sister and brother Chen Luo who were complicating her situation. After several minutes, Mi Li, her face still ashen and her hands trembling incessantly, handed the wrapped crystal to Chen Luo. He chuckled, you'll get used to it. Your brother Daju was once the same. Chen Luo cleaned the crystal, to his surprise discovering a pale green one among them. A natural-type crystal. Natural-type abilities are indeed rare, though not as exceedingly so as spatial abilities. Perhaps 2 or 3 among every 100 possess such powers. In the future, the assistance of natural-type abilities will be essential for successfully cultivating vegetables and rice. Otherwise, having seeds and water will be insufficient. This is likely due to the pervasive pollution of the earth. In the early stages, natural ability users possess little combat power, only beginning to show their prowess after a period of at least 6 months, once their level has sufficiently increased to enable successful cultivation. Mi Ling let out a soft huff and commenced boiling noodles, considering it quite extravagant to utilize a packet of instant noodles paired with 2 eggs. Chen Luo's spirits lifted. Sister Yu, let us also indulge in noodles, beef noodles. Maya nodded, initially focusing on simmering the beef to extract a rich broth. Both Ma Yu and Mi Ling busied themselves in the kitchen, observing the glistening slices of beef, which appeared to amount to more than half a pot, around 5 to 6 pounds. Mi Ling was taken aback. Are you eating beef or beef noodles? Is this how one consumes beef noodles? Mi Ling rummaged through her own pot and discovered 2 minuscule morsels of beef, no larger than grains of rice. Unbeknownst to her, this was Chen Luo's intent, as she believed he would eat whatever was available, without the luxury of selecting from an abundance of choices. As Mi Ling completed her dish, she felt a pang of disappointment. Her beef noodles seemed less appetizing in comparison to the delectable aroma wafting from the kitchen. Chen Luo remarked, Let us serve a bowl for Mi Ling. However, Mi Ling had little appetite, softly murmuring, I can't eat. Mi Ling clenched her fists, echoing, I can't eat either. Chapter 46. Ascending to level 4 that evening, Rice lay beside Chen Luo once more. The reason was simple. Mi Ling had offended him too deeply during the day. Rice harbored the potential to become quite caustic in her remarks. Chen Luo quietly absorbed the crystals at an average pace of 1 per minute. After over an hour, having consumed 80 crystals, he took a moment to gauge the strength within his body. Chen Luo estimated that if all went smoothly, by tomorrow night, he would expend the first-level crystals from the Rat King, the Devourer, and some survivors, allowing him to ascend to the 4th level. This elevation would signify a substantial transformation compared to his previous state. At that juncture, the current zombie crystals would hold no value for him, as he would have to wait for the zombies to evolve to the 1st level. With a smile, Chen Luo said, My dear Rice Ball, it's time for us to sleep. From now on, you will sleep with me. The following morning, Mayu prepared scallion pancakes accompanied by soy milk. Mi Ling, feeling despondent, rolled around in bed, experiencing a kind of anguish that comes from watching others indulge while she could only observe. It seemed that with flour. She could also make scallion pancakes, but she lacked the skill and the necessary green onions. I wish I could drink soy milk too, she lamented. Mi Ling refrained from pushing herself away and generously relinquished her room, recognizing that Chen Luo deserved a more mature approach. At noon, Mi Ling sat in her room, nibbling on instant noodles. Even with the door closed, the tantalizing aroma wafted into her nostrils, rendering her existence unbearable. This is intolerable. Eating. I wonder what you will have for your next meal. Am I not aware of the size of my own refrigerator? She mused. Tonight, it must be a grand feast. Suddenly, Mi Ling sensed something amiss. Wait a moment, my refrigerator isn't that large. With their eating habits, it should have been emptied by now. Curiosity piqued. She opened the refrigerator, only to find it brimming with vegetables and meats. Unable to contain herself, Mi Ling approached Chen Luo. Incredulity etched on her face. How is the refrigerator still full? Initially, Mi Ling had planned to wait until Chen Luo's supplies dwindled, expecting him to join her in consuming instant noodles. If this refrigerator never emptied, wouldn't he that make her the laughingstock? Mi Ling tapped her head, realizing she had not informed her sister that Chen Luo was a spatial magician. She glanced at Chen Luo, noting his lack of opposition, and timidly said, Sister. Chen Luo is an ability user of the spatial domain. He has provisions stored away that could last for at least several years. Mi Ling exclaimed. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Do you know, Mi Ling, I currently feel like a fool. Mi Ling dared not speak further. Mi Ling huffed, according to our agreement. In a couple of days, we shall spar. If I lose, as you said, I will obediently heed your words. Chen Luo chuckled, perhaps tomorrow. I shall do my utmost to cater to your desire for a little torment. Truth be told, Mi Ling sensed that Chen Luo's strength was no trifling matter. At the very least, his dog exhibited impressive prowess, and Sudaju gave her an impression of being formidable as well. However, what could she do? Should she simply concede? With both Mi Ling and Mi Fan having turned against her, her only recourse was to defeat Chen Luo to gain the upper hand. Chen Luo had kidnapped Mi Ling, leaving her with no avenue for retreat. She could not abandon Mi Ling. Mi Ling envisioned the prospect of triumphing over Chen Luo tomorrow or the day after, imagining him groveling at her feet, calling her sister and presenting her with an abundance of delectable treats. What should she indulge in? Alas, she could not dwell on it. The more she thought, the hungrier she felt. The little biscuit in her hand suddenly lost its allure. That evening, Chen Luo, having prepared himself early, began to absorb the crystals. Reaching level 4 was crucial for him, enabling the use of void walking, which would fundamentally elevate his strength and drastically enhance his survival capabilities. Without void walking, what kind of survival ability could a spatial ability user truly possess? As usual, Chen Luo absorbed 80 crystals. Typically, at this juncture, he would be unable to continue absorbing crystals, his body reaching a state of saturation. However, akin to the day when Mi Ling finished her 3 bowls of rice and felt full, one could still tempt her with a chicken leg. Would she be able to consume it? After the chicken leg, what about a pound of crayfish? Perhaps a little soup afterward, and then some fruit? The extent of one's appetite is dictated not merely by the quantity consumed, but also by the quality of the food. Inferior crystals are comparable to rice, while superior crystals resemble abalone and lobster. Yet, such indulgence can only be occasional. Prolonged overindulgence can overwhelm the body and diminish appetite for subsequent meals. Chen Luo first retrieved 7 level 1 survivor crystals. After consuming them, he utilized the crystal from the devourer. He was tantalizingly close to reaching level 4. Chen Luo then produced the crystal from the Rat King. This was a level 4 crystal, holding some utility even for a level 7 ability user. Upon absorbing this crystal, Chen Luo's body felt an exhilarating surge, akin to Mi Ling finally tasting the grapes she had longed for. Waves of energy flowed through his palms, transmitting into the crystal within Chen Luo's mind. The crystal gradually enlarged, and once a critical mass was reached, a qualitative transformation began. Suddenly, an excruciating pain erupted in Chen Luo's head, causing his face to twitch involuntarily. Nevertheless, this discomfort was entirely bearable for him, as the pain experienced during his previous ascension to level 10 and then to king level was incomparable to what he felt now. Female survivors remarked that the pain at level 7 was not dissimilar to the agony of childbirth. The rice sensed Chen Luo's state, yet remained motionless, anxiously observing him, fearful of disturbing his focus. The crystal in his mind seemed to continuously exude a mysterious energy, dispersing throughout Chen Luo's entire being. This was fortifying his body. The transitions from level 4 to 7, and then to 10, represented significant transformations. The physical prowess of a level 4 elemental or special ability user would rival that of a level 3 physical ability user. The pain in his mind dissipated as the crystal persistently released energy to enhance Chen Luo's physique. After a minute, Chen Luo exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his face. The crystal energy from the Mouse King remained mostly untapped. The ability enhancement at level 4, compared to the pinnacle of level 3, had only increased by about 1/3, not a substantial amount, yet qualitatively, it marked a significant shift. He could now cast more powerful spells with fewer resources. 2 peak level 3 ability users would not stand a chance against a single level 4 ability user, provided their combat experience was equal. Most importantly, Chen Luo could now utilize void walking. Approaching the window, he gazed up at the starry sky, pondering whether one day he might traverse the void and directly reach the moon. Finally able to employ void walking, Chen Luo felt an irresistible urge to use it. In his past life, he had practiced void walking frequently. Akin to drinking water, it had become instinctual, yet previously, he had lacked the necessary power. With a thought, he sensed the familiar spatial energy, and in an instant, Chen Luo vanished, reappearing in the living room. In the living room, the King of Law, stationed at Chen Luo's door, was utterly startled by the sudden appearance of a shadow, barking in alarm. Woof, woof, woof. The King of Law leaped up in fright. I stand guard for you, and yet you frighten me? Chapter 47. The loser must be kicked. The following morning, Mi Ling expressed her dissatisfaction. Did you have your dog wake me in the middle of the night, disrupting my rest, to gain an advantage in the duel? The King of Law shot a resentful glance at Chen Luo, genuinely terrified. Chen Luo chuckled lightly. You think too highly of yourself. First, let us have breakfast. After we finish, we can engage in our contest. Mi Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. No need to wait until tomorrow? Breakfast? What you refer to as a meal is merely sustenance for me. This morning, you prepared barbecued pork buns, egg tarts, fried eggs, and spicy soup. How delightful. I usually do not feast so well. If I can defeat Chen Luo, he will have to obey me. Mi Ling confirmed. So, if I win, you will heed my words? Chen Luo nodded. Indeed. You seem quite confident. Shall we raise the stakes? Mi Ling immediately became wary. Although Chen Luo had not fought before, everyone spoke of him with great reverence, and she felt uncertain about her chances against him. Yet, she had no choice but to compete with Chen Luo. Resolutely, she shook her head. Chen Luo remarked, in 3 seconds, I will ensure you lose with complete conviction. If I cannot, then even if you win, it will not count. Defeat me in 3 seconds? Mi Ling fumed. While you may indeed be formidable, do you really think I cannot endure for even 3 seconds? During the contest, there should be at least 3 meters between the two contenders, right? As long as I choose not to confront you head-on, and merely evade for a fleeting 3 seconds, the moment shall pass. Su Daju cast a bewildered glance at Chen Luo, pondering whether his elder brother intended to go to extremes. A single strike could spell doom for Mi Ling, yet such an act seemed implausible. Mi Ling inquired, what is the distance between the competitors? Chen Luo replied, approximately 20 meters. The greater the distance, the more susceptible Mi Ling would be to a trap. With a cold smirk, Mi Ling declared, at the onset of the contest, I shall retreat. I truly do not believe it. What was the prize for this challenge? Chen Luo chuckled. It's quite simple. You merely need to raise your rear, and I shall deliver a kick. Mi Ling responded, why do you wish to kick my sister's backside? Mi Ling paused, her curiosity piqued. If you lose, do I also get to kick you? Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively. You may kick me to your heart's content, however many times you desire. Alternatively, if you have any requests, I shall gladly accommodate them. On the surface, it seemed that Chen Luo was at a distinct disadvantage in this unequal contest. Yet he brimmed with confidence. Having advanced to the 4th level yesterday and possessing skills from his previous life, how could he possibly lose to Mi Ling? It was utterly inconceivable. Mi Ling hesitated, finding the situation exceedingly peculiar. Was it truly that inflated? However, should she lose, she could at most deliver a single kick. Albeit somewhat embarrassing, the potential reward outweighed the risk. Very well, I agree, Mi Ling conceded. Chen Luo felt an overwhelming surge of exhilaration at last. He had a legitimate opportunity for revenge. After capturing Mi Ling, when else would he have the chance to kick her backside? Chen Luo proclaimed, Daju Mi Li, you shall be the witnesses. Whoever resorts to trickery shall be deemed a cur. The King of Cats remarked, were it not for your status as the master, I would have surely bitten you. Is it not permissible for a cat to play tricks? Must it always be a dog? Mi Ling ardently insisted on an immediate contest. For upon its conclusion, she would be entitled to her breakfast. Could Chen Luo refuse? The two promptly ascended to the rooftop, which was quite expansive, roughly the size of a basketball court. Positioned 20 meters apart, Mi Ling pondered to herself, I shan't confront him directly if I can evade him for 3 seconds. It counts as a victory. Though it may lack honor, he has demanded this, so I can hardly be blamed. I cannot simply present my backside for him to kick. That would be utterly humiliating. Alas, I must adopt a slightly shameless approach. Mi Li, acting as the referee, signaled 3, 2, 1. Begin. Mi Ling's gaze was fixed intently on Chen Luo. The moment he moved, she would counter with an appropriate evasive maneuver. In the next instant, Mi Ling's pupils dilated in shock. Chen Luo had vanished. How could this be? Her eyes had been locked on him. Was he invisible? Mi Li and Su Daju's expressions mirrored that of encountering a specter, mouths agape in astonishment. Mi Li felt a surge of pride as Chen Luo's confidant. She was the first to be privy to this revelation. Chen Luo had appeared abruptly behind Mi Ling, who remained blissfully unaware. It was not until he gently grasped her alabaster neck that she stood frozen in disbelief. Upon regaining her senses, Mi Ling instinctively attempted to execute a shoulder throw on Chen Luo, but to no avail. Her strength was no match for his. He remained utterly unperturbed. Simultaneously, Chen Luo leaned closer, whispering softly in her ear, Mi Ling, you have lost. If Chen Luo had not used his hand, but rather a sharp dagger to slice across Mi Ling's throat, she would have perished on the spot. Mi Ling's expression darkened. Distance was not the issue. What kind of ability was this? Instantaneous movement through spatial manipulation? Is this truly a power within human grasp? The ability to conjure flames, ice, and lightning still falls within the realm of comprehension. However, abruptly transcending the confines of space to move is utterly unfathomable. It resembles a resurrection spell. And even Chen Luo found it hard to believe. Mi Ling, forcing down her inner shock, felt a sense of desolation she had lost. Although Chen Luo had not harmed her in the slightest nor diminished her combat capability, to claim she had not lost would be to act dishonestly. Would she really raise her rear for him to kick? At the thought, her cheeks flushed. Chen Luo chuckled, let's go have breakfast. Mi Ling, you should join us too. I was at fault a couple of days ago, but we are comrades now, so we should integrate sooner rather than later. Unsurprisingly, Mi Ling was destined to be his today. When Ma Yu set a basket of char siu before Mi Ling, refusing felt overly pretentious. Deep down, she did not wish to decline. Chen Luo continued to eat his meal without further teasing. Mi Ling hesitantly finished the basket of char siu and a bowl of spicy soup. After they were done, Chen Luo wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin and, with a serious demeanor, said, everyone, please take a seat in the living room. We need to discuss our next steps. Chapter 48, Plans for the Next Step. With a grave expression, Chen Luo addressed the group regarding their forthcoming endeavors, prompting everyone to follow him into the living room. Ma Yu was tidying the dining table when Chen Luo called her over. Mi Fan and Fa Wang also found a place to sit. After several days of idling about, neither eating nor playing, a sense of bewilderment lingered among them all. Chen Luo tapped the glass coffee table and said, Mi Ling, I have previously stated that not only do I possess greater strength than you, but I also have a superior grasp of the bigger picture. Truth be told, Chen Luo may not necessarily be stronger than Mi Ling. Yet he carried the wisdom of a lifetime. No strategist, regardless of their prowess, could rival his experience. Chen Luo continued, Mi Ling, if you were the captain, what do you believe should be our next course of action? Mi Ling paused, contemplating what the next step could be. Upon returning home, though she unexpectedly encountered Chen Luo, she emerged unscathed, and at that moment, she felt a profound sense of contentment. Despite Chen Luo's rather excessive teasing, her heart brimmed with gratitude. Nevertheless, when it came to determining the next step, the world around her seemed to morph into a foreign landscape, leaving her utterly perplexed about what to do next. The one thing she was certain of was the necessity to continually enhance her strength to withstand impending dangers. With candor, Mi Ling shook her head and admitted, I do not know. Chen Luo then turned his gaze to the others, who also shook their heads in response. While they lacked for nothing in terms of food and drink, and their strength was steadily increasing, they remained uncertain about the specific actions to undertake. Chen Luo did not mock their pride. After all, in his previous life, he had been just like them. He spoke slowly. Dezhu and I once encountered a rat king, a formidable foe that nearly claimed our lives. We also faced a corpulent zombie, whose strength far surpassed that of an ordinary undead. Moreover, I sense that the strength of the zombies will continue to escalate. And for ordinary individuals to confront them and survive, the only glimmer of hope lies in uniting together. even if my intuition proves to be misguided. In the face of increasingly scarce resources, one person attempting to snatch sustenance from the jaws of numerous zombies is, indeed, a perilous endeavor. Take for instance Mi Ling. Would you dare to seize supplies from over 20 zombies alone? It is exceedingly challenging, is it not? However, if we were to form a small team, would it still seem insurmountable? Regardless of human nature or the cohesion of the assembled group, a collective is undeniably more formidable than an individual. The crowd nodded in agreement. Chen Luo continued, asserting that survival through teamwork and communal living is the prevailing trend. No matter how strong an individual may be, when confronted with a group of hundreds or thousands, retreat becomes the only option. Although our small team is undoubtedly powerful arguably, encountering a group of over 100 would still result in casualties, whether it be Mi Li or Dezhu. This is utterly unacceptable. We must either establish our own team or join an existing one. Only through such means can we ensure our safety and longevity. In his previous life, Chen Luo, along with Su Dezhu, had no choice but to join a settlement. Failure to do so would result in being oppressed. In this life, however, Chen Luo finds himself capable of thriving independently, with enough stored resources to last a lifetime. In the face of danger, he can simply utilize his ability to traverse the void and escape. But what of the others? They cannot flee alongside Chen Luo. Unless Chen Luo remains as he was in his previous life, surviving until the end by outlasting everyone, only to once again endure the solitude of his former existence. Then what purpose does my rebirth serve? Mi Ling wholeheartedly agreed. If she did not join a team, she would inevitably become a target for others. To be candid, I am not one to submit to others' whims. Why should I bow to their whims? Moreover, Mi Ling and Mi Li, as stunning sisters, if they were to join a team, what would they do if others demanded their companionship? Surely, they wouldn't believe that they would be free from unwanted advances at that time. As order disintegrates and human desires are unleashed, the fates that befall two beautiful women are all too predictable. Mi Ling's expression hardened. Whoever dares to lay a hand on my sister and me, I shall make them pay dearly. Chen Luo's face turned slightly awkward, and he cleared his throat. Thus, it is entirely impossible for us to join another S-team while wishing to avoid being bullied. Our next course of action must be to establish a team of our own, one that is more substantial in number, yet not composed of just any riffraff. Through Chen Luo's explanation, everyone was enlightened. Indeed, forming a larger team was imperative. Chen Luo continued, if the strength of the zombies continues to escalate, and with the overwhelming number of them in the vicinity of the city center, any rational individual would choose to flee toward the outskirts. If my judgment is accurate, it won't be long before many individuals head toward the outskirts, forming various gathering points. In the previous life, once the zombies evolved to the first level, they gained a modicum of intelligence, becoming far more formidable adversaries than before. Establishing a gathering point in the city center was tantamount to courting death. Those endowed with capability and fortune were compelled to retreat to remote locales. One aspect that Chen Luo did not mention was that the apocalypse was not merely a matter of zombies. Numerous flora, fauna, and insects underwent mutations. While marine life also experienced transformations, some powerful sea creatures adapted to terrestrial existence and ventured onto land. Although their numbers were few, their individual combat prowess was astonishingly strong, forcing the survivors in coastal cities to seek refuge in the capital. More terrifying was the near-total annihilation of humanity. Chen Luo's survival was not the result of direct confrontation, but rather his unparalleled ability to endure. With humanity nearly wiped out, Chen Luo found life devoid of meaning and chose to bury himself. Mi Ling smiled wryly, admitting that she did not possess the foresight he attributed to her. Yet she recognized the validity of his statements. Chen Luo chuckled softly, suggesting she call him brother. This request might be somewhat difficult for Mi Ling to articulate. However, he hoped she wouldn't renege on the earlier promise. Chen Luo could hardly contain his excitement. Chapter 49. I asked you to kick, not to hit. Finally, he was about to exact vengeance. He teased Mi Ling, reminding her of her commitment to accept the stakes. If she played coy, the retribution would be more than just a single blow. Resistance would be futile. Chen Luo suppressed his exhilaration and cleared his throat, stating, all right. Let's leave it at that for now. Expanding the team is not an immediate concern. Mi Ling, please come to my room. There are matters I need to discuss with you in private. In the presence of others, is it truly appropriate to kick Mi Ling? Certainly. Such matters should be addressed privately within the confines of a room, fulfilling the promises made between the two. Mi Li, in her innocent naivety, genuinely believed that Chen Luo had something significant to discuss with Mi Ling Mayu. Intrigued, cast a sidelong glance before proceeding to tidy the dining table. Initially taken aback, Mi Ling soon felt a flush spreading from her fair neck. Was he really going to kick her? Yet, she had given her word. Alas, she mused, I am still too young and have fallen for Chen Luo's trickery. Without absolute certainty, how could he possibly add such embellishments? Gritting her teeth, Mi Ling resolved to stand up. A kick was just a kick. What was the big deal? Chen Luo entered what was originally Mi Ling's room, with Mi Ling trailing behind at a leisurely pace. The curious Mi Fan yearned to follow, believing it perfectly reasonable for a cat to eavesdrop, but was brushed aside by Mi Ling previously. Mi Fan had refrained from speaking, but what if, in the future, he became a blabbermouth or used this incident against her at a crucial moment? Mi Fan looked forlornly at the closed door, lamenting that Chen Luo was indeed preferable. Once the door was shut, Mi Ling's complexion betrayed an undeniable flush. Facing away from Chen Luo, she spoke in a tone that feigned indifference, saying, All right. If you're going to kick, do it quickly. Chen Luo looked at Mi Ling with a puzzled expression. Do you perhaps have a misunderstanding regarding the posture of bending over? Or is your grasp of language lacking? Mi Ling stood upright. Where was the bending over? Her already rosy cheeks instantly turned a deeper shade, resembling a ripe apple. This was utterly mortifying. Was it really necessary to be so pedantic? Filled with indignation, exclaimed, No. I fail to comprehend why you would add the embellishment of kicking me when it was you who toyed with me previously, not the other way around. Have I offended you in any way? Perhaps you could propose an alternative punishment. Anything that isn't too excessive would suffice. Indeed, what kind of wager involves kicking a girl? For an ordinary person, a slight transgression might only warrant a kiss, but a kick to the backside seems rather extreme. Chen Luo certainly cannot claim grievances from a past life that I am meant to remember, can he? With a headshake reminiscent of a clapper, Chen Luo replied, Do not question the rationale. A wager demands acceptance of the consequences. Just tell me if you will comply. Internally, Mi Ling felt a tumult of embarrassment and anger towards Chen Luo. After a fierce internal struggle, she gritted her teeth and declared, Very well, Mi Ling, stand by my word. She leaned against the wall opposite the door, the lovely curve of her figure subtly bending. Make it quick. Her voice trembled, and her body quivered. The thought of such an act was not only unprecedented but also profoundly humiliating. Chen Luo felt a surge of excitement. It was exhilarating to think that he would engage in such an act with the future war goddess, Ling Yanji. The notion was almost unbearable in its beauty. Suddenly, he found himself unable to proceed with the kick. Hesitant, he removed his shoes. As Mi Ling secretly observed, she sighed in relief. Without shoes, the impact would surely be lighter. Surely, he wouldn't kick her with full force, would he? If he did, she would cry. In truth, Chen Luo was merely stalling for time. After 10 seconds, Mi Ling grew impatient. I will count to 10. If you do not kick me by then, do not say I am unfaithful to my word. You will have forfeited. 10, 9, 8. Chen Luo lifted his foot, hesitating. While a kick may offer immediate satisfaction, it does not necessarily warrant the need for revenge. My intention in seeking out Mi Ling was not solely to deliver a blow. Indeed, such an action might condemn me to a life of solitude. Although the act of kicking may bring fleeting joy, it could very well lead to a lifetime of being single. As time swiftly approached, Chen Luo felt a surge of urgency and slapped the air. The sensation. I requested a kick, yet you resorted to a slap? Chen Luo chuckled awkwardly. I forgot. Perhaps you could allow me to make amends with a kick? Anyone in that position would surely suffer a cerebral hemorrhage. Mi Ling, resembling a fierce tigress, lunged at Chen Luo, declaring, I shall strangle you. Her hands gripped his arms, while her waist seized him tightly. Chen Luo struggled to resist, caught in a tumultuous dance akin to a devil's waltz. He found himself in a peculiar blend of pain and pleasure until, panting heavily, Mi Ling finally relented. With a fierce glare, she warned, If you dare utter a word of this, I will truly strangle you. Should Mi Li or Mi Fan discover this, she would lose all semblance of dignity. Chen Luo nodded fervently, resembling a chick pecking at grains. Mi Ling lingered in the room, waiting for her expression to return to normal before exiting. Chen Luo remarked, This afternoon, let sister you prepare some dishes you enjoy as a celebration of your official induction into our team. Mi Ling cautioned, If you dare toy with me again, I will turn against you. Chen Luo replied with a grin, If I do, I shall be a dog. The Law King inquired, Are you being polite? After Chen Luo departed, Mi Ling reclined on the bed, pondering aloud. He didn't even ask what I liked to eat. Could it be that Mi Li informed him? Chen Luo had Mayu prepare lunch early. Typically, there would be 8 dishes, but today there were 12, most of which were favored by Mi Ling and also by Chen Luo himself. As she gazed at the table laden with food, Mi Ling felt a surge of excitement. She understood that without Chen Luo, had the apocalypse not improved, she might never have tasted even 4 of the dishes on this table in her lifetime. Yet here she was, living a life that felt akin to paradise, well protected and indulging in sumptuous meals daily. With this thought, Mi Ling raised her drink, stood up, and sincerely expressed, "Thank you so much, Chen Luo, for taking care of my sister." Chen Luo responded with a smile, "It's nothing, really. Indeed, it was only right. Let us eat." Much like how he treated Mi Li, Chen Luo devoured the meat heartily, inspiring Mi Ling to shed her reservations. As she savored the spicy meat slices, she couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "This meat is absolutely delicious." Once again, her heart was captivated, but this time she would not falter. After finishing, Chen Luo sipped his tea and, addressing the content Mi Ling, remarked, "Mi Ling, Mi Li, this place is not suitable for living. Other survivors will come here at least 8 times a day, which could become bothersome. In densely populated communities like this, everyone knows that supplies are abundant. It won't be long before many come to scavenge. Moreover, the terrain is unfavorable and the visibility is limited, if possible. It's best to avoid living in high-rise buildings. Let us tidy up this afternoon. There's no rush. If you have anything, place it in my space. And we'll leave tomorrow." Chapter 50. Recruitment. That night, the King of Law suddenly let out a howl during the process of absorbing the crystals. Chen Luo was not surprised, but rather delighted. This signified that the Law King had ascended to level 3. With each promotion, one's strength nearly multiplies exponentially. Apart from Chen Luo, the Law King was perhaps the second individual in the world to achieve this rank. Given the Law King's agility and speed, he could effortlessly contend with dozens of level 1 ability users single-handedly. Mi Li and Su Dezhu would require at least another week to reach level 3. The following day, as they prepared to leave the home they had inhabited for over a decade, Mi Ling and Mi Li felt a sense of reluctance. However, upon Chen Luo's insistence that the place was no longer suitable, they had no choice but to relocate. Chen Luo opted for the vicinity of his former villa area, an expanse devoid of towering buildings, offering an unobstructed view. This entire villa district could accommodate the forces he intended to establish. At the southernmost edge of the community lay a mountain, providing a retreat should a horde of the undead arise. The location was indeed prime, as survivors increasingly sought refuge. Envy over this area was inevitable, but did Chen Luo fear? If anyone dared approach, they would merely be offering crystals. In the initial phase, only small groups of a dozen or so, at most a few dozen, would attempt to cause trouble, which Chen Luo could easily handle. To his pleasant surprise, his heavy truck remained intact, though it was disheartening to find the fuel had been entirely siphoned. Fortunately, there was some spare gasoline in Chen Luo's ability space. He had not stockpiled much fuel, as it was relatively easy to collect and became less useful in the mid to late stages. Merely having enough sufficed. The truck's cabin, having gone unused for several days, had a broken window and was covered in a layer of dust. After a brief tidying up, everyone boarded the heavy truck, which would now serve primarily for transporting goods. Desiring to ram survivors with a heavy truck is a futile thought. No one would foolishly allow such an act. As for the zombies on the road, those that can be struck by the truck will be, but with obstacles present, the truck cannot accelerate. Chen Luo ordered Su Dezhu and Mi Ling to disembark and eliminate the zombies, gathering crystals in the process. The most rudimentary crystals hold no value for Chen Luo. Yet they remain beneficial for Su Dezhu and the others, as they will need such crystals until the zombies evolve to level 1. Chen Luo refrained from intervening, allowing Mi Ling and her companions to gain some experience. As they approached a bend, a sorrowful cry suddenly reached Chen Luo's ears. "Brother Fong, I implore you, do not concern yourself with us, just run. Enough of this nonsense. If we are to perish, let us do so together." After advancing to level 4, Chen Luo's vision extended far beyond that of an ordinary person. He observed 3 pallid youths moving sluggishly as they attempted to evade the pursuit of 5 or 6 zombies. Chen Luo was taken aback. Had they been attacked by toxic zombies? If so, they were merely level 1, for otherwise, the youths would have already succumbed. Among the 4 youths, one remained steadfast, brandishing a rubber baton with fervor, unwilling to retreat. From his appearance, he too had been poisoned. Yet he seemed to possess a physical mutation, granting him some immunity to level 1 toxins. He had chosen to leave his 3 companions to the zombies, believing he could escape. At that moment, The man known as Brother Fong caught sight of the passing Chen Luo, and a glimmer of hope illuminated his despairing countenance. He shouted, "Brother, if you can save us, please do. I, Fong Yu, shall repay this great kindness." Chen Luo replied calmly, "Very well." He opened the car door. Unleashing the king of law. Open the door, unleash the hound. In general, Chen Luo is indifferent to the affairs of others. Yet he holds great admiration for Fong Yu's noble spirit of selflessness. Although he could have fled, he chose to remain. This reminds Chen Luo of the scene in his past life when Sudaju sacrificed himself for him. Clearly, Sudaju also respected Fong Yu, as he willingly disembarked to offer assistance. However, Sudaju's involvement was unnecessary. The monk who exited the vehicle swiftly dispatched the 5 zombies, leaving Fong Yu and his companions in stunned silence. They had not encountered the poisonous zombie, as the lesser poisonous variants could only spray toxins at close range and should have been dealt with by Fong Yu and his group. Sudaju aided Fong Yu in supporting his injured companion. Fong Yu approached the window of the heavy truck, deeply bowing to Chen Luo. His voice choked with emotion. Thank you for saving us. I am at a loss for words, but please do not hesitate to ask if you need anything." Fong Yu did not conceal the truth. The 4 of us belong to the same security company, having been comrades for many years. Today, we ventured out to gather supplies, confident of our success, only to encounter a poisonous zombie that nearly cost us our lives. Many of Fong Yu's comrades had joined the same security firm after their service. But in the wake of the apocalypse, only the 4 of them remained, making their bond even more precious. Chen Luo turned to Li and instructed, Li, go down and assist them with their treatment. Initially, the 3 afflicted by the poison would have required at least 10 days to recover, but under Li's care, they showed significant improvement, albeit still somewhat weak. Fong Yu felt an even deeper sense of gratitude and astonishment at the remarkable skills of this team. The dog that had disembarked seemed capable of easily annihilating them, prompting the question, was it truly just a dog? A few bolts of lightning effortlessly dispatched several zombies. The young girl among them, was she a priestess? Particularly noteworthy was Chen Luo, whose youthful visage bore a gentle smile, yet he exuded an aura of authority, presenting himself as the leader of this group, leaving Fong Yu with a sense of profound depth. Chen Luo chuckled lightly, strength lies in numbers. Shall we form a team? Naturally, I shall take the helm. Chen Luo was in need of additional hands, and these 4 individuals appeared quite agreeable, exhibiting commendable qualities. Why not recruit them? Fong Yu had just observed the prowess of Chen Luo's group and realized that he and his companions were not even in the same league. This was indeed a formidable ally. Even if Chen Luo had not saved them, aligning with such individuals would significantly enhance their safety. Fong Yu could hardly conceive a valid reason to decline the invitation. Grateful for their consideration and aware of the life-saving debt owed, refusing would be tantamount to ingratitude. With a smile, Chen Luo suggested, let us proceed to the rear compartment. Is there anything of importance you need to retrieve from your previous location? If there are no critical items, it would be best to leave them behind. The streets and malls are abundant with supplies. While he found these individuals quite agreeable, Chen Luo would not disclose matters concerning their space to anyone who was not a core member. Fong Yu shook his head. Chapter 51. Only those who are sufficiently loyal may feast, Ling remarked. These 4 are indeed commendable. They possess not only the courage to fight zombies, but also the loyalty to not abandon their comrades in perilous moments. Chen Luo nodded in agreement, stating, lesser strength is inconsequential. Character is paramount. Otherwise, what use is great power if one flees at the first sign of danger? Rice felt no discernible anomaly in the 4 individuals. Upon arriving at Chen Luo's villa district, he parked the car in its usual spot. The zombies that once roamed the area had mostly been dealt with by him, yet now a few more had appeared, continuously wandering about. Upon reaching the entrance of his villa, Chen Luo gestured toward a neighboring villa and addressed Fong Yu and his companions. This household should be unoccupied. Please tidy up a bit. I will join you shortly. It was not feasible for Chen Luo to reside with Fong Yu and the others. Trust had not yet been established, and it would be inconvenient. The 4 nodded in agreement. As soon as he entered, Chen Luo's expression darkened. The living room's windows, which had been securely shut, were now shattered, with shards of glass strewn across the floor. There were clear signs of rummaging throughout the house. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Luo surmised that someone had entered to search for supplies, most likely survivors from the villa district. He shook his head, dismissing any further investigation into the culprit. If they dare to return while I'm home, they shall not find me cordial, he remarked. Li, you 2 should select a room on the 3rd floor. Deju, Yu Jie, You will stay on the second floor, and then let us all conduct a thorough cleaning. Chen Luo settled on the third floor. His intentions were as transparent as glass. On the third floor, his bedroom was centrally located, while Mi Ling and Mi Li chose the remaining rooms on either side. With a chuckle, Chen Luo retrieved Mi Ling and Mi Li's belongings from his storage space, allowing them to organize their things before he descended to the first floor. After some thought, he collected rice, potatoes, and various condiments such as cooking oil, salt, and monosodium glutamate from the storage room. He then called for Su Dezhu, carrying a bag of rice and potatoes to where Fang Yu and the others were gathered. Chen Luo's auditory senses had remarkably sharpened. Even before entering the villa, he could hear Fang Yu and the others engaged in conversation. Wow, Brother Fang. That dog is truly impressive. I can hardly believe that a mere dog possesses such strength. It seems that combined, the four of us would still fall short against it. Be a bit more confident. Eliminate the seams. Chen Luo chuckled at this, for this was the Thunder King, and he had received my true teachings. The door was ajar, and upon clearing his throat, Chen Luo was met with eager greetings from Fang Yu and his companions. Chen Luo smiled and said, "Let us not rush. Allow everyone to introduce themselves. I am Chen Luo, and this is Su Dezhu. Please share your awakened abilities and the day on which you experienced your transformation." The four began to introduce themselves in turn. I am Fang Yu, the eldest among us, awakened on the third day, and my ability is enhanced strength and constitution. Much like Su Dezhu, I am Yang Xian. My ability is ice, awakened on the fifth day. I can assist in chilling any items that require freezing. I am Su Lan. My ability is earth, awakened on the seventh day. I can manipulate sand and stone, though it seems rather limited. Earth-type abilities are quite formidable, regardless of early or late stages. They possess the highest defense among elemental types, capable of constructing robust earthen walls to fend off zombies. If developed to the king level, skills such as earthquakes and meteor summoning would be exceedingly powerful. The last to introduce himself was Li Fei, who, somewhat sheepishly, said, I am Li Fei. My ability is electricity, also awakened on the fifth day, but compared to the dog you have raised, well, there is truly no comparison. Fang Yu's talent could be considered above average, while the others were merely of moderate capability. Chen Luo had never encountered these individuals in his previous life, and he surmised that without his intervention, they would have likely succumbed to the jaws of the undead. Chen Luo felt no disappointment. Having assistance, however minimal, was a welcome relief, particularly as these individuals were not without merit. He gestured towards the rice and potatoes they had brought along, inquiring, "Can you cook? Please, make use of these provisions for now." Fang Yu, taken aback, replied, "Chen Luo, you have saved our lives. We have yet to repay you. How can we accept your belongings? We will find some food ourselves shortly." With a calm smile, Chen Luo responded, "You are being too formal. We are now a team. And since you are with me, sharing some food is no burden. After you eat, take a moment to rest. This afternoon, we shall organize the supplies from the villa area for centralized management. Should Fang Yu and his companions demonstrate exceptional performance, Chen Luo would regard them as valuable core members and eventually disclose some secrets regarding the spatial abilities he possessed, occasionally offering them some meat to enjoy. However, to allow them all to partake in lavish feasts without proving their loyalty would be utterly foolish. While he could afford to share, the absence of their demonstrated commitment rendered such generosity unwarranted. Su Dezhu was a brother to him, having sacrificed himself in a past life to save Chen Luo. Thus he was willing to indulge Su Dezhu with the finest offerings. As for Mi Ling and Mi Li, their future significance was understood by those who were aware. Ma Yu was regarded as a trusted chef, someone Chen Luo intended to cultivate further, as her culinary skills would be indispensable. Fang Yu, not one to linger on the matter, nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well, we shall see how well the four of us perform moving forward." Chen Luo produced a walkie-talkie and handed it to Fang Yu, stating, "In the future, it will be more convenient to use this for communication. This walkie-talkie does not require a signal and has a maximum communication range of 2 kilometers. It is particularly useful in situations where mobile phones are inoperable." Upon returning home, Ma Yu lamented, "Chen Luo, the natural gas here has been cut off. Shall we resort to using an electric stove for cooking?" Chen Luo, having anticipated this, retrieved 2 gas canisters from his storage space, delivering one to Fang Yu and the others. The survivors had little need for natural gas, once a gathering point was established. Should a fire be necessary, the abilities of flame-wielding individuals would suffice, as there were limited ingredients available, perhaps just some rice to be boiled. After their meal, at 2 in the afternoon, Chen Luo summoned Feng Yu and the other three. We will be settling here for the long term. Let us first survey the entire villa area. For those villas that are occupied, we shall leave them be for the time being. However, for those that are uninhabited, we must locate any supplies within and also gather any accompanying car keys, as having vehicles would be quite advantageous. Regarding the other survivors, Chen Luo did not intend to provoke them without cause. He preferred to let them fend for themselves. Once their numbers increased, if circumstances permitted, he would consider their inclusion. If not suitable, he would provide them with some food to encourage their departure. This was already a rather lenient approach. For those who remained unreasonable, he would simply disregard them. Chapter 52. This person is truly pitiful. In the afternoon, Chen Luo gathered Feng Yu, Yang Xian, and others, including Su Dazhu, Mi Ling, and Mi Li, at the entrance of the villa. The group was divided into two teams, aiming to thoroughly clear all 100 villas within the community over the course of the afternoon, leaving those with occupants undisturbed for the time being. Within the community, there surely remain survivors, and Chen Luo has no intention of driving them away for the time being. Firstly, there is no immediate necessity to do so, and it would be rather unkind. Forcing them out would be tantamount to condemning them to death. Chen Luo has not sunk to such depths as to harm those who bear him no animosity. Secondly, how would those around him perceive him? A person so cold-hearted would surely chill the hearts of anyone with a modicum of moral integrity. There is no need for Chen Luo to expel them, as they will inevitably seek out supplies once their resources are depleted, either perishing at the hands of the undead or managing to survive. Those who thrive represent a certain capability, and if the circumstances are right, Chen Luo would not mind accepting them. Suddenly, with his keen sense of hearing, Chen Luo detected the sound of a vehicle approaching. Someone was driving into the villa district. The vehicle was of considerable weight. He took a few steps in the direction of the noise and beheld two large white buses entering the community. A throng of individuals disembarked from the vehicles. Upon catching sight of the foremost figure, Chen Luo murmured to himself, "Goodness, how could I have forgotten about this insatiable sycophant?" The leader of this group was a woman, seemingly named Mu Tiange. She was indeed quite beautiful, yet Chen Luo felt no attraction towards her, for she was psychologically disturbed. Mu Tiange held a certain renown within the realm of the divine. She was the owner and chief designer of a clothing design company. The establishment was not particularly large, nor was it famous for its aesthetic appeal. Rather, it garnered attention due to its exclusive hiring practices, employing only women, particularly those without boyfriends. And marriage was even less desirable. Speculations arose that she harbored a psychological aversion to men. Following the apocalypse, Mu Tiange led her employees in establishing a sanctuary solely for female survivors, although changes were later implemented. Why is she regarded as a psychological deviant? In this apocalyptic world, she adamantly forbids her subordinates from indulging in romantic affairs, meting out severe punishments upon discovery. Who among us is devoid of desires and emotions? Even livestock exhibit their instincts. Her most prominent identity is that of the foremost sycophant. To Mi Ling, surprising, isn't it? It was only due to Mi Ling's persuasion and the intense dissatisfaction of her team that Mu Tiange reluctantly considered admitting a few male survivors. Among the many sycophants of Mi Ling, Mu Tiange was the most fervent, reportedly sacrificing her life to save Mi Ling, who subsequently succeeded her position. Even among sycophants, few were willing to lay down their lives for another, thus earning the title of the ultimate sycophant. It was precisely because of Mu Tiange's devotion that, despite Mi Ling's extraordinary talent and strength, navigating survival in the apocalypse alongside her little sister would have been exceedingly difficult. Regrettably, Chen Luo, upon witnessing the assembly of numerous women, pondered whether he would wish to join if he were in their place. At that time, Mu Tiange was resolutely rejecting any male applicants, showing no mercy in her refusal of Chen Luo. As he stroked his chin, he mused that with his presence, Mi Ling might encounter Mu Tiange slightly earlier than anticipated. Should he conceal Mi Ling from Mu Tiange's sight? No. After all, she is a sycophant, and that has its merits. Mi Ling is perfectly normal. Does she not have subordinates? While this group of women may not possess the strength of men, they are in need of someone like him, who does not discriminate. Chen Luo recalled that aside from Mu Tiange, there was another exceptionally powerful ability user within this team. Had fate not intervened so soon, this individual would likely have emerged among the ranks of the formidable leaders later on. Thus, it became imperative to establish contact with them. As Mu Tiange and her companions diligently searched each villa for supplies, it became evident that the resources within had already been thoroughly scoured. Soon, they approached Chen Luo's vicinity. Although Chen Luo did not cast a glance at Mu Tiangu, acknowledging her undeniable beauty and delicate grace, she felt no interest whatsoever. Instead, Chen Luo's gaze fell upon a woman in the crowd, not particularly attractive but possessing a striking air of confidence, in her early 20s. After Mi Ling joined Mu Tiangu, she became aware of a formidable ice elemental user, a woman whose prowess was only surpassed by Mi Ling's, known as Xu Yun, who unfortunately had perished early on. Mu Tiangu and her group soon spotted Chen Luo, seemingly recognizing Mi Ling, and approached directly. Chen Luo's companions looked on with curiosity at this all-female squad of over 20 members. When Mu Tiangu laid eyes on Mi Ling, an unexpected jolt coursed through her, stirring an unfamiliar emotion akin to that of a man beholding a celestial being. Mu Tiangu approached, bypassing Chen Luo entirely, and stood before Mi Ling with a smile. Introducing herself, "Hello, I am Mu Tiangu." Mi Ling, somewhat perplexed, had heard of Mu Tiangu and, finding her courteous demeanor, responded politely, "I am Mi Ling." Mu Tiangu gestured to her companions behind her and cheerfully inquired, "How about joining our all-female team?" Chen Luo inwardly cursed, feeling slighted by the blatant disregard for her presence, as if someone were trying to undermine her in her own territory. Mi Ling, however, did not disappoint Chen Luo. Had she not already allied with Chen Luo? Would she have turned down Mu Tiangu's invitation? There is simply no reason for concern. Everyone here is a girl, and there is at least no need to guard against their ulterior motives. At least, the uninformed might believe so. Compared to teaming up with men, it is undoubtedly comforting for her to partner with Mu Tiangu. However, Mi Ling already has a team, so she unhesitatingly declined Mu Tiangu's offer. "I'm sorry, but I already have a team." Aside from being demanding regarding the emotional bonds with her members, Mu Tiangu treats them exceptionally well. One girl, upon spotting the King of Law, brightened up. "Look, there's a dog. Quite imposing in appearance." Chen Luo lavishes food and drink upon the King of Law, who has ascended another 3 levels. How could he not appear formidable? The King of Law, however, pays her no mind. In his eyes, humans are indistinguishable by gender. Whether one is a girl or a boy, when the master commands, there is no distinction. If he says bite, then bite it shall be. This girl likely has a fondness for dogs, as she pulls out a sausage from her belongings, intending to feed it to the King of Law. Yet she hesitates, reluctant to part with it, especially in these trying times when resources are scarce and she has not received much food herself. Ultimately, she grits her teeth, consuming a significant portion of the sausage and only saving the remainder for the King of Law. However, to her surprise, the king gazes at her with a look of pity. He has sniffed this before. Even dogs would not eat it. Yet here she is, carefully holding on to something that even a dog would refuse. Alas, this girl truly elicits sympathy. Chapter 53, If You Dare to Steal. I shall strike ruthlessly. The King of Law does not fancy sausages, and even if he did, he would never consume food from a stranger. The girl offering the sausage to the king finds herself in disarray. It is one thing for him not to eat. But why do I feel as though his gaze is filled with pity for me? Others chuckled. You must be overthinking. Can you truly discern pity from a dog's gaze? It likely refuses to consume items belonging to strangers. If such delicacies are scarce for humans, they are undoubtedly unattainable for dogs. In such circumstances, to withstand temptation, this dog is indeed commendable. The King of Law curled his lip, remarking that had his master not issued an order, he would have bitten. Clearly, this place is safer and more suitable. You declined without hesitation? Mu Tiangu glanced around, observing the positions and expressions of Chen Luo's group. It was evident that Chen Luo was in charge. She seemingly inquired without a care, "Is this your boyfriend?" Mi Ling's face flushed, ready to deny it. But Chen Luo brusquely interjected, "What business is it of yours to undermine me in my presence? Do you think I am a ghost?" Disregarding Mu Tiangu, Chen Luo commanded, "Everyone, let's commence our actions and clear the area." Watching Chen Luo and her companions depart, Mu Tiangu squinted, a cold smile creeping into her heart. Men are inherently fickle, driven by greed and lust. A mere slight maneuver will reveal this man's true nature to Mi Ling, and then she shall join my side. With increased familiarity, success is inevitable. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Tiangu turned and declared, "Let us continue our search. We shall temporarily reside here." The bus was stocked with supplies and essentials procured by Mu Tiangu, ready for them to make themselves at home. Initially, she had no intention of settling in this villa district, not due to inadequate conditions, but rather because of their excellence, which would surely attract many visitors. Stabilizing their development was the key strategy. However, upon further reflection, it dawned on him that other neighborhoods might not be any safer, inevitably subject to the same throngs of seekers, and thus, they would not escape unscathed. Most importantly, Mi Ling resided here. Mu Tiange decisively chose the villa adjacent to Chen Luo's, with over 20 individuals occupying 2 villas. Both groups simultaneously scoured for supplies, while Chen Luo remained indifferent, pondering the meager amount of resources available, which he found utterly unimpressive. Fang Yu, Su Dezhu, and others ventured indoors to search, while Chen Luo stationed himself at the entrance, ready to respond to any disturbances. Meanwhile, he contemplated how to subdue Mu Tiange and her entourage. The most effective strategy would be to sway her loyalties. Yet this seemed a daunting task. Mu Tiange, too, pondered how to unveil the true nature of men to Mi Ling, hoping to recruit her into their cause. Each harbored ulterior motives. With Mu Tiange competing fiercely, within a mere 2 hours, Chen Luo's side had thoroughly cleared the community. They amassed over 300 pounds of rice and an assortment of premium snacks, all retrieved from villas infested with zombies. As those devoid of the undead yielded little in terms of resources, having been claimed by others. Concurrently, they collected the crystals from the defeated zombies, distributing them among Fang Yu and his companions. Unbeknownst to them, the secret of the crystals required a degree of imagination, and it would take 3 months for their significance to become apparent. These crystals held no value for Chen Luo, yet were quite beneficial for others, and he generously bestowed them upon Fang Yu without a second thought. Occasionally casting a furtive glance at Chen Luo, Mu Tiange narrowed her eyes, suspecting that he too was aware of the crystal secrets, likely conceived by Mi Ling. The gathered supplies were allocated to Fang Yu, while Ma Yu commenced preparations in the kitchen, the windows tightly sealed. Chen Luo's kitchen boasted an exceptionally efficient range hood, leaving no trace of smoke to escape. However, Mu Tiange chose a different course of action. Instead of utilizing the stove, she opened the window, preparing to stir-fry some spoiled cabbage and rotten potatoes. If they were not consumed swiftly, they would truly decay. Although she hesitated to eat them, it was preferable to letting them go to waste. She urged a cooking companion named Xiaoling, "Please try to make it fragrant." Xiaoling responded with a wry smile, "Sister, we have no gas. It's impossible to cook." Mu Tiange furrowed her brow. Among her 4 sisters, there were those with fire-based abilities, yet their powers were still rudimentary. Not only could they not muster enough strength to complete a meal, but they also struggled to control their powers, often ending up burning the pot. What to do? With nightfall upon them, venturing out to find a gas canister posed certain dangers. Perhaps they would address that tomorrow. For the time being, they would have to make do with whatever they had. Snacks were acceptable, but consuming them for every meal quickly grew tiresome. They had yet to discover any appliances capable of providing electricity, rendering it impossible to cook rice. Mu Tiange listlessly munched on a yolk pastry, taking small sips of water, reluctant to drink too much. One of her sisters had nearly succumbed to severe stomach pain after consuming untreated water. Water was indeed a precious resource. She speculated that Mi Ling must be in a similar predicament. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Mu Tiange's mind. This could be an excellent opportunity to gain favor. Gritting her teeth, she retrieved a package of roast duck from the supplies in the living room. This roast duck was the kind sealed in a bag, laden with preservatives. Although labeled as roast duck, anyone who had tasted it would agree that even a dog would refuse it. Such a rarity was typically found only in large supermarkets, as small stores would not stock such items. The challenge of acquiring it was significant, and Mu Tiange had scavenged it from a residential home. There were a total of 5 bags. A group of individuals consumed 3, leaving 2 behind. Among the gathering of young women, some appeared delighted, while others cautioned, "Sister, save some for later. It won't be easy to come by again. Surely, you do not naively believe she intends to share this with you?" Mu Tiange procured a plate and placed the roasted duck, weighing a mere 500 grams, upon it. The duck, enhanced with colorants, looked quite appealing. The packaging had already been torn asunder, and the throng of young women gathered around. Despite their number, the small duck ensured that everyone would receive a morsel of meat. To their surprise, Mu Tiange carried the plate outside. Shu Yun was momentarily taken aback, asking, "Sister, where are you going?" Mu Tiange replied, "I am going to deliver this to Mi Ling." The group stood in stunned silence, with one girl exclaiming, "Sister, we risked our lives to snatch this from the clutches of zombies, and you intend to give it to an outsider?" Anyone in their position would feel discontented. Mu Tiange reassured them, "I sense that Mi Ling is quite remarkable. Is it not worth exchanging a roasted duck for the bond of a sister?" A devoted admirer will always find justification. Mu Tiange's true inclinations remained concealed for the time being. Although the others were displeased, they could not sway her decision. Holding the roasted duck, Mu Tiange arrived at Chen Luo's residence, only to find the door firmly shut. She could not enter forcibly. Suddenly, a dog appeared, Fa Wang. It observed her with curiosity. Mu Tiange's expression shifted to one of caution. Surely this dog would not attempt to snatch my roasted duck? If you dare to take it, do not blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 54. A gift of cucumbers. Mu Tiange is a rare psychic ability user, capable of mental attacks and the manipulation of objects, such as iron needles and daggers. Although she is currently only at the second level and cannot yet employ mental assaults, she can still control objects and retrieve them from the air. However, she mused, would the King of Law even take notice of her trivial abilities? Woof, woof, woof. The King of Law barked vehemently, asserting that she was less enticing than the aroma of braised pork. Do not attempt to seduce me with your charms. Dinner was soon to be served, and Chen Luo, hearing the commotion, came down to investigate. Mu Tiange cheerfully announced, opened the door. I am bringing some food for me. Chen Luo chuckled. Ah, truly the embodiment of a sycophant. Yet, we must not dampen one's aspirations, shall we? He continued with a smile. Just hand it over. I will take it up. Mu Tiange shook her head. No, I must deliver it personally. What if you were to secretly consume the roasted duck meant for me, Ling? The King of Law shook his head in disbelief. Even a dog would find such thoughts absurd. Chen Luo had no intention of allowing Mu Tiange into his villa. What if she were to glimpse what they were dining on? How would that affect her disposition? Suddenly, Mu Tiange reconsidered. If Chen Luo were to selfishly devour the roasted duck, she could simply inquire with Mi Ling the following day. This would expose Chen Luo's greedy and ugly nature. Wouldn't it? With this thought in mind, Mu Tiange, suppressing her heartache, handed over the roasted duck to Chen Luo. After all, it had been saved from the mouths of other sisters. If Mi Ling enjoyed it, she would ensure that the remaining one was given to her. With a smile, Mu Tiange contentedly returned to her room, envisioning the delightful scene of Mi Ling savoring the roasted duck, feeling as sweet as if she had just tasted candy. Chen Luo shook his head, lamenting the pitiable situation of the sycophant. As he was about to ascend the stairs, he fortuitously encountered Mi Ling, who was descending. Mi Ling gazed at the roast duck in astonishment, inquiring whence it came. Chen Luo smirked. It was sent by Mu Tiange. Mi Ling, perplexed, responded. We share no particular bond. Why would she send this? The roast duck in Chen Luo's possession seemed a mystery, for it would be devoured by no one but him. However, the scenario would differ for others. Mi Ling pondered, bewildered that Mu Tiange, who was not even a friend, would be so generous. Chen Luo scoffed. If she wishes to give, let her. Without a trace of regret, he nonchalantly discarded the roast duck that Mu Tiange had begrudgingly bestowed upon him into the trash bin. He dared not keep the belongings of a stranger. Mi Ling regarded the act with a tinge of regret, lamenting only the waste of food. Instinctively, she glanced at the dog, Fa Wang, hoping he would partake, but Fa Wang merely wagged his tail and departed. Dogs truly would not eat such things. Chen Luo considered. I shall not drink, yet I cannot allow Mi Ling to suffer thirst. Once again, Mu Tiange cheerfully produced 2 bottles of mineral water, leaving Mi Ling bewildered. Is this not an unnecessary display of kindness? Could there be poison in the food and drink? After a moment's reflection, she decided against drinking, casting the bottles into the rubbish. If Mu Tiange were to discover this, she might very well explode in outrage. Chen Luo then retrieved a genuine roast duck, deeming it a delightful addition to his meal. He had nearly forgotten about it amidst the plethora of delectable offerings. This roast duck was expertly sliced, accompanied by sweet bean sauce, slivers of green onion, and cucumber, still radiating warmth, far surpassing the quality of the preservative-laden duck from Mu Tiange. Mi Ling inquired, Brother Chen Luo, do you prefer the duck skin or the duck meat? Chen Luo replied with a smile, I relish both. Carefully selected the golden, tender, and crispy duck skin from the roasted duck, slathered it with sweet bean sauce, and stuffed it with some shredded scallions. However, she refrained from indulging herself and first offered it to Chen Luo. Chen Luo was deeply touched. Had it not been for the grease on her hands, she would have loved to pat Mi Li's little head. Truly, all the affection was not in vain. Mi Ling looked on suspiciously, wondering if it was not meant for her. Could it be that this little girl had ulterior motives? It seemed likely, especially since Chen Luo appeared at the most critical moment, treating her with such kindness. The two were merely 3 years apart. In terms of both the present and the future, none could be more suitable for Mi Li than Chen Luo, which gave Mi Ling a sense of reassurance. She would never entrust her to anyone else. Yet, why did she feel a twinge of jealousy? The lavish spread before her suddenly lost its appeal. The following day, Mu Tiange seized an opportunity to inquire, "Is the roasted duck delicious?" Mi Ling smiled awkwardly and replied, "Yes, it's quite good." Although there was a vast difference between bread and roasted duck, it seemed irrelevant in Chen Luo's case. Even a dog would turn its nose up at it. Mu Tiange smiled. "As long as you enjoy it, that's what matters." Mi Ling voiced her curiosity. "Why did you give me roasted duck?" Mu Tiange replied with a smile. "I simply felt a strong connection with you. Upon seeing you, I experienced an inexplicable sense of familiarity." If a man had said such a thing, Mi Ling would have immediately concluded that he harbored intentions towards her, and she would have dismissed him. But this was a woman, and at that moment, Mi Ling did not yet comprehend Mu Tiange. That evening, disregarding the vehement objections of her friends, Mu Tiange resolutely delivered the last roasted duck along with 2 bottles of mineral water. Once again, the trash can bore witness to the addition of another roasted duck. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, realizing that he ought to express some goodwill and deepen his rapport with the young ladies before him. Yet, what could he offer? It was evident that merely presenting some substantial dishes would not suffice to elevate his standing in their eyes. However, he was no sycophant. He questioned the necessity of it all. An idea sparked in his mind, and a mischievous smile graced his lips. In the vegetable section, he discovered an abundance of cucumbers, specifically selecting those that, while perhaps lacking in visual appeal, were notably large in size. "I bring you cucumbers. Cucumbers are delightful. They're great for your complexion," he proclaimed, gathering 30 cucumbers in total, unsure of the exact number of recipients but confident that one for each would suffice. Upon knocking, he announced, "Cucumbers are here." The door was opened by Xu Yun, the ice elemental adept who would later rank just beneath Mi Ling. She regarded him with a hint of caution, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Chen Luo held up the neatly packaged cucumbers. "You provided roast duck, so I thought I'd reciprocate with some cucumbers." As Xu Yun distributed the cucumbers among the group, excitement rippled through the ladies. "Cucumbers. I want to eat cucumbers." One exclaimed, "No need to wash them. The water makes them less enjoyable. Let us eat them raw." Another chimed in, "I want to eat. I can't bear to part with them," said a girl, prompting a few playful smirks from her companions. Mu Tiange's expression soured. Were it not for her desire to connect with Mi Ling, she wouldn't have deigned to acknowledge Chen Luo. She resolutely refused to consume anything offered by a man. In her heart, she mused that she had already garnered substantial favor from Mi Ling, especially after having shared her roast duck. It was time to take the next step and reveal the true nature of this insufferable man. Create a crisis that reveals Chen Luo's ugly fear of death in the face of life and death. After realizing this, will Mi Ling still come to the bowl? Chapter 55. The dog killer Mu Tiange found Chen Luo. "I wish to propose a collaboration." Chen Luo smiled. "Do tell." Mu Tiange replied, "There is a large supermarket 3 miles to the east, filled with abundant supplies. However, I suspect it is also swarming with zombies. I lack confidence in succeeding alone. And your group comprises 8 or 9 individuals. Therefore, I propose we work together. If we can secure the supplies there, we will have enough food to last a year, and daily necessities for several decades. Once accomplished, the division will be 3 for you and 7 for me, considering our larger workforce." Chen Luo was taken aback. That supermarket was the very one he and Mi Li had previously visited, the only large one in the vicinity. He had essentially depleted its resources. What was the purpose of going back? To watch the zombies dance? Chen Luo decisively shook his head. No, I am rather timid. There are at least hundreds of zombies inside. I dare not venture in." Mu Tiange was rendered speechless. "Your cowardice is one thing, but your lack of discretion is another, truly pathetic. How could Mi Ling possibly be interested in you and your group?" "Indeed, I was not mistaken. This person is thoroughly afraid of death." Mu Tiange urged, "If we do not seize the supplies quickly, by the time you muster the courage to go, there may be no opportunity left." Chen Luo chuckled. "You have already lost your chance," and he declined once more. Mu Tiange gritted his teeth. 50-50. After the success, we shall each take half. Chen Luo's skepticism grew. What was his true intention? Had Mu Tiange been aware of Chen Luo's true strength? A disparity of 90-1 would not have been excessive. Yet, she remained oblivious to this fact. Given Mu Tiange's aversion to men, it seemed improbable that she would generously propose an equal division when she clearly surpassed Chen Luo in capabilities. What ulterior motive lay behind her actions? Chen Luo called out, "Rice." At that moment, the cat named Rice, who had been lazily grooming itself on the sofa, perked up at the sound and approached Chen Luo with a puzzled expression. Despite its newfound intelligence, Rice had not abandoned its habitual grooming, save for neglecting its paws. Chen Luo inquired of Rice, "Does this person harbor ill intentions?" To which Rice, somewhat perplexed, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, but what provoked her?" Chen Luo ruffled Rice's fur in frustration. "If you ask me, who am I to question? Trouble often descends unexpectedly upon one's home." Yet, in this instance, the target had been misidentified, and a formidable opponent had been encountered. Mu Tiange stormed away in disdain, deeming this man overly timid and lacking in courage. Initially, she had intended to orchestrate some minor mischief in the marketplace to ensnare Chen Luo and Mi Ling in peril, aiming to reveal Chen Luo's selfish and unsavory nature, and, in Mi Ling's moment of utmost despair, to emerge as a gallant savior. However, she was taken aback by his cowardice. When a fish refuses to take the bait, what then? The image of another man flickered through Mu Tiange's mind. Perhaps she could seek his assistance. Chen Luo squinted as he observed Mu Tiange's departure. The prospect of intertwining their fates, of yin meeting yang, seemed most advantageous. A harmonious collaboration between the sexes often yielded fruitful results. In his previous life, Mi Ling had flourished, owing much to the contributions of her female companions, for the presence of sycophants was undeniably abundant. The female survivors, possessing remarkable strength, constitute at least half of the 10 who have joined the base. With an abundance of women, there are equally numerous suitors eager to win their favor. In a post-apocalyptic world, entertainment options have dwindled, and it seems the most engaging pastime is procreation. If the base were to consist solely of men, chaos would inevitably ensue. Women, too, require a sense of security, a means of protection, and avenues for mutual communication and benefit. However, the dilemma lies in Mu Tiange's refusal to associate with men. Dismissing any male participation, let alone forming alliances, particularly with Chen Luo. This poses a significant challenge. In her previous life, it was only due to the pressing demands of the base's development and the overwhelming discontent of the women that Mu Tiange acquiesced. Currently, such a compromise appears arduous. The most expedient solution would be to eliminate Mu Tiange. With this obstacle removed, Chen Luo could showcase his strength and provide ample rations, ensuring the leader's authority and the security of supplies. Chen Luo is not an old fool who would harbor ill intentions towards them, leaving no grounds for refusal. On the other hand, what would be the optimal approach for Mu Tiange to facilitate Mi Ling's inclusion? It similarly involves the removal of Chen Luo as an impediment. Chen Luo refrains from suggesting an alliance, fully aware of its impossibility, while Mu Tiange deliberately avoids accepting the men from Chen Luo's side. As Chen Luo gazes at Mu Tiange's retreating figure, a cold expression crosses his face. Initially, he had no intention of taking action against her. Yet it seems she has preemptively set her sights on him. Should she pose a threat, there would be no room for mercy. It is paramount to strike first. One cannot wait for the adversary to initiate hostilities. However, timing is crucial for the assassination of Mu Tiange. Madam, could this wretched woman truly intend to eliminate me, her rival, merely to be with Mi Ling? In my past life, I never perceived how ruthless Mu Tiange could be. Who would she send to carry out the assassination? Sudaju is not a viable option. Success appears rather elusive, and he may even fall victim to a counterattack, as Mu Tiange harbors deep suspicions of men. Chen Luo would never allow Sudaju to take such a risk. If only Fang Yu and his companions possessed sufficient strength, they could be tested. Yet success seems utterly unattainable. Thus, Chen Luo shifted his focus from Mi Fan to the King of Laws. Who would suspect a mere dog? It is the perfect disguise. Should it be exposed, one could simply allege that the King of Laws had succumbed to madness, shifting the blame onto it. Given the right opportunity, the King of Laws could dispatch her with a couple of fiery breaths, subsequently attracting a horde of zombies. Chen Luo gently patted the King of Laws on the head. Do you comprehend my intent? It is entrusted to you. The King of Laws nodded, affirming its role as a canine assassin. A more complex title could be a killer dispatched by a dog. Yet, Chen Luo miscalculated. Mu Tiange did not afford him this opportunity. We shall venture outside in search of supplies. Mu Tiange certainly would not articulate her intentions to embarrass Chen Luo. Her public persona is not one of such cruelty. 2 large buses departed from the community. I am a killer, devoid of emotions and wealth. The King of Laws could never have imagined that it would one day become an assassin. Once one encounter occurs, countless others shall follow. The life of a dog is fraught with exhaustion. Under Mu Tiange's guidance, they arrived at a nearby, dilapidated community, which was quite small. Shu Yun, puzzled, inquired, Sister, What are we doing here? We have already searched this place. Mu Tiange explained with a smile, this community lacks natural gas pipelines. They still use coal gas. During our last search, we did not take any of this gas. The others nodded in understanding. Mu Tiange then walked directly towards a specific unit, knowing someone resided there. Chapter 56. Brother Feng. Upon reaching the third floor, she knocked on the door of Unit 301. The person she sought was inside, though she was uncertain if he was home. Brother Feng, are you there? With a swift motion, the door swung open, revealing a slightly plump young man with disheveled hair. Upon seeing Mu Tiange, the man, referred to as Brother Feng, brightened immediately. He bowed and said, it's President Mu. In your presence. How could I dare to be called Brother Feng? Please, call me Xiao Feng or Fengzi. Mu Tiange maintained an impassive expression, but inwardly, she scoffed, thinking, if it weren't for me Ling, I would not seek out someone like you. Brother Feng was hardly a brother, much like Feng Jie was not truly a sister. His real name was Jiang Feng. Before the apocalypse, he had worked as a food delivery man, often bringing meals to Mu Tiange's company and becoming quite familiar with some of the women there. He certainly recognized Mu Tiange, yet had never had the opportunity to speak with her. During her previous stay in this community, Mu Tiange had encountered Jiang Feng, who had desperately wanted to join her. Such a notion was ludicrous, and he had been mercilessly rejected. Now, with the intention of dealing with Chen Luo, Mu Tiange recalled him. Though Jiang Feng possessed limited combat prowess, he had awakened a wind-based ability. Even with similar powers, the depth of comprehension varied, leading to different skills. Jiang Feng claimed to have mastered a technique called Lingbo Weibu, which allowed him to move with remarkable speed. At present, it is quite challenging for the zombies to catch up with Jiang Feng. Mu Tiange intends to have Jiang Feng lure a few zombies to Chen Luo's villa, thereby exposing Chen Luo's true nature. She plans to arrive just in time to rescue Mi Ling. Firstly, Jiang Feng is indeed well suited for this task and is relatively safe. Secondly, Jiang Feng is not her acquaintance, and Chen Luo does not recognize him. Mu Tiange briefly explained the situation. Jiang Feng's smile faltered, and he awkwardly remarked, I am certainly willing to assist General Manager Mu, but isn't this harmful to others? Mu Tiange clarified, once you draw the zombies over, I will appear to eliminate them. This is merely a punishment for a scoundrel. Are you intending to aid a scoundrel? Or do you also consider yourself one? Jiang Feng immediately shook his head. I am no scoundrel. I detest scoundrels the most. However, I cannot assist without some form of compensation. He gazed at Mu Tiange in silence, implying that his help should not come without a price. Mu Tiange suppressed a scoff in her heart. Once this is accomplished, I can arrange for you to join us. Jiang Feng's face lit up with joy. Thank you, General Manager Mu. I will certainly perform well. He was utterly the epitome of a sycophant. Mu Tiange and Jiang Feng agreed upon the number of zombies to attract and the timing of their arrival before she departed. The timing was immediate. As Mu Tiange descended the stairs, she felt a sense of disdain. She had heard that this individual not only frequently referred to himself as Brother Feng, but also had an online ID that proclaimed, Explosive Brother Feng. The young women carried the gas canisters down the stairs, murmuring to themselves, if only a man were here to lend a hand right now. Men could handle the labor while women managed the cooking and laundry. Wouldn't that be a perfect match? Some young women's hands tremble incessantly, not from fatigue, but from an innate fear of gas cylinders, dreading the possibility of an unexpected explosion. 2 buses, having only loaded 20 gas canisters, ceased further loading due to the limited space. With a brief call, Mu Tiange led the group away. Glancing at the time, Jiang Feng also commenced his own undertakings. He hummed a cheerful tune as he descended the stairs. This task was relatively effortless, serving to expose the true nature of scoundrels. In truth, I too wished to embody a scoundrel, but my capabilities fell short. Soon, Xiaoling, Brother Feng will be able to spend all his days with you, he chuckled. Before the apocalypse, Jiang Feng had developed an interest in a gentle and petite girl from Mu Tiange's company. Yet the disparity between them was stark. One delivered takeout while the other was a polished professional. As for Mu Tiange, he harbored no such aspirations. He was self-aware and understood that he could not hold her interest. He could perceive her disdain for him. Nevertheless, for Xiaoling's sake, he resolved to endure the scorn of others. Jiang Feng murmured, My brother De Zhu is working as a security guard in that villa area. I couldn't find him last time. Perhaps I'll have better luck this time. He donned a green short-sleeved t-shirt and wielded a wooden longsword. With a flick of the sword, Jiang Feng expressed his disappointment, lamenting his inability to conjure a whirlwind. More practice was essential. One day, he vowed, he would become a man as swift as the wind. Descending the stairs, he adeptly dodged the few zombies lingering in the community. Upon reaching the road, Jiang Feng concentrated his extraordinary powers in his legs, propelling himself forward like a rocket. With his current secondary level of prowess, he is capable of achieving an astonishing speed of 24.5 meters per second. Mastery over the wind-based abilities has enabled him to reach such velocity. Other wind manipulators would be fortunate to attain even half of his speed. Chen Luo, at level 4, is currently unable to match the speed of Jiang Feng when he employs his abilities, unless he resorts to the technique of void walking. The temporary explosive speed of the Mage King can barely rival Jiang Feng's, though utilizing such powers will deplete Jiang Feng's energy. When the surrounding zombies are sparse, Jiang Feng relies on his physical capabilities to sprint. Before the apocalypse, he was an amateur parkour enthusiast. Observing the horde of zombies he has outpaced, Jiang Feng bursts into laughter, exclaiming, "You can't catch me, ha ha ha." While he can easily evade them, when it comes to actually dispatching zombies, he can only target the isolated ones. Soon enough, leveraging his remarkable speed, Jiang Feng safely reaches the vicinity of Chen Luo's villa, where he begins to attract the zombies. He maintains a careful distance, creating an illusion that they can catch up. Mu Tiange mentioned that a group of 30 to 40 zombies is ideal, as exceeding 50 would complicate matters for her. It would be dire if he were to mismanage the situation. After considerable effort, Jiang Feng successfully lures over 30 zombies. Following the villa numbers provided by Mu Tiange, he effortlessly locates Chen Luo's residence. Prior to the apocalypse, he often delivered takeout to this area, arriving ahead of schedule. Jiang Feng reaches the entrance of Chen Luo's villa and opens the iron gate in the yard. The gate remains unlocked during the day for ease of access, only to be secured at night. Regardless, whether locked or not, zombies cannot open doors, and those with abilities can easily leap over. Even if it were locked, it would pose no obstacle for Jiang Feng. A supernatural being who cannot unlock doors is not an exemplary delivery person. Jiang Feng aimed to lure the zombies into the villa when he suddenly spotted 2 individuals and a dog observing him from within. The dog, a royal creature, and the individuals were Su Dazhu and Chen Luo. Jiang Feng exclaimed in astonishment, "Dazhu, what are you doing here?" The royal dog lunged forward to bite Jiang Feng, the unwelcome guest, but was halted by Chen Luo. Su Dazhu, filled with joy, exclaimed, "Brother Feng, is that you?" With zombies trailing behind him, Jiang Feng had no time for conversation. His original intent was to lead the zombies into the courtyard, but with Su Dazhu inside, he could not proceed in that manner. "Goodness, Mu Tiange did not mention my friend was inside. Surely, I cannot jeopardize my friend's safety just to join you." Chen Luo remarked, "Isn't that your brother, Feng? In your previous life, you met a tragic end." Chapter 57, Reaping What One Sows. In his past life, the scheming Xinjing had swindled all the resources from Chen Luo and Su Dazhu, who were already nursing injuries. At that juncture, the zombies had all evolved to level 1, and some had even begun advancing to level 2, rendering the easily accessible supplies nearly depleted. Chen Luo and Su Dazhu had endured considerable hardship. Now, a man like the wind, your brother Feng, had arrived. Su Dazhu shared a close bond with Jiang Feng, often gaming together after work. Jiang Feng frequently encountered Su Dazhu during his delivery rounds. Jiang Feng was a decent fellow, known for his loyalty, often bringing Chen Luo along in their endeavors. Utilizing his speed, Jiang Feng took on the responsibility of attracting the zombies, while Chen Luo and Su Dazhu focused on gathering supplies. Jiang Feng would take half, while Chen Luo and Su Dazhu would split the other half, with Chen Luo expressing no objections, as Jiang Feng bore the greatest risk. Only a few days passed before Jiang Feng met his demise. His method of attracting zombies through sheer speed was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Any misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Chen Luo remained oblivious to how Jiang Feng fell, only hearing his anguished cry as he was encircled by the undead. Gritting his teeth, Chen Luo prepared to divert the zombies to aid Jiang Feng, but by then, it was too late. Jiang Feng had already breathed his last, gruesomely torn apart by the zombies. Chen Luo had not anticipated encountering Jiang Feng now. Had he not been an acquaintance, he would have allowed them to finish him off without hesitation. There was no enmity between him and Jiang Feng, so why had he brought the zombies to his villa? This warranted clarification. Upon spotting Su Dazhu, Jiang Feng exclaimed, "Dazhu, you're here. I'll lead the zombies away." Initially intending to enter the courtyard, Jiang Feng swiftly redirected the horde towards a more distant location. Chen Luo pondered Jiang Feng's original intent, which had been clear, to lure the zombies towards himself. However, Upon seeing Chen Luo and Su Daju, he chose to divert them instead. There was no animosity between them, and Su Daju was his friend. Such an action was utterly incomprehensible. The only plausible explanation was that he was being manipulated. Had he offended someone recently? He had indeed made a number of enemies. But the sole survivor among them was Mu Tiange. The thought darkened Chen Luo's expression. Heaven has a path you refuse to tread. Hell has no gate, and yet you insist on entering. What a cunning individual, striking before I could. If I were an ordinary person, lured by such a multitude of zombies, I might very well have perished. It was imperative to confirm the truth with Jiang Feng first. Before long, Jiang Feng, having shaken off the zombies, came running over, laughing heartily. Daju, there you are? My apologies. Bringing so many zombies along may have startled you. Su Daju chuckled in return. Indeed, Fengge, I knew you wouldn't come to harm me with those undead. However, Chen Luo interjected, it was Mu Tiange who instructed you to bring the zombies here, wasn't it? Jiang Feng, taken aback, exclaimed, how did you know? Only she and I were present at that moment. Could it be that Chen Luo is that scoundrel? Or perhaps you wronged Mu Tiange, leading her to seek revenge? Remarkably, even the formidable mistress of extinction could be handled. Chen Luo scoffed softly, realizing it was indeed Mu Tiange's machinations. This situation could not be allowed to persist. She had to be eliminated, regardless of the means. Who could foresee what other tricks she might employ? While he personally felt untroubled, he could not dismiss the risk posed to those around him. Chen Luo pressed further. Did Mu Tiange inform anyone else about her plan to draw in the zombies? Jiang Feng sighed in resignation. No, it was just the two of us. She mentioned punishing the scoundrel and assured me she would make her appearance at a critical moment. Just as Chen Luo was about to respond, a cry, seemingly laced with agony, echoed from the direction of the community entrance. Jiang Feng and Su Daju exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of its implications. However, Chen Luo's expression shifted, realizing that a zombie had transformed into a mutant. Judging by the intensity of the scream, it appeared to be a level 4 or 5 mutant zombie. Coincidentally, 2 large buses were approaching the community, precisely the 2 white buses belonging to Mu Tiange. A horde of zombies obstructed the entrance, the very ones Jiang Feng had summoned, now gathered at the threshold. Upon witnessing the scene, Mu Tiange remained unperturbed and calmly instructed, accelerate and collide with them, eliminate them. He was apprehensive that if he delayed, even slightly, Meiling might fall prey to the zombies. Time was of the essence. The young woman behind the wheel nodded in agreement, increasing the vehicle's speed as they barreled toward the undead. At that moment, the zombies had yet to evolve to level 1 and exhibited no intelligence. Nearly standing bewildered in front of the car, several were sent sprawling upon impact, yet one zombie deftly sidestepped, observing coldly. It conjured a fireball roughly the size of a basketball and hurled it toward the bus. With a resounding explosion, the rear window shattered, and the fireball detonated in the back seat, eliciting screams from those aboard. Fortunately, as the vehicle carried gas canisters brought by Mu Tiange and his companions, no one was seated at the rear, thus avoiding casualties. Flames began to engulf the gas canisters, igniting with ferocity. The uncertainty of an impending explosion loomed ominously. Mu Tiange's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Stop the vehicle and disembark." A throng of individuals exited in a state of panic. The zombie had already gathered energy for another fireball, launching it into the crowd, resulting in the immediate death of 2 young women. Mu Tiange's face paled as he struggled to comprehend the existence of such a grotesque creature. Trembling, he urged, "Sisters, focus your fire on it." All the women capable of ranged attacks, with trembling hands, summoned their unique abilities to strike at the zombie. However, this was no ordinary zombie. It would not remain stationary for their assault. Mu Tiange was the swiftest to act, effortlessly wielding a fruit knife with his mental prowess. A fruit knife inexplicably hovered in the air, swiftly aiming for the zombie's neck. In response to this airborne blade, the zombie's hand suddenly ignited in flames, grasping the incoming knife with its bare hands. Although the knife pierced its flesh slightly, the injury was negligible. Before the attacks from the others could reach, the zombie advanced towards Mu Tiange. This was partly because Mu Tiange was the first to assault it, and partly because the zombie seemed to instinctively understand the adage, "Capture the leader first." Mu Tiange felt momentarily dazed, questioning why it had fixated on her. At last, her companions unleashed their spells towards the zombie, but its agile form allowed it to evade most attacks. When evasion was impossible, the damage inflicted was inconsequential. As the level disparity was considerable, panic surged within Mu Tiange as she beheld the approaching zombie, and instinctively, She shoved a nearby individual away. Her willingness to sacrifice herself for Mi Ling in her past life did not extend to others. Chen Luo, having only heard of her valor, was unaware of the specifics. As Chen Luo arrived, he remarked with a TSK, "What a self-inflicted predicament." Chapter 58. What are your plans? Chen Luo's primary objective in arriving was to eliminate this mutated zombie. Having evolved from a level 0 to a level 4 or 5 zombie, it was unlikely to survive beyond a day. Though it had gained some intelligence, it was still inferior to human intellect at this level. Chen Luo possessed absolute confidence in his ability to kill it. Why not seize the opportunity? While it was a calamity for others, for Chen Luo, it was an opportunity. Although he had just ascended to level 4, he wielded the skills from his previous life, employing void walking in conjunction with the void sword, sufficiently capable of surpassing levels 5 and 6, and even some sluggish level 7s. As for those above level 7, let us not discuss them. Amidst the chaos, Mu Tiange, in a state of utter panic, pushed a girl in front of her, leaving everyone astounded. Is this truly the Mu who once led them to safety in the post-apocalyptic world? Seizing the moment, Mu Tiange attempted to retreat, only to catch sight of Chen Luo. A glimmer of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. This timid fool would serve as a useful barrier against the approaching zombies. Chen Luo squinted. If this group of girls were to join Mu Tiange in her reckless endeavor, even if they proved beneficial, she would refuse to accept them. However, Jiang Feng had assured her that only Mu Tiange and he were privy to this matter, and Chen Luo trusted him, lacking a compelling reason. She could not simply claim her desire to eliminate Chen Luo over her infatuation with Mi Ling. This group of girls held little value in her eyes. Her focus lay on Xu Yun, whose talents were commendable and character admirable. Mu Tiange was certainly doomed. The only question was whether she would perish at Chen Luo's hands or those of the zombies. Should she choose the former, executing her outright would create an insurmountable rift between them, given their close quarters. The ideal outcome would be for her to meet her end at the hands of the undead. With a mocking tone, Chen Luo mused, "Oh, Mu. At such a critical juncture, using your sisters as human shields. How very noble of you. TSK, who would have thought you were capable of such cowardice?" In that moment, she swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Mu Tiange's face, catching her completely off guard. The strike was both fierce and precise, leaving the right side of Mu Tiange's previously fair visage swollen and bruised, a noticeable indentation forming. What kind of power did Chen Luo possess? With a resounding slap, Mu Tiange was sent flying several meters, landing in a disheveled heap beneath the undead creature. The zombie, devoid of any pretense of civility, plunged its sharp, powerful hands directly into Mu Tiange's chest, piercing through her flesh. This particular zombie had mastered its primal urges, recognizing that the time for indulgence would come only after all adversaries were vanquished. Mu Tiange let out a desperate scream, her life hanging in the balance, teetering between existence and oblivion. At that moment, an unexpected scene unfolded before Chen Luo's eyes. A young woman emerged from a vehicle, clutching a flaming gas canister, her expression one of fervent madness. She cried out with piercing urgency, "Sisters, flee. I shall confront it." With those words, she charged toward the zombie, gas canister in tow. This brave soul was none other than Xu Yun. Earlier, she had discerned that even if their spells could strike the zombie, the results would be negligible. Realizing that their group stood no chance against such a formidable foe, she concluded that a concentrated assault would invite catastrophic retaliation, while inaction would lead to a slow demise. Thus, she resolved to buy time by confronting the creature herself. Having spotted the gas canister in the vehicle, she surmised that an explosion might injure or even destroy the undead fiend. Clutching the blazing canister, her face radiated a frenzied determination. Even Chen Luo, witnessing this audacious act, couldn't help but admire her courage, muttering, "Sister, I may not support anyone else, but I salute your bravery." He felt a swell of fear at the scene, pondering the immense courage required for a woman to undertake such a perilous endeavor. Such valor was rare. She must not perish. The void sword had already begun to coalesce in Chen Luo's grasp, and the zombie seemed to sense the unusual power manifesting in the air. However, it did not anticipate that a figure would suddenly emerge from behind, striking swiftly at its neck. In its final moments, the realization dawned. I have been ambushed. The zombie's head and body separated, leading to its immediate demise. Any method capable of extinguishing human life could likewise vanquish the undead. The difference lies in the fact that while zombies can sense pain, it does not hinder their capacity to fight. A typical human, upon losing an arm, would likely collapse and cry out in agony, yet a zombie would persist in battle. Without its head, it is, of course, dead. The most significant weakness lies at the center of its forehead, but that requires a frontal assault. Who can successfully ambush from behind? This sequence of actions was executed by Chen Luo with remarkable proficiency, dispatching a level 5 zombie with a clean and swift strike. The cost was substantial. A single use of Void Walk and Void Sword nearly drained Chen Luo's internal energy. The young women present were left in shock, bewildered by how effortlessly he had resolved the situation. Jiang Feng, who observed from behind, was equally astonished. Chen Luo, disregarding any pretense, urgently called out to the equally petrified Xu Yun. "Quick, throw away the gas canister. Are you waiting for it to explode?" Xu Yun, as if awakening from a dream, screamed and tossed the gas canister, fleeing to a safe distance before collapsing to the ground, burying her face in her hands and sobbing. Was she not afraid? Of course. She was terrified, to the core. She simply had no time to acknowledge it. Once she regained her senses, an icy wave of dread and weakness enveloped her. Let the girls cry. It is not a sin. Allow them a moment to express their emotions. It can be quite beneficial. No one dared approach the gas canister. And half a minute later, it indeed exploded. Amidst the smoke and the lingering shock, the Mage King slowly approached Mu Tiange. Whether Mu Tiange was truly dead remained a mystery to all. The master is unable to attend to certain matters, hence I have taken it upon myself. Not dead? Fear not. I shall deliver the final blow. The Sorcerer King stealthily approached Mu Tiange, and with a swift motion, struck her face. Gigi, truly lifeless now. The Sorcerer King mused. The power of this gas canister is indeed formidable. It has marred the visage of this woman. Chen Luo cast a sidelong glance at the Sorcerer King, exclaiming, "Goodness, you have become increasingly ruthless." Although the zombie has perished, there was no trace of joy among the onlookers. For 3 sisters had fallen, and the soul of their group, Mu Tiange, was lost as well. Mu Tiange's final actions left them disheartened. At this moment, they were not only sorrowful but also bewildered, pondering their next steps and to whom they should heed. Who shall bear the banner? Chen Luo first extracted the red crystal from the zombie's head, a smile gracing his face, for this item would prove quite beneficial. He then approached Xu Yun, extending his hand, softly stating, "Allow me to assist you." Xu Yun glanced at Chen Luo and reached out her hand. Chen Luo continued, "Comfort your sisters. The deceased also deserve a proper burial." Chen Luo summoned Feng Yu and the others, instructing them to carry the remains to the mountain behind for a proper interment. Xu Yun whispered, "Thank you." Chen Luo feigned curiosity. "What are your plans moving forward?" Xu Yun paused, pondering the question. Indeed, those who remain must continue living. She could not help but gaze at Chen Luo. Chapter 59. Chen Luo's Rules. Xu Yun gathered everyone together. "Sisters, Mu Tiange has passed. What are our plans?" Previously, they had addressed her as sister, but now resorted to simply calling her Mu Tiange. Her actions had indeed chilled their hearts. Upon hearing these words, a look of bewilderment spread across many faces. While Mu Tiange was alive, they were uncertain of their purpose, merely taking each day as it came. However, with Mu Tiange's demise, their confusion deepened. One person spoke up, "Xu Yun, it falls upon you to lead us now. I once doubted your capabilities, but your courageous act of charging at the zombies with a gas canister to save us was remarkable. I could never have done that." The crowd unanimously agreed, acknowledging that this was far superior to Mu Tiange's leadership. True character emerges in times of crisis. "Xu Yun, there is indeed a matter," she gestured dismissively. "But someone else is more suited." The crowd exchanged glances, incredulous. Who could that be? Xu Yun replied in a low voice, "Chen Luo." At this revelation, the group of young women erupted in excitement. Just moments ago, that man had dispatched a zombie with a single stroke of his sword, exuding an undeniable charm. The sword in his hand was undeniably impressive, radiating light. The most astonishing part was that I witnessed Chen Luo suddenly appear behind a zombie. Was it some sort of superpower? Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would hardly have believed it. This man was extraordinarily formidable. I felt a profound sense of security merely standing beside him. One girl hesitated, voicing a concern. What if he has ill intentions towards us? Another chimed in, laughing. If he does, consider it a stroke of luck for you. He wouldn't need to harbor any ill will. Just a glance from him, and I would gladly warm his bed tonight. No need to wait until tonight. I could do so right now. Xu Yun could only smile helplessly, realizing the situation was becoming increasingly absurd. Chen Luo also mentioned to me that he has 50 tons of rice. And as long as we join him, I believe we need not fear starvation in the near future. One girl was astonished. 50 tons? She immediately began to calculate. With 20 of us, if each person consumes half a kilogram of rice daily, 1 ton equates to 2,000 kilograms, which is sufficient for 100 days. Therefore, 50 tons would last 5,000 days, or approximately 15 years. Everyone was instantly intrigued. Not only was he strong, but he was also handsome and possessed ample provisions. Wasn't he the perfect ally? I concurred. I seconded that. However, we pondered whether he would accept us. Shu Yun said, I will inquire. It should be feasible. Shu Yun was quite confident, as it was Chen Luo himself who disclosed the existence of his stockpile of food. A clear indication of his intentions. It is certainly preferable to attach oneself to someone rather than to drift aimlessly like a rootless weed. Chen Luo at home was comfortably positioned, unaware of the kind of person who would refuse such an opportunity. This group of girls harbored no ambitions and would not run away. Indeed. Shu Yun returned with news. Chen Luo nodded. As long as you can adhere to the rules I set forth, you are welcome to join. He stepped before the crowd and cleared his throat, the 20 pairs of sparkling eyes fixated upon him. It must be noted that none of these girls were unattractive. Even the least appealing were at least passing in beauty. Chen Luo, with a serious expression, stated, I certainly wish for us all to unite. But there are a few points I must clarify beforehand. If you cannot comply, do not make promises. Shu Yun nodded. Speak your mind. Chen Luo Dao stated, first and foremost, absolute obedience to orders is imperative at all times. Should you choose to join yet fail to heed commands, do not expect leniency from me. Rest assured, matters will not be as uncomfortable as you may imagine. No one will be coerced against their will. Refusal is not an option. Secondly, gender is inconsequential in my domain. Do the undead distinguish between male and female? In the heat of battle, all are treated equally. Do not come to me later claiming fear or hesitation. Chen Luo's expression turned cold. Should an incident occur, the consequences shall be grave. The women who managed to escape from the corporate building, amidst thousands, possess not only luck, but also commendable psychological resilience. They are willing to fight. None fled during previous encounters with zombies. Those of weak spirit have long been eliminated. However, I must be frank to prevent any misguided notions from taking root. Thirdly, fertile waters should not flow to outsiders. If a companion is to be sought, it is preferable to find one within our ranks. My utmost condition is that should you encounter someone who stirs your heart outside, he must be willing to assimilate into our group. If I deem him suitable, I will facilitate his inclusion. Assimilation? The women looked on, bewildered. Chen Luo elaborated. I have painstakingly nurtured these individuals. It would be a trivial matter if someone were to take them away. However, if the individual harbors ill intentions and seeks to uncover our internal secrets, it poses a threat to us all. Chen Luo began to impart his poignant wisdom. If one is unwilling to make such a commitment, what basis is there for professing love? It is better to let them go. You do not dare to consume even the excrement of your beloved. On what grounds can you profess your love? A group of young women exchanged whispers, finding Chen Luo's words to be quite reasonable. Yet, their current thoughts were solely focused on survival. Chen Luo concluded, I shall ensure, to the best of my abilities, your safety. With a calm demeanor, Chen Luo stepped outside, allowing them a few minutes for contemplation and discussion. Within less than 3 minutes, Shu Yun emerged, declaring, Chen Luo, everyone is in agreement. A smile graced Chen Luo's face. Thank you all for your trust. For the time being, Shu Yun will lead you. She will be responsible for communicating with me. As it is getting late, let us commence with the meal preparation. I have a little surprise for everyone at noon. Observing Shu Yun's retreating figure, Chen Luo reflected on her potential. She was indeed commendable and could be nurtured as a core member. However, it was premature to indulge her with lavish provisions. The time was still too short for that. What shall we have for lunch? There was little to offer, boiled rice and stir-fried shredded potatoes. When Fang Yu arrived, Chen Luo did not present any delicacies. Similarly, the group of young women received none. Once they demonstrated commendable behavior, an excuse would be found to present them with some meat. For now, to celebrate their inclusion, Chen Luo decided to unveil a small treat, Lao Gama spicy sauce. Ah, it was indeed a treasured find. With a mischievous grin, Chen Luo distributed a bottle to each person. This single bottle could likely sustain them well for several days. In the afternoon, he would instruct Ma Yu to bring along some steamed buns and pancakes. Subsisting solely on rice was hardly ideal. The 4 members of Fang Yu were also in high spirits, as the addition of these young women transformed the atmosphere entirely. Yang Xian's eyes would occasionally dart over, filled with anticipation. I sense that I am not far from finding companionship. I also perceive that among the men, there are merely 7, while the women number over 20, indicating a clear imbalance in gender dynamics. As for this old benefactor, I shall refrain from indulging, opting instead to remain and entertain the ladies. Jiang Feng, with a sheepish demeanor, approached Chen Luo and said, "Brother Chen, I wish to join your ranks. Would you kindly accept me?" Chen Luo, smiling, regarded him thoughtfully. In a certain sense, Jiang Feng had once shown him kindness in a past life, and possessing commendable abilities, Chen Luo had a modest understanding of his character. Unlike Mu Tiange, there was no reason for him to decline. Chapter 60. Adaptation. During lunch, Chen Luo dined with the others, savoring rice and stir-fried potatoes. After days of lavish feasts, a vegetarian meal offered a refreshing change of pace. Only the rice, a true carnivore, was relishing the chicken breasts specially prepared by Ma Yu. He could not bear to slight the rice. Although simple, no one voiced complaints. It was indeed a welcome improvement, and having food was a blessing. After the meal, Chen Luo instructed Xu Yun, "Please compile a list of all your names, abilities, and the number of days post-transformation when you awakened." He added, "I, Chen Luo, shall assess you solely based on your abilities, disregarding appearances and age." Chen Luo provided paper and pen, and soon Xu Yun presented the compiled information. Currently, this group consisted of 20 individuals, excluding the 3 who had perished alongside Mu Tiange. Examining the abilities, he noted 6 from the physical category, 4 from the fire category, 2 from the lightning category, 4 from the ice category, 2 from the earth category, 1 from the nature category, and 1 from the light category. Chen Luo felt a surge of excitement upon discovering the presence of a light ability. Such a talent was exceedingly rare. While it could not be compared to the space ability, it was remarkable to find such an individual among the few hundred survivors, rendering the ratio quite low. The light system not only possesses the capability of healing but also serves to enhance buffs. Moreover, certain practitioners within this system exhibit commendable combat prowess. Meili is an extreme case. She appears to possess an extraordinary aptitude for the supportive aspects of light magic, yet her combat abilities are fundamentally lacking. The light practitioner named Wang Ling, whom Jiang Feng covets, awakened on the 3rd day, and her potential is quite decent. The most gifted among them is Xu Yun, who awakened around dusk on the 1st day, precisely at 5 o'clock. Those who awaken on the 1st day are deemed exceptional talents, all possessing royal potential. Individuals like the Mage King are indeed top tier. While everyone may dismiss them as mere dogs, they are still superior to the average person. The other female practitioners exhibit mediocre qualities, with some even awakening on the 13th day. These individuals are unlikely to achieve significant accomplishments unless they find a formidable ally, relegating them to logistical roles. The conditions for logistical support are, as one might imagine, rather dismal, with only the favored Ma Yu enjoying the benefits typically reserved for frontline combat personnel. To speak a bit more harshly, such individuals are often seen as cannon fodder. Chen Luo contemplated that in 2 or 3 days, the number of level 1 zombies would increase, necessitating practice for these female practitioners during this time. Additionally, he intended to scavenge for supplies, and should he come across valuable items, it would be fitting to reward everyone accordingly. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Chen Luo summoned all personnel, including Ma Yu. Since Ma Yu had yet to experience any combat, Chen Luo did not expect her to be particularly formidable. He merely wished for her to acclimate to the chaos of battle. Indeed, Ma Yu was fortunate. While her culinary skills are commendable, they cannot be deemed the best in the nation. She simply encountered Chen Luo at the right moment. What troubled Chen Luo was whether to assign someone to guard their home. There was nothing of significant value. Its loss would not be deeply felt. However, some of the supplies Chen Luo openly displayed, coupled with the unsettling feeling of having one's home invaded, were bothersome. The idea of someone breaching his private sanctuary was disconcerting. With the anticipation of numerous bases nearby, the potential for such intrusions loomed large. After some contemplation, Chen Luo decided to have Feng Yu and Su Lan, 2 men, remain behind. They both assented. The group then embarked on their journey, divided among 3 vehicles. The first was Chen Luo's heavy truck, driven by Yang Xian, used to transport supplies and clear the path. The second was the bus from Mu Tiange's company, employed to transport the women. Originally, there were 2, but one had been destroyed in an explosion. The third vehicle was Chen Luo's black Audi, with Mi Ling in the passenger seat and Mi Li, Ma Yu, and Mi Fan in the back. Su Dazhu opted to ride in the heavy truck. Inside the heavy truck's cab, the 4 men were engaged in lively banter. Suddenly, Jiang Feng exclaimed, "Look at that zombie." Even in its zombified state, it's remarkably attractive. It must have been a stunningly beautiful woman in life. Su Daju jokingly added, Feng, you've always said that once the lights are out, appearance is irrelevant. With a resounding crash, the heavy truck plowed through a white van obstructing the road, clearing the way for passage. Their destination was a nearby clothing wholesale market. The women were in need of changes of clothes, and Su Daju was still wearing Chen Luo's attire. While clothing was not as vital as food, it was still a desirable necessity. This trip would also serve to provide combat experience, refine teamwork, and allow Chen Luo to assess any shortcomings within the group. With heavy trucks paving the way, the journey was not particularly arduous. Chen Luo cast a glance at the horde of zombies within the clothing wholesale market, estimating their numbers to be around 300 to 400, including those surrounding the area. She decided to let them engage independently until they were thoroughly exhausted, after which she and the Mage King would intervene. Assume your formations, Chen Luo commanded. The formation consisted primarily of shield wielders and a few priests. Jiang Feng managed the number of zombies. If their count exceeds 30 at any given moment, draw some away. The shield bearers would fend off any approaching zombies, ensuring that the elemental powers could operate safely and unleash their capabilities without hindrance. A seasoned mage would typically be adept at kiting enemies. Yet such expectations could not be placed on the current group. The main force diligently cleared the zombies one by one, while Jiang Feng took on the responsibility of diverting the incoming hordes. Otherwise, the overwhelming numbers would surpass the main force's capacity to withstand. In the face of the undead, the team remained notably composed. However, Chen Luo shook her head, noting that the accuracy of their spells was subpar. The abundance of zombies made it easier to hit something, but she observed one ice arrow that was clearly aimed at a young zombie instead struck an elderly woman. Several spells overlapping on a single zombie resulted in overflowed damage. At the onset of their awakening, individuals could cast spells 2 or 3 times, inflicting severe damage upon zombies, though not enough to eliminate them outright. By the time they reached the pinnacle of level 1, they could unleash 6 or 7 spells. The casting time had also slowed down. With sufficient practice, one could cast a spell every 1 or 2 seconds, rather than the current 5 to 6 seconds. Yet there are those endowed with talent, such as Mi Ling, whose fiery projectiles are both swift and precise, capable of unleashing flames that incessantly roast the zombies. Were her level slightly higher, she would likely grasp area of effect spells with remarkable speed. With only Shu Yun and others present, daring to approach this place would likely result in utter annihilation. Chen Luo and the Mage King refrained from engaging directly, merely standing by to provide assistance if danger arose, though their help was not required. Jiang Feng exerted considerable effort. Were it not for him, they would have had to confront hundreds of oncoming zombies simultaneously. As the undead were nearly eradicated, the group began to select suitable clothing, loading it onto the heavy truck with discernment. Regardless of gender, everyone was compelled to contribute. Had this been before the apocalypse, men would have labored while women chatted idly nearby. Noticing the lack of attention, Chen Luo surreptitiously tucked some black stockings into his space. Chapter 61. Rice. If one wishes to keep a secret, one must not act. Is there a way to steal without being caught? Chen Luo presumed no one had observed him, unaware that Mi Ling, who was likewise loading clothes, had caught sight of him. Out of the corner of her eye, she inadvertently glanced over. What is that? Mi Ling, what are you wearing? I never imagined you had such tastes. How terrifying. No. Surely he cannot be that peculiar? For whom are those intended? Mi Li? A bizarre thought arose in Mi Ling's mind, as it seemed incongruous with her sister's essence. The colors were all wrong. Over 20 individuals busily loaded clothing onto the truck, while Jiang Feng and others intentionally displayed their efforts. Before long, the heavy truck was filled with an array of garments, shirts, shorts, denim, t-shirts, and more. The group wiped the sweat from their brows, and a young woman cast a look of envy towards Mi Ling Millen. You are truly a natural beauty. After all this time, your skin remains so fair and tender, and your complexion is exceptionally radiant. Although Shulun and the others are a group of lovely girls, after enduring so many days of anxiety, poor nourishment, and restless nights, each one appears somewhat haggard and their vitality diminished. Were it not for their newfound abilities, which have significantly enhanced their physical resilience, many might have already succumbed to their hardships. Upon her remark, the others readily concurred. It is indeed disheartening. Chen Luo enjoys a daily feast of 8 dishes and a soup, lovingly prepared by Mayu, ensuring that her complexion remains vibrant. Who could possibly look unwell under such care? If it weren't for Chen Luo, Mayu would hardly have the privilege of serving her. With Chen Luo's protection, she sleeps soundly each night. Without Chen Luo, she might still be scurrying like a grain of rice, desperately scavenging for supplies while constantly fearing threats from both zombies and other survivors. That feeling is truly exhausting. At least Xu Yun is among a group of over 20 individuals, providing mutual support. Without Chen Luo, her vitality would undoubtedly pale in comparison to that of Xu Yun and the others. Within the market, there exists a small supermarket. Not particularly large, yet it remains largely untouched due to the presence of numerous zombies. One girl, filled with excitement, rushed inside, intent on emptying the shelves. In the summer heat, the supermarket is stocked with plenty of water. With the scorching weather and the arduous tasks they have undertaken, everyone is quite parched. One girl was about to open a bottle of mineral water for a refreshing gulp when Xu Yun intervened, turning to Chen Luo and asking, "Captain, could we have a bottle of water distributed first?" Chen Luo smiled and replied, "2 bottles for each person." With Chen Luo's consent, everyone could no longer contain their eagerness and eagerly opened their bottles of mineral water. As the apocalypse descends, drinking tap water can lead to excruciating abdominal pain. Some of these young women have experienced such torment and understand the value of water. Thirsty as they are, they hesitate to consume it all at once. Some only drink half, carefully saving the remainder. A few even allow themselves merely a third. Mi Ling observes this with a heavy heart. What kind of world is this, where one must be so frugal with a sip of water? With a sigh, Mi Ling exchanges a glance with Mi Li. Mi Li feels similarly. Since Brother Chen Luo arrived, she has never gone hungry or thirsty. Her thoughts mirror Mi Ling's. She resolves to confront Brother Chen Luo tonight. The heavy truck is fully loaded, and there is no reason to linger. The extraordinary powers of the group are also nearing depletion. Just then, Jiang Feng exclaims, "When I attracted the zombies earlier, I spotted a pastry shop at the entrance, and it still has plenty of pastries inside." Chen Luo remains unfazed, while the young women are filled with delight. Upon arriving at the pastry shop, they find the display cases in disarray, with numerous pastries strewn across the floor. Some treats appear to have been taken by others. Xu Yun strides forward, grabs a piece of bread, tears off a piece, and tastes it. With excitement, she declares, "Though the texture is somewhat lacking, it hasn't spoiled and is still edible. Then let's have this for dinner tonight. We should finish it quickly to avoid spoilage." The group takes packaging bags and begins to collect pastries, hesitating only briefly over those on the ground, ensuring they take everything that has not been tainted by blood. The crowd is filled with joy, yet Mi Ling and Mi Li feel a deeper discomfort. Chen Luo sighed, reflecting on the thoughtful nature of the young women around him. He planned to prepare a modest meal for them the following noon, perhaps some cured meat or canned goods, accompanied by an apple. He instructed Mayu, "Prepare the meal. I find myself a bit hungry." A mere serving of shredded potatoes at lunch had hardly sufficed to sustain him for long. This afternoon, Chen Luo was quite pleased with the demeanor of Xu Yun and the others. Although their combat skills were somewhat lacking, their character was commendable. There were no loud outbursts, nor did anyone flee in the face of challenge. Chen Luo resolved to reward them. Xu Yun and her companions were housed in 2 separate villas, and he presented them with 2 walkie-talkies, instructing them on their use for any necessary communication. He also provided 2 fully charged mobile phones along with power banks, allowing them to enjoy movies during their leisure hours, which elicited a chorus of cheers. Later that evening, while Chen Luo was engrossed in a computer game in his room, a knock echoed through the space. His eyes brightened at the prospect of it being Mi Li. Could this be an opportunity for some mischief? Mi Li settled beside him, whispering, "This afternoon, as I observed Sister Xu Yun and her companions, I realized how fortunate it is to have you, Brother Chen Luo." With a blush, Mi Li lowered her gaze and shyly asked, "Brother Chen Luo, would you allow me to be your girlfriend?" It took an immense amount of courage for someone of Mi Li's disposition to utter such words. 3 minutes later, she gasped softly, I am not yet prepared." With a wolf-like grin, Chen Luo replied, "Mi Li, do you know what time it is? In this world, no one can predict how long they will live. Today may exist, but tomorrow is uncertain. By the time you are prepared, your brother Chen Luo may very well have departed. Wouldn't that be a great pity?" Upon hearing these words, Mi Li felt an undeniable truth in them. She took the initiative to embrace Chen Luo. When flowers are ripe for the picking, one must gather them without delay. Do not wait until the blossoms fade to gather mere branches. Chen Luo was taken aback by the suddenness of his happiness, having anticipated a longer wait. For reasons unknown, Chen Luo sensed a pair of eyes fixated upon him. A chill ran down his spine. Mi Fan was present. In a swift motion, he expelled the inquisitive Mi Fan from the room. "Mi Fan, Chapter 62. A small dried fish that cannot be comforted. Mi Fan found himself cradled in one of Chen Luo's hands while the other opened the door, unceremoniously tossing him to the floor from a height of over a meter. It could be described as somewhat brusque, yet it also underscored Chen Luo's impatience. This height posed no danger to a cat, but Mi Fan was bewildered. Feeling quite wronged, Mi Fan thought, "Chen Luo, you were not like this before." With a sudden sound, the door was promptly locked, and Mi Fan found himself barred from entry. The distant figure of the Law King on the floor seemed to mock him, suggesting he should obediently sleep outside with him. Just then, Mi Ling opened the door. Her room lacked a bathroom, prompting her to consider the independent restroom on the third floor. Upon spotting Mi Fan, she taunted, "Isn't this Chen Luo's little kitten? Why aren't you sleeping with him? Instead, you've come to the living room?" Mi Fan huffed in response. "Chen Luo is bullying Mi Li in the room." I saw how distressed she looked. He must have driven me out, fearing I would assist her. Mi Fan, after all, had his pride. Upon hearing the mention of rice, Mi Ling was momentarily taken aback. Bullying? In what manner? Unlike rice, Mi Ling was far from oblivious. Her expression fluctuated as she instinctively prepared to rush into the house to assist Mi Li. However, the King of Law restrained her. Without the master's consent, no one was permitted to enter. You must adhere to the proper protocol and knock first. Otherwise, do not blame me for my canine disposition. Just as Mi Ling was about to knock, a thought crossed her mind, and she abruptly relinquished the idea. If Mi Li willingly entered, what did it matter? Clenching her fists in frustration, she lamented the injustice of it all. Mi Li had just reached adulthood. Had it been anyone else, Mi Ling could have easily dealt with him. But this was Chen Luo. With a deep sigh, she felt as if her prized cabbage had been trampled by a pig. Nevertheless, this was an inevitable outcome, was it not? For now, she could only indulge Mi Ling. Yet, with a decisive motion, Mi Ling slammed the door shut. Rice's azure eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Alas, no one wants me," Rice lamented. Mi Ling felt an inexplicable agitation, tossing and turning, barely managing to sleep through the night. The following morning, at 7 o'clock, the breakfast table was set with millet porridge and steamed dumplings. Chen Luo remarked, "Yujia, please fry 2 eggs shortly." Ma Yu nodded, somewhat perplexed, and inquired, "Where's Mi Li? Still asleep? She usually doesn't indulge in late mornings." Mi Ling scoffed, "What else could it be? She has been ensnared by someone." Ma Yu quickly grasped the situation, so that was it. Mi Li harbored feelings for Chen Luo, a fact she had long discerned. Yet it was perplexing that Chen Luo had taken so long to act. Initially, she had assumed Chen Luo would have been eager to seize the opportunity. In this day and age, who has the luxury of leisurely romance? Ma Yu glanced at Mi Ling with an air of nonchalance. How would Chen Luo handle this sister-in-law? Though was nearby, devouring the breakfast prepared for him, while Mi Fan lay on the sofa, exuding an aura of indifference. Chen Luo, feeling somewhat guilty, approached Mi Fan. "Mi Fan, why aren't you eating? It's not good to go hungry." Mi Fan huffed, "I am quite upset, and the consequences could be severe." Chen Luo awkwardly asked, "How severe?" Last night, in a moment of impatience, he had carelessly tossed Mi Fan aside. It was only natural for her to be angry. Mi Fan raised her head defiantly. "How severe?" "It's the kind of situation where a single dried fish one tea suffice." Chen Luo chuckled. "What about 10? "No. It must be 20. "All right. It's a deal." "Well then, considering your sincerity, I shall forgive you this time. Come here for a hug." Chen Luo felt his heart melt. She was simply too adorable. However, he gently stroked Mi Fan. "My dear, we can cuddle during the day. But you are now a mature little kitten. At night, you must sleep alone." He needed to cultivate Mi Fan's sense of independence. He was not willing to sleep with her, nor with the little rice grain. He brought breakfast into the room for the little rice grain, who, after much hesitation, emerged around 8 o'clock, avoiding eye contact. Chen Luo did not succumb to the allure of tenderness. He continued with the plan from yesterday. He gathered everyone together to commence training. The focus was on the application of spells. What good were spells if they were not accurate? For all elemental types, he provided them with a fixed target, allowing them to practice aiming with minimal force. Mi Ling has become remarkably accurate, so let her take aim at Jiang Feng. Soon, Jiang Feng will confront a multitude of Tier 1 zombies, which are no longer confined to close combat. They wield magical abilities. If struck, even a minor injury could be severe. Evading spells is of utmost importance. This serves as an excellent training opportunity for Jiang Feng, while someone like Su Daju, with his robust physique, can provide support from the sidelines. At 10 o'clock, Chen Luo glanced at the clock and instructed Ma Yu to commence meal preparations. Originally, Chen Luo had planned to supplement everyone's rations with cured meats or canned luncheon meat, but after the joyous celebration the previous night, he decided to treat everyone to a lavish feast. Chen Luo intentionally revealed a generator from his garage, justifying the presence of meat in the refrigerator. He procured approximately 20 pounds of pork, requesting Ma Yu to prepare braised pork with potatoes. Although it was a considerable task for Ma Yu to cook for so many, she managed to cope with the workload, albeit with some difficulty. However, it was not feasible to burden her alone, especially as the group continues to expand. To alleviate her responsibilities, Chen Luo assigned her an assistant, Jiang Ling, the young woman who had awakened her light-based abilities. She wouldn't require extensive practice, merely offering assistance from behind the scenes. Though her culinary skills may not rival those of Ma Yu, she was certainly competent enough. The meat Chen Luo provided was freshly sourced from a cold storage facility, comparable to that taken directly from a refrigerator. Upon seeing the pork, Jiang Ling's eyes widened in delight, and she instinctively swallowed. Pork? Ma Yu chuckled and said, Chen Luo thought you all hadn't enjoyed a proper meal in days, so he arranged this special treat for you. Of course, Ma Yu couldn't reveal, hey, this is a celebratory feast. Jiang Ling was tasked with peeling and chopping the potatoes, while Mi rinsed the rice and began cooking, and Ma Yu focused on cutting the meat and preparing the dishes. Until mealtime, everyone was unaware that today's feast would consist of braised pork with potatoes. With their stomachs devoid of any sustenance, their intestines began to stir restlessly. The living room could scarcely accommodate nearly 30 individuals, so Chen Luo pragmatically relocated the dining table to the courtyard. They gathered together, reveling in each other's company. The tantalizing aroma of braised pork and rice beckoned to every appetite. Chen Luo, attuned to their sentiments, uttered no superfluous words. Let us dine. Each person was also provided with a bottle of cola. Chen Luo had prepared 20 pounds of pork, ensuring that each of the 30 individuals could approximately receive 7 ounces, complemented by potatoes, which promised a delightful meal for all. Everyone could not help but feel fortunate. Mingling with Chen Luo was indeed a splendid experience. As they ate, some of the young women could not contain their tears, overwhelmed with emotion. The fragrance of the braised pork seemed to waft far and wide, attracting an old sedan, from which emerged a pair of weary-looking siblings, a brother and sister. Chapter 63 attests the pair who disembarked were indeed siblings. The brother named Li Ming and the sister Li Hui. Fearing that remaining in the city would only increase their peril, they took the risk of venturing to a more secluded area. They had hoped that this remoteness would offer them greater safety, perhaps even a rescue base. But to their dismay, they discovered that while zombies were indeed less prevalent than in the city, the supplies, particularly in supermarkets, had been entirely depleted. Upon arriving at Chen Luo's location and spotting the supermarket within the villa district, they initially felt elated, but their spirits quickly dampened upon entering. After searching 2 villas, they found no water. They were too apprehensive to drink from the tap. While they had a small amount of food and were not particularly hungry, they had gone nearly a day without water, and their lips were already parched and cracked. Sister Li Hui, upon hearing sounds from Chen Luo's direction, hurried over to investigate. As she approached, despite their lack of hunger, the sight of the braised pork on the table made them swallow hard. At that moment, the allure of the braised pork was overwhelming. Li Ming endeavored to avert his gaze from the enticing dish and the chilled cola, which had been meticulously prepared by an ice elemental. Cola, of course, must be savored when icy to truly possess its essence. The others turned their attention to the suddenly appearing Li Ming, who managed a strained smile and said, I apologize for the interruption. Is there any clean water available? I can offer food in exchange. If you demand it, I certainly would not give it away without cause. Chen Luo nodded and instructed, Shu Yun, please bring over 2 bottles of mineral water. Upon hearing there was water, Chen Luo agreed to the exchange, and a sigh of relief washed over Li Ming's face. When Shu Yun glanced at him, contemplating the exchange, Chen Luo shook his head, saying, Shu Yun, in future instances like this, feel free to take the lead. She was a sister with a sense of propriety, yet perhaps a bit too much so. Shu Yun nodded in agreement to the exchange. Li Ming swiftly received the water, opened a bottle, and first handed it to his sister before finally opening one for himself, unable to resist taking a drink. Chen Luo observed this and silently approved, noting that his character appeared commendable. However, what good is a commendable character to me? This is merely a transaction. Chen Luo called out, Everyone, please continue your meal. We wouldn't want the dishes to grow cold. After finishing her water, Li Hui gazed longingly at the braised pork, her eyes nearly glued to it. Li Ming, witnessing her yearning, felt an intense desire to exchange some food with Chen Luo to satisfy his sister's craving. However, their provisions were dwindling, merely satisfying a fleeting craving, leaving the question of what to eat next lingering in the air. With a sigh, Li Ming maneuvered the vehicle a bit further away, mindful not to obstruct others' appetites. He and his sister were in the car, nibbling on instant noodles. Suddenly, Li Hui spoke up. "Brother, there's a group of women over there. They don't seem to be bad people. Shall we join them?" Li Ming was momentarily taken aback, yet a flicker of intrigue ignited within him. If it were a group of burly men, he would never consider it. Being a man himself, he understood all too well how uncontrollable desires could lead to reckless actions, especially in times of chaos. However, with a group of women, the situation was decidedly different. He nodded, saying, "You stay in the car. I'll go ask." Li Ming discerned that Chen Luo was leading the group. Approaching him through the fence, he forced a smile and said, "Brother, my sister and I don't feel particularly safe. Could we seek your protection? Of course, we are willing to comply with any conditions you set." Chen Luo, having anticipated this, was not surprised. He spoke plainly, "You'll need to prove your worth. Currently, both you and your sister must venture out and eliminate 10 zombies, bringing back their crystal cores as evidence. You may use weapons, but no vehicles or external aids." A notification chimed in Li Ming's mind, indicating that NPC Chen Luo had issued a quest. He did not refuse. However, the task of slaying zombies was required first. Li Ming recognized that this was a test of their capabilities, and he felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. If nothing is said and he is allowed to join, he becomes somewhat apprehensive about entering a dubious establishment, fearing that he and his sister might be exploited. Li Ming nodded affirmatively. "Let us proceed." Concerned that Chen Luo might assume he would use a vehicle, Li Ming opted not to drive. Chen Luo observed their retreating figures, noting they did not appear to be inept. Individuals burdened with family responsibilities are often more trustworthy than their single counterparts, as they have deeper ties to consider. Weighing the implications of betrayal, Chen Luo's decision to extend an opportunity to the siblings was not born of goodwill. Rather, recruiting was a necessity. When encountering promising candidates, why not accept them? Currently, Chen Luo's group comprises 30 individuals, a modest number. Indeed, in this apocalyptic world, mortality looms large, and after 3 months, he could scarcely predict how many of those around him would survive. Chen Luo would not support anyone without purpose. Once zombies evolve to level 1, they are to be dispatched to eliminate more zombies and acquire crystals. Failing to recruit would leave them ill-prepared for the inevitable encounters with groups numbering in the hundreds. Previously, the reluctance to recruit stemmed from inconvenience, but primarily, the survivors had yet to endure the harsh realities of the apocalypse. Consider the group led by Xu Yun. Had they been recruited at the onset of the apocalypse, would they not have thrown tantrums? Expecting them to work diligently just a day prior was unrealistic. Look at their current obedience. While strict command can be effective, it invariably breeds resentment and distance. If the world must be harsh, why not allow it to shape the villains while I take on the role of the virtuous? Now, it has finally become feasible to accept new members. Not everything is worth pursuing. One must first heed authority, and secondly, possess the courage and strength to confront the undead. Should both criteria be met, allowing Rise to attune itself to the situation would significantly enhance safety. If Li Ming and Li Hui were to perish at the hands of zombies, failing their mission due to lack of capability, Chen Luo would harbor no regrets. It is not as though they were tasked with simultaneously confronting 10 zombies. The endeavor is relatively straightforward. One merely needs to possess hands. As they exited the community, Li Ming and Li Hui set forth in search of zombies. If they were truly fearful of the undead, they would never have dared to traverse from the city center to Chen Luo's vicinity. They had already dispatched numerous zombies, as evidenced by the blood-staining Li Ming's fire axe. At the onset of the apocalypse, their initial trepidation in facing zombies was a result of coercion. Before long, they encountered 2 zombies. It was Li Hui who struck first, conjuring a dark light in her hands. To ensure accuracy, she waited until the zombies drew near before launching her attack. Despite her apprehension, Li Hui managed to maintain her composure. The dark light struck true, hitting one of the zombies. While it appeared unscathed, its movements became exceedingly sluggish, akin to a tortoise, as if time itself had been slowed. The dark curse rendered its actions painfully slow. One would hardly expect that this young girl, Li Hui, was a wielder of dark powers. Her awakening probability comparable to that of light-based abilities. The zombies that once moved in tandem were now staggered, allowing them to confront only one at a time. With practiced skill, Li Ming brought the fire axe down upon the zombie's head, opting to use the flat side rather than the blade. Wary of the risk of jamming, Li Ming is an adept of the physical realm, possessing commendable strength, capable of felling a zombie with just 2 swings of his axe. With one remaining, the task becomes even more manageable, as the zombie requires a full 3 seconds to transition from clawing to striking. And that is contingent upon its ability to land an attack. If Li Hui were to employ the ability of slowing movement twice, he could eliminate the zombie with greater safety. It is not that he cannot, but rather that it is unnecessary. When encountering a solitary zombie, Li Hui refrains from intervening, allowing Li Ming to take action. Conversely, when faced with a horde of 4 or 5 zombies, their usual strategy would be to evade. However, in pursuit of expediting Chen Luo's mission, Li Hui repeatedly employs the slowing ability. With a sigh, Li Hui remarks, "Brother, it seems the existence of the crystals is no longer a secret. I had thought we were the only ones aware." Li Ming chuckles in response. "There are plenty of astute individuals. If that person has tasked us with slaying 10, we shall eliminate 20 to demonstrate our prowess." Before long, the duo exceeds the expectations of Chen Luo's mission. Meanwhile, Chen Luo encounters a slight predicament. Wang Guofu, a resident of the villa district where Chen Luo resides, was engaged in the real estate business before the apocalypse, operating on a considerable scale, which afforded him the means to purchase a villa in this area. He possesses a telescope, which he often uses to survey the entrance of the community, hoping to catch sight of any rescue teams. Due to the angle, he is unable to observe Chen Luo's vicinity. However, today, on a whim, he ascends to the rooftop, seeking a broader view. By sheer happenstance, Wang Guofu catches sight of Chen Luo's location, a group of young women alongside a few men, one of whom appears somewhat familiar. Just days prior, they had nearly entered his residence, only to abandon the attempt upon noticing someone inside. Wang Guofu possessed a telescope of exceptional quality, valued at 100,000. With clarity that was simply remarkable, his gaze fell upon the braised pork on the table, causing him to swallow hard. Accustomed to lavish feasts filled with delicacies, he had begrudgingly settled for fast food while confined to the confines of his neighborhood, as circumstances left him no choice. Yet, the sight of the braised pork proved too tempting to resist, and a singular thought consumed his mind. He must have meat. Was there anything money could not procure? Surely, spending 10,000 for a bowl of braised pork was feasible. Pausing momentarily, he retrieved a dark object from beneath his pillow at the bedside and secured it at his waist, a handgun, with a shady background and a penchant for firearms. He had privately kept one for self-defense. Wang Guofu murmured to himself, "This braised pork shall be mine." Alas, how the mighty have fallen. I, Wang Guofu, must beg for a bowl of braised pork, at least 2 bowls, to be precise. Before long, he approached the vicinity of Chen Luo, a broad smile illuminating his face as he greeted, "Hello, everyone. As neighbors, and given our shared misfortune, could you spare me a bowl of meat? I am utterly famished." Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a black dog devouring meat on the ground. It seemed the creature only indulged in meat, neglecting vegetables entirely. Wang Guofu cursed under his breath, lamenting the state of affairs, feeding a dog while he starved. Was it not better to slay the dog for its meat? Simultaneously, a sense of assurance washed over him. If a dog could feast on meat, it suggested that this group of people was well fed. If a dog could eat, how could he not? Surely, he was not to be outdone by a mere canine. A group of young individuals, particularly the girls, would surely be more amenable to his plight. Chen Luo remained silent, for it was unreasonable to expect him to handle every situation single-handedly. Chen Luo exchanged a knowing glance with Fang Yu, who rose and said, "I apologize, but we are also in want of food." Indeed, it was a rare occasion for them to indulge in meat. Wang Guofu seethed internally, thinking, "Are you blind, spouting such nonsense? What do you suppose this dog is consuming?" Despite his fury, he maintained a facade of joviality and remarked, "I want to impose upon you for free. I will purchase it. How does 10,000 for a pound of prepared braised pork sound? I have 100,000, enough for 10 pounds. Such a price was exorbitant. Even during times of scarcity, pork would not fetch such a rate, and no reputable establishment would dare to charge so much. Fang Yu simply replied, "Not for sale." Wang Guofu raised his offer. 50,000 a pound isn't unreasonable, is it? Young man, do not be overly greedy. I possess 100,000 and 2 gold bars. Trading for 5 pounds of meat is not excessive, is it? Fang Yu continued to shake his head. Wang Guofu was accustomed to being domineering and arrogant under normal circumstances. He would have instructed his subordinates to smash things. He was now on the brink of fury, and Xu Yun's words shattered his composure. Xu Yun stood and said, "If you are hungry, I have 2 packets of instant noodles, but you must offer something in exchange. If you lack anything, you may slay a zombie and trade for the crystals within their heads." Chen Luo had no intention of bargaining with those ignorant of the crystal-less secrets, as they were all impoverished souls who had never absorbed crystals and possessed little strength to offer anything of value. Wang Guofu was thoroughly enraged. "You eat meat while I am reduced to instant noodles, and you dare demand something in return? Just because a tiger does not roar. Do you think I lack temper?" Wang Guofu drew his pistol from his waist, aiming it at the crowd, and bellowed, "Everyone, get down and cover your heads. How dare you show such disrespect?" He relentlessly pointed the firearm at each individual present. Except for Chen Luo, a flicker of panic crossed the faces of everyone else. The formidable presence of the gun left an indelible mark on their hearts. Even as evolved beings, a primal fear instinctively arose within them. However, Chen Luo remained scornful. A mere handgun, he mused, could not inflict fatal harm even once the bullets were expended. No matter where it struck, severe injury was impossible. An ability user, even at the first level, could inflict significant damage on a zombie. Could a small handgun achieve the same? Moreover, the first-level spells inflicted only minor wounds upon Chen Luo. A 4th-level ability user, how could a handgun do more? Otherwise, why had Timu Tiange and his group swiftly eliminated that 5th-level fire-type zombie? At most, it had sustained light injuries. While Chen Luo was slightly inferior, the difference was negligible. Wang Guofu shouted in rage, "How dare you push me to this extent? Even when feeding a dog, one should share a morsel with me." Chapter 65, Shall we employ a healing spell? Despite their instinctive fear, the crowd remained composed. Just as Chen Luo was about to take action, Fang Yu unexpectedly stepped in front of him, shielding him with his body. Witnessing Fang Yu's move, Yang Xian and Su Lan quickly positioned themselves to protect Chen Luo and his companions, demonstrating their loyalty in this opportune moment. They were grateful for the chance provided by their comrade. Prior to the apocalypse, Fang Yu and his associates had worked in professional security and had military experience. They were acutely aware that Wang Guofu's gun was indeed real, albeit limited to 6 bullets. In this place, there are numerous individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities. A mere flick of their power could easily subdue Wang Guofu, who would be hard-pressed to fire even a single bullet. Chen Luo chuckled softly. Although such an act was unnecessary, he found satisfaction in the prevailing attitude. "Fang Yu spoke in a low voice, my friend. That pistol of yours can claim but 1 life. With so many of us present, should you dare to act, your demise is inevitable. Heed my advice, lower your weapon, and I shall regard this as though nothing transpired." Chen Luo cast a sidelong glance, remarking, "You may choose to overlook the incident, but the others present will not." Wang Guofu sneered, "Indeed, I may not be able to kill so many, but whoever dares to make a move, I shall target them without hesitation. Let anyone bold enough to wager their life against mine step forward." Having experienced such confrontations during his days as a petty thug, Wang Guofu understood that ruthlessness often outweighed sheer numbers. He pointed at me, Li, and declared, "Yes, you. Bring me 2 bowls of braised pork. Refuse, and I shall end you." To brandish a handgun and take a hostage over a mere bowl of meat. Chen Luo rose, intending to put an end to this farce, but the Law King acted first, having been insulted by Wang Guofu's earlier remarks. The Law King was displeased. "Am I the one depriving you of food? Why am I being caught in the crossfire? Did I provoke you?" It trotted toward Wang Guofu, who immediately grew alert. However, Wang Guofu paused, for he clearly discerned the obsequious expression on the Law King's face. Although peculiar, the sight of a dog wearing such a sycophantic smile was undeniably strange. The Law King mused that everyone seemed to fear that gun, so it decided to adopt a more cautious approach. It flopped onto the ground, rolling about and exposing its belly, inching ever closer to Wang Guofu. Wang Guofu laughed heartily, exclaiming, "This dog is all show and no substance. It betrays at the first sight of a person. What use is it to keep such a creature? Even wallowing in filth would be too good for it." The others exchanged incredulous glances. The Law King had always maintained a rather aloof demeanor before them. Fang Yu and the others were well aware of the Law King's formidable prowess. What was unfolding here? Only Chen Luo felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, pondering. "O Law King, have you taken your pretense too far? Who would harbor a strong sense of vigilance towards a mere dog? A foolish one at that." Wang Guofu, Lowering his guard, shouted, "Hurry up, or do not blame me for using my gun." Suddenly, the Law King let out a thunderous roar, his voice resonating far louder than usual. This unexpected bellow sent a jolt through Wang Guofu, causing his hand, which held the gun, to tremble. As he turned to face the Law King, he was horrified to see a spherical bolt of azure lightning hurtling toward him. In the blink of an eye, the immense power of the lightning hurled Wang Guofu away, the force of the explosion claiming his life on the spot. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. Was this truly a dog? A display of feigned weakness followed by a surprise attack? They were accustomed to such tactics from humans. But this was a dog. Who taught it such cunning? Inwardly, Chen Luo shouted, "I swear it wasn't me." The Law King has always been a dog in his past life. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so difficult to contend with. The Law King, having outwitted countless ability users, cast a disdainful glance at Wang Guofu's lifeless body, silently challenging anyone to underestimate a dog again. As for the adulation directed at him from the crowd, the Law King remained unfazed. "Do not idolize me. I am merely a dog," he remarked. Chen Luo interjected, "What a buzzkill. Ignore him. Let us continue our meal. Law King, please retrieve that gun." The number of zombies slain by the crowd was substantial. Seeing corpses had ceased to invoke fear. They handed a gun to Chen Luo, who then passed it to Meili. While it may not be particularly useful, having some means of defense in critical moments is certainly better than being unarmed. Li Ming presented 20 crystals to Chen Luo, who expressed his surprise, stating, "I only mentioned 10 in total. Quite audacious of you." "Very well. You have passed the test and may join us. Feng Yu, please explain our rules to them. By the way, what abilities do you possess? And when did you awaken them?" Li Ming and Li Hui exchanged a glance, with Li Ming responding, "My physical strength has increased. I consider myself a warrior. My sister? I believe she is a sorceress. I awakened on the 3rd day, while my sister did so on the 2nd. Chen Luo inquired further, his eyes lighting up upon discovering that Li Hui possessed a talent for dark magic. Her potential appeared promising. If her rank were to improve, it would indeed be beneficial for him. Feng Yu led the siblings aside to explain the rules that Chen Luo had established with Xu Yun and the others. The initial parts were acceptable, but as the discussion progressed, Chen Luo's expression darkened. There was no need to mention the 3rd rule, considering the sister seemed to be merely 16 or 17 years of age. Li Ming's countenance grew peculiar upon hearing this, yet he accepted it without objection. Chen Luo instructed Wang Ling to prepare a separate serving of braised pork with potatoes for the Li siblings, aiming to win their goodwill. It was a day of celebration, and everyone deserved a share. In the afternoon, training resumed. Although survivors occasionally entered the community, none sought to join. That evening, Li Ming moved into the villa with Feng Yu and the others, while his sister, Li Hui, stayed with Xu Yun and the rest. Unfamiliar with the situation, Li Ming felt that if Chen Luo harbored any ill intentions, they would be utterly powerless to resist. Thus he consented to part ways with his sister. With the addition of Li Hui, the group extended their goodwill towards her. Strangers were met with coldness, while those familiar were greeted with warm smiles. As the evening unfolded with little entertainment, they placed a mobile phone in the center and gathered around to watch a film. Li Hui, being the youngest, found herself encircled by the others. The atmosphere was filled with laughter and conversation, a stark contrast to the usual solitude and boredom she experienced with her brother in the dark. She could feel the genuine concern from the group, and Li Hui mused that joining them was indeed a wise choice. In Chen Luo's room, he calculated the time. Considering that Meili must have absorbed the crystal by now, it was a vibrant and passionate moment. Parting was not an option. Yet, a persistent presence lingered in the room. Chen Luo gently urged Mi Fan to leave, to which she replied, "I'm just being honest and quiet." Chen Luo shot her a glance, asserting, "If you refuse to leave, then I shall." Mi Fan was bewildered as to why she was being dismissed at night. Upon entering Mi Li's room, Chen Luo found it to be a tender moment. Mi Li shyly remarked, "No teasing, it still hurts." Chen Luo acknowledged this. Thinking to himself that there would be plenty of opportunities in the future, there was no need to rush. As he prepared to embrace Mi Li to sleep, an idea struck him. Why not try a healing spell on yourself? Mi Li responded with silence. Chapter 66, Ultra-Thin Model Morning arrived. Chen Luo's breakfast was simple and unpretentious. After all, it was not a lavish spread. Xu Yun and her companions were preparing rice porridge. With an abundance of rice available, why not consume it? The porridge not only quenches hunger but also pleases the palate and nurtures the stomach. They could indulge freely, drinking as many bowls as they desired. After the meal, Chen Luo gathered everyone together. Having practiced rigorously the previous day, today they would engage in a practical exercise. The target for today was the Yulin community to the south, where they aimed to collect supplies. However, practice is merely practice, markedly different from actual combat. In drills, targets are stationary. Do zombies remain still? Furthermore, the tension brought on by a zombie's charge can significantly impact performance, no matter how precise one is during practice. What use is it if one becomes flustered in real combat? A girl familiar with the area expressed her concerns. I know that place. There are quite a few people. More people naturally means more zombies. Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively, reassuringly stating, "It's all right. I'm here." Upon hearing this, the group felt significantly more at ease. The memory of Chen Luo slaying a level 5 zombie with a single stroke was still fresh in their minds, leaving a profound impression. Otherwise, even though Mu Tiange had perished, there was no reason for them to heed the words of a young man barely in his 20s. They were all white-collar professionals. Who among them was not older than Chen Luo? Earning genuine respect from others is no simple feat to secure their base. 2 individuals were assigned, Fang Yu and Su Lan. This time, they had a heavy truck and a bus, sufficient to transport everyone. Chen Luo took his seat on the bus. Initially, when encountering zombies, they simply crushed them with the vehicle. However, upon reaching a bustling street, progress halted as the truck could not break through. Dozens of cars were obstructing the road in a chain. Chen Luo communicated via radio. First, let us use the vehicles to clear the pursuing zombies, then disembark to move the cars. Elemental attacks were unleashed, while others shielded themselves in front. Jiang Feng attempted to manage the horde of zombies. Due to the vehicle's slow speed, at least 40 to 50 zombies trailed behind, combined with the ones already in the vicinity, bringing the total close to 100. Jiang Feng exited the vehicle and immediately sprinted towards the throng of zombies, aiming to attract their attention and divert them. The women opened the windows of the bus and launched their assaults on the zombies outside. With the vehicle providing protection, the zombies were unable to reach them. The zombies did not arrive all at once, and with some drawn away by Jiang Feng, the number of survivors began to surpass that of the zombies. When the numbers are few, a handful of people facing dozens of zombies can be quite terrifying. However, when the survivors number significantly more, they overwhelm the zombies. Chen Luo observed quietly as others engaged in combat. Moving zombies were not as easily struck. Yet the accuracy of spells had improved since the first day. After clearing the trailing zombies, everyone disembarked to confront the approaching horde, simultaneously maneuvering the vehicles. Chen Luo spoke up. Let us all together move the small vehicle and toss it onto the opposite road. Level 1 ability users, even females, possess strength exceeding that of an ordinary adult male, let alone those at level 2. On the 18th day of the apocalypse, any survivor who was restricted to absorbing just 1 crystal per day had already uncovered the secret of the crystals and advanced to level 2. Achieving level 2 was indeed straightforward, requiring merely the absorption of 20 crystals. Level 3, however, posed a significant challenge, necessitating around 150 crystals. Even Mi Li and Mi Ling, who had absorbed crystals alongside Chen Luo on the first day, had yet to reach level 3. They still require 2 or 3 more days, truly not as swift as the King of Law who advanced in the previous days. There exists a distinction between the second tier and the second tier itself. Su Deju stands at the pinnacle of the second tier, while the majority remain at the elementary level of the same tier. Currently, only 4 women are in the team, alongside Yang Xian, who learned of the crystal's secrets too late to ascend to the second tier. Chen Luo contemplated allowing several core members to absorb the remnants of power from the Mouse King's crystal tonight. If that proves insufficient, they might also utilize the crystal from the 5th-tier fire-type zombie. With 10 individuals, they effortlessly hurled a small cart to the other side of the road, progressing slowly. Many areas accessible to the small cart were not navigable by heavy trucks or buses, each possessing its own advantages. Chen Luo, resembling a lord, sat idly in the vehicle, observing while delicately caressing Rice. Unbeknownst to him, his hand brushed against Rice's little belly. Rice then uttered a statement that left Chen Luo utterly flustered. Rice, no need to be nervous, it still hurts. Chen Luo. Rice, though I cannot see, I can eavesdrop. Last night, I leaped onto the balcony and nearly fell, scaring the cat to death. Chen Luo's expression shifted. This cat knows too much. I must silence it. It is essential to find something for Rice to occupy itself with tonight. Otherwise, it will grow too idle and meddlesome. I need to instill a penchant for the internet in it, perhaps teach it to use a phone. Oh, sister-in-law, you too. Can't you ensure rice sleeps well when you have the time? It ends up feeling lonely. Before they had traversed halfway, the women were nearly out of energy, having slain over 200 zombies. Upon nearing their destination at the Yulin community, Chen Luo commanded, "Disembark, each take up a weapon, and engage the zombies." The weapons were primarily various sticks and axes. Chen Luo also produced several electric batons for Xu Yun and the others, even when depleted of power. These batons could serve as weapons. It could be asserted that as long as they were not besieged by hordes of zombies, facing the currently minimal threats posed by the most basic zombies was not particularly daunting. The level of difficulty was significantly less than what the girls had initially anticipated. Indeed, there is strength in numbers. At the entrance of the community, there were a total of several restaurants, both large and small. Chen Luo suggested, "Let us first enter a restaurant and see if there are any supplies to be gathered. We shall divide into 4 teams and avoid acting alone." Transferring the collected items to the heavy truck. There were many zombies in this area, unlike where Chen Luo was, where the numbers were fewer, which meant most of the supplies remained untouched. Before long, they began loading rice, flour, and cooking oil into the truck. A cheer erupted as the girls discovered a supermarket that appeared to have been largely overlooked. The supermarket was approximately 100 square meters in size, which was quite substantial. Mi Ling's eyes sparkled. A supermarket of this scale might just have what she was looking for. Upon entering, they were further delighted to find that the supermarket also dealt in bottled purified water, with over 20 barrels lined against the wall. While the others focused their attention on the water and food, Mi Ling was searching for something near the cash register. She recalled that such items were often displayed beside the counter, having seen them unconsciously in the past. Her expression brightened as she found what she was looking for. Grabbing a convenient bag, she began to fill it. Xu Yun looked at Mi Ling with curiosity, wondering what she was searching for. Although she did not see the specific items Mi Ling was gathering, she caught sight of the words ultra-thin. Mi Ling sensed someone's gaze upon her and, upon noticing Xu Yun's scrutiny, her face instantaneously flushed crimson. Chapter 67. Such a deceptive facade. Observing Mi Ling's expression, Xu Yun suddenly comprehended that Mi Ling was searching for something. If it had been a former colleague of hers, Xu Yun would have relished the opportunity to tease. But this was Mi Ling, and she dared not. The nature of Mi Ling's relationship with Chen Luo remained a mystery to all. Lost in her thoughts, Xu Yun speculated that what Mi Ling sought must pertain to Chen Luo. Otherwise, she could not fathom who else it might be, especially given that it was Mi Ling herself who was on the hunt. What need do you have for such an item? Mi Ling felt a sense of frustration. Were it not for Mi Ling, would she truly be seeking it? Dreaded Chen Luo. Xu Yun cast a glance before casually walking away, feigning ignorance. One by one, various supplies were loaded onto the vehicle. Nearby, a fruit shop displayed mostly spoiled produce, with only a few apples, pears, and watermelons still fit for consumption. Passing by, one could not let such an opportunity slip away, so they naturally began transporting these fruits as well. These shops were situated on the ground floor of the Yulin community and an adjacent neighborhood, serving the residents above. Chen Luo sensed something amiss, looking up to find several individuals peering from the upper windows. He dismissed it nonchalantly, let them watch. A woman in her 40s could not contain herself, exclaiming, "Young man, just by looking at you, I can tell you possess a kind heart. I haven't had watermelon in many days, and the heat is unbearable. Would you be so kind as to bring me one?" As her words echoed, similar pleas arose from other rooms within the building. "Please, handsome, send some water up here. Is there any meat? Could you bring me some of those marinated duck legs from the supermarket? And bring me a few packs of cigarettes. I'm nearly suffocating here." The crowd around Chen Luo was left speechless. Their audacity was remarkable. Chen Luo chuckled, "I'm unable to climb the stairs due to my mobility issues, so I won't be delivering anything." This remark incited discontent among the elderly. How can you not understand the importance of respecting your elders and cherishing the young? Chen Luo scoffed. If one didn't know better, they might think you're all in your 70s or 80s. This group was at most in their 40s. Survivors over 60 were exceedingly rare, as were those younger than 13 or 14. Among 10,000, finding a few was commendable, and the majority of survivors were young adults. Chen Luo chose to ignore them and signaled for everyone to continue. The residents of the community were incensed. An elderly woman burst from her room, exclaiming, "Everyone, come out. Don't sleep any longer. Someone is trying to steal our supplies. Who else could it be if not those from their own building?" Over the past several days, the survivors in the community had nearly all congregated together, the majority gathering in this street-facing building. They were bolstering each other's courage. And in the event of a rescue team, they would be among the first to know. Old Zhang, Old Li, everyone quickly gathered downstairs with your gear. It was still before 9 in the morning. Most survivors had lost track of their biological clocks. With no entertainment, the best way to pass time was to sleep, which also conserved energy. They relayed the message, and soon everyone convened on the first floor, which was remarkably devoid of zombies, as if someone had cleared them out. As individuals approached the outskirts of the community, they noticed that all the supplies from the supermarket and restaurants downstairs had been taken away. A voice of concern arose. What shall we do if they have taken everything and we have consumed our provisions? Another hesitated. There are quite a few zombies outside. Have they eradicated them all? What if they turn against us? A woman scoffed. I observed their methods. They used large trucks to ram through. Most of their members are merely a group of young girls, and their numbers are significantly fewer than ours. A senior man exclaimed in disbelief, with such large trucks. We could crush the zombies ourselves. We must seize that vehicle. Our supplies must not fall into their hands, came the resolute reply. Let us hurry. We cannot allow them to escape. Should we call upon Qin Guang and his gang? Was another suggestion. Forget it. Those rascals have turned against us and shown no respect to their elders. A group of 70 to 80 individuals, armed with makeshift weapons such as sticks, feather dusters, rolling pins, and small stools, rushed towards the entrance of the community. Most of these individuals were elderly, with only around 20 young people among them. The community's exit was secured by a black wrought iron gate, designed to keep the zombies at bay. Initially, the elderly were too fearful to leave the confines of the community, worried about the consequences of a zombie bite. However, having witnessed Chen Luo's efforts in clearing the area, they finally found the courage to step outside. Upon exiting, this group declared with fervor, put everything down at once. You were stealing. You were robbing. Do you understand? You young ones should have learned better. What have your elders taught you? A crowd observed a group of elderly men and women, armed and emerging with an air of defiance, leaving many in a state of bewilderment and on high alert. Although hesitant to confront the zombies, their bravado surged upon encountering fellow humans. Chen Luo stepped forward, a cold smile gracing his lips. Is this your territory? A middle-aged man in his 40s scoffed. Indeed, it belongs to us. This supermarket was established by my brother, and now that he is deceased, it rightfully falls to me. The elderly men and women began to chime in, vociferously criticizing Chen Luo and his companions for their perceived lack of decency. Among the few young individuals present, most were men, their eyes gleaming with interest as they regarded the women in attendance. Having spent their days in the company of older women, the sight of youthful females was a refreshing change. Some could not suppress their whispers and pointed fingers. Old Zhang, aren't you the driver? Why don't you bring that heavy truck into the neighborhood? As they spoke, some had already begun to climb onto the truck's cargo area, eager to seize supplies for themselves, preferring to hoard rather than share. Chen Luo coldly warned, back off, or you will regret it. Yet, there were those undeterred by the threat, perhaps believing Chen Luo would not dare to act. Having sheltered in this relatively enclosed community, they had never witnessed survivors turning against one another. An elderly man, appearing to be in his 50s, approached with an air of disdain. What is this? Do you intend to strike me? Come on, hit me. I'll tell you, if you dare to strike, I'll simply fall to the ground and refuse to get up. You won't leave without at least 100,000. As he spoke, the old man leaned his face closer to Chen Luo's. Go on, hit me. Are you too afraid? Humph. In all my years, I've never encountered such a demand. The old man's face was nearly within reach of Chen Luo's hand. Did Chen Luo still indulge him? This was a request of your own making. With a swift motion, Chen Luo struck, sending the old man flying several meters before he collapsed onto the ground, lifeless. A woman approached to assess his condition. Old Li, are you all right? Wake up. Chen Luo overheard whispers. Old Li used to frequently stage accidents. He asked quite the actor. Chapter 68. I have a dog too. Chen Luo was at a loss for words. Are you all so old that your eyesight has failed you? Can't you see that half of his face is distorted? They won't retreat unless they are met with a firm hand. The commotion was stirred by merely a dozen individuals. The rest were merely spectators, drawn by the crowd mentality. Chen Luo shouted, what are you standing there for? Can't you see they're stealing our supplies? Is this your way of honoring the elderly and cherishing the young? The crowd responded in unison, taking action against the zombies, though it was their first encounter with survivors. Armed with their weapons, they advanced. A woman screamed, what are you planning to do? I'll have you know, I possess magical powers. A flicker of flame indeed materialized in her palm. I also wield magic, and I've studied Tai Chi, proclaimed an elderly man. Lightning 5-linked whip. Chen Luo smirked. Without striking a warning blow, this group would not disperse. A spatial orb erupted on his face. Blood mist sprayed forth. He then turned to confront a young man attempting to enter the truck. "Old ma, how are you?" An ambush occurred, devoid of martial ethics. The death of two individuals sent shockwaves through the crowd. Two young men, filled with malice, lurked in the shadows, attempting to ambush Chen Luo with their spells. Their efforts proved futile, as they failed to even graze him. Meanwhile, Chen Luo began to retaliate. The group of miscreants scattered in disarray, crying out for mercy. The Magus swiftly dispatched those who had dared to attack Chen Luo, leaving none alive. Except for their leader, Chen Luo did not annihilate them entirely. He shook his head, pondering the futility of it all. In the apocalypse, such wretches served no purpose other than to squander precious resources. They were bullies, preying on the weak, with their numbers. They ought to have the courage to confront the undead, lest they allow their supplies to be pillaged. The onlookers, their emotions mingled with complexity, continued to collect resources, having just taken lives. What surprised Chen Luo was the emergence of another group from the vicinity. This new assembly was markedly different from the previous rabble. Their demeanor hinted at experience, perhaps having faced the horrors of the undead in battle. Comprising over 20 individuals, most were youthful, with a few older members among them. In stark contrast to the earlier crowd, these young people exuded courage and resilience. Chen Luo scrutinized their approach, and the figure at the forefront appeared vaguely familiar. He recalled that in his former life, during times of weakness, he had mingled with this individual, whose home was not far from Chen Luo's. The man's name seemed to be Chen Guang, though they shared little camaraderie, as survivors often remained wary of one another. Chen Luo remembered Chen Guang as a brave and tenacious soul, with a relatively favorable impression. As Chen Guang and his group approached, they paused, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the fallen bodies. Chen Guang stepped closer and, pulling a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, smiled and said, "Hey, brother. Would you like a huazi?" Chen Luo shook his head indifferently. "I apologize, but I do not smoke." Chen Guang lit a cigarette himself and gestured towards a few individuals on the ground, saying, "These old fellows are truly infuriating. They spend their days berating us, claiming we are disrespectful to our elders. They seem to believe they can sit back and enjoy the fruits of our labor while we risk our lives to support them. We could no longer tolerate it, so we distanced ourselves from those who dared to fight. Out of consideration for our neighbors, we chose not to hold it against them. But who would have thought they would meet their demise at your hands? Among the survivors, there are those who were bold and unyielding, as well as the timid and fearful. Wise individuals tend to separate themselves from the timid to avoid being dragged down. The fearful must either change or slowly await their end. Although Chen Guang's group is smaller in number than the previous one, their combat prowess is on an entirely different level." Chen Luo's expression turned cold. "What, do you wish to avenge them?" Chen Guang immediately waved his hand, chuckling awkwardly. "My friend, do not misunderstand. We have come here for two reasons. First, to make friends, as more friends can provide mutual support. Second, to request your assistance." Chen Guang extended his hand. "I am Chen Guang." Despite the fact that Chen Luo could easily overpower Chen Guang's group, the absence of animosity rendered it unnecessary for him to maintain an aloof demeanor. It was only polite to reciprocate respect. Refusing to shake hands would imply a lack of respect. Chen Luo was unafraid of conflict, but would not instigate it either. Furthermore, he was seeking to recruit capable individuals. And if this group proved to be worthy, it would be advantageous to accept them. Chen Luo also extended his hand. "I am Chen Luo." Chen Guang grinned. "Ah, we share the same surname." Chen Luo inquired, "How can I assist?" Chen Guang replied, "Our community is quite populous, with nearly 1,000 residences and a substantial amount of supplies, though a significant portion remains uncollected. However, we have encountered a troublesome predicament within the vicinity. There exists a husky transformed into a zombie dog, capable of harnessing electricity and moving with remarkable speed. Most troubling of all, it possesses a degree of intelligence. When our numbers are few, it strikes, yet when we are numerous, it remains hidden, proving to be quite a formidable adversary. One of our companions has already fallen victim to it, and until we neutralize this threat, none of us can feel at ease. Over the past few days, we have also located its lair, but we lack sufficient manpower to effectively contain it. Since your group has a considerable number of members, we seek your assistance in eliminating this creature." Chen Luo retorted, "What is the reward?" Chen Guang paused, then chuckled. "As for compensation, how does 300 pounds of rice and 5 barrels of water sound?" Chen Luo let out a soft laugh, retrieving the rice, and subsequently acquiesced. Such provisions held little value for him. Nevertheless, he needed to venture into this community to gather supplies, and without addressing the threat of the zombie dog, the safety of his subordinates would remain jeopardized. Furthermore, if this creature had indeed acquired a modicum of intelligence, it would likely be classified at least as a level 2 or level 3 threat. Level 4 was implausible. Had it been, Chen Guang and his group would have perished long ago. Zombies and similar creatures can enhance their speed and evolve by consuming humans. Chen Luo surmised it was most likely a level 2 entity, a level 2 zombie dog that could flee, particularly one with electrical capabilities, posed a significant challenge for Chen Guang and his associates. The second-level crystals are already quite commendable. Chen Luo has previously acquired 4th and 5th level crystals, yet has not yet obtained any second-level ones. Accelerating the advancement of Mi Li and the others is also beneficial. Mi Fan has confirmed that this group harbors no malicious intent, so there is no need to worry about any tricks they might play. Nevertheless, vigilance remains essential. Should they dare to engage in any deceit, they will find their crystals taken from them without hesitation. Chen Guang gazed in astonishment at the rice in Chen Luo's hands, not because he was aware of its abilities, but rather because the cat was exceptionally beautiful. With such a companion, even the dullest days could become more bearable. However, it seemed that Chen Luo was not in need of supplies, as their resources were not solely his. Chen Luo instructed, "Continue with the transport. I'll go in and take a look. The mage will proceed." Chen Guang was taken aback once more. "Surely you cannot go alone." Chen Luo chuckled. "Did you not notice the dog trailing behind me?" Chapter 69. The Mage's Cunning a Dog? Only then did Chen Guang notice a black dog running up behind Chen Luo. The dog, with its glossy coat and pristine appearance, was lively, albeit missing an ear. Chen Guang and his companions were astonished. This dog appeared to have lived quite well. Surely one could not be so spirited if perpetually hungry? Moreover, it was remarkable that while holding a cat, Chen Luo was accompanied by a dog. My goodness, amidst the calamity, he had not one but 2 pets, and a group of young women as well. Clearly, they were all under his command. What a pinnacle of life. This existence was simply too delightful. Chen Guang recalled that there had been a yellow dog in their community that had not turned into a zombie. On the 3rd or 4th day of the disaster, it had been killed by an elderly man and turned into dog meat. Chen Guang suddenly realized an issue he had previously overlooked: Chen Luo's appearance. His complexion was rosy, his eyes sparkling, and he was impeccably clean and well-dressed. Although their lives were relatively decent, could they truly compare to Chen Luo? Chen Guang recognized that Chen Luo must be living exceptionally well. Such vitality could not be cultivated otherwise. In these trying times, those who thrived undoubtedly possessed considerable strength. Chen Luo turned to hand the rice to Mi Li, who embraced it without resistance. Mi Fan, with a playful demeanor, inquired, "Brother Chen Luo, would you like me to accompany you?" Chen Guang inwardly cursed, wishing this girl were not his own sister, for it was infuriating to witness such disparity. With a cat, a dog, and a wife, were they just a few dishes short of a complete meal? Leading Chen Luo into the community, Chen Guang proudly declared, "After much effort over the past few days, we have nearly eradicated all the zombies roaming within the premises. Initially, we planned to clear the zombies inside before addressing those outside, but your arrival changed that. The zombies in the residences have undoubtedly yet to be dealt with." Chen Luo smiled appreciatively and remarked, "You all truly possess great courage." The Law King scoffed, "You think you're impressive, yet you still seek help from a dog? How about enlisting my assistance instead? That would be a sound decision, wouldn't it?" Chen Guang guided Chen Luo to a spacious garden, halting over 100 meters away. The zombie dog typically lingered within the garden, where the terrain allowed for escape in all directions, with insufficient personnel to block all sides. Only 5 or 6 individuals could not effectively contain the threat. Any forced attempt would surely result in casualties. Chen Luo nodded, stating that they would not be able to catch up, but the Law King certainly would. This zombie dog appeared to be of the 2nd level, not a mutant, and thus it wouldn't be able to evolve to the 3rd level simply through consumption. Otherwise, it would have already attained the status of a dog king. Chen Guang inquired, "Chen Luo, do you have any means to deal with this zombie dog without bringing anyone along?" Chen Guang speculated that Chen Luo must possess some method to confront this creature. What could Chen Luo possibly do? Perhaps employing a dog against a dog. Chen Luo gestured for the Law King to investigate the garden, asserting that even if the zombie dog were of the 3rd level, the Law King would remain unscathed. Chen Guang and his companions were taken aback. "Is your solution merely to send a dog? Do you harbor a grudge against your pet? Are we to be outdone by a mere dog?" Chen Guang cautioned, "It's far too dangerous. It's a rare thing for a dog to survive without turning into a zombie. We should refrain from sending it. Chen Luo replied with a calm smile. It's all right. Chen Guang ceased his attempts at persuasion. Chen Luo did not appear to be foolish, and if he were to be overconfident, it could hardly be blamed on anyone else. The Law King entered the garden, scanning left and right, yet failed to spot the so-called zombie dog. Is this a ruse? I was hoping to see how it looked, he mused. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a distinct canine scent. Chen Luo and the others approached, with Chen Guang remarking, "It seems the dog isn't here for now. Let us leave for a while, and we will surely catch it later." Chen Luo turned to the Law King, who nodded in affirmation. The group was astonished. Oh, the dog cannot? Quite intelligent, I assent it. The Law King began to sniff the air meticulously, moving forward as he followed the scent. The crowd quickly realized that they intended to utilize the dog's keen sense of smell to locate the zombie dog. How fortunate it was to have a dog. Soon, the King of Law ascended to the 8th floor of a unit. Before approaching, Chen Luo caught a whiff of a metallic scent of blood. Room 802 had its door damaged, a hole large enough for a dog to pass through. Inside, a low, mournful growl echoed, a warning from a zombie dog sensing the presence of intruders. Chen Luo stepped forward with force, yanking the entire security door off its hinges. Chen Guang and the others watched in astonishment, pondering whether the door was already compromised. Suddenly, a hoarse and sharp barking pierced the air, distinctly different from that of an ordinary dog. The King of Law, enraged, shouted, "What is that dog barking about?" A fleeting thought crossed his mind, causing his expression to shift subtly as he inconspicuously retreated, hiding behind others, tongue lolling out in a foolish grin. Is it necessary for me to confront this zombie dog? While I am confident in my ability to easily dispatch it, what if I were to sustain an injury? As a seasoned canine, I must learn to temper my prowess. It is imperative to refrain from engaging in tasks unbecoming of a dog. Survival is paramount. Chen Luo cast a glance, recognizing the canine's intelligence. It was evidently astute enough to know its place. Yet, if he spared the creature, would its crystal be within their grasp? The unspoken rule dictated that the one who kills claims the spoils, an unwritten code, unless one were utterly shameless. However, Chen Luo had not yet reached the point of sacrificing his dignity over a mere second-tier crystal. Allowing the King of Law to engage in battle served a dual purpose. Not only would it ensure his own safety by keeping watch, but it also presented an opportunity to showcase the strength of his side. Just as Chen Guang and the others were about to cautiously enter the room, they understood that this zombie dog was no ordinary foe, vastly different from the usual undead encounters. Responding to Chen Luo's silent cue, the King of Law charged into the fray. The Sorcerer King wished to assess the aesthetic appeal of the zombie hound, yet the creature was indifferent to such concerns. Unleashing a bolt of lightning aimed directly at him, the Sorcerer King, in a frenzied display of agility, darted left and right with remarkable speed. The zombie hound found itself bewildered. How could it possibly aim at such a rapid target? Chen Guang and his companions, witnessing this spectacle, were equally astonished, exclaiming at the incredible velocity on display. With a resounding crash, the hound's lightning strike collided with the wall, creating a gaping hole, yet failing to strike the Sorcerer King. Seizing the opportunity during the hound's brief respite between attacks, the Sorcerer King ceased his evasion and approached swiftly. A verdant glow enveloped his tail, as the power of lightning coalesced upon it. With a decisive sweep, he unleashed a thunderous tail strike. Chen Luo chuckled, recognizing that a new skill had been mastered. In the later stages of elemental abilities, practitioners are not limited to ranged attacks. They can also channel elemental forces to their exterior. The zombie hound, unable to evade, was struck with brutal force by the swift and potent lightning tail strike. It was slammed against the wall, yet the Sorcerer King's tail remained in contact, continuously discharging electrical energy upon the creature. The hound convulsed violently, unable to rise. Chapter 70. Yet you must heed my command. The battle concluded in a mere 10 seconds. Had the zombie hound not shared the lightning affinity, granting it some degree of resistance, it likely would not have endured for so long. The disparity between levels 2 and 3 is significant, though not insurmountable. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that one combatant possesses tactical acumen while the other does not. Chen Guang and his companions stood in stunned silence, incredulous at how swiftly the encounter had been resolved. This dog, it seemed, wielded the power of lightning and exhibited adept maneuverability. My word, this creature could indeed position itself with finesse. One of their companions, who ranked among the top 5 in strength, met his demise at the hands of the zombie dogs. succumbing to his own arrogance and separation from the group. What use is beauty? Can it sustain one? It is far more prudent to acquire this exceptionally powerful dog. Yet, upon reflection, he dismissed the thought. Only a fool would part with such a remarkable creature. Chen Luo stepped forward to extract the crystal from the zombie dog, prompting Chen Guang to exclaim in astonishment, "What is this?" It appeared they were still oblivious to the crystal's secrets. Chen Luo then elucidated the mystery surrounding the crystal. Chen Guang and his companions were visibly exhilarated, realizing that such a method existed to enhance their own powers. In that moment, they were eager to seek out some zombies to experiment upon. Chen Guang solemnly expressed his gratitude. "Chen Luo, thank you. This information is worth its weight in gold." Chen Luo replied with a faint smile, "Very well, our collaboration has concluded. It is time for you to deliver the promised supplies to us." He was the first to descend the stairs. Chen Guang and the others whispered among themselves. Chen Luo is extraordinarily formidable. He did not conceal any information about the crystal and asked for nothing in return. His demeanor is quite extraordinary. Should we forge an alliance with them? Although our strength is decent, we cannot compare to theirs. Indeed, and those young women are truly captivating. Perhaps they could resolve our singlehood dilemma, which would be delightful. Chen Guang was not the leader of this group, so what gave him the right to assume such a role? No one would acquiesce to that. He merely served as the representative for communication. A collective, initially formed for survival, does not easily yield a leader. Chen Guang nodded. "I will look for an opportunity to inquire further." The space in the freight truck was filled to about 1/3. Was that sufficient? Chen Luo gestured for Yang Xian to drive into the community and park beside a building on the outer edge of the road. The four of them formed a group, searching house by house. Chen Luo remained on the bus until Chen Guang and the others arrived, bringing with them a bounty of supplies. This was Chen Luo's reward for his efforts, but it far exceeded their prior agreement. There was likely 1,000 pounds of rice, 10 barrels of water, and surprisingly, some sausages weighing about 10 pounds. Chen Guang boarded the bus with a smile, his face beaming as he said, "Although you didn't request the information fee, we cannot let you go empty-handed. This information is truly invaluable, and the extra supplies are a token of our gratitude. Please do not regard them as meager." Chen Luo nodded and smiled in response. "You're too kind. We are all survivors. After all, it's only natural to support one another." Chen Guang's smile faded slightly as he continued, "Chen Luo, this world has suddenly become perilous, even with so many on my side. We must weigh our options before venturing outside. There is strength in numbers. Have you considered uniting our efforts?" He added, "I'm not boasting, but each person on my team has slain at least 10 zombies. We are fearless fighters, and we have no use for cowards. Unite? No. What I desire is to dominate. My territory is mine alone, and there can only be one voice. I possess greater strength, more resources, broader knowledge, and a multitude of strategies to ensure survival. If we were to unite, you would have to heed my command, though this sentiment may seem tyrannical. Do not question my reasoning. I am simply resolute in my ways." Chen Luo contemplated this, realizing that Chen Guang's intent was merely to foster mutual assistance, akin to cohabitation in these dire times. They would not obey commands like Shuan and others. This is unacceptable. It is preferable to forego it altogether. The most effective approach to ensure their compliance is to demonstrate absolute power, overwhelming them to make them aware of the disparity between us. Chen Luo did not directly state that they must obey him. Instead, he commenced a discourse that elucidated the facts. Chen Luo explained, "You have underestimated that zombie dog. It refrained from engaging you directly solely because of your numbers. If it had fought, you would undoubtedly have lost one or two of your own." Chen Guang nodded in agreement. "Have you considered that this zombie dog possesses the power of lightning? Is it not conceivable that other zombies might evolve to wield various magical abilities? Zombies can indeed evolve. This is not difficult to comprehend. When that time comes, will zombies still be easy to dispatch? You may find refuge within your community, and if you gather sufficient supplies, they could sustain you for half a year. However, while zombies might not find you, what about other survivors? If you have depleted the resources in your area, desperate survivors will scavenge, searching for you. Do not presume that only 1 or 2 survivors exist. Their numbers will likely exceed yours. When that moment arrives, how will you respond? Will you relinquish your supplies? Or will you engage in a bloody battle?" Currently, Chen Guang's situation appeared favorable, yet he had once found himself in dire straits alongside Chen Luo in a previous life. Indeed, during that past existence, when Chen Luo was weak, he too faced adversity. Chen Guang's teammates either perished or had their supplies stolen. The resources you collect first are yours, but only if you can safeguard them. Chen Guang was startled into a cold sweat by Chen Luo's words. Is this world truly so terrifying? The possibility that zombies might continue to evolve? Chen Luo was indeed correct. He had exhausted all the resources he had gathered, leaving others with no choice but to seize what belonged to him. Chen Guang, struggling to maintain his composure, replied, in that case, shouldn't we unite even more strongly? Chen Luo chuckled lightly and shook his head. But why would I choose to ally with you? This is merely the predicament you are about to face. Whereas I am different. Whoever dares to approach, I will eliminate. To speak candidly, I do not look down upon you all, but even if you combined your strengths, I could effortlessly annihilate you alone. The strong do not ally with the weak. Rather, it is the weak who cling to the strong. We may unite, but only under my command. Chapter 71. Chen Guang joins Chen Guang. There's been an incident. Zhang Liang has been severely injured by a zombie. Hurry, come and see. A companion of Chen Guang rushed over in haste while he was conversing with Chen Luo. Chen Guang was taken aback. Injured by a zombie? Could it be a horde? That seemed improbable. Zhang Liang would not be foolish enough to confront a horde directly, would he? Without further ado, Chen Guang left Chen Luo and hurriedly made his way to check on his companion. Zhang Liang was at the entrance of the community, casually smoking a cigarette, seemingly oblivious to the approaching zombie. He planned to strike it when it came closer. After spending considerable time around zombies, Zhang Liang had come to understand their behavior well. Although zombies possessed great strength, their movements were sluggish. As long as he could evade their attacks and deliver a couple of strikes to their heads, the zombies would fall. Zhang Liang had grown accustomed to the presence of zombies and was no longer afraid of them. However, he was taken aback when one of the zombies defied convention and hurled a fireball at him before even approaching. Caught off guard, he was struck directly in the chest, resulting in a grievous burn that pierced through his abdomen. Severely injured, Zhang Liang would have perished had it not been for his companions, who were nearby and managed to rescue him just in time. What baffled them further was the fact that, upon seeing so many people, the zombie actually fled. Unlike its usual reckless charge, with the priority being Zhang Liang's rescue, they chose not to pursue. But how could they save him? Could a mere ordinary wound treatment suffice for such a grievous injury? Without timely medical attention, Zhang Liang's life hung in the balance. Upon arrival, Chen Guang was chilled to the bone after learning of the incident. It seemed that there were indeed zombies, as Chen Luo had described, capable of wielding magic and possessing rudimentary intelligence. Having remained in their isolated community, they had intended to first deal with the zombies within their vicinity before venturing outside, unaware that they had yet to encounter a level 1 zombie or even a mutant. They had always believed that only the survivors possessed supernatural abilities. Chen Luo approached, and Chen Guang seized the moment as if grasping at a lifeline. Brother Chen, is there any way to save my comrade? Though Chen Guang doubted Chen Luo's capabilities, desperation drove him to seek help. Chen Luo nodded and summoned Mi Li, instructing her to perform a healing spell on Zhang Liang. He refrained from stipulating that they must agree to become his subordinates in exchange for his assistance, a testament to his rather concerning intellect. Mi Li summoned silvery energy in the palm of her hand, channeling it into Zhang Liang's wound. Zhang Liang's wound was healing at a visibly remarkable pace. Chen Guang and the others gazed in astonishment at Mi Li. Healing spells? Could such abilities truly exist? None in their ranks possessed such skills, nor had they ever encountered anyone who did. If such powers were available, would one need to fear injury? Mi Li continuously cast 2 healing spells. Although Zhang Liang's wound had not fully healed, new flesh began to form over it. Once in a near comatose state, Zhang Liang could now nimbly rise to his feet, albeit with some lingering pain. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he expressed, "Thank you, thank you." Chen Luo chuckled softly, exchanging a meaningful glance with Chen Guang before leading Mi Li away. This glance urged Chen Guang to reconsider his recent suggestion. To his surprise, a first-level zombie had appeared at a critical moment to assist them. Was there any doubt in his words? Chen Luo shook his head. If not for the current shortage of personnel, he would not have gone to such lengths. He could have simply dismissed Chen Guang, leaving him to plead for his favor. At this moment, Chen Luo's demands were minimal. As long as one followed orders and dared to confront zombies, they would be welcomed. Once their numbers grew, only those with exceptional talents would be considered. As soon as Chen Luo departed, Chen Guang sighed. I never imagined he would be right. Zombies can indeed utilize spells. What kind of world is this? Can we even survive? He reiterated Chen Luo's words, stating that cooperation was possible, but it required adherence to his leadership. Zhang Liang was the first to speak up. If we must listen, then so be it. Though I hesitate to admit it, he truly possesses greater capabilities than we do. Setting aside other matters, aligning ourselves with him means we need not worry about injuries. With a healer, what is there to fear? Everyone expresses their opinions. Observing him, it was evident he had long unraveled the secrets of the crystals. How unfortunate that we, so many in number, needed someone else to enlighten us. It has taken us so many days, and indeed, this individual possesses a mind far superior to ours. I remain indifferent. My intellect may be dull. And even if I choose to disregard his insights, no one would heed my words. I am also unconcerned, for there are numerous young women on his side. And as long as they allow me to join, I would be willing to engage in any endeavor. That person is not merely intelligent. Even the casual toss of a dog seems to suggest great strength. I have an inkling that his capabilities could be formidable. Chen Guang chuckled wryly and remarked. I forgot to mention, he claimed he could single-handedly annihilate all of us in cooperation. I was skeptical before, but now I find myself inclined to believe it. A middle-aged man in his 40s lit a cigarette and pondered. Logically, we were responsible for clearing the zombies in the neighborhood, and we had previously counted the supplies there as our own. Now, as he transports the resources, we do not obstruct him, should we dare to intervene. We might well meet our demise on the spot. We had considered a coalition, and in terms of both perspective and strength, this individual indeed surpasses us. It would be unreasonable for us to expect him to follow our lead post-alliance. His ability to articulate this upfront speaks volumes. I believe he is quite commendable. Our primary objective is survival, and having a clever individual guide us is certainly preferable to wandering aimlessly on our own. I candidly expressed, even if you do not acquiesce. I am inclined to join their ranks. At the very least, it increases my chances of survival. Chen Guang surveyed the crowd, seemingly finding no dissenting voices. What was there to discuss? Particularly among the 3 original women in the group, witnessing the multitude of other women congregating together, they had already begun assisting others. They had outright defected. Women tend to feel a greater sense of security when together, rather than amidst a throng of rugged men, whether they wished to join or not. They felt compelled to do so, otherwise, life would become unbearable amidst such brutish company. A group of eager individuals scurried over to Chen Guang. He smiled and said, Brother Chen, we are willing to heed your words. Initially addressing him as Chen Luo, Chen Guang, possessing keen insight, promptly referred to him as Brother Chen. Chen Luo chuckled. Was this a successful ruse? Having additional manpower was undoubtedly advantageous. Although it seemed somewhat hasty, lacking thorough investigation, was there not rise to sustain them? Chen Luo's expression turned serious. Very well, I welcome everyone to join. I have but 2 requirements. Follow orders, and be willing to confront the zombies. If you cannot comply, do not blame me for turning my back on you. The King of Law chimed in. Indeed, I too would not recognize you. Chen Guang and his companions nodded vigorously. At this juncture, Chen Luo found it inconvenient to ascertain their specific details. Let us proceed to assist with the move. Since we are united, living together provides mutual support. Is it agreeable for everyone to relocate to my place? The route was cleared earlier, and there are no obstacles along the way. However, the Villa District has seen an increase in vehicles. Chapter 72, Planning an Ambush? Let us see who strikes first. Brother, we've scouted over a dozen villas. Yet we've found nothing in terms of food or supplies. The one referred to as brother was a man in his 30s, sharp-featured and exuding a robust masculinity. Somewhat reminiscent of Hua Chong. His name was Lu Wei. Lu Wei spoke calmly and unhurriedly. Xiao Wei, do not rush. On a day when heavy snow falls, it is difficult to find food in the wilderness. We can attempt to locate some squirrels. They hoard a considerable amount of sustenance. Similarly, by finding survivors, we shall naturally discover food. Xiao Wei nodded, somewhat understanding. Meanwhile, Lu Wei pondered that the residents of this villa area were either affluent or noble. None of the wives and children here were unattractive. It had been many days since he had encountered a beautiful woman. There is someone in this villa, he remarked. They had come to this section of the villa area to search for supplies, while keeping an eye out for attractive women. What they found was a young man. Lu Wei and his group disregarded the youth, forcefully entering the villa to rummage through it. The young man, suppressing his anger, allowed them to search, knowing there were few supplies left and that it wasn't worth a confrontation. However, Xiao Wei, dissatisfied with the search results, struck the young man on the head with a steel pipe. Why should you reside in a grand villa while I cannot? As he watched the blood flow, Xiao Wei felt an exhilarating rush. The sense of freedom was intoxicating, allowing him to harm whomever he pleased. With each blow, Xiao Wei grew more exhilarated, and soon, the youth was beaten to death. Lu Wei observed without interference, seeing it as an opportunity to establish authority. The others present were filled with dread. Xiao Wei chuckled. What a pity, there aren't many supplies here. Lu Wei replied, continue searching. Before long, they arrived at the villas belonging to Chen Luo and Xu Yun. The remaining defenders, Feng Yu and Su Lan, immediately noticed their presence. Su Lan inquired, what should we do? There are quite a few of them. Chen Luo mentioned that if there are too many people, we should act as if we haven't seen them. If a conflict arises, Feng Yu and Su Lan are left with only the two of them, and they are bound to face dire consequences. Feng Yu shook his head and said, no, we cannot allow them to enter and search. We have stored supplies inside. Although Chen Luo did not demand it, we cannot simply stand by and watch. Suddenly, several vehicles appeared in the community, sedans, vans, and small trucks, all parked not far from the entrance. Chen Luo squinted his eyes. Had a considerable number of survivors entered the villa area? There were at least a dozen individuals, not just one or two. Chen Luo instructed Yang Xian to drive the vehicle into the villa area, as unloading would be far too cumbersome otherwise. Previously, Chen Luo had been unable to enter due to a lack of skill, and unloading would have been a hassle. But Yang Xian was adept at driving from his time in the military. Indeed, as they approached their villa, Chen Luo spotted Feng Yu and Su Lan confronting a group of people. Lu Wei squinted. Had he not heard the sound of the vehicle, he would have made his move immediately, needing to ascertain the number of opponents. Chen Luo and the others got out of the car, upon seeing a throng of women. With only a few men among them, Lu Wei and his group's eyes brightened suddenly. Just a few men? And the rest were beautiful women? What was there to fear? Chen Luo felt a sense of familiarity with Lu Wei. It dawned on him that this was the very ally that Chen Jing, that manipulative woman, had later sought out. Rumor had it that Chen Jing had suffered greatly in his hands. Originally, in the timeline, Lu Wei was not supposed to arrive at the villa area for another 10 days. Could it be that his extermination of nearby zombies had caused a butterfly effect? Xiao Wei, wielding a steel rod, approached the back of the truck and struck the door forcefully, shouting, "What's in the truck? Is it supplies? We'll share equally. Give us half." This is a deliberate provocation. In Xiao Wei's mind, with 20 men on their side, how could they possibly be outmatched by just a few men on the opposite side? A group of women? Best not to mention them. With just a slight intimidation, they would be terrified. This was a game he knew well. Suddenly, a sharp slap resounded against Xiao Wei's face, delivered by Lu Wei. Bewildered, Xiao Wei stared at Lu Wei, questioning his actions. Lu Wei scolded, "Why should you receive half of what others have risked their lives to acquire? Do you think you deserve it?" Lu Wei's gaze fell upon Mi Ling immediately beside Chen Luo, his greed barely concealed. They were truly exquisite. Lu Wei forced a smile and said, "Apologies, everyone. We were unaware that this is your territory. We shall take our leave." With that, Lu Wei indeed led his group away. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes. Lu Wei was a poison-type ability user, though it was uncertain whether he had reached the second tier. The toxic gas he emitted was as foul and poisonous as a weasel's excrement. It simply could not be allowed to escape. It would be nauseating for days. Mi Fan remarked, "That person is filled with malice." Chen Luo chuckled inwardly. Did one really need to state the obvious? At a distance, Xiao Wei could not help but ask Lu Wei, "Brother, are we really letting this go? That's not like you." Lu Wei gently patted Xiao Wei's head, saying, "Knowing they are here, do you fear they will escape? Wouldn't it be better to seize an opportunity for a sneak attack? Stop thinking that confrontation is the only option. That's the way of a brute. Use your head more." Xiao Wei suddenly understood. Chen Luo shared a similar sentiment. "If I were to confront you directly, your toxic gas would leave me unable to eat for days, and it would also affect Mi Fan and Mi Li. Why engage directly when I could strike from the shadows? In contrast, the moment you distance yourself from me even slightly, I shall take action." Lu Wei quietly instructed Xiao Wei when suddenly his head exploded. Chen Luo unleashed a spatial orb, striking Lu Wei's head with precision. Was that not enough to shatter it? He was left gasping for breath. Lu Wei's final thought was, "I have truly been ambushed." Anxious, Chen Luo delivered another blow. He waved his hand, "Eliminate them." This group was essentially a rabble and was swiftly dispatched. Chen Luo wore a disdainful expression, fully aware that you posed a threat to me. "Would I allow you to leave? Should I wait until you strike before I retaliate?" There are always some dimwits who, despite knowing the adversary harbors ill intentions, hesitate to act, only to rage in retaliation after being deceived. It is only after their comrades or loved ones suffer irreparable harm that they come to regret their inaction. Unlike them, I have always believed in striking first, Should I perceive a threat and possess the means to eliminate it effortlessly, I act without hesitation. Luo never anticipated that, in his final moments, he would be ambushed while he sought to launch a surprise attack. I truly admire your cunning, old fox. Chapter 73. Annoying relatives. The group began transporting supplies to the villa, specifically selecting several houses to serve as storage warehouses. In reality, had they simply placed everything within Chen Luo's ability space, it would have been far less laborious. However, the timing was not yet ripe, and only core members were privy to this information. Furthermore, for those with abilities, the sheer number of individuals rendered this transport task rather trivial. Soon, the supplies from a heavy truck were unloaded, and the crowd rejoiced, for such a bounty would sustain them for a considerable time. Replete with various meats such as vacuum-sealed duck legs, chicken feet, sausages, and cured meats. Without pause, they pressed onward to Chen Guang's location to transport more supplies. In 2 days, a significant portion of the zombies would evolve into first-tier zombies, as if on a predetermined schedule. They needed to expedite the transportation of goods before this occurred. Otherwise, retrieving supplies would become exceedingly challenging. With the Mage King present, the ordinary individuals posed no threat. Yet the Mage King was astute, capable of discerning danger, and if danger was imminent, it would indeed flee. Absent Chen Luo's explicit orders, there would be no reckless battles. Chen Luo could not remain to guard their home. He had to ensure the safe transport of the women. The community was replete with resources. Who among them lacked at least half a bag of rice or flour and some snacks? Bottled water was virtually a staple in every household. Chen Luo busily transported goods, and somehow, news of Chen Guang and his group's impending departure leaked out. Other survivors in the community rushed over, weeping, to plead with them not to leave. You cannot abandon us. If you depart, who will protect us? These individuals understood that Chen Guang and his companions were different. They relied on their protection. Chen Luo scoffed. By your reasoning, you are quite formidable, either possessing magic or wielding extraordinary skills like the 5-hit lightning whip. Do you truly need others for protection? Your numbers exceed ours. Why not rely on yourselves? If you refuse to change, do not blame anyone else for your demise. With that, Chen Luo unleashed 2 spatial orbs upon the vacant ground beside them, the explosive spectacle instantly causing them to scatter in terror. While others were busy gathering supplies, Chen Luo was not idle. He ventured into an unsearched residence. Entering through a window on the first floor, he discreetly placed 500 pounds of sausages within the household. This was a personal reserve he had amassed. Once the sisters arrived and discovered the bounty, they would undoubtedly be filled with joy. Chen Luo reflected on the effort he had invested to ensure they could enjoy these sausages, embracing the notion of being a silent benefactor. A man who contributes quietly behind the scenes. Indeed, moments later, a thunderous scream erupted from the room where he had stashed the sausages, leading those unaware to believe they had encountered a terrifying zombie. The sisters, their faces flushed, gazed in astonishment at the sausages hanging in the room. With such an abundance, some had already been sampled. How could there be so many sausages? Perhaps this household was a sausage-making establishment? Regardless, the presence of food was all that mattered. Shu Yun, her face alight with excitement, reported back to Chen Luo. He smiled and replied, "Tonight, we shall feast on sausages." The transportation of supplies had been no small feat. It took 5 trips with a heavy truck and a bus to nearly clear out the small community where Chen Guang resided. Conservatively speaking, the provisions gathered would suffice for everyone for at least 3 months. Shu Yin placed the most valuable sausages in the care of Ma Yu for safekeeping. Sausages, being durable, would not spoil easily. Chen Luo made no objections. The 500 pounds of sausages could very well amount to 1,000. If the opportunity arose, he would have Ma Yu turn some of the stored pork into cured meats and sausages. It takes over 3 pounds of meat to produce a single pound of sausage. And paired with the sausages, they would make for an exceptionally satisfying meal. Ma Yu sliced 5 pounds of sausage into pieces and simply steamed them, filling the air with an enticing aroma. There was no need for elaborate preparations. The 5 pounds of sausage paired with rice were more than sufficient for a delightful meal. The very thought of such an abundance of sausage brought joy to everyone's heart. Even if Chen Luo indulged a bit more, it would still be enough to last them for dozens of meals. Joking aside, with so many delectable options, who would focus solely on the sausage? After finishing his meal, Chen Luo lay comfortably on the bed, basking in contentment. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted his reverie. Chen Luo chuckled. On the 3rd floor. It was just he and Mi Li, so it could only be Mi Li. Has she learned to take the initiative? He opened the door. only to be surprised by Mi Ling's presence. Dressed in a flowing black gown, she seemed to have a particular fondness for the color. How perfect, given that I secretly took the black one before. The slightly loose gown still could not conceal her astonishing figure. To Chen Luo's surprise, he noticed that Mi Ling was holding a plastic bag, her demeanor somewhat awkward as she extended it towards him. Upon receiving it, Chen Luo's expression turned to one of shock. Mi Ling's face flushed a deep crimson. A small umbrella? In disbelief. The spirit flame princess actually gifted me this. My sister-in-law is blushing before me. The story I must tell with the campus beauty. Mi Ling's cheeks were ablaze as she silently gritted her teeth, wondering why he was staring at her with such astonishment. If it weren't for Mi Li, do you think I would willingly engage in this? Mi Ling had prepared a speech to instruct Chen Luo, but faced with the moment, the words simply would not come out. Mi Ling stammered, the grains are still small. In 2 years, they will be more or less ready. If you are prepared to become a father, then consider my interference as unnecessary. After speaking, Mi Ling hurriedly opened the door, intending to leave, but in her flustered state, her head collided with the door, producing a thud. Feeling too embarrassed to dwell on it, she rushed away. Chen Luo called out, "Wait, Mi Ling, I have something for you." He was not referring to anything inappropriate. Rather, he intended to expedite the advancement of Mi Ling and the others, as Mi Li and Dezhu were nearing their 3rd level. Chen Luo had half a remaining Mouse King crystal and a 5th level fire crystal, which could significantly accelerate their progression. With each level gained, the difficulty of advancement increased exponentially. While others took 20 days to reach the 3rd level, the prospect of reaching the King level in just a few years seemed implausible, especially with many surviving humans already attaining that status. The key lay in the advanced crystals, which could facilitate rapid promotions. With enough high-grade and abundant crystals, Chen Luo could ascend to the King level within a month. However, this was clearly an impossible feat given the presence of such formidable zombies. Even if he dared to venture forth, he would only be walking to his doom. Distracted and flustered, Mi Ling barely registered Chen Luo's words. He shook his head and proceeded to Mi Li's room. Upon seeing Chen Luo, Mi Li's face flushed momentarily. Not today, she managed to say. Chen Luo felt a sense of frustration. For some matters, healing magic proved effective, yet for certain relatives, it was utterly futile and unable to dispel their annoying presence. Chapter 74, Relying on Survival. The 5th level fire crystal still held significant value for Chen Luo, although it would never be enough to elevate him to the 5th level. Instead, it was better utilized to swiftly promote a few trusted allies to the 3rd level. Chen Luo first presented a crystal to Mi Li, and the effect was truly remarkable. What would have taken her 2 or 3 days to advance was accomplished in merely 10 minutes, consuming only a fraction of the crystal's power. Chen Luo then turned to Su Dazhu, and in the interim, he bestowed the Rat King's crystal upon Shu Yun. Chen Luo intended to nurture Shu Yun as a trusted confidant. Not only was her talent exceptional, but her attitude also greatly pleased him. If not her, then who else deserves such an elevation? By promoting her, she would become even more devoted. Surprised and honored, Shu Yun accepted the distinctly different crystal, saying, "Thank you. I will continue to strive." Chen Luo smiled, assuring her, "I have great faith in you." Currently, only Shu Yun, Feng Yu, and Chen Guang were without such privileges. With the aid of a level 5 crystal, Su Dazhu swiftly reached level 3. Chen Luo sensed that approximately 1/5 of the crystal's power had been consumed. Next, he approached Mi Ling's room and knocked on the door. Upon seeing Chen Luo, Mi Ling's expression remained somewhat unnatural, her heart tinged with wariness. Why was he knocking so late? Did he harbor ill intentions? If so, should she call out or remain silent? If she called out, what would Mi Li think? Chen Luo stated, "You have given me something. I must return the favor." Mi Ling's expression darkened. Was it truly necessary to bring this up? Chen Luo produced a valuable item for Mi Ling to hold. As she felt the warmth of its power, Mi Ling was taken aback. "This item is useful for you as well, isn't it? You should keep it. Your strength will enable you to lead the team more effectively." Being of the fire element, this crystal was particularly well suited for her. Chen Luo chuckled. "Why be so polite? We're like family. It's perfectly fine for you to absorb this for now. Just return it to me when you reach level 3. Mi Ling nodded in agreement, no longer insisting otherwise, acknowledging, "Indeed, he's my brother-in-law." 10 minutes later, Mi Ling had also advanced to level 3 and returned the crystal to Chen Luo, which still retained 3/4 of its power. Upon returning to the room, Chen Luo noticed Mi Fan rolling around on the bed out of boredom and suddenly realized that no matter what, he could not forget about his beloved Mi Fan. Mi Fan had already progressed to level 2, given her exceptional talent, which few could rival. However, it was peculiar that Mi Fan's abilities showed no apparent change. Her diminutive pink paws still bore no lethal force, nor had she grasped any additional skills. The only noticeable difference was that she seemed slightly more charming than before. Chen Luo was perplexed. Regardless of the type of supernatural ability, one would expect some enhancement upon leveling up. It was truly a sight to behold. What kind of ability could this be? Regardless of Mi Fan's powers, her sweet demeanor certainly warranted some arrangement. With a playful grin, Chen Luo said, Mi Fan, I haven't spent time with you for several days. Let us sleep together tonight. Mi Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied, Really? Chen Luo awkwardly smiled. Just for tonight and tomorrow. The next time might not be for another month. Mi Fan disregarded this and was filled with joy. Chen Luo embraced Mi Fan and encouraged. Let us cultivate together, Mi Fan. Mi Fan absorbed the level 5 crystal, while Chen Luo took in the level 1 crystals from Lu Wei and the other survivors, along with a few level 2 crystals. Chen Luo's rapid growth and strength made it increasingly difficult to advance quickly. He would need the zombies to reach level 1 before he could continue to progress at a swift pace. In the ordinary course of events, Chen Luo's internal strength had indeed been on the rise, albeit at a painfully slow pace, even without the absorption of crystals. It was akin to the rate at which a level 1 supernatural being could absorb 4 of the lowest grade crystals daily. Soon enough, Mi Fan had absorbed enough and ascended to level 3, yet remained unchanged. The Mi Fan post-ascension lacked its previous vivacity, as if it were attuned to some impending shift. After a considerable pause, Mi Fan expressed uncertainty. Chen Luo, I can't shake the feeling that something unfavorable is on the horizon, perhaps in 2 days. 2 days hence would mark the onset of the transformation of zombies from the lowest tier to level 1, with a portion of them evolving. Is this what you meant? Chen Luo was taken aback. Aside from himself, it seemed no one else was privy to this knowledge. Now, a cat had appeared out of nowhere. Chen Luo was unaware of the nature of Mi Fan's supernatural abilities, but drawing from the novels and films he had encountered in his lifetime, it seemed to bear the hallmarks of prophecy. During their time in the mall, Mi Fan had sensed that danger lurked for the grains of rice, which indeed materialized in the form of a devourer. Mi Fan could sense events yet was powerless to alter the outcome. Perhaps this was the reason Chen Luo had never witnessed Mi Fan's abilities in his previous life. Gently stroking Mi Fan, he mused. I never imagined you were a little oracle. I wonder what powers you will possess upon reaching the king tier. The following day, there was no need to gather supplies any longer. Merely having enough would suffice. Chen Luo called the group together. Today's objective was to eliminate zombies from a more distant area, though not to eradicate them entirely. The group was perplexed. While they understood the necessity of clearing zombies for safety, why leave a portion behind? The rationale for retaining some was, of course, to allow them to ascend to level 1, so that their crystals could be harvested. If faced with several hundred first-level zombies, Chen Luo would not dare to confront them directly. However, if it were merely a scattered few dozen first-level zombies, there would be no cause for fear. Chen Luo felt no need to explain himself, nor was there any obligation to do so. Following his instructions, the group began to clear out the zombies that were located further away, as there were hardly any in close proximity. Instead of eliminating the few nearby zombies, they were to be protected as they mindlessly bumped against the vehicle, requiring careful navigation around them. That evening, Chen Luo commanded, from this day forth, each villa must have someone on watch during the night, rotating shifts so that each person guards for an hour. It is essential that no one approaches unnoticed, nor are we caught off guard by any zombies. With around 10 individuals per villa, 1 hour of vigilance per person would suffice to keep watch until dawn. Although it was somewhat laborious, it was undeniably necessary. There was no room for doubt regarding this requirement. It was simply expected. Chen Luo contemplated that by the following morning, or even in the dead of night, first-level zombies would be ubiquitous. These zombies had acquired a modicum of intelligence. When a vehicle approached to strike them, they would evade and retaliate with their own spells. Much like primitive creatures, such as rats, they would retreat when outnumbered. However, when in greater numbers, they would dare to confront threats. Relying on weapons, such as Chen Luo's electric baton, it would be futile to attempt to deal with them, as any approach would be met with a spell before one could even draw near. Chen Luo and Su Dezhu could no longer rely on a mere collection of electric batons to effortlessly eliminate hundreds of zombies. The difficulty of survival in this post-apocalyptic world had escalated from simple to challenging, gradually intensifying to a nightmarish level. Ultimately, with the exception of Chen Luo, humanity faced total annihilation. Would anyone truly believe that Chen Luo endured until the end solely through sheer strength? It was rather through cunning, finding a place to huddle, and relying on void walking for survival. In Chapter 75, Anticipating Your Anticipation, in the dead of night, Chen Luo heard some rustling. A solitary zombie had wandered close. He paid it no heed, reasoning that with over 10 individuals in each villa, a couple of zombies posed little threat. If one were to perish, so be it. An injured comrade possessed a light-type royal spirit capable of healing. And should the wounds prove grievous, assistance would come seeking him. In the morning, Shiyin presented Chen Luo with the unused Mouse King crystal, celebrating her ascension to level 3, to which Chen Luo extended his congratulations. Did you receive special treatment from him, indulging in sausages? Shu Yin reported, last night. A zombie with ice arrows approached. If it had been more accurate, we might have sustained injuries. Reflecting on this, Shu Yin felt a pang of fear. Had it struck a vital spot, the consequences could have been dire. Chen Luo inquired, how was it dealt with? Shu Yin recounted. We all focused our fire and dispatched it in an instant. Chen Luo shook his head. A collective assault on a single zombie? Such magical prowess was hardly valuable. At 8 in the morning, Chen Luo typically organized the day's tasks. Once accustomed, everyone would instinctively gather together, exhibiting commendable self-discipline with no signs of tardiness. Observing the group of over 50 individuals, Chen Luo felt a twinge of nostalgia. Initially, he had imagined it would only be himself, Su Dazhu, and a few others like Mi Ling and Mi Li. However, encountering Shu Yun and her companions made it feel somewhat wasteful not to accept them. This gathering of beautiful women drew considerable attention, making it difficult to prevent others from harboring intentions towards them. Why not gather a group of individuals to protect the girls? If someone harbors ill intentions, they must think twice. Having a larger crowd is advantageous. It allows us to collect crystals more efficiently. Chen Luo remarked, last night. We encountered a spell-casting zombie, a type that is becoming increasingly common. I would like to ask everyone how we should deal with such an adversary. One person replied. It's quite simple. With our numbers, we can easily dispatch it. Chen Luo scoffed. Is it true that everyone can cast spells without limit? Or do you believe your spell-casting speed surpasses that of the zombie? When a crowd gathers, the zombie's spells will indiscriminately strike someone. It is not easy to evade. Are we only dealing with one zombie? Let me be frank. Starting today, unless the weather is severe or there are special circumstances, each of you must eliminate at least 5 of these spell-casting zombies daily. 5 each day? Some couldn't help but think this seemed rather arduous. Against non-spell-casting zombies, 10 would pose no challenge, but these spellcasters are perilous. Engaging them could lead to severe injury or even death. A girl couldn't contain herself and asked, why push yourself so hard? 1 or 2 kills a day should suffice, right? Chen Luo chuckled, why the urgency? The crystals from these zombies, once absorbed, significantly enhance one's strength. That day, when we saw the zombie that obliterated a bus, those who witnessed it understand. If one day all zombies evolve to such a level, do you think those who do not strive now will survive? Although the 5th level fire zombie was swiftly eliminated by Chen Luo, many young women remained haunted by the experience, realizing that their spells had minimal effect on it while its damage was devastating. Had it not been for Chen Luo, they feared few would have survived. Xun Guang and his companions, having never encountered such a 5th level zombie, could not help but inquire of those who had, engaging in fervent discussions. Upon learning the details, they collectively gasped in disbelief at the horror of it all, particularly astonished by Chen Luo's prowess, as he had effortlessly dispatched such a formidable foe. Chen Luo clapped his hands, silencing the crowd. If you lack the courage to fight, what distinguishes you from those elderly folks? We are all in this together, and I shall not lead you to your doom. Now, I shall impart the insights I have gleaned concerning the zombies. Instantly, everyone focused intently, recognizing the value of a strong warrior's knowledge for their survival. As for the lowest tier zombies, I shall not dwell on them. Instead, I will discuss those capable of casting spells. They possess various abilities just like us, including physical, fire, and ice powers. Even I cannot discern merely by appearance whether a zombie can wield magic. That day, Zhang Liang learned this lesson the hard way. Henceforth, we shall assume that any encountered zombie is of the 1st level. These 1st level zombies will flee if outnumbered significantly. They will not confront you head-on. When you attack, they instinctively evade, and this can be quite troublesome, as they may call upon their companions to assist in confronting you. Relying solely on numerical superiority against them is impractical. Aggressively pursuing them may indeed place you in peril. In the face of hordes of zombies, one must never confront them head-on. The inevitable casualties are hardly worth the risk. Unless one is defending a stronghold or is compelled by dire need for resources, who would choose to engage in a direct confrontation with the undead? Even in victory, the toll could be devastating. The optimal strategy against them comprises a team of 4, 2 warriors and 2 mages. Rest assured, despite their evolution and slight increase in speed, they remain inferior to us. When outnumbered, retreat is a viable option. Ideally, an additional support character would enhance this composition, though practitioners of support abilities are regrettably scarce. As the group absorbed this information, Chen Luo took a moment before announcing, "Now, I shall impart a valuable technique for evading spells." He casually selected Mi Ling and Xu Yun. "You two, attack me with your spells, and I shall demonstrate how to evade." The speed at which spells travel is remarkably swift. At close range, they can reach their target in the blink of an eye, making it challenging to dodge with mere physical movement. Yet, when faced with the onslaught from Mi Ling and Xu Yun, Chen Luo seemed to glide effortlessly, evading their attacks not through sheer speed, but by executing minimal positional adjustments. The onlookers were left in awe, particularly Mi Ling, who believed her spells to be impeccably aimed. Yet none found their mark. With a soft chuckle, Chen Luo remarked, "Is this truly difficult? Once I impart this technique to you all and you practice diligently, it will become second nature." The group, now fully engrossed and holding their breath, hung on to every word, eager not to miss this invaluable lesson. Chen Luo Dao remarked, "Observing the spell before evading it is nearly impossible. However, by deciphering the gestures of Mi Ling and Xu Yun, I can predict the trajectory of their impending spell casting, allowing me to reposition myself in advance to evade the attack." Mi Ling enlightened, "This is preemptive judgment." Chen Luo replied with a smile, "Indeed, evading spells is quite challenging. Thus, one should pay close attention to the direction in which the zombie's hand aims. Once it moves, one can ascertain the spell's trajectory and dodge accordingly in advance. As long as everyone masters this technique, dealing with first-level zombies will become effortless." Mi Ling appeared contemplative, and after a moment, suggested, "Shall we give it another try?" Chen Luo chuckled inwardly, welcoming the challenge. In the initial exchanges, Mi Ling casually launched small fireballs with minimal force, all of which Chen Luo deftly avoided. However, in a subsequent throw, Chen Luo was unexpectedly hit. Mi Ling laughed. "I anticipated your anticipation." Chapter 76, "It wasn't me pressuring you." Preempted my anticipation? Chen Luo chuckled, acknowledging Mi Ling's formidable combat talent, which rightly earned her the title of the war goddess, Ling Yinji. Compared to Chen Luo, Mi Ling appeared significantly weaker. In a true confrontation, she would scarcely have the opportunity to cast so many fireballs. If only Mi Ling and Chen Luo were of equal level. No way. Surely you don't believe that Chen Luo would engage Mi Ling in a direct confrontation? I would rather retreat and seek an opportunity to outmaneuver you. Against an evenly matched opponent, I never confront them head-on. It's far too perilous. You call this shameless? Please. Those with a sense of honor are the ones who meet their demise. Mi Ling felt no sense of triumph. Her control over the feeble fireball was tenuous at best. Had it not been for her careful restraint, the frequency of its release would have been much more rapid. Perhaps Chen Luo had underestimated the situation. The chasm between her abilities and Chen Luo's was insurmountable at present. Chen Luo reassured everyone, stating, "Rest assured. A level 1 zombie lacks the foresight possessed by more intelligent beings. Should you encounter any that exhibit such cunning, it is prudent to flee. They are far beyond your capacity to combat." He continued, "Let us each find an opponent to practice these techniques this morning. After our lunch, we shall embark on our journey." Luncheon consisted of sausages, and many worried they might not survive long enough to savor them fully. Chen Luo outlined their strategy. "We are a total of 52 individuals, with 12 remaining behind to guard our home, rotating responsibilities among them. The remaining 40 will form 10 teams of 4, maintaining a safe distance from one another to ensure mutual support. Each team will carry a walkie-talkie for communication in case of emergencies. The perils of this apocalypse arise not solely from zombies, but also from fellow survivors. If we spread too far apart, encountering a group of a dozen survivors could spell danger. Conversely, should a team of 4 face 1 or 2 zombies, those creatures cannot chase them down." Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, many breathed a sigh of relief. They had feared being scattered across distant locations. The ideal team composition would consist of 2 men and 2 women, ensuring each group contained a physical presence. Except for Chen Luo's team, everyone would travel on foot, as there were still a few scattered zombies nearby, providing an excellent opportunity for initial practice. It dawned on them why some zombies had been deliberately left behind during previous cleanup efforts. This foresight is truly commendable. Chen Luo merely observed from within the vehicle before driving away. He had already done his utmost to guide and arrange matters for them. Any ensuing misfortune could hardly be blamed on him. It was impractical to provide constant protection, akin to being their bodyguard. In this apocalyptic world, danger lurks at every turn. Chen Luo had mentally prepared himself for any casualties. His departure was, of course, motivated by the desire to venture into areas teeming with zombies to collect crystals. Upon reaching a street where the zombie population began to thicken, Chen Luo instructed, "You three, exit the vehicle. Dazhu and Miling, engage the zombies, while Meili, bolster their states and gather the crystals." Meili grimaced, expressing her reluctance. "I would rather confront the zombies than extract those bloody crystals. I can only blame my lack of combat skills." Dazhu and Meili had both reached level 3, and with Meili's enhancements, Dazhu's defense and strength could rival Chen Luo's. Dazhu took on the role of a warrior, Miling assumed the position of a mage, and Meili acted as a healer, thus forming a complete triad of combatants. All at level 3, they found themselves more than capable of dispatching these level 1 zombies, many of which had not even reached that threshold. While these zombies posed no real challenge to the trio, higher-level zombies were elusive and not easily found by Chen Luo. He drove slowly behind them, not idle in his pursuits. He retrieved a homemade textbook, teaching the rice in his arms, and the mage seated beside him the basics of phonetics, reminiscent of a 9-year compulsory education. "Now, I shall teach you phonetics. In the future, you can consult a dictionary whenever you encounter unfamiliar characters." Miling found this amusing, pondering whether such activities were truly befitting of a human in their current predicament. Teaching cats and dogs to read, 8 zombies attacked, marking the largest horde encountered simultaneously this afternoon. Su Dazhu was about to charge ahead when Mi Ling stopped him. She had a peculiar feeling that she could wield a new spell. Mi Ling unleashed a fireball, if her previous fireballs had a diameter of 5 centimeters. This one was now 10. As the zombies approached, she hurled the fireball into their midst, instinctively controlling it as it entered the horde. Suddenly, flames erupted in a violent explosion, toppling 5 zombies, while the remaining 3, due to the blast radius, remained vigorous. Mi Ling felt exhilarated. Her intuition had proven correct. For the remaining 3, she opted to eliminate them one by one, as the previous spell had drained considerable energy. After the trio had dispatched over 100 zombies, both Mi Ling and Meili were out of magical power. The buff cast by Meili had intensified, yet its consumption had also escalated, continuously applied to Su Dazhu. But it wouldn't last much longer. Although Su Dazhu himself was not in mortal danger, injury was inevitable. Chen Luo and the Mage King entered the fray, effortlessly slaying over 200 zombies. The proportion of first-level zombies was somewhat low, around 1/3. A few injured individuals received treatment from Wang Ling, and their conditions were not severe. However, the grim news weighed heavily on the others. One person had perished. The deceased was a male from Chen Guang's team, a first-level elemental ability user, struck down by a spell to the head, dying instantly. Observing the somber mood among everyone, Chen Luo remarked softly, "Do not blame me for being too harsh or for compelling you to fight. It is this world that is exceedingly cruel." Originally, the crowd was somewhat skeptical of Chen Luo's words. Could there truly be so many zombies capable of casting spells? However, what they witnessed that afternoon revealed that at least 1/3 of the zombies suddenly exhibited magical abilities. If one does not advance, the world compels one to progress. Chen Guang sighed, lamenting, this world of Chaodan. There were 2 teams that had failed to complete their tasks, and Chen Luo showed no mercy, allowing them to experience hunger. Just a brief period of deprivation, surely they had never gone 3 days without food? That evening, all members absorbed only primary-grade crystals. These primary crystals contained more than twice the energy of the lowest-grade crystals, and their quality was entirely different. Xian reached the 3rd level. Previously, she could absorb 11 of the lowest-grade crystals in a day, but now she could only manage 7 primary-grade crystals. This was merely an exception. Most people could only absorb about 1.5 crystals, with the remaining crystals collected by Chen Luo. After all, absorb as much as you can. Any surplus must be surrendered. Chen Luo eagerly hoped for others to absorb more, as this indicated a rapid growth rate. Chapter 77. Meili's best friend. What reassured Chen Luo was that, after absorbing the crystals, the group did not remain idle. Instead, they commenced training in evasion. The death of a teammate that afternoon had profoundly impacted them. By exerting themselves now, they would increase their chances of survival in the future. Chen Luo also began to absorb crystals, managing to consume approximately 65 primary-grade crystals at his 4th level. In contrast, a 3rd-level spellcaster could only absorb 13. For Chen Luo, the quality of the primary-grade crystals was still too low. After all, being at the 4th level rendered the lowest-grade crystals ineffective. Chen Luo estimated that it would take approximately 20 days to reach level 5. In his previous life, he was fortunate enough to achieve this in merely a month. His progress was not significantly faster than in his past existence. At level 4, most of the crystals he absorbed were only of level 3, which naturally could not compare to the speed of absorbing level 1 crystals. It was akin to Chen Luo at level 40, battling monsters of level 10. Merely achieving an upgrade was already a notable feat, however. The spirits of his companions were considerably weighed down, as the probability of encountering spellcasting zombies had doubled since yesterday. Where they had encountered only 1 zombie out of 3 the previous day, they now faced 2 out of 3. The world was becoming increasingly perilous. Observing with a cold gaze, Chen Luo realized that if they could not keep pace with the zombies' evolution, the casualties would only escalate. Were it not for the continuous efforts of the survivors in exterminating zombies, which had drastically reduced their numbers, the survivors would have outnumbered the zombies in the later stages, and humanity would have met its doom before the terrifying monsters ever arrived. On the 3rd day, the number of survivors heading towards the remote corners had clearly increased, with most forming into groups. They ought to feel fortunate that the zombies had not yet evolved to level 1, granting them the opportunity to gain experience in battling the undead and the chance to grow stronger, as well as to gather information about nearby survivors. Unlike Chen Luo, they had little chance of escaping alone. Without uniting for survival, even surviving a perilous situation would be considered a stroke of good luck. Throughout the morning, Chen Luo witnessed 2 groups. One was dispatched by him, as they had foolishly dared to provoke his sister-in-law. Chen Luo contemplated the necessity of strengthening the base's defenses, either by retaining more individuals or by assigning the spellcaster to guard the premises. Chen Luo and his companions arrived at the vicinity of a grand bridge, where several vehicles were parked beside the grassy area adjacent to it. On the grass, 7 or 8 men encircled a man and a woman, while a few others nearby feigned indifference, including several female survivors. The man and woman appeared to be father and daughter. Chen Luo, with his keen hearing, caught a man saying with a sneer, "Little sister, I believe you wouldn't want to see your father come to harm, would you?" From this statement alone, Chen Luo surmised the gravity of the situation. Although cold-blooded by nature, he could not condone such behavior and thought it prudent to collect the crystals from the crowd, hoping to acquire a few second-tier ones. Meili also noticed the scene, exclaiming, "That's my classmate." Chen Luo paused for a moment and inquired, "Are you close?" Meili nodded in affirmation. "We have a good relationship. She's my best friend." Chen Luo, please help them. While she would not intervene for a stranger, the fact that it was her close friend compelled her to act. Chen Luo was not devoid of compassion. After all, if it was Meili's friend, assisting her was only natural. Without a hint of hesitation, Chen Luo resolved to eliminate them all, recognizing that if they were allied, none should be spared. He was not afraid of formidable foes. Rather, he feared those who were incompetent. Without further ado, Chen Luo summoned the King of Law. Like a dog, the King of Law's allure seemed to surpass even that of the young girl. The group gazed at the king with greedy eyes, utterly oblivious to the impending doom that loomed over them. They were unaware of the bond between Chen Luo's party and Meili's friend, failing to consider her as a hostage. Su Dazhu and Mi Ling swiftly joined the fray, effortlessly dispatching the group. Meili joyfully rushed to Zhang Jingjing's side, exclaiming, "Jingjing, it's me." Startled and overwhelmed, Zhang Jingjing saw Mi Li and exclaimed with joy, "It's Mi Li and Sister Mi Ling." Having visited Mi Li's home a few times, Zhang Jingjing was familiar with Mi Ling, who had also met her father, Zhang Dongqing, on one occasion. After comforting Zhang Jingjing, Mi Li led her to Chen Luo. Observing Zhang Jingjing, Chen Luo noted her sweet demeanor. If Mi Li was the school beauty, then Zhang Jingjing was the class flower. Though not quite on the same level, she was still quite charming. Chen Luo mused that her name seemed to lack something. He nodded and said, "As long as you abide by our rules, everything will be fine." It was essential to honor Michigan Li's request, and since they were not entirely averse to accepting new members, a capable individual could prove to be an unexpected asset. Zhang Jingjing pondered whether Mi Li and her companions were aligned with the handsome man before her. Without asking Mi Ling, she directly addressed Chen Luo, who seemed to confirm her thoughts. Chen Luo turned to Zhang Dongqing and asked, "You can drive, right? Follow us in your car." Zhang Dongcheng appeared gentle and composed, likely in his 40s, considering his daughter was still quite young. Gratefully, he replied, "Thank you for saving us. I can drive." Chen Luo instructed the father and daughter to travel in a separate vehicle. Upon arriving at the villa area, Chen Luo said, "Mili, arrange for your friend to stay with Xu Yun. She cannot stay with us." Mili nodded in agreement. However, Zhang Jingjing rushed over and said, "Mili, can I sleep with you tonight?" Having shared a bed before, she thought it was perfectly natural, believing it would deepen her bond with Mili. Chen Luo coldly refused, stating, "No, without my consent, entry into this villa is prohibited. A single bulb and a bowl of rice suffice. Do we really need another?" Xu Yun hurried over to escort Zhang Jingjing away. Lunch consisted of potatoes sautéed with sausages, far more delectable than merely steamed sausages. Chen Luo pondered how many could survive, and whoever did would have a chance to enjoy a fine meal. Zhang Jingjing devoured her food ravenously. In the past, she would have shown little interest, coming from a well-off family. Suddenly, she inquired, "What about Mili? Why haven't I seen her? What did she have for lunch?" Chapter 78. Protecting against zombies. Even more so against survivors. What did Mili have for lunch? This question from Zhang Jingjing momentarily stunned the other girls. They were not children. Aside from the occasional shared meal with everyone, Chen Luo typically dined alone in his villa. Surely, he was not hiding in his room, eating steamed buns with pickled vegetables? Chen Luo had mentioned that his refrigerator was stocked with pork, promising to prepare braised pork for everyone when the opportunity arose. Perhaps he used to indulge in braised pork daily, and now it was braised pork accompanied by sausages. Every resource collected had passed through their hands. The sausages were undoubtedly the finest. If he were to withhold them entirely, they would surely express their dissatisfaction. Yet Chen Luo generously supplied them with a substantial amount each day. Their satisfaction stemmed from merely enjoying sausages daily. Even if Chen Luo feasted on braised pork at every meal, it was food he had procured for himself. Moreover, he bore the responsibility of safeguarding them. So what was wrong with him enjoying a bit of braised pork? One girl chuckled. Mili likely had sausages for lunch as well. The statement was not without merit. However, a few individuals, including Zhang Jingjing, reacted with disdain. Her words caused Xu Yun to furrow her brows, as they seemed to carry a hint of comparison. Was the sausage and potato not sufficient for her? It was apparent that she and Mili shared a good rapport, and as a newcomer, her lack of contribution would certainly not warrant such indulgences. Nevertheless, Zhang Jingjing merely spoke her mind, and Xu Yun recognized that it would be unwise to draw conclusions based solely on a single remark. With a smile, Xu Yun clarified, "Chen Luo is akin to our employer, and we are the employees. Dining with our boss often feels somewhat awkward, hence we prefer to eat separately." Zhang Jingjing nodded in acknowledgement, yet her thoughts wandered. Mili was undoubtedly enjoying a more sumptuous meal, and the pang of sadness struck her, despite their close friendship. She had been excluded from the feast. The once tantalizing aroma of the sausage now seemed less appealing to her. Chen Luo picked up a saltwater prawn, dipped it in vinegar, and savored its exquisite flavor. Each individual must possess their own value. He pondered whether she could prove her worth. If she remained earnest, lacking in skill, he would assign her to a logistical role. What purpose do those devoid of value serve in this world? Even Mi Ling, Chen Luo's sister-in-law, was compelled to battle zombies daily, often surpassing others in her kill count. Did Chen Luo allow her to indulge idly? Were it not for the zombies having largely evolved to level 1, he would have certainly sent Zhang Jingjing and her daughter to eliminate 10 zombies, akin to the previous assignments of Li Ming and Li Hui. Presently, sending them would be tantamount to a death sentence. Mili nodded in understanding. After the meal, Chen Luo summoned Fang Yu. "Are there not a few survivors remaining in the villa area? Let them depart if they so wish. If they do not, they may be tasked with exterminating the zombies. There is no need for courtesy in these dire times. One must eliminate any potential future threats." Fang Yu nodded and, accompanied by several comrades, set off. Chen Luo silently cursed, recognizing the futility of trying to assist those who are resistant to help. In light of our neighborly ties, he wished to offer them an opportunity to join forces, yet they only seemed inclined to cower within their villa. Upon seeing Chen Luo emerge from the villa, Xu Yun hurried over. "Chen Luo," she exclaimed, "we have nearly eradicated all the zombies in the vicinity. If we wish to continue our efforts, we must venture farther afield. The zombies have not yet evolved, and we have already conducted a sweep. In recent days, we have eliminated at least 300 to 400 zombies daily. Do they truly believe they are inexhaustible?" At that moment, Chen Guang approached cautiously. Brother, he began, the group I mentioned can evolve to level 2 with just 20 crystals. The efficacy of level 1 crystals is superior, and most are on the verge of reaching level 2, either today or tomorrow. Should we not wait until they have ascended before engaging the zombies? It would be a more prudent approach. Chen Guang's intentions were noble. Upon reaching level 2, the likelihood of demise would significantly diminish. Engaging level 1 against level 1 could lead to unforeseen calamities. It is only natural for anyone to prefer a steadier path. Chen Luo insisted on acquiring a minimum of 5 level 1 crystals each day, except in exceptional circumstances. The current situation qualifies as exceptional, with imminent promotion. Why rush to confront the zombies? Forcing them into combat would undoubtedly breed discontent. Chen Luo pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. It seems something is bound to happen. We should remain here to safeguard our home. Curiously, Chen Guang and Xu Yun inquired, what sort of event? Chen Luo elucidated. Did you not notice any survivors fleeing our way? They will undoubtedly be scavenging for supplies, and it is improbable that we will be left undisturbed. While there are scant resources in other locales, no one will wait until their provisions are entirely depleted before searching. Humanity, akin to squirrels, is compelled to incessantly seek out supplies to ensure their own sense of security, especially when the surrounding areas are largely devoid of zombies. They will act with even greater audacity. Chen Guang sighed. It truly renders one unable to find peace. Chen Luo continued. Gather a few individuals to guard the entrance of the community. Take the bus and keep the air conditioning running, for the heat is unbearable. In case of any issues, maintain communication via the walkie-talkies. Oh, and ensure that Zhang Dongcheng, who just joined us today, is included. Let's observe his performance. Chen Guang nodded in agreement. Chen Luo then turned to Xu Yun, saying, as for Zhang Jingjing, do not treat her with any special consideration. Xu Yun appeared slightly bewildered, realizing that Zhang Jingjing was not a favored individual. It seemed likely that, in the days to come, many survivors would seek to enter the villa district, and the notion of living in peace while combating zombies would be a distant dream. Existence in this post-apocalyptic world is exhausting. In addition to guarding against zombies and acquiring resources, one must remain vigilant against other survivors who may attempt to steal or seize their possessions. In his previous life, Chen Luo bore no such concerns. His worries were for others, and the reasons were unspoken. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. Without the act of eliminating a few individuals to establish authority, one cannot maintain a firm foothold. Hanging dozens of corpses at the entrance would serve as a stark warning, dissuading any who might dare to intrude. In the villa district, aside from the entrance, tall walls enclosed the area. Prior to the apocalypse, security was already quite robust, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to sneak in. Chen Luo initially contemplated barricading the entrance and exit of the community. However, he realized that doing so would hinder his own mobility. As resources would eventually need to be transported, relying solely on foot was not a feasible option. Chen Guang, accompanied by his group, luxuriated in the cool air of the bus, relishing a rare moment of relaxation following several days of relentless violence. The comfort was indeed delightful. The allure of the air conditioning drew many to join him. As they basked in the cool breeze, they surveyed the situation outside the community. Approximately 10 minutes later, several vehicles approached the entrance. Chen Guang furrowed his brow and disembarked. Chapter 79. Let's see if you comply. The number of newcomers appeared scant. With over 20 individuals on Chen Guang's side, he deemed it unnecessary to contact anyone via the walkie-talkie. This small group posed no threat that warranted reinforcements, as it would only highlight their own inadequacy. Upon noticing the passengers from the bus alight, the arriving vehicles came to a halt at the community's entrance, and a dozen individuals descended. Chen Guang politely stated, "Entry is prohibited here. Perhaps you should explore elsewhere." Upon hearing this, the newcomers frowned in discontent. They were aware that this was a villa district and had hoped to find a couple of villas to settle into. A young man, with a grin, responded, "Brother, are all the villas occupied?" Chen Guang merely smiled, reiterating, "Please look elsewhere." Truth be told, had the opposing group not been numerous and the exact count of their members within the community remained uncertain, this assembly might have attempted a forceful entry. Should a conflict arise, it could potentially lead to their own demise. At that moment, a convoy of over a dozen vehicles approached from a distance. Chen Guang's expression shifted. Uncertain of the number of individuals on the opposing side, a conflict could yield unfavorable outcomes for him. In times of indecision, one seeks guidance from a superior. Chen Guang promptly turned around and communicated via the walkie-talkie, "Brother Chen, A substantial number of people are on their way, perhaps 50 to 60 individuals in about 10 vehicles. Chen Luo, leisurely indulging in ice cream while engrossed in a novel on his phone and reclining in a chair, casually stroked the rice beside him. Upon receiving the transmission, he remained unfazed and responded through the walkie-talkie, "Everyone, gather at the entrance of the community." Chen Luo was not surprised. The location and conditions of the villa district were the finest in the vicinity, making it odd for no one to come. Each villa was equipped with at least 2 walkie-talkies, and upon hearing the message, Xu Yun swiftly organized everyone to assemble. Zhang Jingjing, who was paired with Li Hui, was also summoned. A hint of fear flickered in Zhang Jingjing's eyes. Was a battle imminent? She subtly attempted to position herself towards the back, aligning with Li Hui. Xu Yun inquired, "By the way, what is your ability?" This question had been posed to Zhang Jingjing before, and she replied, "I possess strength abilities." Xu Yun instructed, "Then you should stand at the front." Zhang Jingjing protested, her voice tinged with desperation. "Why? I am only 18, and Li Hui is standing at the back too." Li Hui softly clarified, "I have supportive abilities." Chen Luo said, "I must stand behind." Xu Yun, lacking the time for further discussion with Zhang Jingjing, pulled her to the front. Zhang Jingjing, her voice quavering, lamented, "Meili and I are good friends. You cannot treat me this way." She has learned from Li Hui that Chen Luo is the undisputed authority here, and Meili appears to be his beloved. Meili rushed over to reassure her, saying, "It's all right, Jingjing, you must go through this step. Rest assured, I will elevate your status, and even if you're injured, I can heal you." Zhang Jingjing was left speechless, tears welling in the corners of her eyes. "Meili, you were not like this before." Zhang Jingjing stared blankly at the corner of Meili's mouth, which bore a trace of white, a remnant from a creamy ice cream. Yet, Zhang Jingjing wondered, is there really ice cream at this hour? Could it be? "Meili, am I unaware of whether you have an older brother? Perhaps you are sacrificing your appearance to win over your romantic interest, Chen Luo? Even if you have, you disregard our past sisterly bond." Not uttering a single word in my defense. "If you can, then so can I." Before she could ponder further, Zhang Jingjing was pulled to the front by Xu Yun. Meanwhile, Chen Luo drove ahead of them to the entrance of the community. The first batch of survivors from the convoy, although appearing somewhat disheveled, seemed to maintain a decent spirit, suggesting they still had some supplies. The second convoy, comprising over 30 individuals, looked weary, with cracked lips, save for the few leaders among them. Upon Chen Luo's arrival, he heard someone shout, "My older brother is a level 2 ability user. Are you going to let this slide?" Unified address for convenience, no need for disputes. Qin Guang scoffed, "Is being level 2 really that impressive?" Admittedly, it is quite remarkable. The secret of the crystal was revealed to this group far too late. They have yet to ascend to level 2. However, the main force's women are all at least level 2, and it seems Xu Yun is even beyond that. Upon encountering Chen Luo, Qin Guang promptly addressed him as elder brother. Everyone could not help but gaze at Chen Luo, astonished that this young man held such a title. Among the second batch of the convoy, a burly man, bare-chested and adorned with a large gold chain, scoffed dismissively, thinking to himself that he had expected something more, only to discover a mere pretty boy. This man, Sun Dawei, led the group, being the sole second-tier ability user among them. He had only learned of the existence of crystals after witnessing others extract them. However, he kept this revelation to himself, shrouded in secrecy. This ragtag assembly, despite claiming to have a leader, was far from united. Sun Dawei chuckled and said, "Young brother, you must be the one in charge, right? There's hardly any supplies left in this vicinity. I dare not jest. My men have gone a day without food or water. Might you be able to spare a little assistance?" Chen Luo sneered inwardly. It was evident that in the absence of zombies, supplies would dwindle. Yet, he had not thoroughly scavenged certain neighborhoods where resources still lingered. However, those areas were infested with zombies, and few dared to venture there, especially after the undead had evolved to the first level. With a smile, Chen Luo replied, "Assistance is out of the question, but I am open to trade. You may exchange crystals from the zombies' foreheads, 1 crystal for a bottle of water and a pound of rice. My resources are limited as well, but I am willing to make this exchange, considering we are all survivors." Sun Dawei's expression shifted dramatically. Was this fool truly revealing the secret of the crystals? With others advancing, how could he maintain control over his faction? His power relied on being ahead of the others, which kept them superficially compliant. Indeed, even the lackeys besides Sun Dawei were taken aback by this unexpected disclosure. Xu Yun, Mi Ling, and others arrived, bringing the total number on Chen Luo's side to just over 50, slightly surpassing the opposing group. Sun Dawei erupted in hearty laughter, exclaiming, I expected a larger contingent. Yet all I see is a gaggle of women. Yet, I must admit, they are quite attractive. Sun Dawei turned, his expression turning menacing as he continued. He claims we must slay zombies to earn supplies, but are you not aware of how formidable they can be? After a moment of silence, a middle-aged man spoke up. Young man, we are truly suffering from hunger. You must have ample supplies, just grant us a little, won't you? If you refuse, desperation may drive us to do anything. Chen Luo possessed a wealth of resources. Providing them with a month's worth of food would be a mere drop in the bucket. However, granting such a request was out of the question. It would only signal weakness and invite further demands, or worse, spread the word to others seeking handouts. Such a course of action would be exceedingly foolish. Chen Luo had offered them a glimmer of hope, yet they preferred to confront him rather than face the zombies. Were they not afraid of death? Of course they were. Survivors wielding extraordinary abilities in conflict would inevitably suffer mutual destruction, and a first-tier survivor would prove far more challenging than a first-tier zombie. The seasoned middle-aged man had keenly discerned that Chen Luo seemed hesitant to take action. They were destitute. If he refused to comply, they would adopt a desperate stance to compel him. Apologies, but today there shall only be 2 updates, he declared. Chapter 80, The Value of Peace. Do you wager I lack the courage to kill? If you were in the hundreds, I would indeed weigh my options, Chen Luo scoffed. At that moment, a voice emerged from Chen Luo's camp. Let harmony prevail. Give them something and let them depart. Chen Luo's expression changed, as did the faces of Xu Yun and Chen Guang. Turning around, Chen Luo discovered that the speaker was none other than Zhang Jingjing, standing in the front row. The numerical disparity between the 2 factions was negligible, yet the opposing side appeared determined to fight. Zhang Jingjing, standing at the forefront, was filled with trepidation. If a confrontation ensued, her life could be at stake. In her view, if it was possible to resolve the matter with provisions, why engage in a life-and-death struggle? She believed her reasoning was sound, thus she quietly uttered those words. Sun Dawei burst into laughter, exclaiming, This young lady speaks wisely. We do not ask for much, merely 2,000 pounds of rice. If rice is insufficient, flour will suffice, along with some water and a few other provisions. Truly not a great deal. The individuals behind Sun Dawei echoed his sentiments. The girl has a kind heart. We genuinely have no other recourse. We will repay you in due time. Chen Luo's gaze fixed intently on Zhang Jingjing, who felt increasingly uneasy under his scrutiny. In a sudden motion, Chen Luo struck Zhang Jingjing across the face, coldly stating, Who do you think you are to speak here? When the leader is addressing the matter, it is one thing for an inexperienced subordinate to interject, but to assist the adversary is utterly unacceptable. The others remained silent, patiently awaiting Chen Luo's command, and Zhang Jingjing, who mistakenly believed herself to be of special status, faced the consequences. The blow left one side of her face swollen, and as she fell to the ground, the agonizing pain prompted her to cry out uncontrollably. Zhang Jingjing's father, unable to contain himself, rushed over to admonish, Did my daughter speak incorrectly? With so many people gathered, can a conflict truly yield a favorable outcome? Is it not commendable to distribute the ample supplies amassed from several villas to prevent casualties? What kind of heart would compel one to risk their subordinates' lives over trivial resources? Meili approached, attempting to assist Zhang Jingjing, only to be rebuffed with a fierce shove. Zhang Jingjing lamented, Spare me your feigned concern. You and Chen Luo secretly indulged in delicacies at noon, excluding others, and even neglected to include me, whom I considered a friend. I stand before you while you linger behind, perhaps reveling in my misfortune. Meili felt a pang of sorrow. The supplies were not acquired through my efforts. Nor did I possess the authority to dictate their distribution, especially since you have only just arrived. Mi Ling observed, shaking her head with a sigh. Contemplating Chen Luo's character, one might fear for your well-being. Chen Luo's expression darkened. I saved you. You consumed my provisions, yet you utter words that undermine morale. How have you managed to survive this long? Your naivety is pitiful, particularly in the case of Zhang Dongqing, whose age renders his ignorance baffling. If mere food could sufficiently disperse this crowd, would Chen Luo truly hesitate to part with 80,000 tons of rice? After an initial surge of frustration, Chen Luo regained composure. Having encountered all manner of individuals in a past life, he shook his head, recognizing that some could be saved while others ought not to be. Dismissing Zhang Dongqing and his daughter for the moment, Chen Luo turned, chuckling, I apologize for the amusement I have caused. Sun Dawei responded with a smirk. I have heard of the supplies from several villas. Surely it is not unreasonable for me to claim one? Chen Luo let out a light chuckle and addressed the group of over a dozen individuals from another convoy, saying, "What do you say? You are in need of supplies. Are you not?" The young leader, observing Chen Luo's calm demeanor and cheerful banter, felt an unusual sensation rising within him. He quickly waved his hands in a conciliatory manner. Chuckling nervously, "My good sir, we are merely here to see if there is a place suitable for settlement. We still have some supplies and certainly do not intend to threaten you. Since the villa is full, we shall take our leave." Upon finishing his words, the young man indeed turned to depart with his companions. Sun Dawei, watching the young man retreat, cursed under his breath, deeming him a coward. Impatiently, he demanded, "Will you give it or not?" Chen Luo maintained his composure, having already gathered a reinforced spatial orb in his hand. With a smile, he replied, "Yes. I shall provide it to you right away." In the earlier stages, while the spatial abilities lacked the destructive power of fire or lightning in equivalent ranks, their invisible and colorless nature rendered them the perfect instrument for a surprise attack. A second-tier ability user, so formidable indeed. "I am quite terrified. Allow me to offer you a little gift," he thought. When Sun Dawei and his entourage first arrived, they boasted about Sun Dawei's prowess as a second-tier ability user. With a resounding bang, Chen Luo's enhanced spatial orb shattered Sun Dawei's head. In an instant, Sun Dawei found himself struck down. Not even recognizing the gesture Chen Luo made before the ambush took his life. There were several cries of astonishment. Sun Dawei met his demise with eyes wide open, and none among his group had anticipated that Chen Luo would suddenly erupt in violence, eliminating their strongest member in an instant. The prowess of Sun Dawei was indeed something they had witnessed. As Chen Luo took action, Meili found herself too occupied to attend to Zhang Jingjing, instead bestowing defensive buffs upon the group of physical ability users standing in the front. With a wave of his hand, Chen Luo declared, "If they seek death, let us oblige them." Su Daju, charging forth, was emboldened by Meili's support. His third-level abilities rendered him unafraid of these mere first-level practitioners. Meili followed closely behind him. The foremost ranks consisted of Chen Luo's second-level abilities users, who, truth be told, felt a twinge of fear. However, Chen Luo had made it clear, retreating during battle would bear severe consequences. He was unflinching in his lethal intent. No one dared to fall back. Moreover, victory was assuredly destined to be theirs. Thus, they surged forward in unison. In a fleeting moment, 7 or 8 adversaries fell to their demise. The remaining few, mustering their courage, launched an attack against Su Daju, only to find him sustaining minor injuries while appearing unfazed, his ferocity only magnifying as he continued to wield his steel rod with relentless vigor. In a brief span, Sun Dawei and his faction descended into chaos. They lacked a steadfast leader and any semblance of stringent orders. When calamity struck, they scattered in all directions, for to remain was to court death. Observing this, Chen Luo scoffed, truly believing they were fearless. Had they gone a day without sustenance? In Meiling's words, they had eaten just the day before. After 2 or 3 years in a post-apocalyptic world, survivors accustomed to starvation were genuinely willing to risk their lives for food. To do otherwise was to perish from hunger. Yet these individuals had merely gone a day without food, their postures of recklessness serving only as faude to intimidate. There had once been an individual who, over a mere sausage, had engaged in a fierce confrontation with Chen Luo, a true testament to one who dared to gamble with their life. Aside from Su Daju suffering a minor injury, everyone else emerged completely unscathed. Zhang Jingjing and Zhang Dongxing were left in a state of shock. They had anticipated a fierce battle, yet the outcome was unexpectedly effortless. No wonder Chen Luo showed no signs of retreat. Had he not intervened earlier, it seemed likely that nothing would have occurred at all. Chapter 81. Level 6 Crystal. Chen Luo contemplated hanging the corpses of these individuals, but ultimately decided against it. Given that it was summer, leaving them at the entrance of the community would unleash a putrid stench capable of suffocating anyone nearby. Not to mention attracting a swarm of flies. Who could possibly eat in the presence of such foulness? While Chen Luo could tolerate it, he doubted others could. Furthermore, he pondered the prospect of welcoming contributions of crystals, as acquiring level 2 crystals was no easy feat. Extract the crystals and bury them in the back mountain. Chen Luo instructed. The group nodded in agreement. Brother Chen Luo, please spare me this time. I promise I won't dare again. Don't kill me. What? Zhang Jingjing cried, her tears flowing like rain. Zhang Dongcheng, too, was rendered speechless, entirely devoid of the bravado he had earlier displayed when reprimanding Chen Luo. If they didn't plead for mercy now, when would they? Chen Luo chuckled softly. What are you talking about? You are a friend of Mili. How could I possibly harm you? Zhang Jingjing's expression brightened momentarily, but she soon heard Chen Luo continue. However, I cannot allow you to remain here any longer. We are not on the same path. You should leave at once. Leave before I change my mind, Chen Luo huffed. Zhang Jingjing widened her eyes. She was not foolish. Having just had a falling out with Chen Luo and Mili, staying any longer would surely lead to dire consequences. Mili no longer speaks on my behalf. It is not as if survival is solely contingent upon Chen Luo. Mili, you have managed to ally yourself with the older brother. I can do the same. There may come a time when you seek my assistance. If Mili endures a fate as grim as Zhang Jingjing's, it is unlikely that Zhang Jingjing would remain so psychologically unbalanced. She is unaware of the circumstances, merely speculating based on her own assumptions. Her understanding has yet to undergo a complete transformation. If you cannot adapt to the world, you shall be cast aside by it. Zhang Jingjing nodded, and at that moment, Zhang Dongqing felt a twinge of regret. He did not wish to leave such a secure haven, especially with Chen Luo's formidable prowess. However, under the piercing gaze of Chen Luo, he found himself rendered speechless, compelled to depart alongside Zhang Jingjing. Mili opened her mouth, intending to voice something, but ultimately chose silence. Chen Luo embraced Mili as they made their way into the villa, subtly kicking the Law King as they passed. The Law King was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. When the master is unable to act, I shall take up the mantle. Oh. The assassin dispatched by that wretched creature is once more on the move. The first time, the opportunity slipped away, resulting in the target's demise. This is the second attempt. How delightful it is that I am left to handle the dirty work. This situation warrants at least a chicken leg as compensation. No, that does not seem right. Perhaps the braised pork is unpalatable, or the ribs lack flavor. Those who cannot come to terms with it resort to chicken legs. The Law King halted, his tongue flicking out repeatedly, stealthily trailing behind Zhang Jingjing and her companion. Chen Luo cast a sidelong glance and thought, I have said nothing and done nothing. I merely nudged the Law King inadvertently. In this world, individuals can be categorized into three types: friends, foes, and my own. You cannot be my own, nor can you become a friend. Thus, I must express my regrets. You possess a certain charm, yet a woman seeking vengeance can be truly formidable. Should you become allied with a powerful figure, what would happen if you were to strike at a critical moment? I, Chen Luo, harbor no fear of your retribution. Even if I cannot prevail, I can always flee. However, individuals like Mi Ling and Mi Li lack such an option. They are unable to traverse the void. For the safety of the collective, I must express my regrets. Should such incidents multiply, it is likely that Mi Li, should she fall into your grasp, would not fare well. If Mi Li cannot bear it, then it must fall upon me. But I must clarify. I am entirely innocent in this matter and was unaware of any wrongdoing. I cannot be unjustly blamed. It is fortunate to have a loyal companion. What is happening? Xin Guang inquired, shaking his head. I do not know. He did not specify. However, I observed that this young man appears quite composed. Not one to engage in idle chatter, hence I deemed it necessary to report. Indeed, this young man, had he acted like Sun Dawei, leveraging the situation to threaten, would have met a similar fate as Sun Dawei. He seemed quite astute, surely aware of the consequences of his own actions. Ling Chen, accompanied by his companions in flight, sought refuge, for they could not remain in their vehicle indefinitely. They arrived at a location largely devoid of zombies and approached a villa district, only to be halted by a group. Subsequently, they encountered Sun Dawei. When the leader of the group inquired with a grin whether they sought supplies, a chill ran down Ling Chen's spine, prompting an immediate retreat. Not far from their escape, a thought struck him. Could it be that this area, free of zombies, was being managed by the inhabitants of the villas? In the next moment, not far from his departure, he was met with a cacophony of anguished screams. Startled, he felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that fleeing was indeed the correct choice. Yet, where to escape remained uncertain, for he lacked a destination, and the world around him had grown perilous. Cold Morning found himself in a state of confusion when a thought struck him. Why not attempt to join the other party? This notion arose primarily because the opposing group was accompanied by numerous women, though that was not the crux of the matter. What truly captured his attention was the apparent well-being of these women. They were neatly dressed and appeared composed, a stark contrast to the somewhat disheveled woman in his own team. If the opposing group possessed a fundamentally malicious nature, those women would undoubtedly not radiate such vitality. Their kindness towards these women, combined with the demeanor of Qin Guang and others, suggested they treated their subordinates with considerable respect. This realization prompted Cold Morning to share his idea with the others in his group, and their eyes lit up with newfound hope. With their limited numbers, they would surely falter in the face of any significant danger, such as encountering Sun Dawei. Would they even be able to escape? As he touched the object concealed within his embrace, Cold Morning felt a flicker of confidence. Chen Luo arrived once more at the entrance of the community. His expression calm as he inquired, "Is there something of importance?" Cold Morning forced a smile and replied, "Brother, are you accepting new members? We wish to align ourselves with you." Chen Luo's expression immediately darkened. "Is this what you deem important?" A shiver ran down Cold Morning's spine. The man before him was undeniably formidable. Without hesitation, he hastily retrieved the object from his possession, a pale white crystal, roughly the size of a quail egg. Chen Luo's pupils constricted sharply upon seeing it. This was indeed a crystal, and of considerable size. In an instant, he seized the crystal, a smile breaking across his face. Remarkably, it was a level 6 crystal. The crystals of the 6th level can only be obtained from 6th level undead creatures. Qinlong Chun, standing before us, truly possessed the strength to vanquish a 6th level zombie? Even 3rd level zombies can pose a formidable challenge, capable of annihilating the few that remain. With the current strength of survivors, even 1,000 would struggle to overcome a 6th level foe. Chapter 82. The Tao is 1 foot high. Without the capability to confront 6th level zombies, how could one possibly acquire the crystals of that tier? At present, zombies cannot evolve to the 6th level. Only mutants exist. The enhancement of a mutant's power is utterly unreasonable, and Chen Luo fears the misfortune of encountering a 7th level one. However, mutants bear a fatal flaw. Their lifespan is exceedingly short. The greater the amplification of their power, the swifter their demise. Some perish in mere moments, often without the need for a kill. The origins of mutants remained a mystery to Chen Luo in his past life. Though they may die, their crystals do not vanish. Thus, with a stroke of luck, one could encounter a mutant that expires unexpectedly, effortlessly claiming its crystal. In his previous life, during the mid-apocalypse, Chen Luo, while wandering alone, stumbled upon the corpse of a king-level mutant and extracted its crystal, propelling him to great heights. Otherwise, no matter how gifted one might be, a solitary wanderer would find it arduous to rapidly enhance their strength, especially with Chen Luo's cautious nature. How could he recklessly engage in slaying zombies without needing to inquire? Chen Luo knows that Lung Chun before him is such a fortunate individual. Yet now, the advantage has fallen to himself. Lung Chun gazes blankly at his own hands. "Where's my treasure?" Chen Luo's expression softened, realizing that this was indeed a fortune bringer. Unfortunately, if the crystal's grade were just a tad higher, it could have directly elevated him to level 5. With a smile, Chen Luo inquired, "How did you come by this?" Long Chen replied candidly, "I obtained it from a deceased monster, one that stood over 10 meters tall." Understanding dawned on Chen Luo. Once flesh-based zombies reach a certain level, they grow larger. He had witnessed monstrous zombies exceeding 100 meters. Lung Chan continued, "I know this is a crystal, but be cautious. It possesses a sinister nature. I absorbed a small amount, and my body felt as if it would explode, terrifying indeed. I dared to absorb it only once and have not attempted it again. I thought perhaps you, with your extensive knowledge, might understand why." Chen Luo chuckled, well aware of the reason. Each individual has a limited capacity for absorbing crystal energy daily. Exceeding this threshold can lead to bodily distress. Forcing absorption can result in spitting blood or even death. The power contained within a level 6 crystal is astonishingly immense and of high quality, far beyond Lang Chen's ability to control. A slight excess would render him uncomfortable, and he mistakenly attributed this to the crystal itself. During Mi Ling's peak at level 2, Chen Luo had to supervise her absorption of level 5 crystals. Long Chen recognized the value of this treasure, yet having experienced its peril, he hesitated to use it again. Had he fully grasped the underlying reasons, he might not have considered gifting the crystal to Chen Luo at all. However, Chen Luo was not one to turn his back on kindness. With this crystal serving as a token of allegiance, Lung Chun's desire to join was certainly welcome. Chen Luo inquired, "What is your name?" "Elder brother." "I am called Lung Chun," he replied. Chen Luo nodded and said to Chen Guang, "Chen Guang, explain our rules to him. If he wishes to join, then accept him. As for the trials, let them be. After all, those lacking strength and courage will not survive long here." Chen Guang chuckled, "Brother, you are fortunate. Chen Guo is willing to accept you. Allow me to elucidate the rules. First, you must obey the elder brother's commands unconditionally. Second, in battle, should you choose to flee. Well, Chen Guang made a gesture across his throat. Lung Chun smiled wryly. Is it really that stringent? I've already relinquished my treasures. Would it be too unjust not to join? Chen Luo remained indifferent to their decision to join or not. If you choose not to join, do you think the crystal will be returned to you? Am I the kind of person who would do that? Dream on. With a grin. Chen Luo gazed at the 6th-level crystal in his hand, its power nearly intact. The minuscule amount absorbed by Lung Chun was negligible, akin to a brand-new 6th-level crystal. With this 6th-level crystal, coupled with a 5th-level fire-type crystal, he could ascend to the 5th level in approximately 3 days. A timeline accelerated by over half a month compared to his initial expectations. Transitioning from level 3 to level 4 would yield a significant transformation in strength, while the leap from level 4 to 5 would be even more substantial. Upon reaching the 5th level, one could expect their overall prowess to at least double. Currently at level 4, he could execute a single short-range void walk. At level 5, he would be capable of 3, greatly enhancing his survival abilities. The entire villa district comprised 100 villas, yet Chen Luo and his resources occupied less than 10. There were ample extra rooms available. Chen Guang proceeded to arrange accommodations for them. Chen Luo deliberately brought rice and observed them closely. There was no malice among them. Yet one could not afford to be complacent. After all, Zhang Jingjing and her daughter had appeared similarly benign upon arrival. People are prone to change, and rice cannot discern loyalty. Chen felt that after the apocalypse, the Law King had not only awakened his lightning abilities, but also seemed to have undergone a transformation of sorts, becoming far more cunning than other dogs. Otherwise, with little intelligence and merely strength, he would have long since been overwhelmed or ensnared by a trap. However, as the saying goes, the higher the path of virtue, the greater the power of evil. In the afternoon, another group arrived, though not as numerous as Sundawe's, and they brought some supplies. Upon encountering Chen Guan and his companions, they opted to leave without conflict. Chen Luo paid little mind. For those with ill intentions, he would grant them a brief period to level up to rank 2. Suddenly recalling something, Chen Luo instructed Chen Guang, if more people arrive, inquire whether anyone in their group possesses light-based or other supportive abilities. If they are willing to join us, welcome them directly or bring them here by force. Light-based abilities were scarce. Currently, only Mi Li and Wang Ling possessed them. Relying solely on the two of them would be insufficient for healing if injuries were to increase. Having a few more would make a significant difference, as supportive abilities are quite rare. As for loyalty, Chen Luo was indifferent, if necessary. He could treat them merely as tools. As night fell, they dined on rice porridge and steamed buns, accompanied by a dish of scrambled eggs with scallions. Among the gathered supplies were several eggs, which have a longer shelf life, albeit limited. There was no need to ration them. In the pre-apocalypse world, such provisions might have seemed unremarkable, but now they constituted a splendid meal. Langchen and his companions devoured their food voraciously, having not tasted a decent, warm meal in quite some time. The food was, of course, insufficient, prompting Chen Luo to request Wang Ling to prepare another serving for them. One might say that the 6th-level crystals submitted by Lang Chen were exceedingly valuable, akin to a gesture of goodwill. And Chen Luo did not mind being a tad generous towards them. However, the necessity of combat remained paramount. After the meal, Chen Luo bestowed upon them a batch of 1st-level crystals. He had more than enough for himself, especially with the acquisition of the 6th-level crystal. Once he reached the 5th level, even this affluent individual would no longer require 1st-level crystals. Lung Chun mused silently, acknowledging the stern rules but also appreciating the generous treatment. Chapter 83. Conflict during the night watch. Chen Luo assigned several members who had yet to reach the 2nd level to keep vigil, as the 2nd-level members needed to continue exterminating zombies the following day. Acquiring crystals was a goal, but the primary objective was to immerse them in more combat experiences. Chen Luo also included a few young women in the night watch. A mix of genders ensured that the work was less burdensome. Light-hearted banter was acceptable, but any inappropriate actions would result in a swift reprimand. Chen Guang muttered under his breath, "What if the girls were the ones to act?" With an impassive expression, Chen Luo replied, "If such a girl were to exist, I would only wish to convey 4 words. Please contact me." Chen Luo also began to absorb the crystals. A single 6th-level crystal was insufficient for him to ascend to the 5th level, but possessing a 5th-level crystal would alter that significantly. He had previously absorbed a considerable number of 1st-level crystals. Chen Luo commenced with the absorption of the 6th-level crystal, keeping any remaining 5th-level crystals aside for Mi Ling, Mi Li, and others to facilitate their breakthroughs. The crystal from the Rat King was given to Wang Ling to expedite her advancement to the 3rd level, as her light-based abilities would prove more beneficial than those of her peers. Feeling a sense of discomfort and swelling in his body, Chen Luo ceased his absorption. Having utilized approximately 2/5 of the energy contained within the 6th-level crystal, he felt quite satisfied. Indeed, the 6th-level crystal was remarkable. The bothersome relatives had departed. Yet due to the incident involving Zhang Jingjing, Mi Li's mood was far from pleasant. Enduring such an experience would undoubtedly fortify her spirit. Chen Luo could only offer consolation. Initially, he had no intention of allowing Mi Fan to accompany him, but Mi Fan, with a pitiful plea, implored him to let her sleep by his side. Very well. As long as no mischief ensued tonight, he would permit her presence. Mi Fan was elated, one paw resting on Chen Luo and the other on Mi Li. She mused that if only they could once again curl up together with Mi Ling, it would be the pinnacle of her feline existence. Truly, what a little rascal she was, insatiable and utterly incorrigible. Morning arrived, and it was time to assemble, Chen Luo announced, except for those who stood guard last night. All individuals who have reached level 2 are to continue exterminating zombies. Chen Guang, how many of you have attained level 2? Chen Guang replied, 7. Chen Luo nodded and addressed Lung Chun. Today, all of you will join as well. Given that you just arrived yesterday, there are no requirements regarding the number of crystals you must collect. Simply follow the others and observe how to engage in battle. Xu Yun, you will lead. Xu Yun was the only one among them to have reached level 3 and conducted herself with great prudence. There were a total of 37 individuals, and they would proceed on foot, while Yang Xian followed behind slowly in a heavy truck. Lang Chen gazed at the team leader Xu Yun, astonished, and remarked to Chen Guang beside him, a true gem hidden in plain sight. I assumed you would be leading, but it turns out to be a formidable young lady. Is she truly that skilled? Chen Guang chuckled. Ah, I am merely a junior member of our team. While the girls have advanced to level 2 quite early alongside our leader, Xu Yun, who possesses remarkable talent and has garnered the leader's favor, seemingly having reached level 3 already. Lung Chun could not help but marvel in silence. Goodness, all these girls are at level 2. As they dispatched the scattered zombies, Xu Yun led the group to the neighborhood of Mi Li's residence. When the zombies had not yet reached level 1, being confined within a room, they were highly unlikely to break free. However, upon evolving to level 1, they could employ spells to break down doors. Now that the zombies had predominantly attained level 1, there would be a significant increase in their numbers within the community. Xu Yun's strategy was to eliminate these zombies while simultaneously scavenging for supplies in the area. Hence the necessity for Yang Xian to drive the heavy truck over, 2 objectives achieved in one effort. As they approached the neighborhood, Xu Yun observed the presence of several zombies within, a smile gracing her lips. It seemed they were in luck with the crystals, and furthermore, it indicated that no survivor teams were stationed in this vicinity. The zombies acted as guardians of the resources, having accumulated a wealth of experience in battling zombies. Xu Yun and her companions found the scattered zombies were not congregated together, allowing them to effortlessly eliminate those on the outskirts of the community. Xu Yun instructed, form groups of 4 to search for supplies in each building and transport them to the heavy truck. Be cautious of any zombies that may lurk in the rooms or hallways, and communicate promptly if any issues arise. Jiang Feng, you will guard the entrance to the neighborhood. Relay any developments via the intercom. The group dispersed, with each team assigned to a different building. Upon encountering zombies, the melee-oriented members would step forward to draw the zombies' attention, utilizing their superior speed and reflexes to evade attacks while allowing the elemental members to launch their counterattacks. Even if struck by a zombie, the situation remains manageable. As long as the head is not hit, serious injury is unlikely. After dispatching the zombies, we entered the apartment building in search of supplies. Many doors have been damaged, conveniently allowing the team to gain entry for their search. Those near the heavy truck swiftly transferred any useful materials they found onto it. A dozen vehicles were poised to enter the community, and from a corner, Jiang Feng's expression shifted upon seeing this. He quickly contacted the team via radio. Caution! A large number of vehicles are entering the community. Please be vigilant. Upon hearing this, Xu Yun responded, everyone, gather first to assess the situation. There is no need to rush for supplies. The heavy truck was quite conspicuous, and once the convoy entered the area, it immediately drew attention. Coincidentally, a team member was busy loading supplies onto the truck. Yanli, come down quickly. There are many people approaching, and we cannot discern friend from foe. Let us regroup. Yanli hesitated. What about the supplies we've gathered? Once we regroup, who would dare to take our supplies? We would deal with anyone who tries, came the reply. After a moment's contemplation, Yanli descended from the vehicle. However, they were a step too late. A group had already approached the heavy truck, blocking it with their vehicles. Yanli found herself trapped, but the other three did not abandon her. A dozen individuals disembarked from several cars, their eyes lighting up at the sight of two attractive women in the group. After so many days, such pristine beauty was a rare find. A grimy-faced man grinned and said, "Hello there, ladies." Yanli and her companions managed a strained smile, hoping to stall until their allies arrived. The man with the dark face spoke while making inappropriate advances. A boldness he typically lacked now overshadowed by his audacity. Several men gazed at the group with predatory intensity. Yanli forcefully swatted away the man's hand, exclaiming sharply, "What are you doing?" The dark-faced man leered even more obscenely, replying, "Engaging in what you enjoy doing." As he attempted to reach further, his expression shifted, and he coldly sneered, "Quite spicy. I relish this kind of excitement." Despite the two male teammates shielding Yanli and the other woman, she still felt the unwelcome touch of a lecherous hand. With her fiery temper, Yanli swiftly retaliated, delivering a powerful kick to the groin of the offending man. As a level 2, her strength was formidable, and the man crumpled like a shrimp, clutching his injured area and contorting his face in agony. The dark-faced man seethed with rage, barking orders, "Dare to strike my brother? First, incapacitate those two men. The two women can be dealt with later." Chapter 84. Blood for blood. A flurry of fists and feet, accompanied by clubs, descended upon the two male teammates. Due to spatial constraints, those unable to reach their opponents feigned casting spells, threatening Chen Luo's group. One of the male teammates hailed from Cold Chen's batch and was only at level 1. Witnessing the imminent danger of serious injury, Yanli gritted her teeth, prepared to unleash a counterspell. The dark-faced man, recognizing the threat, shifted his expression, no longer concerning himself with Yanli's gender. He could not allow her to cast her spell. Lives were at stake. Just then, a brick hurtled through the air. Seeing the precarious situation, Jiang Feng contemplated throwing a brick to divert attention, but only 7 or 8 individuals pursued him. A steel rod struck Yanli's head with brutal force, causing blood to flow profusely. The dark-faced man swung again at Yanli, his expression vicious. "Filthy whore. You're asking for it." A black vehicle came to a halt, and a voice called out, "Heisey, what are you doing?" The dark-faced man approached with a forced smile, saying, "Yuan Gu, a filthy woman tried to hit me, so I was teaching her a lesson." Lu Yuan furrowed his brow, having deduced the situation, but recognizing Heisey's considerable strength, he refrained from being overly harsh. Lu Yuan stated, "Do not go too far. This is a one-time warning." Just as Heisey was about to respond with a grin, a group of people began to arrive from the distance. Xu Yun and others, scattered throughout the neighborhood, were unable to arrive immediately. Upon seeing the heavy truck surrounded and receiving information from Jiang Feng via the intercom, they hurried over. Xu Yun shouted loudly, "Stop." Upon witnessing several individuals lying in a pool of blood, Xu Yun momentarily froze. With lethal precision, she unleashed an ice arrow that pierced directly through a man's skull, killing him instantly. Lu Yuan was taken aback by the shocking turn of events and immediately exited the vehicle. The others were similarly stunned, their gazes drawn to Xu Yun. Consumed by fury, Xu Yun longed to eliminate these individuals at once, yet found herself outnumbered, facing seemingly 60 or 70 foes. With a cold demeanor, she commanded, "Release them." As more members rushed to her side, the group around Xu Yun grew, all casting hostile glances toward their adversaries. Lu Yuan, in a voice filled with anger, declared, "You killed my people, and you expect me to let them go?" Enraged, Xu Yun aimed an ice arrow at Lu Yuan. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, invoking Earth Shield. Lu Yuan is a secondary Earth element ability user, whose defensive prowess remains formidable throughout both the initial and latter stages of confrontation. Although Xu Yun's ice arrow penetrated the Earth Shield, its impact was significantly diminished. The expressions of both Xu Yun and Lu Yuan shifted dramatically. Realizing the gravity of the situation, all team members gathered around them. Lu Yuan's demeanor changed once more. Despite their numerical advantage, a protracted battle could yield unfavorable outcomes, particularly against the woman leading the opposing group, who had the audacity to breach his protective barrier. If a large-scale conflict were to ensue, She doubted the possibility of vanquishing their adversaries without sustaining severe losses on her side. Although their numbers exceeded half of the base's capacity, most skilled fighters remained within its confines. With Chen Luo at the helm, they could retaliate with minimal casualties. Lu Yuan had no desire for an all-out confrontation. And he spoke slowly. All right. Shu Yun's hand trembled. Had Yinli truly perished? Wang Ling desperately attempted to administer healing, but to no avail. Two choices lay before her. First, she could muster the confidence to overcome their foes despite being outnumbered, risking the lives of her comrades. The thrill of fervor was enticing. Yet it would likely lead to significant losses. Chen Luo had entrusted her with the team, and she could not afford to act impulsively. Despite her overwhelming desire for vengeance for Yinli, gritting her teeth, Shu Yun vowed, "Just you wait. Chen Luo will not let you escape unscathed." In a fleeting moment, she resolved to endure for the time being, knowing that it would only be a matter of half an hour. Tears involuntarily streamed from the corners of her eyes, lamenting her failure to protect her team amid such calamity. A man from the opposing side mockingly remarked, "Look, this woman is crying, haha." Shu Yun whispered, "We must leave." Yang Xian cast a cold glance at them, preparing to drive away the heavy truck, but was halted by someone. "This vehicle must remain. It cannot be taken." Lu Yuan refrained from intervening, curious to observe Shu Yun's reaction. If Shu Yun insisted on taking the truck by force, they could always return it later. Shu Yun replied, "Let them have it. We shall depart." As they watched Shu Yun and the others retreating, Zi remarked, "Brother Yuan, why not keep them? There are many beautiful women." Lu Yuan delivered a sharp slap to Zi, saying, "Damn it, why stir up trouble? That woman is not to be trifled with." Zi covered his face, questioning, "What is there to fear? With so many of us, does she dare to go all out?" Lu Yuan pondered silently. He knew this group was likely lurking nearby. He needed to seize an opportunity to uncover their secrets and eradicate them entirely, lest they retaliate. Lu Yuan and his companions were workers from a recent economic development zone, possessing a degree of authority due to his intellect and capabilities, which established him as the ostensible leader of the group. At the entrance of the community, Su Dazhu recognized the person Shu Yun was carrying and immediately sensed that another confrontation was imminent. Shu Yun approached Chen Luo, head bowed, and said, "I am sorry. I did not lead everyone well." Yinli did not perish at the hands of the zombies. Rather, she fell victim to fellow survivors. The conflicts among survivors claimed lives just as ruthlessly as the undead did. As long as one remained alive, danger lurked incessantly. The world was becoming increasingly perilous. And Chen Luo intended to toughen them. Sheltered blooms would not thrive. The passing of a member weighed heavily on Chen Luo's heart, for they had shared a considerable bond. With a deep sigh, he acknowledged, "You acted wisely. It was irrational to rush into battle at that moment." He gathered everyone around him and, with a somber tone, declared, "You are all my comrades. If you fall to the hands of the undead, I shall remain silent. However, if anyone dares to bully you, I must ask if you sought my consent. I do not acquiesce, and blood debts must be repaid in kind. I am a man who does not let vengeance linger beyond the night. All of you, follow me. No one shall harm my people while they still draw breath." The gravity of his words ignited a fervor among the listeners, filling them with righteous indignation. With Chen Luo leading the charge, they felt invincible. They boarded several vehicles, preparing for a swift arrival. The King of Law wished to accompany them, but Chen Luo rebuked, "What purpose do you serve by following? Have you forsaken your humanity?" The King of Law, somewhat sullen, conceded, "Indeed, I am not human. I need not come." The group hastily drove towards the community. One vehicle after another entered the premises, while Lu Yuan, apprehensive about potential developments, had arranged for several individuals to monitor the area. "Brother Yuan, someone is approaching. It appears to be that very group that just departed." Lu Yuan immediately gazed out the window, spotting over 60 individuals disembarking from their vehicles. A young man among them seemed to catch sight of him, his gaze piercing and menacing. "There will be another update, to be released before 10 o'clock. Chapter 85. Why should I reason with you? Hiding in a room, refusing to venture outside, is an exceedingly foolish act. Becoming cornered within one's own quarters spells trouble." Lu Yuan promptly led everyone to the first floor, bracing himself to confront Chen Luo. A sense of foreboding enveloped him. The visitor bore ill intentions, seeking swift retribution. "Alas, Zi, why did you stir up such trouble?" Lu Yuan meticulously assessed the number of adversaries before him, feeling a slight relief at having a numerical advantage. If the opposition possessed any wisdom, they would surely avoid a reckless confrontation that could lead to mutual destruction. The two factions halted at a respectful distance. Xu Yun pointed toward the opposing side, declaring, "It is them." Chen Luo sneered, clapping his hands in mock admiration. "You are indeed bold, daring to bully my people. Even the deceased. I can find no justification to spare you." A jolt of alarm coursed through Lu Yuan. He held a distinct impression of Xu Yun. Her abilities could pierce through his earth shield, unlike several second-level ability users within his ranks, whose spells could barely breach even half of it. The disparity was stark. Instinctively, Lu Yuan recognized that he was no match for Xu Yun. Although incredulous at the notion of being outclassed by a woman, the reality was undeniable. Presently, Xu Yun appeared submissive, as if she were lamenting her grievances before this youthful figure. Was it due to financial backing? Nonsense. Furthermore, this young man exuded an air of arrogance, his gaze piercing as if he were surveying the condemned. Engaging in a direct confrontation was out of the question. However, the opposition clearly arrived with vengeance in mind, brimming with confidence. What to do? Lu Yuan managed a strained smile, saying, "Young brother, we were in the wrong. We shall return the heavy truck immediately, and how about we compensate you with a ton of rice?" Chen Luo let out a cold laugh. "So? A life lost on our side warrants merely a ton of rice. How about I offer you 100 tons of rice to purchase the lives of all of you? Whatever resources you possess will naturally belong to us once you are eliminated." The opposing side grew increasingly dissatisfied, feeling utterly belittled. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. This young man was excessively arrogant. Yet, such audacity must be founded on some rationale. Otherwise, no one would be foolish enough to endorse him as their leader. The youth, brimming with vigor and pride, demanded a resolution, or else he might genuinely resort to violence. Even if they emerged victorious, they might be left with merely a handful of individuals. Human resources are invaluable and cannot be squandered. Lu Yuan commanded, "Take Black Z over there. Let them vent their frustrations." This situation arose due to him, and we cannot allow everyone to shoulder the blame. Naturally, no one on Lu Yuan's side truly wished for a confrontation. If they could sacrifice only Black Z, it would be ideal. Moreover, Black Z had always been rather arrogant, and many had long harbored disdain for him. At Lu Yuan's call, several individuals swiftly subdued Black Z. He stood there, bewildered, exclaiming, "Brother Yuan, I have always been loyal to you. You cannot treat me this way." Besides, it was the woman on their side who struck first. Lu Yuan had made up his mind, showing no inclination to listen, and waved his hand dismissively. Black Z struggled desperately, yet he could not free himself from the grasp of several men. He was cast aside like a pawn and thrown towards Chen Luo, who held him down with the grip of a chick. Chen Luo sneered inwardly. Tossing one person as cannon fodder would not resolve the issue. I, Chen Luo, will always seek retribution. In a previous life, there was an individual who delivered a forceful kick to my posterior, a memory that lingers with me to this day. Nevertheless, it is time to teach this black-hearted fellow a lesson. After all, it is he who instigated this, is it not? Chen Guang has also come to lend a hand, and together with Su Dezhu, they forced the man to kneel upon the ground. The black-hearted one, his face transitioning from dark to pale, finds himself weeping profusely, tears and snot streaming down his visage. He cries out, "Brother, I had no idea she was under your protection. Furthermore, I was not the sole instigator." Li Kuei and Mao Er were also involved. Li Kuei and Mao Er, terrified, exclaim, "You have no sense of loyalty, even in your final moments. You seek to drag others down with you." Chen Luo turns to Lu Yuan, intrigued, and inquires, "What do you have to say?" Li Kuei and Mao Er lament and curse, while the black-hearted one and Lu Yuan are not spared from their ire. On Chen Luo's side, several others step forward to restrain additional individuals. With a cold demeanor, Chen Luo commands, "What are you waiting for? Step forward and deliver slaps to these few until they can take no more. Do not use your hands. How filthy. Remove your shoes and use your stinky feet instead." Chen Guan is the first to comply, shedding his shoes. Chen Luo, taken aback, remarks on the foul odor. However, Xu Yun is unfazed, taking one of the shoes and delivering a resounding slap to the black-hearted one's face, followed by another to Li Kuei and Mao Er. The sound of 3 dull thuds reverberates in the air, leaving the 3 men's faces askew. They weep and plead, "Brother, we truly erred. We are willing to join you in opposing Lu Yuan." Lu Yuan's heart races in response, but Chen Luo's subsequent words allow him to breathe a sigh of relief. First, the individuals allied with Yin Li harbored an intense animosity towards the trio led by Haizi, seizing their shoes and delivering unrelenting slaps. in the stillness of the environment. The only sounds were the resounding slaps and the anguished cries of Haizi and his companions. The scene was so harrowing that even Lu Yuan's group found it unbearable to watch. Soon, Haizi and his companions bore swollen faces, their eyes nearly closed. But was this the end? They had vowed to beat them to death. One by one, they took turns stepping forward, each delivering several resounding slaps. Chen Luo shouted, "Wang Ling, tend to their wounds. Wouldn't it be a pity if they were to perish so soon?" The others have yet to vent their frustrations. Chen Guangshu was sent flying by a slap. Embarrassed, he remarked, "The quality of the shoe is poor. No worries, I have another." Shu Yun, panting, had just found several long wooden boards adorned with nails. With a fierce countenance, she declared, "Let us use these." With that, she led the charge, the nails embedding deeply into Haizi's face. Chen Luo remarked, "Their skin is rather thin, isn't it?" After a mere 10 minutes, Haizi and his companions were brutally beaten to death. Lu Yuan trembled, astonished by the cruelty exhibited by those before him. It was no wonder they said to never provoke women. He murmured, "Well, the instigators are dead. You killed one of our own previously. So I suppose we are even now." Chen Luo scoffed, "There is no such simplicity in this matter. The worthless lives of these individuals cannot be equated with that of my comrade. It is not enough. None of you shall escape unscathed." Lu Yuan, incredulous, retorted, "Are you truly devoid of reason?" Chen Luo coldly replied, "They committed transgressions. We merely came to administer justice. If I do not seek you out, will it be as if nothing has transpired? Furthermore, why should I engage in reasoning with you?" Chapter 86, a heart-stirring threat. The most profound truth in this world is always embodied by a fist. If Chen Luo were to be accompanied only by a couple of insignificant individuals, would Lu Yuan still endeavor to reason with him? Dare you speak of fairness? I could easily eliminate you. It is utterly impossible for me to relinquish Haizi and his companions to Chen Luo for retribution. Therefore, Lu Yuan's words are nothing but a farce. Moreover, is Chen Luo truly a man of reason? Lu Yuan exclaimed in fury, "I have never encountered such arrogance as yours. Very well, if you wish to clash. Do you genuinely believe I fear you? My comrades have emerged from the horde of zombies, and our numbers exceed yours by a slight margin. You still have time to depart." Those behind Lu Yuan began to quietly ready their weapons, preparing to unleash their abilities. Lu Yuan, infuriated, cursed to himself. Wishing he had never turned over Haizi, it was utterly futile. This fellow is exceedingly cunning. Why didn't he reveal his intentions earlier? Before me, he chastised my men, and now he seeks to harm me. Alas, this brash young man does not even contemplate the consequences. He is simply reckless. What terrible luck. Chen Luo chuckled lightly and calmly stated, "Step back. I shall confront him alone. It has been quite some time since I last showcased my abilities before the ladies. And newcomers like Qin Guang and Long Qin have yet to witness my true power. To command one's subordinates, one must rely not only on wealth, but also on strength." Qin Guang and the others were taken aback. Coming alone? Chen Luo gestured for everyone to retreat. Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Was he truly attempting to play the hero at such a time? How audacious of him. In the next moment, Lu Yuan and the others beheld as Chen Luo suddenly brandished a nearly transparent lightsaber. A man ought to possess his own lightsaber. Without further contemplation, Chen Luo surged forward like a wraith, positioning himself before Lu Yuan. Prepared for the encounter, Lu Yuan immediately summoned an earthen shield to protect himself. A look of disdain crossed Chen Luo's face. "Had you been my equal and given the time to unleash your powers, you might have been able to withstand my spatial force with that earthen shield." The void blade sliced through the shield as if it were mere sand, subsequently cleaving through Lu Yuan's very being. His body was instantaneously severed in two, resembling a space torn asunder. The upper and lower halves separating without a drop of blood spilling forth. Lu Yuan was obliterated in an instant, experiencing a death beyond human comprehension. The scene was eerily surreal. His body split in two, yet devoid of blood. From Lu Yuan's side, screams erupted in a cacophony. Even Qin Guang and Leng Chun, witnessing this spectacle, felt their scalps tingle with unease. What kind of ability is this? Although Chen Luo claimed he could handle it alone, Meili remained apprehensive, unwilling to witness any harm befall him. Thus, she bestowed upon Chen Luo a state of enhanced defense and strength. Chen Luo chuckled, appreciating the concern of his beloved wife. Like a tiger among sheep, he plunged into Lu Yuan's ranks. Although the void blade could not sustain for more than an hour, it was still capable of holding for 3 minutes in the present moment. 2 more adversaries fell victim to Chen Luo's lethal strike, their bodies severed in half. The physical type ability users dared not approach, fearing dismemberment, while elemental users unleashed a barrage of abilities toward Chen Luo. The sheer density of the spells rendered evasion through mere movement utterly unrealistic. If one were to employ Void Walk, evasion would certainly be feasible. However, Chen Luo opted not to. He deemed it unnecessary. Utilizing his agile movements, he maneuvered to the front of a man, using him as a shield, yet still found himself inevitably struck by 3 spells. All were of the first tier, lacking the enhancement of any grains, resulting in merely minor injuries that posed no significant threat to Chen Luo. He summoned a meat shield and relentlessly wielded the Void Blade in his assault. The opposition was crumbling. What manner of creature is this? Not only can he cleave a man asunder with a single stroke, but even the abilities unleashed upon him seem to have little effect. Had it been a shield akin to Lu Yuan's, they would have felt no fear. Yet, the spells undeniably struck Chen Luo, yielding results scarcely distinguishable from a miss. How does one even contend with this? The demise of Lu Yuan had already instilled considerable terror, but now they were gripped by an even deeper panic. This lad is no mere mortal. If we do not flee swiftly, we shall perish by his hand. The crowd erupted in chaos, exerting every ounce of strength to escape. Alone, Chen Luo pursued and struck down 60 or 70 individuals. This scene profoundly shook Xu Yun, Chen Guang, Lung Chen, and the others. Miling sighed. Feeling the ever-widening chasm between herself and him, without his prowess, she would not even have the potential to ascend to Tier 3. Miling declared, "Let us all join forces. Though reluctant, we must not leave any future troubles behind." In the hearts of the onlookers, Miling held a stature that surpassed Xu Yun's. After all, she shared a dwelling with Chen Luo. A villa is still a home. What of it? The crowd swiftly obstructed the escape route, ensuring not a single soul eluded capture. In Chen Guang's eyes, the awe he felt was a stark contrast to what it had once been. As they spoke of overwhelming strength, it was no mere boast. Even tenfold their numbers would be insufficient to withstand their might. Chen Guang, ever the sycophant, remarked, "Brother, you are truly remarkable. Aligning myself with you is undoubtedly the wisest decision of my life." Lung Chen exhibited a marked increase in respect, treading carefully in Chen Luo's presence. They had never witnessed Chen Luo in action. Their reverence stemmed solely from his position as the leader of their base. Though they sensed his formidable prowess, they remained oblivious to its full extent. The women gazed at Chen Luo with sparkling eyes, admiration evident in their expressions, had they not felt unworthy. They might have rushed to embrace him. With a faint smile, Chen Luo cautioned, "It is regrettable about Yin Li's demise. Yet this world is fraught with peril at every moment. The most effective guardians of your safety are yourselves. Strive to enhance your abilities, for I cannot be your shield at all times." Thus, the primary purpose of your outings is not merely to gather crystals, but to undergo trials and engage in battles. Those who dare to mistreat you, regardless of their identity, shall inevitably face consequences. He then ordered, "Clean up and collect the resources here." Although one life had been lost, the group did not succumb to excessive sorrow. They had grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death. In fact, most felt invigorated. For Chen Luo's actions had unequivocally demonstrated the wisdom of following him. With such a leader, who need fear oppression? Under his protection, one can grow more securely. In the past, there may have been those who harbored dissent, yet from this point forward, within this group, no one shall question Chen Luo's decisions. Especially considering that while Chen Luo engages in nothing, everyone else toils relentlessly. It turns out the leader is merely granting us the opportunity to hone our skills. Chapter 87, Passed Down. Half an hour has elapsed since Chen Luo departed from the base. 2 men, clad in tattered shirts and disheveled hair, wandered past the entrance of the villa district. Famished and beleaguered by the relentless sun, their spirits were low. However, upon sighting the villa district, a spark of life ignited within them. These 2 individuals were named Xieta and Miao Hui. Their excitement peaked when they noticed a sizable black dog at the entrance. As the saying goes, 1 black, 2 yellow, 3 spotted. For white, black dog meat is the most delectable. After enduring a day of hunger, the sight of the black dog filled them with elation. This dog was, of course, the sole guardian left behind by the Law King. Xieta was about to rush forward, but Miao Hui halted him. "Wait a moment." Xieta, perplexed, asked, "What are we waiting for? What if the dog runs away?" Miao Hui shook his head. "We have been hungry for over a day. The dog's speed is unmatched. If we dash over and startle it, what then?" Xieta pondered this. "So, what should we do?" Meow Hui grinned mischievously. We need to find something to lure the dog. They say a dog can't resist its cravings. Coincidentally, I have something fresh. He produced a morsel, declaring, this will surely entice it. The dog must be starving. With this offering, how could it possibly resist? Sieta nodded vigorously in agreement. The king of dogs observed the two individuals, but chose to ignore them. I stepped outside, pondering the potential risk of someone seizing the opportunity to enter the community. After all, the master had entrusted me with the significant responsibility of guarding the home. I refused to engage in any cunning schemes. Sieta and Meow Hui approached the roadside, seemingly affected by some impulse. Remarkably, despite having gone over a day without food, Sieta still managed to produce an impressive amount. Soon, they finished their business but encountered a dilemma. There was no paper. However, it mattered little, as they were already accustomed to the foul odor. Meow lay, undeterred by the stench and disgust, wore a mischievous grin as he prepared to entice the king of dogs. Suddenly, Sieta, having completed his task, became aware of a troubling thought. What if the dog eats? If I eat the dog, and it has consumed Meow Hui's, doesn't that mean I've essentially eaten Meow Hui? The notion was too repugnant to bear. He hastily exclaimed, eat mine. Eat mine. Perhaps sharing a mutual disdain for the situation, Meow Hui recognized the issue as well and shook his head in refusal. No way, eat mine. Sieta protested. Why should it be yours? Meow Hui retorted, this idea was mine to begin with. Sieta, now irate, declared, I don't care, it must be mine. The king of dogs watched the two with a puzzled expression, bewildered by their sudden quarrel. As their argument escalated, Meow Hui, in a fit of frustration, unexpectedly grabbed a handful and flung it at Sieta's face. With a resounding slap, Sieta found himself adorned with an unwelcome mark. Both stood in stunned silence. And Meow Hui, sheepishly chuckling, offered, I'm sorry, that was unintentional. Sieta's body trembled incessantly. His shaking hand grasped a foul yellow substance and smeared it across Meow Hui's face. Meow Hui could not evade the attack. In a moment, the two were embroiled in a chaotic tussle, smearing each other with reckless abandon. Before long, both were completely covered in filth, a true spectacle of mutual destruction. Gasping for breath, Meow Hui lay on the ground and lamented, why resort to such measures? Once used, how can one entice a dog? Sieta, panting, retorted. It matters not. I can produce more. I have triumphed. Partake of my creation. Caught between the choices of consuming filth or dog meat. Meow Hui reluctantly opted for both, realizing there was no alternative. Indeed, Sieta produced yet another mound. Infuriated by Sieta's smug demeanor, Meow Hui seized a handful of the substance from Sieta and applied it back onto the fresh deposit. Sieta seethed you. He desperately wished to retaliate by smearing it on Meow Hui's face, yet he refrained, knowing that wasting it would render it truly gone. So, no dog meat. All of this was witnessed by the Dog King, who found immense amusement in the antics of these two fools. It was the first time he had encountered such absurdity in his life. However, when the two placed the offending substance nearby, beckoning the Dog King to partake while making enticing sounds, the Dog King froze in shock. His canine visage contorted slowly into a terrifying grimace, a visage of profound humiliation. While one might entertain ideas of attacking a dog, such a flagrant insult was intolerable. Enraged, lightning crackled unnaturally around him. Sieta and Meow Hui were taken aback. How could this dog generate electricity? Especially in the face of the Dog King's fearsome expression, a sense of foreboding enveloped them. The Dog King lunged forward, and the two, gripped by terror, fled for their lives. Chen Luo's expression shifted dramatically. What was this odor? How could such a foul stench emerge from just a brief venture outside? The King of Law was consumed by rage, oblivious to Chen Luo's words. Naturally, the two individuals could not escape. The King of Law's speed far surpassed theirs. One must be prepared for retaliation if one seeks to indulge in dog meat. Perhaps you might deem this notion excessive, one being human and the other canine. Yet nature operates under the principle of survival of the fittest. Were the King of Law merely an ordinary dog, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. To hunt the mighty lion, one must accept the possibility of being devoured by the pride. The King of Law was so incensed that he could not even stomach his lunch. Meanwhile, Chen Luo pondered whether it was time to recruit additional manpower. Others were continually gathering followers, while he remained stagnant. Should he encounter a faction of several hundred, his current resources would be woefully inadequate. In a few months, it was uncertain how many would remain from the current personnel. Had Shiyun's group possessed a larger contingent today, perhaps such an incident could have been averted. Chen Luo had long intended to establish a substantial base to explore the possibility of surviving the increasingly arduous apocalypse. Both elite members and foundational support were essential. The elite are ultimately selected from the grassroots. In his previous life, exceptional talent reaching level 10 and becoming a royal survivor was not a mere coincidence. It required time and effort. As long as one could follow orders and dared to confront the undead, they could be accepted, resources were abundant, and sustenance was not a concern. Chen Luo communicated this directive, instructing that any survivors approaching the vicinity could be subjected to a trial, and those who succeeded would be welcomed. Individuals possessing auxiliary abilities would be exempt from testing and accepted directly. Ultimately, following the assessment conducted by the beloved pet, Rice, the selection would be finalized. Chen Guangdao stated that the leader had decreed that anyone possessing auxiliary abilities, regardless of their willingness to join, should be forcibly brought in. Chen Guang conveyed this message to Su Dazhu, who then relayed it to Lung Chun, and so on. Ultimately, the message evolved, and it became, according to the leader, that any attractive young woman should be directly captured. Chen Luo expressed his unwillingness to bear the blame for this. Today, I shall provide 2 updates, and 4 tomorrow as a supplement. This afternoon, for reasons unknown, a wave of fatigue washed over me, leaving me devoid of energy. I found myself languishing in bed, half asleep. Previously, I managed 2 updates. Now, the pressure of 3 daily updates has become overwhelming, leading to a decline in the quality of the content over the past couple of days. Chapter 88. The caregiver. A conspicuous notice board has appeared at the entrance of the villa area, in response to the rapidly changing world. We are currently recruiting like-minded individuals to establish a sanctuary for collective survival. Zombies possess powerful crystals embedded in their foreheads that allow survivors to enhance their abilities. The more formidable the zombie, the higher the quality of the crystal it bears. Absorbing these crystals can significantly augment one's powers and facilitate ascension in rank. This base is home to several third-tier ability users, boasting formidable strength. Benefits: 1. Generous meals 3 times a day, with occasional meat provisions. 2. An excellent living environment, ready for immediate occupancy, with all necessary supplies and clothing provided. 3. The base is equipped with a generator, catering to basic entertainment needs. 4. An ample supply of crystals to meet your advancement requirements and strengthen your abilities. 5. The sanctuary serves as your refuge, ensuring protection from bullying. Requirements: 1. Obedience to commands. 2. A willingness to combat zombies, achieving at least a 2nd-tier rank. 3. Individuals with auxiliary abilities or special talents may disregard the rank requirements or have them lowered. If family members are able to adhere to the requirements, even those at the 1st level may be allowed to join. Note: this gathering place upholds strict discipline. Those who violate morals and order, who refuse to obey commands or flee during battle, will face severe consequences. This recruitment notice was crafted by Chen Luo over the course of more than half an hour, taking into account the opinions of Mi Ling, Xu Yun, and others. The expectations are not overly high, yet they are not insignificant either. Although this is a recruitment effort, it is not for just anyone. How could capable individuals be persuaded to join merely because of a recruitment notice, without showcasing the strength of the gathering place? This offer is quite generous. The presence of 3rd-level abilities will be revealed, demonstrating their martial prowess. It is unlikely to encounter another 3rd-level ability wielder aside from those here with Chen Luo. They are not entirely absent, but indeed quite rare. This condition, as long as the individual bears no ulterior motives, will likely entice most survivors to consider joining. Conversely, should anyone harbor malicious intentions, Chen Luo is unperturbed, possessing the absolute confidence to impose punitive measures against them. After lunch, Chen Luo did not instruct Xu Yun to continue leading the group in exterminating zombies, as they had completed their tasks in the morning. It is essential not to keep individuals in a constant state of combat. The afternoon would be reserved for free practice. The location of Chen Luo's establishment is somewhat secluded. Yet this seclusion attracts more individuals, as many seek refuge in areas with fewer zombies. At 1:30, a 7-seater van arrived at the entrance of the community. The occupants, upon seeing the guards at the entrance of the villa area, hesitated visibly. However, upon noticing the red paper with black lettering on the notice board, they could not resist the urge to step closer for a better look. Chen Guang observed the group of individuals but did not inquire. He simply awaited their conclusion regarding the announcement board. The powerful secret of the crystal was being disseminated so openly. The promise of ample rations with occasional meat. Was this true? Could the crystals indeed provide such abundance? What astonished them further was the presence of several level 3 ability users in this gathering. Level 3? They had never even heard of such a thing, let alone encountered multiple individuals of that caliber. Their strength was formidable, indicative of top-tier treatment. Those who were at a loss for direction felt their interest piqued immediately. However, with great benefits come high requirements. One must attain level 2 to join. Among the 5, only 2 had reached that level. Someone inquired, "What do you think, Chow?" Wang Chao hesitated momentarily. If what they say is true, then of course I would join without hesitation. However, only Lu Qi and I have achieved level 2, while the 3 of you do not meet the criteria. Lu Qi suggested, "Why not go down and ask? Aren't family members allowed?" The eyes of the others brightened with hope, and they cautiously disembarked to inquire. After all, this gathering boasted level 3 ability users, an alarming prospect. They wondered how many level 2 users might be present. Chen Guang, however, shook his head with a smile. Family members refer to those with blood ties. However, if a level 1 user can provide 3 level 1 crystals, they may also gain entry. If a level 1 ability user possesses 3 crystals, it signifies their capability to defeat zombies, and that they will inevitably reach level 2. Should a level 2 user be willing to assist them in this regard, it implies a favorable relationship. Why not welcome them? Currently, those survivors who have not achieved level 2 simply learned of the secrets of the crystals later than others. Rules are rigid. Yet Chen Luo has instructed that Chen Guang may exercise flexibility. Chen Guang, perplexed, pondered the fact that second-tier ability users are not uncommon. Had it not been for their leader, this group would remain oblivious to the secrets of the crystals, all still at the first tier. Lu Qi interjected, "I am a second-tier caretaker, capable of healing and enhancing strength. I wonder if some leniency could be afforded?" Chen Guang was taken aback. A caretaker? Such a rarity indeed. Without needing to consult Chen Luo, he understood that allowing this individual to slip away was not an option. He promptly nodded in agreement. "Very well." Chen Guang clarified. "Upon joining, one must engage in daily combat with zombies. Otherwise, how can we procure the crystals necessary for advancement? How shall we gather resources? However, team efforts ensure greater safety. If this is unacceptable, you are free to leave." Initially hesitant, the group exchanged glances upon noticing the stunning young woman beneath the sunshade, who was observing them with keen interest. Without further deliberation, they swiftly acquiesced. With such beauty present, there was little to reconsider. Chen Guang smiled and led them to where Chen Luo was seated in the shade, engrossed in his phone. "Brother, these individuals wish to join us. What do you think?" Chen Luo rose, holding a bowl of rice. Speaking while reclining on a chair is impolite. Familiarity may allow for such casualness, yet newcomers warrant a degree of respect. Chen Guang continued, "Among them, Wang Chao is a second tier, and Lu Qi is a second tier light user. The remaining 3 are first tier." Understanding dawned on Chen Luo. With Lu Qi's presence as a light user, the addition of 3 novices was inconsequential, for in his group, no one was merely coasting through. Lu Qi seems somewhat familiar, and Chen Luo appears to have heard of him as a moderately well-known caregiver. Chen Luo nodded, welcoming their arrival and ensuring they were settled in. After confirming with Fan that no ill-intentioned individuals had infiltrated, it became evident that the new university students yearned for a charming senior to guide them. A lovely young woman assisted them in settling into a villa. Chen Luo chuckled, feeling fortunate that he had effortlessly attracted a bright faction. He hoped they would truly integrate into this environment. Chapter 89. The market. Throughout the afternoon, 3 groups of individuals passed by the community entrance. The first group consisted of those unaware of the crystal's secret and lacking special abilities, eager to join. Chen Guang instructed them to attain level 2 before returning. Although reluctant, none dared to overstep. The second group was considerably larger, comprising over 20 individuals, including 3 level 2 abilities, 2 males and 1 female. Despite their collective presence, they subtly divided into 2 factions, with the 2 males assuming leadership roles. If they were to join, they would clearly be relegated to the status of commoners, a prospect they were unwilling to accept, especially since Chen Guang only accepted level 1s. The sole female level 2 ability holder, accompanied by a sister, hastily descended from their vehicle to request inclusion. The 2 males exchanged glances, their expression shifting, as they considered intervening but lacked the audacity to act aggressively. The notice board indicated the presence of several level 3 abilities, which kept them in check. Observing the 2 young women, Chen Guang's eyes sparkled. Their appearances were quite appealing. A gathering place rich in attractive individuals held significant importance. Men of considerable strength are often drawn by reputation, while women hesitate to linger in spaces dominated by males, feeling a profound sense of insecurity. Yet, they too are attracted by the allure of such places. In her previous life, Mi Ling's influence burgeoned in this very manner. Had it not been for the presence of several women at the entrance, the two newcomers wishing to join would not have been so resolute. Enduring the lecherous gazes of numerous men can be quite unbearable. Regardless, women in such gatherings receive no preferential treatment, although they are not family. Chen Guang does not take it too seriously. Throughout the afternoon, he successfully recruited 7 individuals, and had he opened the gates wider, he could have amassed at least 30 more. As night fell, Chen Luo continued to absorb the energy from the 6th-level crystals, aiming to reach the 5th level to engage in a minor endeavor. He was aware of a 4th-level mutant nearby and contemplated eliminating it to procure its crystal. While the benefit to Chen Luo himself would be minimal, it could be advantageous for Mi Ling, Mi Li, or even the Law King. Logically, Chen Luo felt confident in his ability to vanquish a 4th-level mutant, with little risk involved. However, he deemed the potential dangers to be excessive, contradicting his inherently cautious nature. If it weren't for the scarcity of mutants and the abundance of resources in the area, he would not consider venturing there at all. Chen Luo sensed that he would likely reach the 5th level by the following evening. Achieving this would enable him to utilize void walking continuously or to engage in long-distance void walking, significantly enhancing his stability. The next day, among Chen Guang's group, 9 more individuals attained the 2nd level, with the remaining members poised to reach it by the following day, except for the newly joined members. The first day's crystal collection was unnecessary. Otherwise, even the women would not receive any differential treatment, as all were regarded equally. Chen Luo instructed Xu Yun, saying today, "You shall proceed to Happiness Road. I plan to visit the market there tomorrow for a collective endeavor, so please clear the zombies from the path. Be cautious not to approach the market too closely. Maintain at least a 500-meter distance." Although Xu Yun was taken aback, she refrained from asking further questions and nodded in agreement. Although the 1st-level zombies had acquired a modicum of intelligence, understanding their attack patterns rendered them relatively harmless. Today, Xu Yun learned from past experiences and ensured that the group did not scatter in search of supplies, keeping everyone within each other's sight, resulting in no casualties. The several newcomers from yesterday silently marveled at the formidable strength of this group. Their coordination was impeccable, having eliminated hundreds of zombies without a single injury. Meanwhile, Chen Luo remained at home. Today, he recruited 3 individuals, all of whom were 2nd level, 2 men and 1 woman. As night fell, Chen Luo felt a surge of excitement, for he was on the verge of reaching level 5. Once he achieved this milestone, barring any reckless actions amidst a horde of zombies, it would be impossible for 1st-level zombies to inflict harm upon him through sheer numbers. Indeed, after absorbing the essence of 6th-level crystals and a significant portion of 5th-level crystal energy, Chen Luo successfully attained level 5. The 1st-level zombie crystals had become ineffective for him. His attributes experienced considerable enhancement, most notably, a qualitative change in his internal abilities. With the same power, he could now wield his abilities with far less effort. Previously, he could only traverse a distance of 100 meters in a void walk. Now, he could cover approximately 500 meters in a single movement. Can 100 meters truly compare to 500? In the expanse of 500 meters, unobstructed by any barriers, one would be unable to discern my whereabouts, particularly given the subpar vision of the zombies. A smile graced Chen Luo's face as he joyfully celebrated with Mi Li. Only Mi Fan appeared discontent, lamenting the need to share his slumber with yet another cat. The following day, Chen Luo convened the group. Compared to the previous days, the team had grown from 65 to 74 members. While the number of participants was not insignificant, it was certainly not overwhelming, and Chen Luo remained unperturbed. There was still ample time ahead. Among the 74 individuals, only 5 retained their 1st-level status, while the remainder were either 2nd or 3rd level. Chen Luo announced, "Today we shall embark on a collective mission, in which I will also partake. Our objective is the vegetable market on Happiness Road. It may pose certain dangers, so I urge everyone to exercise caution." The apocalypse had commenced around 9 in the morning. At this hour, the streets might be sparsely populated, yet the market would undoubtedly be bustling with activity. Although the number of zombies within the market would not be excessively high, their density would be considerably greater, making it rare to encounter isolated ones. It was unusual to find fewer than a dozen zombies moving in unison. Particularly concerning were the 4th-level mutated zombies. Should they observe Chen Luo and his substantial group, their intelligence, comparable to that of a 10-year-old human, would likely lead them to rally other zombies for a coordinated assault. Chen Luo was confident in his ability to confront such a horde alone, Yet he recognized that this would not provide the same training experience for his comrades. Though the market was teeming with zombies, it was also rich in resources. A variety of grains, oils, and dried goods awaited. Upon hearing of the planned expedition to the market, many individuals displayed signs of anxiety. However, Chen Luo's directive left no room for retreat. Arrangements for those tasked with guarding the home were still necessary. Although Chen Guang was relatively weak, his keen eyesight remained a valuable asset. Relying solely on a handful of individuals to safeguard the home is undeniably precarious. Thus, Chen Luo decided to retain these as well. While it cannot be claimed that their strategy is infallible, a team comprised of dozens, at the helm, can certainly manage the situation. Chen Luo and his companions loaded their most capable vehicles and formed an extensive convoy en route to the market. Such a procession is difficult to overlook. With narrowed eyes, Chen Luo mused that anyone daring to pilfer from his abode must first consider whether they possess the ability to escape unscathed. Chapter 90. Luring and tugging. The group of 60 individuals operated 22 vehicles of various types. Those proficient in driving navigated slowly, while the less skilled cleared the path of zombies alongside the vehicles. Progressing at a snail's pace, they arrived at the market after half an hour. More precisely, this was an agricultural trade market, not merely a small vegetable market. It featured small cold storage facilities, wholesale outlets, grain and oil shops, seasoning stores, and a plethora of live poultry and fish available for sale. Correspondingly, the number of zombies here was likely in the thousands, densely clustered together in groups of 10 or more. Employing a 4-person squad tactic proved impractical, as groups of zombies utilizing their abilities would be nearly impossible to evade through anticipation and maneuvering. A direct confrontation would inevitably result in casualties. With a smile, Chen Luo remarked that in the face of such circumstances, one must learn to employ luring tactics and continuous tugging. Jiang Feng, your task is to attract the zombies, drawing them out in batches. Jiang Feng grimaced, lamenting that as a proud sword master of the Gale, he was relegated to the task of baiting monsters. For Jiang Feng's safety, Meili granted him a status enhancement. As Jiang Feng entered the market, a group of 7 or 8 zombies on the periphery caught sight of him and swiftly gave chase. As long as Jiang Feng maintains a distance of over 20 meters from the zombies, he remains impervious to their harm. The range of the lower-tier zombies is not extensive. First-tier zombies are incapable of catching even first-tier survivors, let alone Jiang Feng, a formidable second-tier wind elementalist. As long as he manages the distance adeptly, he is safe. The speed of zombies varies, and as they run, a noticeable gap develops among them. With 10 members poised and ready, the approaching zombies are swiftly dispatched by 2 members focusing their fire. Ordinarily, first-tier zombies possess a modicum of intelligence. Upon seeing a larger group, they tend to retreat. However, their limited intellect leads them to believe their brethren are close behind. With a sufficient number of people, why fear them? The outcome is akin to the tale of the gourd children rescuing their grandfather. Implementing this strategy is not without its challenges. It necessitates an open space, for obstacles could impede speed. Additionally, the vicinity must be devoid of zombies, or one risks being encircled and trapped. Lastly, fortune must not be unkind, as encountering faster zombies could spell disaster. This method is ineffective against large hordes of zombies, as some inevitably match one's speed. Chen Luo remarked, in the future, if you encounter zombies in slightly greater numbers, this strategy may be employed. However, do not attempt it against overwhelming numbers, or do not blame me for the consequences. The group nodded in enthusiastic agreement, their eyes alight with understanding. In truth, this approach is not particularly ingenious. Frequent encounters with zombies naturally foster such strategies. Several agile second-tier members spread out to attract the zombies, and soon they cleared the hundreds of zombies surrounding the market. Only those remaining in the market center and on 3 other sides were left. Chen Luo declared, I shall personally lure the zombies from here on. Chen Luo did not dare to let Jiang Feng go, otherwise, encountering a mutated zombie could result in dire consequences. Now, as a level 5, Chen Luo's maximum speed approached 40 meters per second, even without the attributes of lightning or wind. In his previous life, he had heard tales of a mutated Earth-type zombie lurking in the marketplace at this time, with a power level estimated around level 4, possibly reaching level 5, but certainly not level 6. Chen Luo first arrived at the area selling pork, beef, and lamb, a space of approximately 500 to 600 square meters, teeming with around 80 to 90 zombies. As soon as a few zombies caught sight of Chen Luo, they immediately began to pursue him. Unlike the outer regions, the movement of any zombie seemed to provoke a ripple effect, causing the others in this vicinity to spring into action, akin to a catfish entering a pond. All the zombies chased after Chen Luo, and the commotion drew attention from the adjacent agricultural area, where even without seeing Chen Luo, the zombies were eager to join the fray. Chen Luo took off running. To him, these zombies were hardly a challenge, however. Eliminating them would not serve to train his team effectively. In the agricultural zone, an elderly farmer zombie, wearing a straw hat and seated on a stool, appeared to be still selling vegetables. Upon hearing the commotion, it too rushed out, moving slightly faster than Jiang Feng. Chen Luo intentionally slowed his pace, lest the zombies lose interest and cease their pursuit. Among nearly 200 zombies, Chen Luo had not immediately noticed the elderly farmer zombie concealed within the throng. The farmer zombie unleashed 3 earthen spikes in a row, effectively blocking all of Chen Luo's escape routes. Rather than being alarmed, Chen Luo felt a surge of exhilaration. Had he encountered you so soon? He quickly crouched down, evading the spikes, while simultaneously beginning to coalesce the void blade. Once again, 3 sharp projectiles surged forth, prompting Chen Luo to employ void walking, instantly teleporting behind the assailant. Otherwise, the old farmer zombie would have blended into the horde, necessitating the use of void walking to evade it. This technique not only allowed Chen Luo to dodge the old farmer zombie's attack, but also positioned him advantageously behind the unsuspecting creature. The old farmer zombie was unable to summon its earth shield in time before Chen Luo's blade cleaved through its skull, grasping the still twitching head. Chen Luo continued to sprint forward. The 4th-tier zombies posed no threat to him whatsoever. Over 200 zombies pursued Chen Luo, with more than 40 of them matching each other's speed. If Jiang Feng dared to lead such a horde, it would spell doom for his comrades. The onlookers were left astounded as they witnessed Chen Luo attract such a multitude of zombies. He bypassed his fellow members, allowing the pursuing zombies to naturally shift their focus onto others. Everyone began to run, maintaining a slight distance from one another. Currently, the zombies were utterly unable to catch up to them. As soon as the spells were prepared, some members hurled them backward, confident that with so many zombies, even a blind cat could stumble upon a dead rat. No one dared to linger, with a maximum pause of merely 0.3 seconds. The zombies were incapable of retaliating in time. By the moment they attempted to strike back, the members had already resumed their flight. The zombies' desperate spells fell short, lacking the necessary range to hit anyone, as the surrounding undead had been previously cleared away. The over 200 zombies were effortlessly eradicated. Joyful smiles emerged on everyone's faces, some even brimming with excitement. With diligent training in this method, no number of zombies would be sufficient for them to vanquish. Chen Luo shook his head, noting that the prerequisite was for them to keep pace with the zombies' evolution. Most of the survivors were utterly unable to keep pace with the rapid evolution of the zombies. Moreover, had Chen Luo not vanquished the elderly farmer zombie, any attempts made would have merely resulted in a frantic escape, with survival hinging solely on luck. In Chapter 91, Iron Fist Invincible, Xia Haoren, Chen Luo continuously employed this strategy to lure the zombies. Although it proved somewhat laborious, it was ultimately a safer approach. Direct confrontation with the undead would incur too great a toll. However, this method soon faced obstacles, as the members' extraordinary abilities were swiftly depleted. Upon advancing to level 2, each could cast approximately 10 spells, yet without striking at the zombies' vital points, instant kills were unattainable. With 60 individuals, they barely managed to eliminate over 400 zombies, leaving them breathless and devoid of further powers. Those with elemental abilities were essentially rendered ineffective. From that point on, the situation relied heavily on Chen Luo. Su Dazhu and the others had to proceed with caution, particularly given the dense presence of zombies in the vicinity. Chen Luo retrieved his long-neglected iron rod. With a level 5 combatant facing a level 1 and bolstered by the might of a grain of rice, was it not akin to a grandfather overpowering his grandson? Furthermore, Chen Luo was not one to engage in head-on confrontations. He single-handedly dispatched over 400 zombies, while the remainder were primarily dealt with by Su Dazhu, Mi Ling, and others. After laboriously swinging his weapon hundreds of times, Chen Luo found himself somewhat breathless. The sheer number of zombies could wear him down. The onlookers were left in awe, especially the later arrivals like Wang Chao and Lu Qi. Who would dare believe such a feat without witnessing it firsthand? One individual had eliminated more than half of the zombies in the agricultural market. Yet, Chen Luo waved his hand dismissively. Do not stand there in a daze. Quickly gather whatever supplies you can carry. The crowd promptly nodded in eager agreement. Who wouldn't be elated with such a leader? Yang Xin drove the heavy truck into the agricultural market, where several large and numerous small trucks were already present. As the crowd rummaged through the corpses of the zombies in search of crystals, they were also on the lookout for keys to the vehicles. Most of the truck keys had been located. Chen Luo, on the other hand, ventured into the cold storage. This cold storage was rather modest compared to the one where Chen Luo hoarded pork, appearing somewhat smaller in scale. Chen Luo intended to retrieve some pork and beef. Even if the cold storage lost power, the meat would remain unspoiled, and the crowd would be too elated to question how it had remained intact. He aimed to extract around 10 tons, equating to 20,000 jin. With a decisive kick, Chen Luo forcefully swung open the cold storage door, creating a resounding crash. To his astonishment, upon entering, he discovered that the cold storage still retained a semblance of cool air. Chen Luo pondered, had the power not been cut off? Could it be that a backup diesel generator was at work? Yet, without any personnel present, it seemed implausible for the generator to operate for such an extended period. Suddenly, a quivering voice emanated from the adjacent room. Without pausing to examine the supplies, Chen Luo hastily exited the cold storage, following the sound to the adjoining room. Through the window, he beheld a woman, bleary-eyed and pallid. A cursory glance revealed that this room housed 2 high-capacity diesel generators. It was not difficult for Chen Luo to deduce that this woman was responsible for maintaining the generator's operation, thereby ensuring the cold storage's functionality. Chen Luo smiled and remarked, "Sister, you have been saved." After some conversation, it became clear that his assumption was correct. The woman was named Yang Lan and had worked in this cold storage prior to the apocalypse. One employee remained unturned into a zombie, yet tragically perished at the hands of the undead. Yang Lan sought refuge in a room, surviving thus far by relying on the frozen vegetables she had salvaged from the cold storage. Upon discovering that the apocalypse was not under control, she felt a profound sense of disappointment. Chen Luo shook his head, expressing his regrets. "I am afraid I lack the capability to assist you at this moment. However, I can assure you that there may be an opportunity in the future for you to see it, just not now." Given the abundance of supplies, Chen Luo was willing to fulfill reasonable requests, but the situation was undeniably perilous. He truly felt apprehensive. Yang Lan reluctantly nodded, feeling somewhat coerced. The diesel for the backup generator had run out, and had Chen Luo delayed his arrival by a few more days, the provisions in the cold storage would have spoiled entirely. With a broad smile, Chen Luo acknowledged that while the stock was limited, it still included 80 tons of beef and 50 tons of mutton. The vegetable supply comprised merely a few carrots, green beans, and lettuce, after all. It was a small cold storage and not completely filled. The meat was packed in cardboard boxes, each weighing approximately 50 pounds. Though Chen Luo found this quantity unimpressive, it could serve as a legitimate reward for his team members, thus avoiding the need for benevolent deceit. He called over 2 young women to escort Yang Lan to the vehicle, as she had grown exceedingly weak after hiding in the server room for so many days. Despite her lack of skills, she could still contribute to the logistical support. When the other members learned of the substantial amount of beef and mutton, they were utterly elated. Envisioning daily feasts that could last an entire year, members with ice abilities quickly unleashed their powers to freeze the meat, ensuring that it would remain fresh for a considerable time. However, prolonged storage would adversely affect its taste, rendering it far inferior to preservation within Chen Luo's spatial abilities. The commodities within the agricultural trade market are far from limited. The wholesale market is stocked with thousands of beer beverages, dried shrimp, cured meats, canned goods, packaged chicken feet, chicken legs, whole chickens, and whole ducks. An abundance of grains and seasonings can also be found. It can be said that the resources in this agricultural market are quite plentiful. In previous times, formidable gathering places would come to observe, yet due to the presence of the formidable body of zombies, no one succeeded. By the time success was achieved, all the beef and mutton had long since vanished. The morning had already begun to warm, yet everyone was bustling with excitement, swiftly transporting goods. After 2 hours of relentless effort, all the supplies were finally loaded onto the vehicles, returning fully laden. Just as Chen Luo and his companions were exiting the gates of the agricultural market, a convoy arrived. The occupants of the vehicles gazed in astonishment at the multitude of zombie corpses within the market, as well as the supplies loaded onto some of Chen Luo's vehicles. It was not difficult to infer the situation. A middle-aged man stepped forward to block the leading vehicle of Chen Luo. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Chen Luo stated, "Do not obstruct the road." The middle-aged man appeared somewhat embarrassed, about to speak, when a motorcycle approached. A young man dismounted, his dark skin radiating vitality. Chen Luo's pupils dilated in recognition. It was he, Xia Haoran. To his surprise, he encountered Xia Haoran here, the man famously known as the Iron Fist Invincible in later times. However, Xia Haoran was not seeking Chen Luo. He was looking for the middle-aged man who had obstructed the way. With a hint of urgency, Xia Haoran implored, "Brother Long, I heard that you captured a live chicken. Could you possibly spare it for me? My mother is nearing her limit, and before we leave, she wishes to have a bowl of chicken soup. If only I could find someone skilled in crafting chicken soup, I would willingly part with my life for it." Chapter 92. Engaging in direct combat is truly beyond my abilities. Upon reaching the 4th level, individuals with the ability to harness their innate powers can refine their physical forms. This refinement can lead to 2 distinct paths, one leaning towards defense and the other towards enhanced strength. Each person's physique varies, resulting in different levels of efficacy when consuming their powers for physical enhancement. Take Su Dazhu, for instance. While his strength increment is modest, the boost to his defenses is remarkable. He can withstand the spells of elemental ability users of equal rank. Those inclined towards defense, like him, are often better suited to stand at the forefront during battles against hordes of zombies. After all, as the zombies ascend in rank, their intelligence rivals that of humans. If not surpassing it, cunning tactics become futile, leaving only brute force as an option. In contrast, Xia Haoran represents the other extreme. His enhancements in strength are astonishing, as he channels the majority of his power into his formidable fists. These fists, renowned as the Iron Fists, have defeated countless adversaries without a single loss. Consequently, Xia Haoran has garnered the title of Invincible Iron Fist. His rate of progression is on par with other elite-level ability users, undeniably possessing royal-level potential. Regrettably, he met an untimely demise in his previous life, falling victim to a brutal melee at the 10th level. Before the apocalypse, Xia Haoran was the national champion in combat sports, well-versed in martial arts. Given his stature, Chen Luo certainly harbored a significant impression of him. At this moment, Xia Haoran implored, "Brother Long, could you spare me that chicken you caught?" Last night, he had been awakened from his slumber by the pained murmurs of his mother, who longed for chicken soup. Xia Haoran's mother was a sensible woman. How could she possibly make things difficult for her son by merely expressing a desire for a bowl of chicken soup? Was this not an intentional hardship? However, her inadvertent murmurs in her slumber reached Xia Haoran's ears. Knowing that his mother could not endure much longer, he resolved to do everything in his power to fulfill her final wish. Upon hearing that Long Gu had captured a live chicken that had escaped from the market, he followed the trail and soon found him. Long Gu, taken aback, exclaimed, "You want my prized hen? This is a laying hen that produces an egg daily, a golden chicken. A priceless treasure. I can hardly bear to consume it myself, as I intend to keep it for its eggs. And now, you come to me asking for it? Who do you think you are?" Though Long Gu concealed his displeasure, he waved his hand dismissively and said, "I'm sorry, brother, but I cannot comply." While Long Gu spoke politely, his companions were far less courteous. They had a keen sense for profit, mocking the notion that giving away the chicken would come without a price. "Are you expecting Long Gu to support you for a lifetime in exchange for a mere hen?" One of them sneered. "What audacity! You even expect to have him prepare the chicken soup for you? The nerve!" One individual recognized Xia Haoran, the champion of Sanda, whose skills were formidable. "So what if he is famous? A single jolt from me could incapacitate him," someone scoffed. Xia Haoran clenched his fists, prepared to subdue Long Gu and compel him to yield. He was determined to find a way. He could not allow his mother to depart this world laden with regrets. At that moment, Chen Luo rolled down the car window and interjected, "I possess both chicken and a skilled chef. I can fulfill your request. Are you willing to trade your life for it?" Xia Haoran was taken aback and replied, "Indeed, as long as there is a bowl of satisfactory chicken soup, I would willingly offer my life in exchange." Chen Luo smiled, "Very well, I accept this transaction." To exchange a bowl of chicken soup for a top-tier expert seems almost unfathomable. It feels as if the heavens themselves would strike down such a deal. Mi Ling observed this exchange with a hint of confusion. This was not characteristic of Chen Luo. Typically, when confronted with someone begging, he would simply send them away. Had he been moved by this person's filial piety? It seemed so. One would not have expected such kindness from him at times. Chen Luo intended to take both Xia Haoran and his mother directly to the base. The 3 of them nodded in agreement and boarded another vehicle. Chen Luo said, "Xia Haoran, right? Get in, and let us retrieve your mother." Xia Haoran could discern that the young man before him held considerable standing within this group, and was unlikely to jest about such matters. If not, seeking out this brother Long later would not be a problem. Xia Haoran nodded, and Chen Luo's two followers hoisted his motorcycle into the vehicle. Brother Long had more to say. He originally intended to spend about a week methodically eliminating the zombies in the market, but he hadn't anticipated Chen Luo's swift intervention. In such a short span, it was evident that the strength displayed was formidable. He wished to inquire how Chen Luo had achieved this, what resources he had acquired, and whether there was a possibility of exchanging something. However, Chen Luo interrupted. "Do not make me repeat myself. Step aside." Although Chen Luo's expression remained calm and his tone was not elevated, Long Ge sensed that if he did not step aside, Chen Luo might very well take action against him. Concurrently, Chen Luo's companions cast disapproving glances at Long Ge and his associates. After all, with such a formidable leader, who would fear confrontation? Long Ge forced a smile and said, "Please don't be angry. I will yield." He waved his hand and promptly stepped aside, displaying a modicum of intelligence. Chen Luo instructed, "You all wait for me along this path. I shall return shortly." Having arrived from the east, Chen Luo noted that Xia Haoran's temporary residence lay to the south. Xia Haoran replied, "It's nearby, just a few hundred meters away." The surrounding zombies had been cleared, with only a few remaining, those that Xia Haoran had efficiently dealt with upon disembarking. His actions were indeed swift and effective. One fireball narrowly grazed Xia Haoran's head, yet he remained unfazed. He dispatched 3 zombies with remarkable ease, striking vital points and ensuring that not a single one touched the hem of his clothing. This indicated a level of skill. Chen Luo estimated that during his lower ranks, lacking formidable skills, he was on par with Xia Haoran, and without employing void walking, he would certainly not stand a chance in direct combat against him. Although Chen Luo had likely encountered more battles than Xia Haoran, his combat technique was undeniably inferior. In his previous life, Chen Luo avoided fights whenever possible unless he could decisively eliminate his opponent from the shadows. After all, direct confrontation posed considerable risks. Wasn't it preferable to strike from behind? For now, it was merely a matter of overwhelming strength. Thus, when it came to combat techniques, he humbly admitted his shortcomings. "Please do not overestimate my abilities. No matter how powerful one may be, it ultimately matters not, for I have outlasted them all." Upon entering an aged community, Xia Haoran paused beneath a building and said, "Brother, please wait for me a moment." In less than 2 minutes, he returned carrying a woman in her 50s. Though she appeared to be in her 60s, her visage marked by the wear of time. Xia's mother barely managed to open her eyes. Once inside the vehicle, Xia Haoran whispered, "Cancer, late stage." Chen Luo understood. There was no hope for recovery unless the tiny grain could ascend to level 7. The current medical techniques could only address superficial injuries and had yet to reach the capability of treating terminal illnesses. Chapter 93. The hierarchical system. Long Ge and his companions immediately proceeded to the market, searching for any overlooked items. The valuable supplies had already been claimed by Chen Luo, leaving behind only spoiled vegetables, rotten fruits, and decayed meat, should one desire them. Chen Luo was indifferent. Their home remained untouched. At present, resources were still abundant. Although others were aware of Chen Luo's considerable stock, they were unsure of the number of individuals left behind. While supplies were plentiful and could still be found elsewhere, there was no need for desperate competition. Chen Luo summoned 2 young women and arranged a separate room for Xia's mother in the villa adjacent to his own. Xia Haoran gazed at Chen Luo with anticipation, to which Chen Luo replied with a smile, "Please wait a moment. I shall arrange for it immediately. If you require any ingredients or seasonings, do not hesitate to speak." Ma Yu nodded and muttered, "That's not right. Do you think I wasn't serious before?" Ma Yu added, "If we want to prepare chicken soup properly, it will take at least 3 hours. After some contemplation, Chen Luo suggested, "Let us also prepare some homestyle dishes for meat and 4 vegetable dishes. It cannot solely be about empty platitudes. Perhaps Summer's mother desires something different. To win hearts, one must be more thorough. What is it that I lack?" As Chen Luo exited the villa, the others had already begun transporting supplies. This time, the quantity of provisions was considerable, exceeding the capacity of several villas. The storage of beef and lamb required careful attention, necessitating the ice abilities of certain individuals to maintain optimal conditions. Summer Haoran was filled with excitement. With such an abundance, even a single chicken was no exaggeration. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Luo summoned Xu Yun. "Once the items are moved, please have 300 pounds each of beef and lamb prepared as skewers for an evening barbecue." The ability users had hearty appetites. especially after being cooped up for so long. With over 70 individuals present, there was no need to worry about not finishing the meal. Once this news spread, nearly everyone was overjoyed, as indulging in barbecue at such a time felt extraordinarily extravagant. Chen Luo beckoned to Summer Howard and entered Summer's mother's room. Upon seeing Chen Luo, Summer's mother attempted to rise, but found herself unable. With a weak smile, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, young man, for taking us in." Her condition was visibly deteriorating. Chen Luo replied with a smile. "Auntie, would you like to eat? Please feel free to ask for anything." Summer's mother waved her hand dismissively. "At my age, I desire nothing." She remained unaware that Summer Howard had sold himself for her sake. Chen Luo chose not to elaborate, urging Summer Howard to stay by his mother's side. 3 hours later, at 12:30, Mayu had prepared all the dishes and presented them before Summer's mother. The dining table was adorned with 8 dishes and a soup: pork with vermicelli, boiled prawns, steamed perch, beef with cabbage, braised dried tofu, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, yam with black fungus, and tender tofu, as well as the nourishing soup that Xia Howard mentioned, which was a feast for the senses. Xia Howard appeared bewildered, and Xia's mother rubbed her eyes in disbelief, suspecting she was experiencing an illusion. Chen Luo chuckled. "Auntie, it's time to eat." Xia Howard cast a grateful glance at Chen Luo, never anticipating that Chen Luo could present such a splendid banquet. Despite her reluctance, Xia's mother, under the attentive care of Xia Howard, enjoyed a delightful meal. However, Chen Luo was taken aback by how swiftly Xia's mother departed. In her final moments, she trembled and slowly said, "Young man, I can see you are a good person. Please take good care of my son." She then addressed Xia Howard, saying, "No one knows a child better than their mother. The fact that he could present such a precious gift for you to honor me speaks volumes about how much he values you. Do not let him down." Xia Howard held his mother's hand tightly. To Chen Luo's surprise, Xia Howard did not exhibit excessive sorrow over his mother's passing. He softly remarked, "It is better that she has departed peacefully, free from the torment of illness. Continuing to live in this world would only be suffering, and I was prepared for this. Brother, just watch my performance from now on." Chen Luo nodded, understanding Xia Howard's character. If he were a thankless wretch, no matter how impressive he was, Chen Luo would provide him with none of his resources. Chen Luo inquired, "Shall we opt for a burial or cremation?" After attending to Xia's mother's final arrangements, Chen Luo arranged for Xia Howard to stay with Feng Yu, refraining from extending any special treatment directly to Xia Howard. Given Xia Howard's abilities and talents, his rise to prominence was merely a matter of time. Without any merit, granting him special privileges would only foster discontent among others. Having joined earlier and contributed more, yet receiving better treatment than I, why is that the case? While the crowd joyfully skewered meat, Chen Luo contemplated the necessity of establishing a rational management system for the growing team. With an increasing number of participants, it was imperative to set rules promptly to prevent idleness among some. A system of rewards and penalties needed to be instituted, along with a hierarchical structure to invigorate everyone's enthusiasm. Drawing from the hierarchical system of a previous gathering place, Chen Luo swiftly devised a plan. The roles within the gathering place were categorized into leader, deputy leader, elder, elite member, ordinary member, and new member, with a special position known as offering, a title solely within Chen Luo's discretion, currently held by Su Dezhu and Mi Li. Each level entailed distinct privileges. Upon reaching the 3rd tier, one could be designated as an elite member, while all others remained ordinary members. Newcomers had to start as new members, transitioning to ordinary members after half a month, or could advance sooner through notable contributions. Daily performances would yield points, which could be exchanged for resources. For instance, 1 point could procure a bottle of cola. For exceptional contributions, such as assisting Chen Luo in locating a high-grade crystal, one would earn a substantial reward of 10,000 points. Positions were determined solely by points, not by rank. If one made significant contributions, such as retrieving a king-grade crystal for Chen Luo, one could be appointed deputy leader regardless of prior status. Elite members with leadership skills could further be designated as captains, leading small teams. Chen Luo gathered everyone and announced this new system. In light of the current circumstances, Xu Yin leads the female team, while Feng Yu and Chun Guang are appointed as interim captains of the male team. Su Dezhu is an unwavering confidant of Chen Luo, yet he has not been given an official position due to his unsuitability. Much like a grain of rice, he serves without any formal title. To suggest he lead the team? How amusing. Mi Ling, on the other hand, possesses a natural aptitude for leadership and is deemed quite suitable. Chen Luo intends to elevate her to a level 4 status before conferring upon her the title of elder, thereby allowing her to assist him in governance with legitimacy. Mi Ling undoubtedly accumulates points more swiftly than her peers. Did I overlook anyone? The Law King below is quite displeased. What about me? As of now, it appears there are no elders. I must strive to become the first elder, even if it is merely a symbolic title. 2 updates today. I am fatigued, and I hope everyone can understand. Forcing myself to write affects the quality, but I shall strive for 3 updates before reaching 300,000 words. Chapter 94. Is this not a bullying of the earnest? Eat to your heart's content. Indulge in the creation. In the sweltering summer. What could be a better pairing than ice-cold beer and barbecue? Chen Luo is merciless to his adversaries, yet he shows kindness to his own. While others begin grilling in the communal area, Chen Luo opts for the rooftop of his villa. He declares, "Let us first grill a fish for Mi Fan." After all, Mi Fan is the cherished pet. If not for it, whom should he prioritize? The Law King interjects, claiming, "You speak nonsense. I have no fondness for it. Ever since its arrival, you have neglected me." Mi Fan chimes in, "Please, no chili. Do not add any spice." Once the fish is grilled to perfection, Chen Luo holds the skewer for Mi Fan, allowing the little one to nibble delicately. Observing the delightful little feline nestled in his arms, savoring the grilled fish, Chen Luo feels an undeniable lift in his spirits. A gentle breeze, beautiful women, cats and dogs, and barbecues. Chen Luo sighed, wishing that such days could last forever. He said to Yu Jia, "Tomorrow, let us explore how to transform that beef into braised beef. This way, it can be preserved for a longer duration." A task worth 100 points was issued to seek out equipment for vacuum sealing food. All that was required was to discover and report it. And one would earn 100 points. The members feasted joyously. Even though the grilled meat was not particularly expertly prepared, each person eagerly filled their stomachs. That evening, Chen Luo contemplated who should utilize the crystal from the old farmer zombie, feeling a twinge of regret as it was merely a level 4 crystal. The base could not rely solely on Chen Luo's strength. In his absence, there needed to be someone to maintain order. Mi Ling, Shu Yin, Dezhu, Mi Fan. It seemed that something peculiar had mingled among them. Chen Luo directed his gaze towards the King of Law. Unreservedly, he declared that aside from himself, the most formidable being in the entire base was this dog. From the very first day, it had begun absorbing crystals, displaying the highest aptitude, surpassing even Mi Li and Mi Ling. It had also learned a modicum of Chen Luo's true teachings, earning the nickname the True Dog. Let us elevate the King of Law to level 4 first. The King of Law rejoiced, sensing that the master still favored him the most. With this, the day when he would become the elder dog had arrived sooner than expected. The following day, Chen Luo officially announced that all combat personnel within the base had been upgraded to level 2, as the task of eliminating level 1 combatants had been completed. In the base, aside from leaving 10 individuals to guard, everyone else was dispatched to work. Mi Ling, Mi Li, and Dezhu also went, while Chen Luo appointed the King of Law as his bodyguard. There is no alternative. These individuals are Chen Luo's concern. Having something to care about is preferable to the solitude experienced in a previous life, where the only outcome was self-burial. This outing is distinct from the usual group excursions. Should anyone desire to venture alone, they will not be hindered. The pursuit of advanced crystals, the search for resources or valuable items, and the recruitment of rare talents can all yield points. Points equate to currency and status. For those unwilling to languish in obscurity, the bold are encouraged to take risks. The taciturn Xia Haoran approached Feng Yu and expressed, "Captain, I wish to act independently." Having relied on Chen Luo for sustenance, Xia Haoran felt the need to prove his worth. Feng Yu advised, "Brother, it may be perilous to go alone. You are new here. Perhaps you should cooperate with the others for a few days." Xia Haoran shook his head, asserting, "I am capable of managing myself." With no choice left, Feng Yu watched as Xia Haoran rode off on his motorcycle. For some, solitary action is a more efficient approach. Chen Luo remained at the base, safeguarding their home. Throughout the morning, 3 newcomers arrived, and surprisingly, all were women. They shared that they had heard of the favorable conditions here and the abundance of females, prompting them to band together and seek refuge. Each group submitted the crystals they had acquired, averaging around 6 or 7 per person. For those who secured 7 crystals, after the mandatory daily submission of 5, in excess of 2 would grant them 2 points. 1 point could be exchanged for a bottle of beverage or an extra 2 slices of meat. If one dares to gamble with their life, a prosperous existence awaits. Chen Luo pondered whether to raise the standard for daily submissions, but ultimately decided against it. In a few days, the the zombies would evolve to level 2, making it far more challenging. He thought it best to allow them a slight advantage. For instance, Mi Ling and Mi Li could absorb the most basic crystals, requiring merely 3 days to progress from level 1 to level 2. Zombies, on the other hand, would need 10 days for the same evolution. Was this rapid? It was equivalent to a superhuman absorbing 2 crystals daily. If a superhuman were to consume level 1 crystals, even those with lesser aptitude could still evolve to level 2 within 3 days. The trio of Mi Ling, Mi Li, and Su Daju had amassed a staggering 178 crystals, eliciting gasps of astonishment. This figure was tantamount to the defeat of 178 zombies, an astonishing feat achieved by just 3 individuals. Xia Haoran arrived fashionably late, quietly submitting 59 crystals. Fan Yu realized that the 3 from Mi Ling's group were all level 3 and accepted this. Could Xia Haoran also be level 3? Fan Yu could not help but gawk. Brother, you are truly formidable. The gazes directed at Xia Haoran were filled with awe. A single person had vanquished 59 zombies. Unbelievable. Mi Ling, too, could not hide her astonishment as she regarded Xia Haoran. Their trio's combined efforts only marginally surpassed his. Moreover, they were all level 3. Alone. Mi Ling had little confidence in matching Xia Haoran's accomplishments. In the early stages, physical abilities held an advantage over elemental powers, as the recovery of supernatural energy was notably slower, while stamina replenished swiftly and was less taxing. A smile crept across Chen Luo's face. Indeed, exceptional individuals could shine brightly wherever they went. At this rate, Xia Haoran would ascend to elite status within 3 days. Achieving elite membership required 300 points, a significant amount, and as time progressed, obtaining points would become increasingly arduous. Let us dine, he declared. Today, the ordinary members are served rice accompanied by a modest portion of beef, alongside a bottle of Lao Gama chili sauce, distributed weekly. Once consumed, it can only be exchanged for points or awaited until the following week. Currently, there are only 2 elite members, Xu Yun and Wang Ling, who enjoy a meal of beef and potatoes, with a generous serving of 2 tails of beef paired with a single potato. From now on, resources will no longer be distributed evenly. Only those with capabilities will thrive. If anyone feels discontent, they are free to leave. Indeed, there are those who are disgruntled. Today, 3 newly joined female members are classified as new recruits. Their meals consist of a packet of pickled vegetables paired with rice, which is filling enough. Such provisions may be lacking, yet one must consider the current circumstances. New members are required to contribute an additional 10 crystals to demonstrate their abilities in order to gain early promotion or to exhibit outstanding performance. One newcomer clad in green inadvertently witnessed others enjoying meat, and her sense of injustice surged. This felt profoundly unfair. Enraged, she approached Xu Yun and demanded, "Why is it that you all enjoy meat while we do not?" Xu Yun, puzzled, wondered if no one had explained the hierarchy to them yet. She patiently elaborated. "It is because you are newcomers." The green-clad girl was infuriated, recalling that before the apocalypse, she was burdened with menial tasks in the office merely for being new. Was this not an act of bullying against the innocent? Chapter 95. The creditor arrived. Xu Yun observed the retreating figure of the green-clad girl and mused that perhaps it was best not to keep her around, as she seemed rather dim-witted. Suddenly, Xu Yun's expression shifted as she heard the sharp sound of shattering porcelain. Staying in the same place, the sustenance remains rice. Now, it is still rice. Is it the fate of newcomers to be bullied? What purpose do we serve here? It seems we are destined to stand at the forefront during battles, mere cannon fodder. The other 2 girls stared blankly at the girl in green, timidly remarking, "Regardless, you shouldn't smash the bowl. We have nothing left to eat. Food is precious at this moment. You think too much." Unless they no longer wish to welcome fresh blood, they wouldn't let newcomers perish, one replied. The girl in green retorted bitterly, "I have no desire to remain in this place. During my 2 weeks as a newcomer, upon hearing that we are required to slay 5 zombies daily, I just want to leave. If there's food, why play with death among zombies?" At that moment, Xu Yun appeared, coldly stating, "You may leave now. You are not welcome here." The girl in green scoffed, "Sisters, let us go." However, the 2 girls awkwardly remained seated, not moving. "Are you out of your mind? Who will pamper you at this moment? What you eat is of little importance. Isn't it better to stay in a safe place? Have you done anything to deserve such treatment? Do you think they regard you as a burden, or that they have an abundance of food?" They were not even familiar with one another. The girl in green, taken aback, burst into tears, exclaiming, "You all are bullying me too." Xu Yun, uninterested in her complaints, pulled her away. Shu Wen understood that keeping her around would undoubtedly become a liability in the future. Yet, she hesitated to act against a woman. But upon witnessing the girl in green's resentful gaze as she departed, Shu Yun felt no further hesitation. It would be unwise to wait until her own people suffer before regretting her inaction. In the vicinity of Chen Luo's neighborhood, a group of individuals gathered below, setting up a pot and using wood to kindle a fire for cooking rice. With no electricity available and fire manipulators struggling to control the flames, their supernatural powers insufficient to steam the rice, they resorted to using withered trees as fuel for their fire. One man, filled with resignation, remarked, "There's nothing we can do. We arrived too late, and the supplies must have been completely scavenged by that group from the villa district." Another sighed. "Surviving on nothing but rice leaves me feeling utterly drained, my limbs weak. There appears to be no hope for brighter days ahead." Had it not been for the numbers on their side and the announcement regarding the presence of a third-level supernatural being, they might have entertained unsavory thoughts. Suddenly, someone's eyes brightened. "What if we traded rice for some meat? We have plenty of rice to spare." The suggestion garnered unanimous agreement. Subsisting solely on rice was not sustainable, and it was time to replenish their resources. Chen, stationed at the entrance, promptly rejected their request. It was absurd. They had amassed a substantial amount of supplies from various neighborhoods and markets, with rice alone exceeding 200 tons. In the future, rice and flour would be the easiest to procure, while meat would become increasingly scarce. Without needing to consult Chen Luo, Chen understood that he would not entertain such negotiations, especially given the ridiculous proposition of exchanging 10 pounds of rice for a mere pound of meat. By their own calculations, rice cost 2 yuan per pound while pork was over 10 yuan per pound. They would be at a disadvantage. Chen tactfully declined, saying, "I can offer you a bit of meat in exchange for high-grade crystals." A group of individuals departed in a state of frustration, refraining from any display of recklessness. If they possessed the courage to confront the zombies, would they still be reduced to subsisting solely on rice? How infuriating it was, as their supplies had been completely pillaged. Upon returning to their temporary residence in the community, they were astonished to discover a convoy of dozens of vehicles approaching. The convoy, too, had noticed them, and several smaller vehicles swiftly drew near. The man known as Zhao Hai, who had once thrived in the realm of pyrotechnics before the apocalypse, navigated the great areas of society with considerable prowess, commanding a loyal band of followers. In the wake of the cataclysm, he consolidated his remaining 8 brothers, gathering a group and forming an alliance with another faction to scavenge for resources. They were not local but had taken a circuitous route through sparsely populated outskirts to arrive in this area for resource collection. Strangely, despite being fully prepared for combat with the undead, they encountered remarkably few zombies, even fewer than survivors. Acknowledging the numerical superiority of the opposing group, Zhao Hai decided against deception and candidly conveyed their situation. Zhao Hai and his companions were astounded. Their strength was indeed formidable. Suddenly, one man, harboring dubious intentions, remarked, "They have meat to eat every day. Their lives seem quite comfortable, having already exhausted the local supplies." The mention of meat sparked a noticeable glimmer in Zhao Hai's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed to the leader of the other faction, Jin Tao, "Shall we pay them a visit? Their capabilities must be impressive. Forging friendships can open many doors." Jin Tao chuckled. "Since we have come this far, we must indeed meet them. Who knows? They might even treat us to a meal of meat. It has been many days since I last savored meat." They neglected to consider whether the community held any supplies, as their journey thus far had yielded naught but disappointments. Zhao Hai and Jin Tao approached Chen Luo. Suddenly, one of Zhao Hai's underlings spoke up, "Brother Hai, I recall that before the apocalypse, the wealthy heir of the Chen group, Chen Luo, sought 300 million from us, using his villa as collateral." Zhao Hai chuckled. "What of it? In this world of desolation, what use is money? Villas are abundant and hold little value. If you desire an entire building, take it as you please." The underling, somewhat abashed, conceded, "Indeed, what purpose does money serve now? Chen Luo may very well be dead by now. Should we pursue him for repayment?" The convoy, comprising over 200 members from Zhao Hai and Jin Tao's factions, swiftly reached the villa district. From a distance, Long Chen spotted the group and immediately contacted everyone via the intercom. "All units, attention. Requesting backup. A large convoy is approaching. If they bore ill intent, the small number of defenders at their entrance would be insufficient." Chen Luo hurried over as well, for in his absence, any conflict could lead to casualties among his members. He understood well that in this post-apocalyptic world, the powerful would conduct thorough searches of the sparsely populated residential areas. A single community could have been scoured by at least a dozen groups. Zhao Hai and Jin Tao disembarked with smiles, eager to assess the situation on Chen Luo's side. Suddenly, Zhao Hai's pupils constricted. The 300 million was a sum he had personally disbursed, as it was an extraordinarily large amount. He had certainly seen who borrowed the money. This brat is here. The third chapter will be completed and posted around 11 o'clock. Chapter 96, The Clever Zhao Hai. Chen Luo observed Zhao Hai's expression and felt a wave of familiarity. Upon reflection, it struck Chen Luo that this individual was none other than his creditor, to whom he had mortgaged his villa in exchange for 300 million. A sense of discontent enveloped him. Encountering a creditor in the apocalypse was quite the predicament. It seemed he had not faced such a scenario in his previous life. However, he realized he had never borrowed money before, thus he had no acquaintance with Zhao Hai. It was possible that Zhao Hai had visited in his former life. Yet he had failed to recognize him or remember his visage. Zhao Hai and Jin Tao, accompanied by their entourage of approximately 70 to 80 individuals, were also surveying Chen Luo's group. If there were more residents within the villa complex, they would have surely emerged to bolster their numbers. Zhao Hai had initially anticipated that Chen Luo would be capable of clearing a substantial area of the undead, estimating the hoard to number in the hundreds. Coupled with the fact that Chen Luo still owed him a significant debt, a notion began to form in Zhao Hai's mind. With a hearty laugh, Zhao Hai exclaimed, "Brother, who would have thought we would meet under such circumstances? What a twist of fate." Chen Luo responded with a smile. I too did not foresee this encounter. As Chen Luo exchanged glances with his companions, he wondered if their leader knew these individuals. Jin Tao's gaze lingered on Mi Ling and Mi Li, nearly causing him to drool. His proclivity for attractive women, particularly those with ample bosoms, was well known. Mi Ling, not only exceptionally beautiful, appeared indistinguishable from the urban beauties of the pre-apocalyptic world, clean and with a rosy complexion. In astonishment, Jin Tao whispered, "Dai Hai, do you know this person?" Zhao Hai muttered quietly, "This individual owes me a considerable sum." Jin Tao's eyes instantly glimmered with intrigue. Observing Chen Luo's demeanor and stature, Zhao Hai confirmed, "Is my brother the one in charge here?" Chen Luo replied with a calm smile, "Indeed, I am." Zhao Hai chuckled, "Brother, the 300 million you owe me has reached its due date. The principal and interest amount to 330 million, and it has been overdue for quite some time now without repayment. Given the extraordinary circumstances, let's forego the penalties and interest. It is time to settle the debt." If Chen Luo had a large entourage with him, Zhao Hai would have been wise enough not to make such a demand. Yet, it was evident that an opportunity was ripe for the taking. Why not seize it? Jin Tao chimed in, "Repaying debts is a matter of principle." Chen Luo scoffed, "Why do you harbor the delusion that I would repay you?" With a smirk, he continued, "I settled the payment long ago. It was transferred to your account. Haven't you received it? If it weren't for the lack of signal, I would show you the transaction record. I have never defaulted on anyone's money. Is that so?" Zhao Hai was taken aback. "I can assure you, I have not received a single cent. You are merely casting the first stone." One of Zhao Hai's subordinates angrily retorted, "You're talking nonsense. For such a substantial sum, would you not personally handle the transfer? To not even mention it, are you trying to deceive us?" Chen Luo chuckled lightly. "Then you should go to the bank and present evidence that I did not make the transfer. There is no way to disprove my claims. If you say I haven't repaid the debt, then show me the evidence of my non-repayment." Chen Luo continued with a grin, "Since you have indeed assisted me before, I am a man who values gratitude. I shall offer you a ton of rice as a token of thanks." This was nothing short of provoking. Knowing full well that in this apocalyptic world, money had lost its value, how could he still demand payment from me? A straightforward man does not speak in riddles. "I never intended to repay that sum. I borrowed it through my own merit, so why should I return it?" Zhao Hai, with a sullen expression, remarked, "Brother, this is rather ungracious. I shall not press you too hard. A bit of meat will suffice. The world has changed, and so has the value of meat. Let us consider it at 10,000 yuan per gene. 100 million translates to 15 tons of meat, while 300 million would yield 15 tons as well. That would settle our accounts." Jin Tao, with a cold sneer, retorted, "If there is a share for you, then I too shall claim 15 tons. Is that too much to ask? If there is no meat, then perhaps you could compensate with one of the women by your side." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Chen Luo cast a glance. Noting the difficulty of the situation, he recognized that he was aware of the changed times. Pork is hardly priced at less than 10 yuan per gene, yet here it has inflated 1,000-fold. This Jin Tao is nothing but a fool. Chen Luo's countenance turned cold as he stated, "Do not presume I am without resources. Even if I possess them, what difference does it make if I choose not to give them to you?" Observing Chen Luo's demeanor and the expressions of those around him, Zhao Hai suddenly grasped a crucial point. Chen Luo's group had eliminated so many zombies, undoubtedly relying on their strength. A vast area had been rendered almost empty. Zhao Hai, being adept at reading the room, quick-witted and meticulous, realized that such acumen had propelled him forward even before the apocalypse. Despite the numerical superiority of Chen Luo's group, which was nearly threefold, they did not exhibit any signs of fear. Among them were students and white-collar workers, none of whom were seasoned warriors. Their lack of confidence rendered them incapable of maintaining composure. Zhao Hai made a swift decision, "Then I shall not require it." "I was mistaken, Chen Luo. Your payment has indeed been received." The crowd was taken aback. Jin Tao looked at Zhao Hai, incredulous. "Have you lost your senses?" Zhao Hai waved his hand dismissively. "Indeed. I was in error. My brother Chen Luo is not the type to evade his debts." Chen Luo clapped his hands and remarked, "He is indeed a formidable figure. Ensure your people do not interfere and step aside." Should Zhao Hai persist obstinately or utter any disrespectful remarks, Chen Luo would not hesitate to take action against him. However, recognizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Luo did not harbor a penchant for bloodshed. Zhao Hai cast a silent glance at Jin Tao, who had just approached Chen Luo's companion, likely realizing he had encountered an insurmountable challenge. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Zhao Hai led his men away. Jin Tao, with his substantial beer belly, was momentarily taken aback and then erupted in anger. "Zhao Hai, you coward. Clearly, they are outnumbered, yet you cower like this. Ugh. I must be blind." Zhao Hai remained silent. After all, being insulted would not cost him anything. Jin Tao snorted disdainfully. "You wish to confront me? Then come forth." Chen Luo coldly stated, "Those who do not wish to meet their demise alongside him, step over to Zhao Hai's side. You have 10 seconds. In the nascent stages of a team, individuals often band together out of the understanding that one cannot survive alone. If the leader during this formative period possesses considerable strength, the group typically accepts this individual as the leader indefinitely. Such teams, having endured numerous life and death battles, may eventually cultivate loyalty. However, that was not the case now. Chen Luo's faction was no exception. Most individuals were loyal solely to themselves, fully aware of Chen Luo's prowess, which garnered their unwavering support. Had Chen Luo been merely mediocre, one could easily envision individuals fleeing in situations of overwhelming odds. The apex of power breeds insincere loyalty. Chen Luo recognized this reality but dismissed it, believing their current vows of loyalty to be sincere. Yet, was that not a form of folly? True loyalty requires the passage of time and the crucible of life and death trials. Once such individuals emerge, they become core members, and Chen Luo will graciously share items from his extraordinary space with them. He wouldn't be so generous as to offer the livestock he unexpectedly acquired from the market. Indeed, there were astute individuals on Jin Tao's side who, sensing the unfavorable turn of events, began to retreat discreetly. What astonished Chen Luo was the revelation that Jin Tao was an adept of the dark arts, possessing the talent for summoning. Chapter 97, The Frantic Rampage of the Mage King. Even within a singular type of ability, there exist various branches, such as the dark arts before him, which can be categorized into curses, summons, undead, and offensive types. Chen Luo has a companion, Li Hui, who also harnesses the dark arts. However, her initial skill is a curse that impedes movement, suggesting her future focus will likely be on curse-based abilities. In contrast, Jin Tao is endowed with a summoning talent within the dark arts. Jin Tao stepped back, positioning several subordinates before him as he commenced his summoning incantations. His subordinates, evidently well-versed in his summoning spells, cleared a considerable space, their faces betraying their fear. Chen Luo observed silently, refraining from interference. "Ah, a mere pawn has arrived." Even though Jin Tao is a level 7 dark summoner, Chen Luo remains unperturbed. "I, the Void Monarch, specialize in healing and summoning." Moments later, 7 skeletal figures, devoid of flesh and blood, materialized before Jin Tao. These skeletal warriors, standing approximately 1.6 meters tall, could be considered diminutive. 3 of them bore no weapons, while 4 held tattered bone blades. Their strength was roughly equivalent to that of a level 1 entity, slightly weaker than zombies, but with speed comparable to that of ordinary humans before the apocalypse and a slight edge in defense. The skeletal soldiers exhibit an utter disregard for death, impervious to the sensation of pain. The disparity between first and second level ability users is negligible. Two first-level individuals, when coordinated effectively, can easily surpass a single second-level opponent. And three first-level users can achieve even greater feats. Observing the numbers summoned by Jin Tao, it becomes evident that he has only one second-level summoner at his disposal. With 7 first-level skeletal soldiers, Jin Tao could contend, albeit with difficulty, against a third-level adversary. The inexperienced and feeble third-level opponent may not necessarily triumph over Jin Tao. Chen Luo realized with a sense of clarity that Jin Tao, lacking both intelligence and remarkable charisma, should not logically be positioned as a leader of any team. It appears he relies solely on his innate talent in dark summoning. Initially, the sight of zombies instilled fear in all, but with time, such apprehension had diminished significantly. The terrifying skeletal soldiers were unfamiliar to the onlookers, and a flicker of trepidation crossed many faces. Jin Tao menacingly proclaimed, "You've never witnessed it, have you? Those slain by my skeletal soldiers descend into hell, their souls devoured, doomed to eternal suffering. Out of my benevolence today, I shall overlook those standing aside, otherwise. Prepare to meet your doom." Jin Tao emulated Chen Luo, instructing those unwilling to fight to step aside. Chen Luo scoffed, finding Jin Tao's theatrics absurd, mocking, "What a fright you are trying to instill. Why not claim to be the king of hell while you're at it?" Jin Tao's antics, though nonsensical, might genuinely intimidate the faint-hearted. Previously, Chen Luo had refrained from allowing his subordinates to engage in conflict with survivors, as they were not mindless zombies and posed a greater challenge, leading to inevitable casualties. He did not wish for his own people to perish so soon. Having shielded them for so long was not a sustainable arrangement. Under the promise of substantial rewards, one can inevitably expect courageous individuals to emerge. Although the rewards may not be particularly grand, the rigid discipline enforced by Chen Luo leaves no room for defiance. Those who dare to flout the rules will face severe consequences. To put it bluntly, the punishment could very well be fatal. The sudden appearance of the Law King, who has recently set his sights on the position of elder, complicates matters. As for me, do I earn points for slaying enemies? The Law King barked out, creating a ruckus. Myfin, perplexed, turned to Chen Luo and remarked, "The Law King suggests that even dogs ought to earn points, don't you think? If not, I shall accuse you of discrimination against dogs." Chen Luo's lips twitched slightly. While Myfin currently holds his favor, he wondered what more he could offer. What purpose would points serve for him? Nevertheless, he relented. "Fine, if you desire them, I shall grant them to you." The two parties stood approximately 40 meters apart. Neither Chen Luo's side nor Jin Tao's side daring to advance. They had engaged in battles against survivors before, but those encounters had always involved overwhelming numbers against the outnumbered. Facing an adversary of equal strength was a novel experience, and anxiety gripped everyone. In such a large-scale conflict, casualties numbering in the 30s or 40s were entirely to be expected. Xia Haoran pondered the situation. Although their numbers were substantial, the space available was rather limited. With individuals clustering together, any attempt to charge in would likely lead to injury. It was unfeasible to confront zombies in large numbers. Gritting his teeth, Xia Haoran resolved to offer his life in service to Chen Luo, embracing the role of a vanguard. Upon witnessing Xia Haoran's resolve, a defensive and speed-boosting enchantment was immediately bestowed upon him. Yet, swifter than Xia Haoran was a dog. The Law King surged ahead, closing the distance of over 20 meters, and unleashed a meticulously prepared lightning orb, which detonated amidst the crowd, instantly claiming the lives of 4 individuals. With 20 points secured, the path to the elder's position drew ever closer. Upon witnessing this situation, Mi Ling exclaimed, "Let us adopt a strategy of waiting for the enemy to tire. Prepare your spells and anticipate their advance." It was evident that passivity would lead to disadvantage. However, Jin Tao's side could only remain passive, as the Mage King relentlessly assaulted them. If they did not charge forward, they would soon meet their demise at the hands of the Mage King. Did they possess any means to counter the Mage King? Certainly not. The Mage King unleashed spells upon them from a distance that was nearly at its maximum range. Did they have the capability to strike back at the Mage King with their own spells? Not only did they lack the range to surpass that of the Mage King, who was of a higher level, but he also exhibited remarkable agility. Even if they managed to strike him occasionally, it posed little threat. As they charged towards him, he would simply retreat, rendering them unable to catch up. Meanwhile, he continued to unleash his attacks upon them. Even a dog can engage in such tactics. Jin Tao and Zhao Hao were left in utter disarray. Was this truly just a dog? The tactics employed here were of the highest caliber. In a short span of time, More than 10 individuals from their side had perished at its paws. It was one thing for a dog to possess extraordinary abilities, but this creature was undeniably superior to each and every one of them, far more powerful than they could have imagined. The chaotic scene caused Jin Tao's camp to spiral into turmoil, a frenzy of confusion and disorder. Mi Ling, seizing the moment, commanded everyone to advance, taking advantage of their opponent's disarray to initiate an offensive with their own abilities. Jin Tao's side was utterly incapable of organizing any form of resistance. Of course, dark summoners were formidable, but their power was limited to small-scale encounters. One could manage against 2 or 3 opponents, but against such a multitude of extraordinary abilities, it was simply insufficient. As a second-tier individual, could he really take on 10 opponents? Even Chen Luo had refrained from directly confronting 5 second-tier abilities when he was at that level. It was merely a matter of relying on level superiority now. In this dire situation, Jin Tao found himself paralyzed by fear, knowing that any reckless advance would undoubtedly lead to demise. Would they truly risk their lives for him? Chen Luo shook his head, initially intending to hone his own skills, only to have his plans thwarted by a mere dog. The casualties on Jin Tao's side were staggering, with many perishing and others desperately attempting to flee, though escape proved elusive due to the relentless pursuit of a dog intent on amassing points. The King of Law had already surpassed the divine. The skeletal soldiers summoned by Jin Tao had long since perished, rendering him powerless without his summons. The King of Law, in a brazen display, marked his territory upon Jin Tao before turning his attention to the fleeing individuals. The message was unmistakable: this one is mine, and woe betide anyone who dares to challenge me for it. Chapter 98. Kick me, why don't you? Chen Luo covered his face, utterly mortified by the King of Law's public urination. Had he no sense of decorum? My dignity has been utterly tarnished. In broad daylight, such behavior was indecent. Both the King of Law and Jin Tao found themselves in a similar predicament, having soiled themselves out of sheer terror, utterly defeated by a dog. His subordinates scattered in a desperate bid for survival, and Jin Tao was acutely aware of the grim fate that awaited him. Collapsing to the ground, his trousers dampened. He found a twisted pleasure in wielding control over others' lives, but now he felt nothing but cold dread coursing through him. His heart raced, his legs weakened, rendering him incapable of rising. His entire body seemed to betray him, save for his mouth, which he desperately commanded to plead, "Brother, spare my life. I am willing to do anything." Zhao Hai observed this scene, shaking his head. What was the difference between this and the fate of those who were caught by their subordinates for failing to pay their debts? Simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief for having made a prudent decision, avoiding undue offense towards Chen Luo. Otherwise, the mere tactics employed by that black dog would have sent shivers down his spine. Zhao Hai felt a tinge of apprehension, uncertain of how Chen Luo would treat him. Chen Luo cast a glance at Jin Tao and reassured him, "Rest assured, I shall not harm you." Chen Luo was poised to exploit a glitch. The undead creatures summoned by Jin Tao could also yield crystals, yet only those of level 4 and above possessed them. When Jin Tao reached level 3, he should be able to summon a single level 4 undead being, albeit with difficulty. This is the advantage of a summoner at lower levels. They can effortlessly command subordinates that exceed their own rank, but such feats become increasingly challenging at higher tiers. For instance, only a peak-level monarch can summon subordinates that surpass the monarch class. However, the drawbacks are apparent. Once summoned, the summoner's otherworldly energy is nearly depleted, rendering their physical prowess significantly weaker than that of elemental mages of the same rank. Should a summoner perish, the summoned creatures would naturally dissipate. Typically, summoners call forth multiple subordinates, engaging most in combat while retaining 1 or 2 for self-protection. In one-on-one confrontations, it is arduous for opponents to approach the summoner, and in skirmishes, allies provide necessary defense. Attempting to eliminate a summoner is no simple task. Yet, for Chen Luo, who possessed the ability of void walking, this posed a dilemma. Chen Luo was the progenitor of all summoners. If Jin Tao summoned a level 4 undead creature, Chen Luo would acquire a level 4 crystal. However, this glitch could not be exploited indefinitely. There were limits on both quantity and duration, rendering any attempts at cheating futile. Once the limits were reached, the summoner would face dire consequences. It seemed there existed an unspoken rule. In a past life, a level 10 summoner, skeptical of fate, attempted to exploit a glitch with friends and departed this world quite peacefully. But what does this have to do with Chen Luo? In the end, only Jin Tao will meet his demise. Stunned by Chen Luo's words, Jin Tao knelt and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. You truly keep your word, and I shall obediently heed your instructions. Chen Luo instructed those around him, find him a room to confine him, treating him according to the standards for new members. He then warned Jin Tao, young man, I have high hopes for you. Your summoning talents are extraordinary, and I have no intention of ending your life. You may prove to be quite helpful to me in the future. However, should you dare to engage in any deceitful actions or attempt to flee, I shall not hesitate to sever your limbs. Young man, Jin Tao, in his 30s, gazed at the 20-something Chen Luo, rendered speechless and unable to express his indignation. Mi Ling, overhearing the mention of severing limbs, curled her lip in disdain, muttering, ruffian. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Luo decided it would be prudent to break 2 of Jin Tao's legs first, to prevent any attempts at escape. After all, the efficacy of a summoning tool would not be diminished by the absence of legs. Should he dare to resist or disobey, the 3rd leg would meet the same fate. Chen Luo conveyed a few words to Chen Guang, who nodded in understanding. The others began to gather the crystals. Zhao Hai, feeling anxious yet masking his emotions, remarked, Brother Chen, your skills are truly remarkable. I apologize for any previous offenses and wish to offer my sincerest apologies here. As he spoke, Zhao Hai produced a finely crafted silver pistol from behind his waist. Feng Yu and his companions assumed another opportunity to display their valor had arrived and attempted to position themselves in front of Chen Luo, only to be waved aside by him. Zhao Hai extended his hands, offering a small gift, a token of respect. Chen Luo chuckled lightly, perceiving no threat from such an object, deeming it utterly useless to him. Chen Luo had reached the 5th level, rendering even the most basic spells ineffective against him. In full view of the crowd, he grasped a handgun and, astonishingly, shot himself in the chest. Zhao Hai was utterly horrified, questioning the logic behind such an action. The others stood agape, equally bewildered by Chen Luo's audacity. However, the subsequent scene left Zhao Hai in shock, causing him to collapse to the ground. The bullet had inexplicably failed to penetrate Chen Luo's body, becoming lodged against his skin before falling harmlessly to the ground. It was summer, and with minimal clothing, Zhao Hai could confirm that Chen Luo wore only a shirt, making it impossible for him to be clad in any form of ballistic armor. Was he still human? The bullet posed no threat whatsoever. The atmosphere was thick with silence, all eyes affixed on Chen Luo as if witnessing a supernatural event. Chen Luo had intended this as a